West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Friday to you. We made it. We made it to Friday, and we got basketball tonight. We got baseball this weekend, all kinds of good stuff. Kentucky Derby, if you're into that sort of thing. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Hello, my friend.
Hello. I'm excited because the rest of the nation is aligned with Houston, Texas tonight, Sean. And people love watching the Lakers go down. They love watching the Lakers potentially just blow it and end up being doing something that no other team in NBA history has done, squander a 3-0 lead in the playoffs. I watched some of the debate shows yesterday, which I don't typically do. Mm-hmm. People, a whole lot of talk about, boy, if it gets tough, I could see the Lakers folding like a cheap chair.
I bet. Boy, I hadn't even thought about what the world is thinking about this series. I've been so focused on just hoping the Rockets keep this thing going. That's true. Houston, in recent years has probably been a rare space where other cities are rooting for them because they want to see LeBron do something historic to the bad. It's interesting, the debate shows, because I think there's some dynamic to our shows like ours as well. Is it if the Rockets were to win tonight, there'd be a big part of me that would want to be on the radio tomorrow. To talk. We're like, if they force a Game 7, you and I, unless we pop on Instagram Live or your YouTube channel or something like that, we wouldn't really get to talk to an audience about previewing a Game 7, what it means, because this is different than just your garden variety playoff series where the team that had a lead is blowing the lead right now. LeBron James is on the other side of this, and I saw a lot of the same, I think probably a lot of the same people you saw talking about this yesterday. A lot of legacy talk with LeBron, like a lot of legacy talk to where, hey, if you had LeBron as the GOAT, but he is the face of the first team to ever blow a 3-0 lead in a best-of-7 series in playoff history, does that impact his legacy?
Legacy talk.
It's legacy talk.
We need legacy talk.
We need more legacy.
Big time.
Yep.
We might have to do an emergency show on Saturday morning if the Rockets pull this off tonight.
Okay.
Yeah. Is today Friday?
Today's Friday. Yeah.
Absolutely positive about that.
Yeah. I had somebody come up to me yesterday. I was at Lizard's yesterday afternoon, and a woman who's a friend of the show, friend of mine, came up to me and she's like, I drove off the road when Seth didn't know what day it was yesterday.
I am a good employee.
Yeah.
And they don't pay me to know what day of the week it is.
Not a bit either. Not a bit.
They pay me for hot takes and looking like a dullard. People like it when they feel smarter than people.
Yeah, no question.
That's my gift.
Did you get everything done that you needed to yesterday? Because your day took a drastic turn at about 6:15 when you realized it was Thursday, not Wednesday.
I got the things done that needed to be done.
You did?
By my standards.
Okay, good.
Whatever other people feel about it, they can go pound sand.
All right. Well, I know the person you may be addressing is probably listening right now. So okay. Well, good. I'm glad you got done what you needed to. It's Friday. I think we're focused and we're ready to go. What's your excitement level for tonight's game? I'm pumped. I can't wait for this. It's really
tonight. One of the biggest things is that if you start talking about the historical improbability or impossibility, people act like because nobody's ever come back from being down 3-0 in the playoffs that it could never possibly happen, like it's some mathematical theorem or something.
Yeah.
When in fact, it gets a lot less daunting if they can just pull this game up. There are 4 teams that have taken it to a Game 7 when they've been down 3-0 at the beginning of a series. So teams are 0-4. That's no big deal.
Right.
Bad baseball hitters go 0-4 and then get a hit.
Yeah.
So as evidenced by Yainer Diaz as of late. So the teams if they win tonight, you take it to, for those of you who just need to be coaxed out of this idiotic thinking of, well, because it's never happened before, it could never happen again. 0-4. teams are 0-4 when taking it to a Game 7.
It's not 0-18 or something.
Right,
like that.
right, yeah.
Okay, so I like that. I like that number. The other weird dynamic with this, too, and I know that the numbers on this series were out there before Kevin Durant suffered this ankle injury. Although he did have a knee injury in Game 1 that he missed. He did miss Game 1. Like, people are looking at this ankle injury like he's missed all these games. He was banged up coming into the series with that knee injury, and the Rockets were still like a minus 600 favorite. So they have no Luka, the Lakers. The Rockets have no Kevin Durant. I think even without Kevin Durant, the Rockets probably still would have been the favorite coming into this series. I don't think it flips from minus 600 Rockets to all of a sudden the Lakers are a small favorite in this series. That would be a massive swing, although one player can do that. So that's the other dynamic is this is a series that originally, from the outset, the Rockets were supposed to win this series. You know, this isn't, hey, the better team jumped up 3-0 and they just started losing focus in these games and they're just going to, you know, they're just going to take care of business tonight. Jabari Smith Jr. was right about what he said. Maybe using the word obviously when he said that the Rockets, and do we have this, Ben? Let's just reset this. Keep in mind, this was after Game 4. So this is after the Rockets blew out the Lakers in Game 4. So it's 3-1. Jabari Smith Jr. is doing an interview in the gym over at the Rockets workout facility there on a day in between games and said this.
Just stay with it. Be us, be aggressive, play free. We're obviously the better team, I feel like. So just knowing that, being confident, trusting our work, and he's just telling us to be us. You know.
Why do you think you're the better team in this series?
Us. I just feel like from top to bottom. You can say it's an opinion, you can say I'm biased, but I just think we're the better team.
And he's supposed to say they're the better team. That's what he's supposed to say. The obviously part of it was a little silly when they're down 3-1, but we don't need to parse that out again. Point that I wanted to make, Seth, and Jabari got asked about that comment again after Game 5, where he's like, well, yeah, I was probably thinking that when we were winning 22 games a few years ago. That's what I'm supposed to say. They are the better team. Like they are the more talented team, and as you pointed out a handful of times yesterday, they are the younger team, which might play better. They're a young team who actually has Game 7 and Game 6 playoff experience. They were down 3-1 last year to the Warriors. So a lot of these guys have been in this same situation before, and they are the more talented team. And now you're on a part of the schedule where there's cross-country flights going on back and forth. There's only one day in between games. LeBron looks tired anyways, even with the multiple days of rest in between all these games. So it is aligning right now. The big thing is they need to knock down their shots. And I know that sounds very basic. They can't go out and put up one of these 4 for 31 3-point games against this team tonight.
Right. Yeah, which, and
they've been better.
Reason.
Yeah.
The way they played the other night, it's they made 35% of their threes, but they're taking smart shots. Meanwhile, LeBron, going back to the age dynamic, LeBron started to look like he was settling for threes at times. He was still made some vintage LeBron type plays, but it's when you get them down into the fourth quarter and you really grind them and make them test their endurance and their legs, the Rockets theoretically should have the advantage.
Yep, I think so.
The age on our side, Vernon Maxwell weighed in on Twitter, as he loves to do.
Yes.
He said, if my Rockets lose Game 6, I will personally donate $10,000 worth of deodorant, toothpaste, shampoo, and soap to Salt Lake City, Utah, in an effort to improve their personal hygiene. I love Vernon's ability to just bring Utah back into this somehow.
He hates Utah so much.
He despises them, yeah.
God,
he didn't say
Utah.
Salt Lake City. He said Salt Lake something else.
Crappy.
Another S word.
Yeah. Salt Lake crappy, but not crappy. I love Vernon Maxwell. It's great. The debate shows you were talking about, let's hear from some of the folks on those yesterday. What are they thinking about the direction this series is going? Here was Stephen A. Smith yesterday on the Rockets in this series.
The reality is this. When you look at the Houston Rockets, the one thing you worried about was their energy. Were they going to have it in the fourth quarter? Because they turn the ball over, and them in clutch time, they can be a bit erratic. So you're looking at Reed Shepard, you're looking at Amin Thompson, and you're saying, can they handle it? And they ended up handling it. They were assisted by LeBron, who was just off and had a couple of key turnovers. Clearly, nobody else was really stepping up and being formidable offensively. And Houston, as a result, has life, and they have the momentum because they're going back to Houston, having won 2 straight. I expect them to win Game 6 and force a Game 7 here in L.A. at the very least. That's what I'm looking at for one reason above all else, their energy. The Lakers were searching for it. The Houston Rockets obviously had it.
Okay, I think he's misframing it a little bit there. Like, I've never been worried about the Rockets' energy in the fourth quarter. I've been worried about the mental game in the fourth quarter.
You're worried about their composure.
Composure is a better word, yes.
And that's where you hope that they're at some kind of a pivot point where these young guys, it's one of the youngest lineups in NBA playoffs history going versus the oldest lineup in this playoffs. Do they now have enough experience between last year and this year?
Yeah.
They've been in these moments. Udoka seems to be trying real hard to be a kindler, gentler version of himself.
Yeah.
Sam Amick had an article in The Athletic which kind of outlined, the different Udoka realizing that he's just got to change his tactics a little bit with this. It reminds me, honestly, of Tom Coughlin before they won the 2007 Super Bowl, where he realized, like, all right, okay, I gotta adjust myself for this team.
Yep.
And I can't be the drill sergeant. I can't be Colonel Tom Coughlin anymore. I got to figure out a different way to go about it. So credit to Udoka for that. And he's taking more of an educational approach than a taskmaster
That's
approach.
good, man.
Respects.
Yeah, that is great to hear. It's funny. I want to play, Ben. Let's skip to the Barkley here. This was Charles Barkley on ESPN talking about the Rockets playing without Kevin Durant.
And the thing I just noticed, without Kevin Durant, these are their shots, the shot attempts: 7, 8, 5, 5,
Pause
6.
for a second. So this is at halftime of Game 5. That's why he has so few shot attempts for guys. Yeah. It was halftime of Game 5. Continue.
That tells me everybody's eating. Shaq always talk about that. When guys just like when the Rockets played all year, it was give Kevin the ball, stand around, give Şengün the ball and stand around. And then when it worked, it worked. But now everybody's involved, everybody's getting shots. You know what it shows up on? Kenny, defense, right? That's why, because we're going to talk about the Lakers' turnovers. That's because the Rockets are playing great defense. Ernie, when you're part of a team and you get to eat, the team it works.
Let's be very clear about something. The Rockets need Kevin Durant on this team if they're going to go any further than the first round of the playoffs. There's no question about that. They picked him up for a reason. I think maybe these few games they've had, Seth, without him, keep in mind, he played 78 games in the regular season. So rare was the case where they didn't have Kevin Durant in a game. They might have been better served, big picture-wise, having Durant miss like 15 games at some point during the season and kick Amen Thompson and Reed Shepherd into the deep end of the pool and say, figure it out, because that's what they've had to do this series. They've had to figure it out, and Amen Thompson and Reed Shepherd have gotten better throughout this series as far as making decisions, orchestrating. It's still not perfect. It's still not ideal. They're not, to me, it's not like having Fred VanVleet out there, a real point guard. But I think, not having Durant has forced them into a situation like, okay, you don't have him. You got to do something now, figure it out. And I think Amen Thompson in particular, to me, I think has gotten better just getting the ball up the court, getting him into whatever it is they want to do offensively. And so I think that's been a good thing. And if Kevin Durant, if they get past this series and Durant gets through this ankle injury and you reincorporate Kevin Durant back into this thing, to where it looks more like when he was in Phoenix and Brooklyn and OKC and Golden State in terms of how he's used. He's off the ball. He's moving around.
Yeah.
If Amen Thompson and Reed Shepherd have figured enough stuff out through these 3 or 4 games, or it will have been, 6 games Durant will have missed if they go on to win this series, then big picture, this might not have been such a bad thing for them.
No, it's like you said, we've seen that version in that last several weeks of the season where things were opening up and they were doing a lot of the things that you would wondered where was this all season long. It's obviously a lot harder to do it in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But they have the advantage, I think. Like in this series, you've seen, all right, without Kevin Durant on the floor, the Lakers don't exactly know how to defend the Rockets. And they can't just pick on one guy. They can't just blitz the strength of the team and force bad decisions and all of that. And if they can just enter the next series, if they somehow pull this off over these next couple of games, then, yeah, with Durant on the floor, I feel like there's hope. There's possibility.
Yeah.
But yeah, without it, because I understand the temptation to say, wow, it's a different version of basketball when Durant's not out there. You just have to keep reminding yourself, this Lakers team is not even a normal. It's not the normal Lakers team. It's not the normal team you'd be facing with your current seeding in the playoffs.
No.
It's a badly beaten down team.
It ain't OKC, that's for sure. And well, the other thing too, just getting Durant, like they're short on bodies right now. They just need bodies, and because Ime Udoka has shortened a bench that was already a short bench to begin with. The last game, like he didn't touch Jayshawn Tate in that last game, which he shouldn't. Jayshawn Tate should not be playing any minutes in a close playoff game ever, 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 ever. So he shortened the bench in the last game, and to their credit, I think it was Finney Smith, Okogie, and I'm trying to think of who. Oh, and Aaron Holiday. Those are the only three guys that came in off the bench in the last game, and they each played like 13 or 15 minutes or whatever, and they were fine. But they just need bodies back, and so eventually, if they get past this series, they got to have Kevin Durant. But maybe it looks a little different because of how they've evolved in this series.
Yeah.
This was Kendrick Perkins. Let's play Perkins 1 here, Ben. Boy, how things have turned. How the turntables, as Michael Scott would say. Here's Kendrick Perkins, so the biggest critic of the Rockets by far out there. He thinks they're winning this series now.
They are in trouble. As a matter of fact, the Rockets are going to win this series.
Ooh.
Everything right now, the Rockets.
Wow.
Yes.
History.
Yes, making history. And I'm sorry because Braun is going to be on the wrong side of it. But right now in this series, it favors the Rockets.
Okay, so that was Perk. This was Perk 1 week ago. 1 week ago.
The Rockets look like a pile of and I mean a pasture of it. A pasture of
Okay, that's good. That's all we need. A week ago.
A pasture of it.
A week ago,
Not
they're
even
a pasture,
just a pile of it.
They're a pasture of feces a week ago, and now a week later, they're like, they're going to pull this historic comeback on LeBron James. Like, they flipped Perk quick 2 nights ago, Seth.
Yeah, which happened. Like, it's not like all of a sudden he's changing a long-standing opinion. He was talking about how they look in that moment, and that's the way NBA series go. I'm just flat out. I get so PO'd when people try to just point out that something can't happen because teams are 0 and whatever during it's such an extreme level of idiocy that alone bothers me. I want just for the sake of the math lesson, I need the Rockets to do this. If you can't do it for the fans, can you do it for math?
Yeah,
please.
Yes. Yeah,
it's improbable. Yes,
right.
Doesn't mean it's impossible.
Math needs a voice out there, Seth, and I think you're that voice. The voice of the voiceless.
I don't know about that. I don't know about no.
You're doing a good job speaking up for math right now.
I'll contribute to the fund.
Okay.
I'll make a donation, but they don't need me being a spokesperson for it.
You're pretty passionate about it right now, sticking up for math. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. It's going to be a fun show today. We got a lot to get to on the show. Astros, we actually have baseball to talk about from yesterday. They split a doubleheader with the Orioles, so they're 12-20 right now. One good thing to pull, actually 2 good things to pull out of that doubleheader yesterday. What is the panic meter right now if you're an Astro fan? Are you panicked? Are you apathetic? Are you wanting them to make moves? What is the panic meter for the Astros at 12-20 right now? We'll do that coming up next. We got headlines later. We got an Aziz Al-Shaair press conference later on today, as well as he signs his contract extension. Ton to get to. Stay there. But before you go anywhere, I want to talk to you folks out there who have something, may need a little powder coating. If you got
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, now this is one of those things. I'm going to answer a texter on the air. And it's just a little lesson, that's all. I'm going to answer cordially here. It's a 512 number, so that's an Austin number, so maybe they don't listen every day. Base power text line. But on the heels of talking about the Rockets in the opening segment, how come you guys aren't talking about Rafael Stone not bringing in another point guard? He screwed up big time not doing anything at the trade deadline. Sir or ma'am, we've talked about it several times. We just didn't happen to talk about it.
Talked about it 4,872 times.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm trying. This is someone who's up early listening to us. So I want to be nice to them. We've talked about it 4,872 times. Seth and I have kept track of this. We have a little prison style tally on the wall. Kind of like the number of days you've been in prison or whatever. That's the number of times we've talked about it. It's not really relevant to a preview of Game 6 and what people are saying about this series as the Rockets are on a comeback right now. It's not a. It's more of an off-season topic.
Why aren't we talking about the Revolutionary War?
Right.
Why aren't we of the innumerable number of things we could be talking about right this moment? In that 15-minute segment, we chose to talk about a few very specific things.
Right.
Would you like us just to read off lists of topics that we could be discussing?
Seth,
I'm not yelling at him. I'm just talking in general. You can't discuss every single freaking thing every single time. I don't understand why that's so hard to understand.
That's why I'm saying I'm being instructive about this.
Yeah,
I'm not being belligerent about it. I'm being instructive.
Yeah, no, as far as all of those things, yes. And what do they need to address in the offseason? How could Rafael Stone have done it differently at the trade dedeadline? Should you have decided to punt on this season? All of those things are 100% true.
I'm going to go.
But there's only so many things that we can discuss relevant to Game 6 in one segment.
Yeah, you're going to get me gassed up now because I'm rereading the question. How come you guys aren't talking about, because it's a 15-minute segment and there's other things to talk about when it comes to Game 6? That's why. You know what? I'm just going to answer the question. How come you guys aren't talking about Stone not bringing in another point guard, ? Because it's a 15-minute segment and that was not relevant to what we were talking about. We weren't talking about the big picture as to how we got where we are. We're talking about trying to attack Game 6 and go make history. They're trying to make history.
Yeah, it's like you pick up a book and you open up to chapter 7 and you start reading and you're like, they haven't done a really good job of setting this up at all. That's just Boy, they just really jump right in, and I don't even know who these characters are.
This is not the first episode of Payne and Pendergast. Oh, man. Okay, so we appreciate you getting up.
Who even owns this chocolate factory?
Right.
I don't even know what's going on here. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Why would all these kids be in a chocolate factory?
Right.
At this point, nobody has a clue.
They haven't even explained what an Oompa Loompa is yet. This is terrible. So thank you for getting up and listening, sir or ma'am. That's the answer to your question. We didn't talk about it because we didn't talk about it. Astros split yesterday with the Orioles. The Peter Lambert dream is a little over. He made it, I think, 4 innings yesterday. I guess the two best things to pull out of yesterday, Seth, because it's really tough talking about a 12-20 baseball team right now that has all these pitching issues. Yordan Alvarez continues to blister the baseball. He was 0-for in the first game, but he had 3 hits in the second game. Today's May 1st. He's going to win he should win Player of the Month going away in the American League. I mean, there's that tweet out there that I had it in the rundown. I don't have it anymore just because it's obsolete now. It's like 3 days old. But as of like Monday or Tuesday this week, there was I think it was Ryan Spader who writes for, I forget what outlet. He's a baseball reporter. He listed all the stats that Yordan Alvarez was leading the American League in.
Yeah.
And it was such a long, and just by abbreviation, not by spelling it out. So each of the items was 2 or 3 letters at the most. It was so many stats. You had to do that thing where you click on more so you can see the whole tweet. You know, like you can only see the first 280 characters, but if you click more, it expands. That's how many stats. And it was everything from like the counting stats, like home runs, RBIs, hits, and then the basic stats like average and on-base percentage, OPS, all that, to all like the nerdiest of nerdy stats, all the WOBAs. Like all the WOBAs, all the weighteds, all the this plus, all of those things, leading baseball in it. So if he's not if he's not the player of the month in the American League, then I don't know what you have to do to win player of the month. He's leading in everything.
You know what? If since we're supposed to talk about every single aspect of the team, every single segment, the Yordan Alvarez playing in left field. Remember at the beginning of the season, it seemed like Yordan wanted to play more in left field.
Yeah.
So far, he's started 8 of the first 32 games in left field.
That's fewer than I thought.
Yeah, it's his career high. That would put him on pace for 41 left field starts. His career high is 56. It's fewer than we thought, and yet it's still a problem when he's out there. I mean,
did you see his throw yesterday?
Yeah. Alonso scored from first because Alvarez couldn't cut the ball off. It's a problem when he's out there, and I don't know of all of the different things that you could do to try to navigate your way through this injury situation. The answer is not more Yordan Alvarez at left field. You'd like to probably see him play even less at left field because he's doing just fine.
Yeah.
He's doing just fine.
Yeah, there's not that thing going on where it's like, well, he hits better when he's playing defense. Like, he's hitting the ball regardless of what he's doing. The
Astros are so bad right now that Yordan could be hitting even 25% better than he already is, where he's leading every single category, and that's not going to make this a winning baseball team.
No, well, and it's ironically one of the things that's probably kept him out of the lineup in left field more is Jeremy Pena's injuries.
Yeah.
Because when you and I were kind of trying to put the puzzle together to get their best offensive lineup on the field before the season started, my contention was, well, Yordan's just going to have to play a ton of left field because he's going to have to open up DH to get the glut of infielders, the 5 infielders all in the lineup somehow. You know, either Altuve's going to have to DH and Paredes plays second, or Paredes is a DH and you go with your regular infield and Yordan's in left field. With Pena out, you're able to get all 4 infielders in there every single day, so you don't have to play him in left field as much. Yeah, he's been awesome. Lance yesterday was solid. That was good to see. Look, this season is going nowhere, and I think there's fewer outs for this season compared to, when I say outs, I mean getting out of this rut, than there were 2 years ago when they were able to turn it around and win the division. I don't see that happening this year just because the pitching is so bad, the injuries are so plentiful with this team right now. And so just real quick, so the Lance thing yesterday, it's not like, oh, okay, well, they found something in Lance. That'll help. I'm more rooting for Lance just from a personal standpoint at this point. I just want to see the guy finish strong here. I like Lance McCullers, and he's done a lot of good things for Houston, and he's done some good things in the postseason. So I like starts like yesterday where he goes 6 innings, gives up 3 runs. I'm like, that's good to see, man. That dude's battled like crazy just to get back playing baseball again.
Yeah, no, and I guess, if you think about the teams like the Astros teams that have come back from a 12-20 or worse start, the 2025 NL pennant team and the 2024 they won the AL West after having a horrific start. So it seems more plausible here in Houston. Only 4 teams have done it since 1995. I understand if you look at those teams, it's easy in hindsight to say, well, this team had this, and that's not like the 2026 Astros. I still hold out hope that at least on the back of the baseball card, a healthy pitching staff, if they ever get healthy again, is something that could 100% complement this offense on the way to an incredible last 2/3 of the season type of run.
Yeah.
So I'm not throwing in the towel on it as of yet because the injuries have been so bad. It's really hard because these injuries have been a thing for 3 straight years.
3 years, yeah.
That it's just I can't sit here in good faith like I did the last 2 off seasons and say, well, they certainly won't have injury luck like that again.
Yeah.
What am I? I'm not Baghdad Bob.
Yeah.
It is what it is at this point.
The 2 teams you brought up, the 2005 team that went on to go to the World Series, it started 15-30. They literally had a tombstone on the front page of the Chronicle Sports page for them, and they came back to win the National League. And I know you know this, Seth, and I know Astro fans and this. I mean, they had Roy Oswalt, Roger Clemens, and Andy Pettitte. They had superb, seasoned, Hall of Fame level pitchers on that staff. They had really good pitching. The team 2 years ago is the interesting one because it's a lot of the same guys, obviously, on that team that are on this team. That team had Framber Valdez still pitching at a high level, and they got Hunter Brown out of nowhere to go from being literally the worst pitcher in baseball, like literally the worst stats in the American League, to, from the course of mid-May through the rest of the season, was one of the 3 or 4 best pitchers in the American League.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to compare it more to the 2024 team for a second. And I'm going to, they're going to get Hunter Brown back. And when you get him back, okay, he needs to be Hunter Brown, obviously. Who's the Framber in this thing, I guess, is the question. Because you need more than just Hunter Brown. And that's where I'm like, okay, is it does Mike Burrows, because you watch him and you go, okay, he pitches better than a pitcher that has a 6 ERA. He's not great. Yeah. Does Burrows start to figure it out? Does Imai, who's given us no reason to believe anytime soon he's going to figure things out, but is that it? That's why things like, you're right, like I'm kind of throwing in the towel and just bringing up the personal part of it with Lance. He's been here so long, I just want to see it end well, because I think he's a good guy. But I don't think it's Lance McCullers. Like, there's just as good a chance he goes out and gets shelled. Arrighetti's the interesting one to me. Arrighetti is the interesting one. He's had 3 starts. They've been really good. He's shown flashes his first couple seasons here. And this is, he was a prospect that they were expecting at this point to be part of the rotation. Is he the guy who can be the second hammer alongside Hunter Brown when Hunter Brown gets back?
But remember, too, I mean, we're not talking about to make a run. If the offense, which right now is 3rd or 4th in OPS in the league, in Major League Baseball, they just need an average pitching staff. And you can have a stud or two, but it's not, it doesn't have to look like a carbon copy of some of the dominant pitching staffs of the past to be a really good baseball team. I guess maybe it's partly just some trepidation that, all right, are they really going to hold up this level of offensive production?
Yeah, see, I don't think they are. Like, I think they'll be a good offensive team. I just think I don't know that they're going to maintain. They're so reliant on Jordan being otherworldly right now. Like, can we expect Jordan to have a 1,200 OPS and a 360 batting average all year?
No, I mean, you can't expect it, but you can expect him, if he stays healthy, to be one of the best hitters in Major League Baseball. I think the most unsustainable thing right now is probably Christian Vasquez, who's just blowing all of his back of the. He's rendering the back of the baseball card into pulp. Yep. Because if he were to hit like this the entire season, I think the upside is. Pena, Diaz, and Diaz has looked better as of late. Yep. Some of those guys.
You get Jake Myers back, who's probably more competent than Dustin Harris or Daniel Johnson in center field. Panic meter for Passan, Jeff Passan, ESPN, scale of 1 to 5 for the Astros was a 4 this week. So he's a panic meter. You sound like
you're scale of 1 to 5.
1 to 5. He's a panic meter of 4. You sound like you're at like a 2 panic meter right now. 1.5 or 2.
No, I would have to put it at a 3. I mean, realistically,
you don't sound panicked though. You sound optimistic.
Well, it's just so early. I've burnt so much energy in the past few years on Astros teams that have gotten off to slow starts, and you just feel like you're a prisoner of their current record.
Yeah,
I'm very pessimistic about some things. Yeah, but it's like we've seen it with our own eyes where all of a sudden they go off on a run, and when you have an offense like this, they're capable of doing that.
Yep,
it feels like you're in the desert without a canteen right now.
All right, let's.
We didn't get to the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, don't worry. We'll get to every topic in the world at some point during this show.
We got a nice long segment coming up at 7. We'll get to every topic ever uttered on this station. Yeah. Headlines brought to you by Men's Tea Clinic. Coming up next, we'll reset the Astros. We'll set up tonight's game for the Rockets. And some interesting things going on in the NBA playoffs last night as well that we will get to. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, Mother's Day. No statistical improbability about this. It's coming up May 10th.
and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Who's this one in play? And who wants it? Daniel Johnson got a late start. He ends up making a sliding catch to end this game. Daniel Johnson Jr. got a late break on that one, but he was able to pick it from right off the grass for the final out of this one. The Astros win 11-5.
And the Astros win 11-5. That was game 2 of the doubleheader. They lost game 1 of the doubleheader 10-3. So they split with the Orioles yesterday. They lose 2 out of 3. They're on their way to Boston. Their only sweep of the season so far was against the Red Sox. The Red Sox are a team that just fired their manager a few days ago. So hopefully maybe yesterday's game 2 is the start of something nice with this team. Lance McCullers had a good outing, 6 innings, 3 runs, good enough. And Yordan Alvarez continues to wallop the baseball. So that's good too. But boy, they, the clock's ticking.
Swept. That's what the Astros. That's what the Astros fans were saying in the stadium yesterday.
That's right.
We didn't get swept.
Clap. Yeah. So yeah, it's only May 1st, but the clock is ticking indeed on the Astros.
The clock's ticking. I mean, just you go over various issues with the games yesterday, and just Espada is getting criticism for not for pulling Lambert when he did. He's in that spot right now where there's such little margin for error that anything that doesn't work out, you just want to crush the manager for it. But at that point, I think it made sense by the book to bring Okert in for that matchup. The guy's got to. You don't have enough baseball players doing what they're supposed to do when they're standing on a pitching mound.
Yeah. Two grand slams for the Orioles in that first game yesterday. One off of Okert. I believe the second one off of Jason Alexander, if I'm not mistaken, who they brought up to be the 27th guy yesterday because it's a doubleheader. You're allowed to bring an extra guy up for a doubleheader.
Bryce Matthews almost robbed one of them. The
first one.
In the game of could-have-beens, that would have been pretty spectacular, but still.
Yep. Had it in his glove. And then it was one of those kind of football plays, Seth, where the defensive back comes in, ball's in the receiver's hands, and then the DB comes in and hits in the gut and knocks it loose. The wall.
He didn't establish possession.
Right.
He didn't make a baseball move.
That's right. The wall was.
He didn't hold on to it long enough.
The wall was the safety in that case. So so they split. Red Sox this weekend. Tatsuya Imai will have another minor league rehab start next week. At this point, he shouldn't have a major league start anytime soon, but they're going to bring him back up at some point. It's very clear that this right arm fatigue was just a label so they could get him on the IL to get his head right.
I don't think they threw him out there for his appearance in Corpus if he had said beforehand, hey, my arm's still tired.
Right. But he was playing catch like the day after they put him on the IL. Like he was doing things like within 2 days of going on the injured list that other Astros have taken 2 weeks or 3 weeks to do. He's fine.
They didn't even do him the honor of saying it was discomfort or anything. It was just
fatigue. So he'll get another minor league start. The Rockets, Game 6 tonight. This should be a fun night. 8:30 tip, so it's a late tip as the first round of the NBA playoffs is winding down here. We'll definitely dig more into the Rockets in the 7 o'clock hour as we roll along here. What are they saying about the Rockets nationwide? There will be no Kevin Durant tonight. We know that. So it'll be the presumably that young group of 5 will be the starting lineup tonight again.
And this is, enjoy it, everybody in Houston. This is one of those moments where nationwide, outside of Southern California, people hate the Lakers. And they're on the Rockets' side, especially because it would be so humiliating for the Lakers to become the first team. First of all, even if it goes to a Game 7, only 4 teams have had to play a Game 7 after starting off a series in the playoffs 3-0. So by that alone, it's already embarrassing for them. But if somehow you can become the first team to beat a team that had a 3-0 lead in the playoffs, and it's the Lakers?
Yeah.
Oh, we'll be the toast of the town.
The Lakers with LeBron. That would be that'd be awesome. Game 6 tonight. If there's a Game 7, it'll be on Sunday. Time to be determined when some of these other series work themselves out. As far as other things in the NBA playoffs last night, the Timberwolves eliminated the Denver Nuggets. So the 6 beats the 3 in the Western Conference. Here was Minnesota coach Chris Finch. Now, keep in mind, the Denver Nuggets on the final day of the season, if they had lost they would have played in a 4-versus-5 series. Instead, they would have played the Rockets, actually. Instead, they won in the final game of the season, and they played a 3. They were the 3 versus the 6-seeded Timberwolves. Here was Chris Finch, coach of the Timberwolves, on the chip on the shoulder that they had going into this series, the Timbies.
They had the chance to pick who they wanted to play coming down the stretch, and they chose us. And we used that as a motivation all the way through preparation and through the series. They chose us. They didn't have to choose us. They chose us, and our guys were up for the challenge of that.
You're an NBA head coach. You do what you need to do to get your team motivated. I get it. They chose you by going out and winning a basketball game.
Yeah,
they didn't rest all their guys so they could slide back in to play you guys. Like they chose, air quotes, to play you by doing something that the NBA is trying to get the other 29 teams to do, and that's try in meaningless games.
Right. Yeah, I don't know, but it's true.
Yeah,
he's saying the quiet part out loud. I can't fault him for saying the quiet part out loud. And I also, Sean, I would be surprised that you have any issue with this at all, because this bolsters your theory that the best selection process in the playoffs would be to let the higher seeds choose their matchups.
Which is the other reason I went and got Chris Finch audio this morning. Yes. Is what Seth is referring to. My longstanding belief is that teams 1 through 4 in the seeding in the NBA playoffs should draft their opponents from teams 5 through 8. And I think you would get sound bites like this. Like, literally, in that case, they literally chose to play us. They drafted us. Yeah, man.
They chose us for homecoming.
Yep.
That's
exactly right.
They thought that it was just going to be an easy stroll through the park. Yeah. I think you'd get grittier performances because that's just such a natural and easy, non-manufactured chip on your shoulder.
I think it'd be fun. It'd be made for TV. It would be great. Thank you for pointing that out. Sixers force a Game 7 with the Celtics. The reason I'm bringing this one up, the Sixers, if they go on to win this series, would be the first team to ever lose the first 2 games of a series by 30 points or more and come back to win the series. So they force a Game 7 with the Celtics.
I like that partly just because that is my favorite part of the NBA playoffs is just how after any one particular game you either feel like you're never going to lose. There's no way in hell they'll either lose a game or win a game ever again in this series. Yep.
Well, the Hawks are not going to get a chance to put your theory into practice about getting blown out. There won't be any more games for the Hawks this year to prove that you can bounce back from a game, an elimination game. I mean, talk about a team that was ready to go to the beach. The Atlanta Hawks lost to the Knicks. Keep in mind, the Hawks were up 2-1 in this series, but the Knicks go on to win the next 3 games. Seth, at one point in that game last night, the Knicks were up by 62 points. 62 points in a playoff game. They won by 51. They were showing screen grabs of the score of that game, and I'm like, that's got to be a misprint. Like, at one point, the score was like 90-38 or something like that.
It's like a high school stuff.
Yeah.
To
totally.
be that lopsided.
Yeah.
In the playoffs.
In the playoff. In an elimination game. You lose this game, you go home. Is there a more just nondescript, blah team than the Atlanta Hawks?
Kalen Rutledge is a Hawks fan.
Good for
we'll
him.
Have to get his take on that next time we talk.
The only thing about the Atlanta Hawks that's sizzly is Jamie Gertz is their owner, the actress. That's kind of nice. I like her.
What's she been in?
She was in The Lost Boys back in the day. She was in a Seinfeld episode, too.
How'd she get so rich?
It's a good question. Did she marry into it? I'm not sure. But she's the owner of the Hawks.
I guess she might have done one of those. I mean, man, it seems like every other actress is a billionaire because they sold their beauty goods company.
Yeah.
She married Tony Ressler, who has a bunch of successful
billions of
ventures.
dollars. Yeah. Yep. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's head into the 7 o'clock hour here. Nice long segment coming up. They are out this morning. The Execanons on Texans draft. Lots of anonymous quotes on how Nick Caserio and the Texans did last week. We've got the best of them coming up for you, coming up next.
Trajan Wealth, the best of your financial man. Look, maybe you don't have a beauty products company that you can sell because of your
Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Yeah, it is Friday. We got a few people texting in on the Base Power text line. If you missed it earlier in the show, you can always go back and listen on the rewind feature on the free Odyssey app. We had a listener ask us, hey, in the opening segment, how come you guys aren't talking about why Rafael Stone didn't trade for a point guard this year? And our answer was quite simply, it wasn't relevant to the topic at the time, and we only have 15 minutes to talk.
Yeah, we talked a boatload about it before.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now
in
we've
other
talked
shows.
like 10 minutes about why we weren't talking about it in the first
We
segment.
have, but it's spawned some funny texts from people wondering why we're not talking about certain things. How come you guys aren't talking about the finale of Imperfect Women? That's from Ocho. That's from Ocho. Why haven't you all talked about Twix no longer making peanut butter Twix anymore?
Really?
That's actually a good topic right there. They don't make them
Especially for a Friday.
Yeah.
That's earth-shattering news for me.
Yeah.
Even though I haven't had a peanut butter Twix in at least 15 years.
Sounds delicious.
I am going to choose to be furious about this.
Yeah. Someone saying, please talk about the Tide Pod incident. We actually did yesterday at the end of the show.
I poked myself in the eye with a ballpoint
Karma
pen.
bit Seth yesterday at the end of the show.
I bought with a Bic pen. I'm holding the murder weapon in my hands right now.
Yeah.
I went back to Bic. I was spending a lot of money on disposable ballpoint pens because I liked the way it felt in my hands and everything.
Yep.
And I'm like, what am I doing? What am I drafting a manuscript or something with all the long form writing I do? So I've gone budget, and I'm back to Bic. Okay, back to the standard Bic.
Dude, I am
not the super cheap Bic. I've got the octagonal one, but
I use these Precise V5 rollerball pens.
Oh yeah,
the ultra thin ones.
Yeah,
I use these and only these. I have a glitch about pens, and when I misplaced my last one, I think I left it in the studio last week. I think it was last Friday. It's sitting right over there. I left it in studio. I had to walk to Office Depot to buy new pens, even though we had a ton of like janky-ass pens like the one you're holding in your hand right now.
Well, hexagonal, that's what it is.
Okay.
6 sides to this. Okay.
Dude, the pen, I write a lot of stuff, not like manuscripts or anything.
A lot of notes and everything.
Write a lot of notes. I write all my to-dos down. I have a notebook that has my calendar is handwritten in a notebook.
Yeah.
Writing things down is big for me.
No, and I write a lot of notes, but the problem is my handwriting is completely illegible.
Yeah.
I can't read half of what I've written.
Dude, it's so funny you say that. So my calendar thing I wrote down on Sunday for this past weekend. I wrote something, and it looked like it said Sports Judy. And so I'm like, I woke up one morning, and I looked, and I'm like, did I write this when I was drunk? What is Sports Judy? My daughter's name is Judy.
Yeah.
So I called her up as I was walking the neighborhood. I said, hey, sweetie, I said, did I commit to do something with you, like over the – she lives in Boston, so it's not like I committed to go to Boston. But she's a coach of cross – she coaches college cross country. Sports Judy. I said, what could that be? She's like, Dad, I have no idea. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. And then it was actually Sports Sunday that I wrote. I was doing Sports Sunday with Randy McAvoy last week. But it said Sports Judy. It looked like Sports Judy. That's how bad my handwriting is at times. Sunday looked like Judy. That's bad.
I just asked ChatGPT to make a cartoon image of cross-country runner Judy Pendergast.
Oh, really?
Because that's what I thought was that you were. I thought it was going to be a prompt for ChatGPT that you're going to create a fun little caricature of your daughter, who's a very, very good cross-country runner.
Yes.
An elite cross-country runner back in her day.
Back in her day, yeah.
And you were going to send it to her.
Did they? Yeah. So it's creating the image right now as we speak?
It's creating as we speak.
Okay.
I put it in thinking mode.
Yeah.
This is a problem with thinking mode with the ChatGPT. It's awesome when you want it to get its facts right and everything, but if you're not in thinking mode, it'll spit out any image you want with no regard for the legality of it. But then when you put it in thinking mode, it's like, well, I can't use this direct quote, and I can't use a Texans logo and everything.
The guardrails come up in thinking mode. Yeah.
Like this image doesn't look anything like your daughter.
Oh, it doesn't? Okay,
No.
yeah. See, I like Footloose and Fancy Free ChatGPT.
Yeah.
You know, like a bit of a line stepper, the non-thinking mode, you know?
Did she go to Westview High School?
She did not. She went to Naperville North High School.
It says Westview Cross Country.
Oh, that's thinking mode? Hell out of here.
Because they're trying too hard not to get crossways with.
That's true. We might. Yeah, I'm not afraid. I got a son who's a lawyer. We're not afraid to sue ChatGPT for copyright infringement. All right, let's get to these anonymous notes, anonymous quotes, anonymous stuff from Jeremy Fowler from ESPN. We've got some from The Athletic as well on the Texans. Jeremy Fowler, definite nugget hussy for ESPN, right, Seth? He's a newsbreaker at times. He's big into, hey, here's what I'm hearing. Here's my notebook. I'm emptying my notebook on ESPN.com. This is what Jeremy Fowler was saying about the Texans draft. Georgia Tech guard Keelan Rutledge was considered a sleeper first-rounder, but Houston was always his ace in the hole. The Texans identified him as a favorite during the process. James Littford, the assistant GM for the Texans, went to Georgia Tech. He has deep ties to the school. Texans O-line coach Cole Popovich did a private workout with Rutledge in the days leading up to the draft. I want to talk about that. That's fun. One NFC executive called Rutledge the OG1 of the draft, the top offensive guard, even ahead of Ioane from Penn State.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's and then you wonder, okay, well, which NFC exec is this? Is this a guy that sucks, or is he one of the smart guys?
Well, or was he one that may have been making a move to get Keelan Rutledge and the Texans, which necessitated the Texans moving up 2 spots?
Because some of the speculation has been that because the 49ers traded back as soon as the Texans took Rutledge, people have been speculating that maybe the 49ers wanted Rutledge, which is cool because it makes the trade up make sense, except at the same time, the 49ers, second only to the Jacksonville Jaguars, have been getting skewered this week for how bad they are at drafting.
Reaches,
so I'm like, oh no. They traded up so they could beat out the team that's awful at drafting people.
The worst non-Gladstone drafting team out there.
Yeah.
There's that. You and I have both heard about
beating up a bridge troll so he doesn't steal your girl.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a great analogy. And you and I have both heard about rumors of teams moving up. That other teams that liked Rutledge in this draft. They didn't just move up on spec. I don't think. I think the Texans, and look, if you're the Buffalo Bills who were trading that pick to the Texans, you're doing everything you can to create an auction environment. So the Texans really like Keelan Rutledge. So did some other teams. This is the other nugget from Fowler, and then we'll get to the Athletic here in a second. GM Nick Caserio, one of the league's most avid traders, worked on multiple scenarios to get Caden McDonald at number 36. He was prepared to trade to number 33 to get him, which would have been the first pick of day 2 of the draft. And on the draft's first night, they explored a late first-round trade-in after picking Rutledge with, Fowler says 28th. They actually picked 26 because they traded up, but whatever. So they were, unlike last year, Seth, where, and we'll have to confirm that with Nick the next time we have him on, because you brought that up with him last time we had him on. The rumors were in last year's draft, after moving out to let the Giants move up to get Jackson Dart, the rumors were that the Texans were trying to move back into the first round, maybe to draft a Josh Connerly or an offensive lineman. And you brought that up with Nick one of the last couple times we've had him on, and he flat out said that's not true.
Yeah,
we didn't try. We didn't try to trade in the first round. So we'll have to see the next time we have him on if he did try to trade back into the first round to get Caden McDonald.
The other thing that came up in a lot of these anonymous quotes, as well as just some guys speaking on the record, DaCosta, the GM of the Ravens, had said something along this line, was that the teams are valuing guards a lot more than they used to. The fixation on offensive tackles being the most important, and those are the guys you take in the first round. There's a lot more teams that are super cool with taking guards in the first round that previously maybe you would have thought in the second round, but partly because you want that fifth-year option.
Yeah.
That offensive linemen, for other teams at least, are one of the most they've got one of the highest success rates for working out when you draft them in the first and second round.
Low bust factor, right?
Yeah, low bust factor compared to other teams. So, wanting that extra fifth year of control when you draft them in the first round, it makes sense to do it for a guard.
That does make sense. Now, the only thing about, not to get too nerdy on this, but the only
Let's nerd it up.
No. But the only thing about that is that the fifth-year option is kind of like a version of the franchise tag. It's the average of X amount of salaries, but they lump all the tackles in with the guards.
Yeah.
So it drives. That's why Tyler Linderbaum, who just got paid by the Raiders in free agency, the Ravens didn't even use the fifth-year option on him because they're like, well, we're not going to pay a center what we would pay a left tackle, And so that'll be interesting. That'll be something interesting to see if they adjust that a little bit. The guard numbers are getting a little closer to the tackles. And I think some of that has to do with just the trend in the league right now, which is just seeing teams play a little more bully ball than they used to. They're looking to run the football more.
Everything's going back towards, hey, man, all these defenses are set up to stop the pass. Let's just take it to them.
Yep.
Bludgeon them over the head with a tire iron.
Absolutely.
We call our tire iron Rutledge.
That's right.
Get my Rutledge.
That's exactly right.
Randy, go get the Rutledge. There's a salesman at the door.
I want to go beat him over the head with my Rutledge. All right.
Oh, boy, Judy is going to be really happy with this version of Sports Judy. Judy and you look good too.
Oh, you have me in there also?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
You might have to tweet this out with Judy's approval later.
Okay, will do. Does the Judy have red hair in there? Did they get
red hair? And it looks like I think it's a nice likeness of her.
Okay,
and it's I would say it's a good likeness of you too.
Thank you. Okay.
I'm not gonna. I feel like it might have used one of your old photos when it came to your body type, but I'm gonna leave it that way.
Is it old like during a bad phase of my body type?
I think you're a little chunkier in this cartoon.
Okay,
than you were in,
that's fine.
The other one.
That's fine. It makes it funnier. I'm here for the humor. All right, so more anonymous executives here on the Texans draft. The Athletic. Dane Brugler's not an executive. He's the Athletics draft expert. He ranked the Texans draft 23rd in the league. That's about where the Texans are not getting great rankings from the people who have big boards or track the consensuses and things like that.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes if you look at these, if you go back and look historically, it's almost like a handful of the top spots in these report cards are reserved for teams that have 2 first-round picks.
Well, and the other part
you're never going to be in the top
right.
10 if you're picking at the back end of the first round.
No, and I think the other thing you have to keep in mind too is, depending on how much you guys dig into or dive into this stuff. Yeah, how teams do versus the consensus board is a big deal right now. Yeah. And there's reasons for that. There's valid reasons for that. I think what you have to remember though too is with each individual team, especially if you're a more competitive team. And if you're a team like the Texans that goes into this draft with a lot of people saying, wow, they don't really have drastic needs, you don't feel like they have to draft a starter at this position, that teams like that might be looking more towards developmental guys or guys who can fill a specific role. Mm-hmm. Like Cade McDonald, that's been a widely lauded pick for the Texans.
Yes.
People have approved of that pick. He fits a very specific role that can tweak that defense in a way that D'Amico felt like they didn't have that guy on their squad.
Yep.
When you start coming to the tight ends, and Klein is a projection, but, man, they've got a boatload of viable starting caliber tight ends right now on the roster that they're probably trying to almost, fill out a basketball team, a basketball lineup where you got different body types, different skill sets and everything. And then also, where do those guys all fit in on special teams? So the Texans would like to be a team that really excels at special teams. That's one of the places they get their edge, and I think Frank Ross does a great job of it. How does this guy fit in on special teams compared to other teams that really would love to have a guy that I need him to start?
Yeah, we need a linebacker.
Yeah, and I need him to start, and I need him special teams is a nice bonus, but I really need him to start.
Yep. So that's a good way to frame it, man. Yep. I'm looking at the draft class right now. I'm looking at the Athletic. Okay, this is good stuff here. Anonymous executives talking to the Athletic. One executive says this, okay, and I think this is interesting because this is on the same day as Azeez Al-Shaair's press conference today. They gave Azeez a really good deal. He's the 3rd highest paid linebacker, off-ball linebacker in football now. Quote, Houston doesn't care about anything. If you look even at their extensions, they don't just set the market, they set the market. Yeah. Italics. They're not really taking their time or being patient, end quote. He's basically, this executive is calling him Bill O'Brien. I mean, that's when you say you don't really take your time or be patient, I think there's 2 different things. And look, Nick's not afraid to set the market on things that to him are very, very known commodities. If you look at it, the guys that he is setting the market with are guys that have been in their building. He didn't set the market with Danielle Hunter. Danielle Hunter signed a pretty team-friendly deal when he came here. It was 2 years at $24 million a year when the market was starting to hover around $30 million a year for edge rushers. Danielle Hunter didn't start to get into the top 4 or 5 highest paid defensive ends till they had a body of work on him for at least this season.
Yeah.
So it's not, I don't think Nick is out there like Bill O'Brien was spending money like that on Eric Murray. He was giving money to guys like that had never keeping David Johnson's contract in place and not having Arizona pay part of it when all word was on the street was Arizona would have eaten some of that contract. Bill O'Brien was impatient.
Yeah.
I think Nick tries to get ahead of the market on things and thus does things earlier than a lot of GMs wouldn't do.
And I think a lot
it's
of
an
it...
important distinction, I think.
And when you look at kind of the moving parts of all of it, it's that you're operating in an environment where the cap is expanding. The salary cap is expanding a lot every year. So if you genuinely like a guy and you get in early, even though it's the high price at the moment, it ends up looking like you bought low. And that's the other part of this equation that we're going to find out, though, is when you operate that way, ideally what you want is when you extend a guy, he's not going to be somebody that comes back 2 years later and says, hey, I'm underpaid now.
Yeah.
That guys understand you're getting a boatload of guaranteed money up front. This is a really good deal. And, yeah, with time, if you keep performing well, you're going to be underpaid. That's the way the cookie crumbles.
Right.
We'll gladly extend you when you've got a year left on your deal in a couple years, but we don't want to be dealing with this influx of guys that are constantly demanding that they be paid, kind of like Dexter Lawrence was. 2 years after he signed his deal, he was agitating for a new deal.
Yep.
And he did it 2 years in a row. That's the part where it really works out.
Yeah.
And that's where it gets ugly sometimes. If, say, Nico Collins says, hey, look, I'm underpaid now, and I demand to be I'm saying hypothetically if you were to do that.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden you set a precedent where other guys in the locker room say, like, oh, okay, cool. So if I keep playing really well, what I do is go to the Texans and tell them I want a new contract. Then you've lost that advantage of getting in early.
Yep.
And that's the part we really haven't seen, that play out yet.
No.
That you just want to be sure that you're not compounding the problem or creating a problem out of something that was a good situation.
Yep.
Wow, Nico Collins is on a really affordable deal. Until all of a sudden you give him a new deal way ahead of when his contract expires.
He's got 2 years left, and we haven't heard a peep out of Nico Collins. The only thing we've heard with Nico is executives calling Nick thinking that Nico might ask for an adjustment in his contract. That's
right.
it.
So that's key is that if you make it through, I would hope that they don't extend Nico right now with 2 years left on his deal. If Nico plays on his current contract, and then he has a great year, and they say, you know what, you got 1 year deal, let's extend you again. That's exactly the template you want to have in place.
Yeah.
Because then you're constantly getting guys that are performing at a value deal. Will Anderson 3 years from now, if he keeps playing the way he's playing right now, that deal that looks so exorbitant right now is actually going to be a nice bargain when that money kicks in.
Yep, it sure is. By the way, did you happen to see the video of Nico at the Galleria yesterday?
No, I did not.
He was at the Galleria, and there were some people at the Galleria who had their phones out. And they're like, Nico Collins. And he comes running over to them, and he's fist bumping them and giving them hugs and dapping people up in the mall. And then he kind of runs away after that to go to whatever store it is he needed to go to. But I thought that was pretty cool, man. He came over to a bunch of what I'm assuming are Texan fans and was dapping them all up at the Galleria.
It's one thing I wish athletes would understand, the value of like 30 seconds of jocularity.
Yes.
It goes a long way. If you have to decline... If you got a boatload of people that are trying to get your attention or something, if you just go over and be like, hey, everybody, thank you so much. I'm sorry. I've got to get to something. I've got this appointment or whatever. People are cool with that. You show your human side.
Yeah.
Instead of just in that same 30 seconds that it would have took you to sneer at them and say you don't have time for it. That goes a long, long way.
And it makes their day.
Yeah,
it makes their day. There's an exponential – when you're a star like that – there's an exponential effect that your 15 seconds have that carries over for sometimes days and months. Like the example I bring up all the time, I did that event with C.J. Stroud a couple of years ago, the camp, fireside chat for a charity here in town for Christus Foundation for Health. C.J. and I did a sit-down one-on-one for like an hour, and he and I were in the green room together beforehand, and he recorded like a 15-second video for one of the classrooms at my wife's school that had sent him a bunch of thank you notes for the great rookie season he had.
Yeah.
And he had gotten the thank you notes. So he recorded like a 15-second video thanking Miss Cox's class for the letters and, keep doing well in school. It was 15 seconds. It was great. And those kids still talk about that video to this day. Like it was that because they played it on the homeroom announcements for the entire school, and the school went nuts. They went crazy, and it took 15 seconds sitting there doing nothing. And I think it's a good lesson, man, because you don't have to be a celebrity for your 15 seconds to matter to a lot of people.
The other one's tipping.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk, by the way.
If you're a professional athlete listening to this, just accept that until you're done playing, just tip 25%, okay? Do that. I would encourage more while you're in your salad days here and everything, but just tip 25% is your standard tip, and be done with it, okay?
Yeah.
Even if the service is bad.
Yep.
Those are the tiny little stories that get they amplify so quickly that this guy's a bad tipper and what a bum and all this.
Do not want to be.
Meanwhile, the servers, those servers talk to a lot of people.
They do.
They'll talk. They will tell. Will tell 5,000 people about how generous you were
Dude,
at some point.
The bartenders in this town all know each other. They all know each other. I know because my wife used to be one of them in Midtown. They all know each other. Don't be that guy.
But just as a standard, floor, just 25%. At the very least, make that your standard tip.
It's good advice.
While you're in Houston, you go to Dallas or something, do whatever.
Oh, yeah. Stiff them in Dallas.
They suck up there.
Yeah.
The entire service industry.
The whole thing. All right, another anonymous exec from The Athletic on the Texans and Caserio. The first one that we read, a little critical of Nick, thinking he's just paying top of market and ruining it for everybody. This one likes what the Texans did, Seth. Quote, I thought Houston did a really good job of maneuvering the draft board. Nick Caserio had a real good feel for how the thing was going to play out in the way that he moved. The consensus among teams I talked to was that Rutledge was really highly thought of, and I think Caden McDonald was coveted by other teams as well. And that dynamic is something Nick said in one of the press conferences, probably after the first round. It was after the first round that, the first round kind of played out how we all thought it would in our room. They go through all the scenarios before the draft, and it sounded like from what Nick was sharing in that press conference that they were really dialed in as to what other teams were thinking about these guys.
Yeah, and that's where, Nick talked the other day about how they go back through and they kind of evaluate what happened in various mock drafts with different analysts. And Nick has talked about that with us before. I think that over time, what they do with their analytics staff, et cetera, is you kind of start to get a tie to, all right, these are the guys. This is who Daniel Jeremiah is probably tight with, and this is where he gets a lot of his information from. This is where Kuiper might be getting sources, and you start to have this board of, all right, what's the viable information versus what's just the noise? What's the signal and what's the noise? What should we ignore when it comes to pre-draft chatter? Can we look at how, teams' personal workouts or top 30 visits have correlated to what they do?
Yeah.
And you get a feel for just really what teams are probably thinking. And that's the hard part is you don't want to be too cocky about it, but do we have a feel for it?
Well, nowadays, too, Seth, the guys you're talking about, the Daniel Jeremiahs, the Mel Kipers of the world, they themselves are such big stars that they have agents that sometimes overlap with player agents, too. So there's another dot to connect, the agency world.
Yeah, and agents are kind of like when teams talk to coaches, when teams talk to agents, all right, how much do I trust what this guy is saying?
Yeah.
Is this guy straightforward? Is he giving me like an honest answer about how many teams are talking to his client? Or is he just trying to bolster himself?
Well, Orlovsky is probably the prime example of someone that was catching agency heat during the draft season because he has the same agency as Ty Simpson, and he was the one guy out on the ledge saying, Ty Simpson, better than Fernando Mendoza. And everybody's like, you're a CAA guy, and he's a CAA guy. We see right through you, Dan Orlovsky.
Yeah.
And he refuted that. He said, look, I don't move the needle for CAA like that. But I'm only bringing it up because it is something else to consider now for all these guys, these agency data points as well. Third executive on the Texans. This is a short one. I love what they did in the trenches. Rutledge is great. He's one of my favorite interior guys in the draft.
No, Rutledge, I could see from the smart pre-draft guys, guys like John Harris. I think that you could see them wrestling with it. I think a lot of those guys really liked Rutledge, but they're trying to balance that against, all right, what are we hearing about Rutledge? And Rutledge was a classic late riser. So I saw so many draft analysts, the guys that actually watch film, say, all right, I've got Rutledge, third or fourth or fifth on my guards, but this is my favorite guard. Like, this is the guy I like the most. And I think they were wrestling with maybe a lack of, like, I think a lot of teams were just trying to keep Rutledge quiet.
Yeah.
And because he was a late riser, they were thinking, okay, maybe we can get this guy, you know, if he slips past here or there or whatever. So that's intriguing. I think that the NFC executive that said he had him graded above Ioane. Yep. I believe that guy, that he's telling the truth. I don't know how many guys were like that. I think most teams probably still had Ioane as their top guy, but there was a lot of disparity amongst various teams this year, according to reports from guys who talk to people.
And I think that's something that people need to understand, because people get so caught up in the consensus board. The consensus board they call it a consensus for a reason. It's the combination of a slew of opinions out there. When the draft rolls around, it only takes one other team to like the guy that you like in order to necessitate you choosing that guy.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be, this is not a vote. It's not all 30 teams voting on it, and then Nick decides to say, you know, Marlon Klein's consensus is 98, but we're going to take him here at 59. Screw this consensus. There might be 2 or 3 other teams that like the guy. Only one team can take him. And you got to take the guy if you like him enough there.
I guess, but that's where, in any individual circumstance, that's where you can't go by that as a way to judge an individual pick. I think what people do worry about is when a GM consistently goes outside the consensus. Is there a reason, or are they successful doing that? And that's where people are starting to scrutinize Nick, because the last couple of years he's gone away from the consensus. So, like, if you're continually doing it, are you doing it because you are generally smarter, or because you're doing what's better for your team?
Right.
So I shouldn't say smarter or whatever. Are you making decisions where this guy is better for your team, so of course it's higher than where the consensus is, and it pays off? And that's the dicier part of trying to evaluate any given individual GM.
What do you think it is? Do you think I think he's doing it because he thinks it's best for the team. I know we'll get texters that think. I know we'll get texters.
He's always doing what he thinks is best for the team. It's whether it genuinely is better for the team.
I guess, yeah. No, but I know we're going to get texts of people saying, like, well, Nick thinks he's the smartest guy in the room, that kind of thing. Like, he thinks he's outsmarting people.
No, good. No, okay. All right, I guess it's an interesting question, because I think most GMs are trying to do what's best for their team.
Of course, yeah.
The danger is if you start to game the draft so much that you're thinking you have a guy you genuinely like, but you're weighing it against the consensus, so you let him fall or whatever. Like, I don't like GMs that try to get too clever with positioning.
And I guess that's what I'm asking. I didn't frame the question that great.
No, I think that it's always a balance between those two things.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out, all right, do you think this guy's going to be available? Or, all right, we know that other teams kind of evaluate, like tight ends, for instance.
Yeah.
Looks like the Jaguars and the Texans might just be valuing or evaluating tight ends differently than a lot of the rest of the league does.
Yep. Well,
but if that's the guy you really like, and you know that there's at least a few other teams that are operating the same way you are, that, let's just go ahead and get him now.
Along those lines, fourth executive here, anonymous executives on the Texans draft. I'm enjoying this. The value pick this is the executive. The value pick that I raised my eyebrows on was the tight end in the second round. That would be Marlon Klein. But I really like Rutledge a lot, and I liked most of their picks. The thing I wonder, and this is a good topic actually, the thing I wonder about Houston is, what is their plan? They have a good team. I don't know how they're going to go about keeping it together. They're paying top of market on short deals for all their best players. That's not sustainable.
Right, but that's the thing, is the big money on long deals is generally what makes me more nervous, because then you're locked into paying dead money to guys who get old or get injured or do whatever else. I think that's almost just an appetite for that's an appetite for how you operate. Nick's been really, really comfortable, as it was with the Patriots. All through the Patriots' days of their dominance, they had more short-term deals than anybody else in the league. They signed a boatload of guys to 1- and 2-year deals, so those are a lot of times guys on the margin, but also just signing guys to lucrative deals. But where they're shorter-term deals, that is where it becomes more sustainable, because you're not the downside risk isn't as great. And you don't want to be a team that's got half your salary cap taken up by dead money on guys. So I disagree with that executive. I think that's an executive who doesn't like to work all that hard.
Okay.
He likes the idea of like, I'm going to lock these guys up to 5-year deals, and then we don't have to work anymore.
Well, the rubber's going to meet the road at some point, especially if C.J. Stroud has a good season this year.
Yeah.
Because then you're going to have to give out a quarterback contract, and they have not had to deal with that yet. And so I think that's a huge elephant in the room is what is C.J. Stroud's future with the team? And if there is a future with the team, it's going to involve a big contract in all likelihood. And I think the rubber meets the road, too, on the defensive side of the ball with Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock. I think they want to keep both of those guys. And I've felt as these contracts have gotten handed out, and I'm operating in an optimistic world that C.J. Stroud is the long-term solution at quarterback. And if that's the case, to me, the player the swing player, like the first one we might have to watch walk out the door because we're just running out of money to pay all these guys, might be a guy like Kalen Bullock, who plays safety. They're not going to let Kamari Lassiter leave. I've said this, they will trade Derek Stingley Jr. before they let Kamari Lassiter walk in free agency.
Yeah.
They like him that much in that building over there.
So if you look at recent drafts and where did the Texans reach compared to whatever the consensus opinion was, because that's where the rubber meets the road. The biggest reaches before this year, we'll go back to last year, the biggest reach they had last year was Jalen Smith. So we'll see what happens with Jalen Smith. Injured last year, didn't get an opportunity to play, just a rookie who's not a first or second round pick. So that was a big reach. That's still going to be played out. Woody Marks was one of the bigger reaches. I think that worked out really well.
Glad they reached for him,
for what they needed for him. I don't care about the late round picks. Graham Mertz was a big one, whatever. I really don't care. It's those early round picks where if you're reaching, are you really missing out on better players?
No.
Or better.
Reaching, no, I didn't mean to interrupt you. So I was about to agree with you.
Yeah.
What I was going to say was you're absolutely right. I totally agree with you on the late round picks. The reason I said no was like just to jump in.
Yeah.
Reaching 30 spots for Blake Fisher is way more detrimental than reaching 110 spots for Jamal Hill.
Right.
That kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah, I'm supplementing your point on Mertz and guys like that. Yeah.
So, and then you go to 2024. It wasn't a gigantic reach. It was the Blake Fisher was a reach that I would say so far hasn't worked out.
Right.
But it wasn't a gigantic reach. The biggest reach they had there was Jamal Hill, which again is a late round pick. I'm not as concerned about that.
Well, it's the opportunity cost.
Or third day pick.
Yeah, it's the opportunity cost of blowing the 59th pick in the draft versus blowing the whatever Jamal Hill was, the 204th pick in the draft or whatever he was.
the trend that is concerning, I guess, would be that Juice Scruggs in 2023 was their biggest reach there. So
huge reach, yeah.
Yeah, it's like Juice Scruggs, that obviously did not work out.
No.
But that's the biggest reach they've had in the last few years other than Wade Woodaz this year.
Yep. And again, Wade Woodaz is a guy I feel like they're picking because they have a specific role for him.
Yeah,
they have an absolute role for him on this
team.
The
special teams part of it, the Texans probably value. The Texans do value special teams more than a lot of other teams do.
Yeah. It's how you get to be good at special teams.
Yeah, and I think that's worked out for the Texans, and that was another mainstay of the Patriots back in the day was they valued special teams a lot, and it was one of the quieter things that made those teams as good as they were.
Yep. So those are your execanons on the Texans. I would say mixed reviews on the ones at the Athletic. The biggest concern seems to be that for the Texans seems to be that maybe Nick is overpaying on some things and they're going to have to deal with some cap issues down the road. We'll see. I'd rather have to deal with cap issues on good players than deal with the issue of finding good players.
Yeah.
That's easier to deal with, the cap. You can find ways to do it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's circle back to the Rockets at the top of the hour when we've got a nice long segment. But let's stick with Nick. He was on Kay Adams yesterday. Azeez Al-Shaair has his press conference today to announce the contract and get to meet with the media and talk about what a great day it is for his family. Nick Caserio on the Azeez Al-Shaair deal. Why the $18 million a year over 3 years for Azeez? We'll hear from the Texans GM coming up next. But this show is sponsored by BetterHelp. And if you're somebody who is looking
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast. Dude, you weren't kidding. ChatGPT crushed it with the Sports Judy graphic that you made, Seth.
I had to do I had to do 4 drafts of it, so it took some tweaking.
Yeah,
ChatGPT is a good and eager employee, but that needs direction and guidance at times.
That's a good way to put it.
There's times where it's like I feel like ChatGPT is a great employee who has an alcohol problem, because there's some times where I'll be like, boy, you've just churned out 5 great projects for me, and then all of a sudden on the 6th one, it shows up with like it's fly down, and stinking of booze.
Maybe why I relate to ChatGPT so well.
That's probably why.
That's probably why. Yeah. So I'm sending this to Judy. I'm putting you on it too. So a group text to Seth and Judy with that picture. We'll see what she says. Good job.
What it is? ChatGPT is kind of like Mike Vrabel. It's like, look, there's some positives, there's some negatives, but you deal with the negatives because the positives are so good.
Brings a lot to the table. Yep. Here was Nick Caserio yesterday on Kay Adams' podcast. Nice interview. Nick's been making the rounds. He was on McAfee earlier this week, and he was with Kay Adams on her show yesterday. She asked him about the new deal for Azeez Al-Shaair. 3 years, $54 million for the Texans captain and middle linebacker.
Since Azeez has been here, he's had a significant impact on the program, both on and off the field. I'd say his toughness, his leadership, his playing style, his relationship with D'Amico goes back a number of years. And, since he's been a part of our program, he's meant a lot to a lot of different people. For him to be recognized last year as well as the Walter Payton Man of the Year recipient, at least from the Texans standpoint, speaks to his involvement in the community and his willingness to continuously give back. His story is really unique, what he's had to endure to get to this point. So anytime you have an opportunity to reward a player of his caliber with something like that, I mean, he wanted to be here, hopefully for the duration of his career. So it was something that we were able to reach an agreement on. So he deserves all the credit for who he is as a player, who he is as a person, and hopefully he can continue to play good football for our program and make an impact on the community for as long as he's here.
Yeah, this deal is going to run. It's a 3-year extension. He's under contract for this year, so he's locked in through 2029. This might be the runway. Came into the league in 2019. That would take him to season 11. So, yeah, this might be – you never know in the NFL. It just gets crazy at the end of guys' careers. They go other places. But the organization from the tippy top on down loves Azeez Al-Shaair.
It is weird when, that previous anonymous executive talked about how the Texans have a bunch of high-paid veterans on shorter-term deals. It struck me as a weird comment just because that's been the trend in the league. Teams are not doling out long-term contracts because they know how dumb they bite you. The number of veteran free agent or contracts or extensions that actually play out 4 or 5 year deals of a deal is very, very rare. So it's an acknowledgement that, hey, players want more guaranteed money. It helps the teams if it's a shorter-term deal.
Yeah.
That it works out to do a shorter-term deal. So a 3-year deal by Texans standards is actually that's a mega lengthy contract in some respect for an older player.
That was always the silly thing to me when NFL players were a deal in free agency would always be like 5 years, $100 million, $54 million guaranteed. So the players would be like, well, we want fully guaranteed contracts just like baseball and basketball have. And my feeling was always like, fine, they're just going to be shorter deals then. Like they're not going to go from $54 million guaranteed to $100 million guaranteed. They're going to go from 5 years down to 3 years. They're going to shorten the deals. And Kirk Cousins was the first one to kind of take advantage or figure that out, which is like everybody gave him all this lauded him for getting the first ever fully guaranteed deal back when he signed with the Minnesota Vikings. It was for 3 years. Yeah. It was for 3 years, like $87 million or something like that.
And teams are totally teams like the Texans are totally cool with that because that's what makes the most sense. No, that's what I got. I've been saying that since I was a player.
Right.
That look, if you want a guaranteed contract, just sign a shorter term deal.
Yeah.
And because there's different dynamics at play in the NFL than there are in those other sports.
Yep.
The other thing that baseball has it going for it when it comes to the guaranteed deals, because people don't realize the guaranteed contract is not in the CBA. That's just precedent there. Baseball players don't whine about – it's very, very rare for a baseball player to try to force his way into a new deal or out of a situation or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's just really good unity and strength of the union that, all right, when owners sign us to a guaranteed contract, we're going to abide by the contract. And that's so it's a completely different environment.
Yeah.
The NFL and the NBA, you've just got guys just constantly trying to rework their deals or jockey out of it or whatever, where if it's fully guaranteed, it's fully guaranteed, and just that's the deal.
And I think there's a texter that makes a really good point just about some of the timing element of Casario's deals. If you missed it, Seth and I were reading some of the quotes from anonymous executives about the Texans and their draft and how they go about business. And there was one executive that called Nick impatient or impulsive or whatever it was because he pays guys so much and he does it early. He doesn't wait. Do you want Jerry Jones? That's what a texter is saying here. A texter on the Base Power text line. Texter says, Casario's philosophy on paying players is the opposite of whatever Jerry Jones does. So pick a lane. You know what I mean? Like I'm guessing that same executive, unless it's actually Jerry Jones himself that's giving that quote, would probably be critical of the Cowboys and the way they handled the Micah Parsons situation. You know, like it's I don't want to put words in the guy's mouth, but I'd rather have my GM doing what Nick does than have my GM doing what Jerry Jones does. Flat out. Period. End of subject. They're at two ends of the spectrum. Yeah. Nick tries to get in early, gives that guaranteed money on shorter-term deals, and tries to eliminate as much drama as possible from the whole scenario if they feel really good about it. And Jerry Jones is the exact opposite, to the point where then he's having to make decisions, and he'll try to cry
he'll try to play the victim by saying, well, we just can't pay these guys all the top of the market. Right. They wouldn't be at the top of the market by now if you had taken care of the contract earlier.
Yep. Here's one more from Nick. Kay Adams asked him about going big in the draft.
You win with toughness and physicality in this league, and the offensive and defensive lines are a big part of that. So we talked about Keelan, his playing style, how physical he is. And then Caden was one of the better run defenders in the draft. Big, strong, physical player, good at the point of attack, can X off blocks and make plays in a short space. And you saw that in Coach Patricia's defense there this year at Ohio State. So size, strength, toughness, physicality, I mean, those are all qualities that are important in this league. And when you look at the team that won the Super Bowl last year in Seattle, I mean, that really is who they were about and how they played. So that's what it takes in the end for teams to be successful. So we just tried to, I mean, it's not, I'd say, an emphasis point in terms of like who are the biggest guys. It's just who are the players that fit the profile, that have the traits and characteristics that we cover in our program, and try to identify them and grade them accordingly.
Well, they were their biggest needs this year, too, in the draft. They needed interior guys.
They needed the thing is, I don't think they didn't need more of the same type of defensive tackles they've had in the past. They had 3 starting caliber defensive tackles on the roster already going into the draft.
Yep.
Caden McDonald is much more on the Tavondre Sweat side of things. He's not nearly like Tavondre Sweat's a freak of nature. But the Texans have seen what happens when you don't have a great interior offensive line. You go up against those really big, strong, physical guys like the Seahawks or like with Tavondre Sweat with the Titans. And they know just how much damage that can do. So he fills a niche for what it was something the Texans didn't have. And most people thought, well, the Texans like a certain type of defensive tackle. No, it's just that's who they've had. It's not that they don't like a Caden McDonald, 330-pound type of guy. They just had never had the right circumstance to add that type of guy onto the team, and this ended up being the perfect scenario.
Text message, Base Power text line. Why do we only credit Caserio? Since D'Amico's arrival, the quality of the players he's picked has improved. We credit D'Amico plenty too.
We're very consistent in that. We're talking about that again. Like I'm sorry we didn't cover every single aspect of every single thing about the Texans draft in this last 10 minutes. It's the combination of Caserio and D'Amico working together in these last couple of years that has me really optimistic about how those two work together.
Yeah.
So it's very much about it's Caserio. The reason we're talking about Caserio so much is because when it comes to executing things on draft day, that's Caserio's deal. When it comes to figuring out what fits this system, what types of guys do we want to have, that's all the lead up to it with, Caserio and D'Amico working together with the rest of the staff. And I think there's plenty of situations in the league where you've had situations where you've got a really smart head coach, you've got a really smart GM, but for whatever reason, they just don't mesh well. Yeah. I think that's what it was like with Dom Capers and Charlie Casserly. I think they got along great. I just don't think they ever came to a great spot of really figuring out what does this specific team need and how do we identify those guys.
Yeah.
I think D'Amico and Caserio have worked themselves into a really good relationship with that.
All right, let's circle back to the Rockets here in the 8 o'clock hour. Huge Game 6 tonight. 8:30 tip at Toyota Center. What are the national folks saying about the Rockets? Has the script flipped on a team faster than it has for the Rockets the last 2 games? We'll hear from what the national folks are saying. We'll give you our take on it as well. We'll do all of that coming up next.
Mokaram injury lawyers. How come you haven't called Mokaram injury lawyers yet? Because it's not business hours. They'll pick up the phone 24 hours.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I'm Payne and Pendergast with you. Rockets tonight, Game 6. There will be no Kevin Durant. There will be the young core. I know that's a triggering term for some people when they were down 3-0. I don't want to hear about this young core anymore. They stink. They're down 3-0 to the Lakers. And now everybody's like, ooh, look at the young core. They're starting. Feels like the Fab Five almost back in the day, Seth. Remember when Michigan had all the five freshmen with Weber and Juwan Howard, and they made it all the way to the NCAA championship game, played Duke?
Yeah, worked out great for them.
That's it. Well, they made it to 2 title games, but didn't win a championship. But this was, I know you were sifting through various age stats of this starting five of Shepard, Thompson, Smith, Eason, and Alperen Şengün. And the one that I know was the one that I know got stated as fact yesterday in some of the coverage that I'd seen was this was the youngest lineup, I believe, to win a playoff game.
In an NBA playoff history.
Playoff history, yeah.
And it was going against the oldest team in this playoffs, in the Lakers. So which I don't know how it's skewed by. I mean, LeBron being 41 kind of throws everything out of whack.
Yeah. But he's their most important guy.
Right.
You know,
he's their most important guy.
Yeah.
And that's where at this point where the math gets a little bit less daunting. Like the history doesn't intimidate me as much if the Rockets pull it off tonight, because only 4 teams have been down 3-0 in a series in the playoffs and made it to a Game 7. So, and those teams are 0-4. But 0-4 is that's not like, oh wow, if it's 0-4, it'll never be done. No, if they get to a Game 7, they'll be one of 5 teams that have come back from being down 3-0 in the playoffs and made it to a Game 7.
Yeah.
And they would be the first team to actually pull it off. But it's a team that has youth on its side if they do get to a Game 7.
Yeah.
Part of the last couple games has been that, man, LeBron James seems to be showing his age at points. You know, in Game 4, I think it definitely, he just didn't look like himself. Game 5, he did some really nice things, but there were some, I think he settled for some threes at times and made some decisions with his shots that looked like a guy that was a little bit older and a little bit more tired. So
yeah, he didn't make any of them. That was the thing.
He was 0 for on his
6.
threes.
Yeah.
So that's where, especially in the fourth quarter, where the fourth quarter has been the damn thing that's wrong with this Rockets team at times this year. They've got to be the best version of themselves in the fourth quarter where, look, you've got youth on your side. You should have fresher legs. Just be the smart versions of yourselves.
Yeah.
Don't start turning the ball over. Don't do the sloppy, dumb things in the fourth quarter and play like a bunch of young guys. Because physically, youth is on your side. Mentally, in terms of discipline and everything else like that, that's where the youth nips them at times.
Well, there were too many times this year. You know, Kevin Durant played almost every game this year. And there were just way too many times this year where the Rockets took the reason they got Durant in the first place to too much of an extreme. And especially with no point guard on this team with Fred VanVleet to kind of spread the ball around and get everybody incorporated. The default was, and some of this is on Ime Udoka for allowing it to be this way, the default was, well, just let Kevin do it. You know, just let KD do it.
Yeah.
KD's not walking through that door in this series, you know, and I give the Rockets credit that, especially after the way they lost Game 3, like just horrible, the way they lost that is they could have just folded up their tents and gotten swept. And I told you yesterday, Seth, that was the closest I ever was to not rooting for one of my teams was Game 4 of this series, where I was just so done with the Rockets based on not only how they lost Game 3, but the fact that they lost like 6 other games in the regular season in similarly catastrophic fashion. And so I give them credit to where, you know, that they've come back and won these couple of games. And most importantly, I think have figured a few things out as to how to get this done without having Kevin Durant on the floor against this team. They're going to need Kevin Durant if they're going to beat OKC if they get past this. But for now, just eating what's on their plate, I give them credit for evolving a little bit here.
And I think, too, I'll give Udoka credit for kind of changing the way that he's handling this team because it is so young, and he's taken more of an educational approach than his disciplinarian approach in these playoffs, including after Game 3. You know, it was I don't think that when they went in, they immediately watched that last couple of minutes I think in our minds, everybody envisioned that as some kind of just a thrashing.
He's holding their eyes open,
a tongue lashing or whatever. But it might have been just more along the lines of like, all right, look, we got to address this, we got to figure this out, we got to move on, and got to be sure it doesn't happen again. But it's always really interesting when you see a regular season team. What's it going to be like when they hit the playoffs? And the big difference is when you hit the playoffs. It's not just motivation. It's that you're facing a good team that has 7 games to figure you out, focus on what your strengths are, and try to take your strengths away.
Yep.
So it's really tough when you're facing a team like the Lakers. They know what you want to do. They know what your strengths are, and it's centered around Kevin Durant.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, you can operate differently, but we're going to take away your MO, your main thing, and take away the things that we know you'll probably revert to. And over the course of 7 games, good teams really start to exploit that. Without Durant in there, it's harder to figure out exactly how the Rockets are going to operate and who they need to focus on. And guys have been able to play a little bit more freely and a little bit more with more fluidity on offense.
Yep.
In the old days, it was, hey, look, Rockets, you're awesome in the regular season, but you face the Spurs. The Spurs know that you don't take mid-range jumpers, and they know that you're going to try to get a bunch of fouls. So the Spurs played defense with their hands behind their back, and they didn't even give a damn about defending mid-range jumpers.
Yep.
They were going to defend the paint, they're going to fly out on threes, and over the course of 7 games, they get a rhythm of exactly the way you operate,
Dude, They won by 40 in the elimination game without Kawhi Leonard at Toyota Center.
Yeah, they're like, oh, you like drawing fouls, and you just will never take a mid-range jumper.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Then we're going to focus on, we're not going to give a damn about mid-range shots, and we're going to just not give you the fouls you want.
Yep. Here's Stephen A. Smith on First Take on the Rockets after the win in Game 5 on the Rockets and where this series is going.
The reality is this. When you look at the Houston Rockets, the one thing you worried about was their energy. Were they going to have it in the fourth quarter? Because you know they turn the ball over, and you know them in clutch time, they can be a bit erratic. So you're looking at Reed Shepherd, you're looking at Amen Thompson, and you're saying, can they handle it? And they ended up handling it. They were assisted by LeBron, who was just off and had a couple of key turnovers. Clearly, nobody else was really stepping up and being formidable offensively. And Houston, as a result, has life, and they have the momentum because they're going back to Houston, having won 2 straight. I expect them to win Game 6 and force a Game 7 here in L.A. at the very least. That's what I'm looking at for one reason above all else, their energy. The Lakers were searching for it. The Houston Rockets obviously had it.
Yeah. Dude, that'll be if it does go to Game 7, we'll talk about what Stephen A. said about energy and turnovers and whatnot. But just thinking about what he said at the end there, that he thinks they're going to force a Game 7, that is going to be a hot ticket, man. That might be LeBron's last game in a Laker uniform.
Yeah.
It's going to be a hot
might
ticket.
Be his last time in the playoffs. Who knows?
You never know.
He might retire after this season.
That's right. Might be his last game. That's right.
We didn't play the Michael Wilbon earlier, did we?
No, we didn't. We'll play it here.
Let's play Michael Wilbon.
Okay.
Because a Lakers collapse is something that's good, not just for the city of Houston, but for America.
Yeah.
You know,
it's a good
in this
Monday.
time of divisiveness, what can pull us together is
LeBron.
really just destroying, yes, a member of the United States, but still the most hated member of the NBA,
yes.
the LA Lakers.
The LA Lakers. Yeah, here's Michael Wilbon. He's actually kind of Team Lakers. He said, I can't see the Lakers losing a Game 7.
I could see the Lakers getting their doors blown off in Houston tomorrow night. Mm-hmm. Sunday going back there, given what's at stake, and then you still put that young nucleus that Sean just talked about, you're putting them in a Game 7 situation, which none of them have been in, and certainly not together. Mm-hmm. And am I expecting Durant for Game 7? Why should we expect Durant for Game 7?
That's almost take-a-mania. They played in a Game 7 in the playoffs last year.
Yeah,
against Golden State.
He caught himself by saying together, but you're like, well, the young core was they
were together. These guys were all on the team last year. He's just. If that's his handicap in that game is their lack of experience, okay, I mean, they are a young team, and it'll be that Game 7 last year was at home. It wasn't on the road, so that's that part of it's fair. But that wasn't what he said. Like, he's saying this group's never been in a situation like this. Like, they They lost, but they played in a Game 7 last year against the Golden State Warriors.
You know what? And I'm guilty. I was more excited about that clip because the only part of the clip I had heard was I could see the Lakers getting their doors blown up.
I'm getting my action down right now on that. I agree with him on that.
Yeah.
I think I do think you got excited about that, huh? About the Rockets running the Lakers off the floor tonight?
Yeah. I didn't realize he was going to flip it around and say that the young guys were going to poop their pants.
Did the old switcheroo on you right there, old Michael Wilbon. I do think the Rockets are going to win tonight. I do think there will be a Game 7. And I think, if you believe in momentum, I know some people do, some people don't. But I don't know that it's as much momentum as it looks like the Rockets have figured a few things out over the course of this series without Kevin Durant on the team.
Yeah.
Here's Charles Barkley. Speaking of which, here's Charles Barkley on – now keep in mind, this is at halftime of Game 5 where the Rockets were leading 51-47, and they were functioning offensively very well, getting guys – a lot of touches in that first half. This was Barkley on the Rockets without Kevin Durant.
And the thing I just noticed, without Kevin Durant, these are their shots, the shot attempts. 7, 8, 5, 5, 6. That tells me everybody's eating. Shaq always talk about that. When guys just like when the Rockets played all year, it was give Kevin the ball, stand around, give Şengün the ball and stand around. And then when it worked. But now everybody's involved, everybody's getting shots. You know what it shows up on? Kenny, defense, right? That's why, because we're going to talk about the Lakers' turnovers. That's because the Rockets are playing great defense. Ernie, when you're part of a team and you get to eat, you're going to be, it works.
All right. So Charles is saying there's a ripple effect of guys getting involved offensively. There's a ripple effect at the other end, which I'll take his word for it. That checks out.
Yeah, no, and I think though partly too is I guess people are taking that last stretch of the regular season and just completely discounting it. Because they had played a better version of offensive basketball when they were on that win streak. And they'd shown they're capable of doing it. Whether or not they're going to be capable of doing it in the playoffs, obviously, didn't look so hot at first. That's the part that I hesitate when they say that's all they did the entire season.
Yeah.
That's what they did for the vast majority of the season.
And it was better. It wasn't great. The one thing they did do better, and you and I chronicled this, I felt like we had a ticker on the wall like in Times Square with the debt, where we were tracking their turnovers in those last 10 games. And they were, at the very least, it may not have looked like highly competent NBA offense, but they were more careful with the basketball, nothing else.
But the spacing and everything else looked a lot better. It started with Tari Eason playing better.
Yeah.
And it was really just a matter of, a big part of it was when Tari Eason was playing like he's capable of playing, then all of a sudden, there was room to move. There were options off the ball. There was everything flowed a lot better. It was a better version of offensive basketball. I'm not saying it was a top 5 offense or anything like that.
Sure.
But that part of it, it's not like it was completely absent the entire season.
No, but then they get in the series with the Lakers, and the Lakers just start pressuring the ball at half court, and they poop the bed.
Right. Know? I guess because I keep hearing over and over again, this is the only thing the Rockets did all season long.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. And I think maybe because people don't pay attention to the NBA regular season in the last quarter of the season, they just don't put any value on the things that teams are doing. I was encouraged that it felt like, all right, they had taken a step forward in terms of having some kind of structure to their offense and some kind of a plan. Udoka started drawing up more plays, all of that. It's just it doesn't mean that it's going to work in the playoffs or they're going to be able to do it in the playoffs. But it's disingenuous to say that, like what Barkley was describing, was the only thing they did for the entirety of the season.
Yeah. A caliber of opponent. I'm agreeing with everything you're saying. I'm just fishing for reasons. Like, caliber of opponent probably had something to do with it.
Yeah.
It wasn't a great patch of schedule. They did beat the Knicks on that patch of schedule. They thumped them pretty good. So, the Rockets tonight, Game 6, 8:30 tip. Here's Kendrick Perkins. Kendrick Perkins. Now, let's play these in reverse, Ben. This was Kendrick Perkins a week ago talking about the Rockets.
The Rockets look like a pile of and I mean a pasture of it. A pasture of
Okay, we're good enough. So he thought they were a pasture of feces.
Mm-hmm.
Now here we are, a week later, and here's what Kendrick Perkins is saying about the Rockets.
They are in trouble. And matter of fact, the Rockets are going to win this series.
Ooh.
Everything right now, the Rockets,
Wow.
Yes.
History.
Yes, making history. And I'm sorry because Braun is going to be on the wrong side of it. But right now in this series, it favors the Rockets.
But he didn't call him a pasture full of manure or anything.
No, that's a pretty big jump in 7 days to go from a pasture of animal feces to they're winning this series and they're knocking the all-time greatest player out of the playoffs.
Did he go on to say that the Lakers look like a pile of manure, though, or no?
No, I don't think he did.
Like, where's you gonna?
Yeah.
Why aren't you keeping that energy, as the kids would say?
Right.
I need my energy kept.
Yep.
He's not.
He's not
keeping that energy.
No, man, no pasture of bleep.
He's scared of LeBron, is what I heard. He even had to make deference to LeBron there.
Yes. Text messages on the Rockets here on the Base Power text line. The Rockets are able to throw multiple defenders at LeBron to wear him down. Yeah, there's no Luka out there. And Austin Reeves, I mean, I do wonder, like in L.A., maybe I'll listen in on some L.A. radio this afternoon, how they're feeling about Austin Reeves' first game back. He was terrible shooting the basketball. Yeah. That could be rust. Maybe he's better. I don't think it improves on the road necessarily, but having him back is eventually going to help them. But yeah, no Luka. You can throw resources at LeBron, and LeBron is showing signs of being 41 years old in this series, flat out.
That's it's got to be everything that you're worried about with the young core. Just know that it's the young core they have to use youth to their advantage in this. It's got to be just frenetic and nonstop balls to the wall for 4 straight quarters and into the overtime. But it's got to be coupled with a certain level of intelligence.
Yes.
None of these fourth quarter meltdowns.
Yep. Should the Texans consider bringing DeAndre Hopkins back for wide receiver depth? I would say no. I would just say no on that one. I think D-Hop is D-Hop might be at the tail end here.
I think it's fine.
I want to be careful. He comes at me sometimes on Twitter.
Well, as a red zone threat and everything, sure, but that makes sense. But it doesn't. Especially with Tank Dell and seeing where it plays out with him, it becomes too crowded of a wide receiver room with guys that you need to rely on more often and more heavily. I think and you want to make room for your younger guys to come up. It's intriguing. I wouldn't bar it, but I don't think it needs to be your focus right this moment.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate it if it happened. I just don't. Should they consider bringing him back? Sure, consider it. I wouldn't do it, but if they do it, I'm not going to be mad about it or anything. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Friday. All right, speaking of the Texans, could the Texans Seahawk their way to a Super Bowl? I'm using Seahawk as a verb here. 5 teams who could Seahawk their way to a Super Bowl. Did the Texans make the cut? That is coming up next.
In the Loop.
I think this is a Mary Poppins draft. Practically perfect.
Studio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, can the Texans Seahawk their way to a Super Bowl championship? That's the question. 5 teams who could make a Seahawks-like surprise run to the Super Bowl. This is Tom Blair, Seth, he is a special projects lead for NFL.com.
Ooh, a special project.
I know, that sounds like a fun job. Like secret project kind of thing, like what? Hey, we're working on this top secret thing for the NFL
like
draft.
Somebody who's expendable, though. That's
yeah.
If I know the way the NFL.
Once you run
operates.
out of special projects,
Yeah.
Bye, Blair. But for now, he's doing a special project called 5 teams that could make a Seahawks-like surprise run to the Super Bowl. He's got some pretty specific criteria for it. The rules, in fact, he says the rules to be eligible, teams had to meet 2 basic criteria. All right, do the Texans meet these basic criteria for you, Seth? Before I spoil it for everybody.
Yeah.
You would not do a double take if they made the playoffs. Yeah, they made the playoffs the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Number 2, I would do a double take or maybe even a spit take if they won 14-plus games and coasted to victory in Super Bowl 61.
Well, coasted to victory. And let's remember, the Seahawks didn't I think people are rewriting history a little bit in the way that Super Bowl went. Did you feel like the Seahawks coasted to victory?
I felt like they were clearly the better team in that.
They were the better team, but it was Darnold could have easily thrown 3 interceptions in that game in the first half. It was rough sledding for the Seahawks offense.
Well, and in the second half, the Patriots had the ball down 1 score in the second half. The Seahawks built a big lead. Patriots came back.
I just never felt like they coasted to victory. Necessarily.
No, because they needed an interception in the third quarter of that game just to keep the Patriots at bay.
Yeah,
the
it
Patriots
wasn't a blowout from start to finish or something.
No, but I thought the Seahawks were clearly the better team.
So anyway, but if they win the Super Bowl, you would do a spit take. I don't know if the Texans or a bunch of other teams qualify in that because it's the modern NFL. But
Sure.
So we'll go with that.
Yep,
Sure, cool.
Yep. The Texans not only qualify, they are number 1 on the list of teams that could Seahawk their way to a Super Bowl next year.
Yeah.
There's 3 things that he's kind of rating these teams on once they've gotten inside the velvet rope of spit takes and whatnot. The starting quarterback's ability to kind of their Sam Darnold score. Like, how much do they need to elevate their game in order to help get their team to a Super Bowl? See, on a scale of 1 to 10, C.J. Stroud's score is a 6, for what it's worth. That C.J. Stroud needs to elevate his game in order to, the way Darnold did last year. Darnold wasn't the best quarterback in the league, but he was the best version of himself, for sure, last year.
Yeah.
In getting them to a Super Bowl. He says Stroud's numbers have slipped the last 2 seasons. Last time we saw him, he delivered one of the worst performances of his career against the Patriots. Is he a franchise QB? Or will his next deal come with a bet hedging early out for the team?
Yeah, so with Sam Darnold, okay, is CJ capable of delivering a performance the way Sam Darnold did this year? I mean, a lot of that give credit to Clint Kubiak, the offensive coordinator, and Jackson Smith and Jigba to an extreme degree, that Sam Darnold was in MVP conversations for a while.
Mm-hmm.
If the circumstances were the same around CJ that they were around Darnold last year, I don't think that's not a pie in the sky notion or anything. That's not me putting CJ up in the Hall of Fame or anything. Yeah, I think he's very capable of
We've
that.
seen him do it.
Yeah.
We've seen it. This isn't speculation. Like, we've seen it now. He was the worst version of himself at the end of the year last year. That's the biggest thing to me, is how does he recover from that? Is he still carrying it? The other thing, do they have a dark side, like in a good way, like the defense for Seattle? Like that's a bunch of killers.
They got a
I would
dark
say
side.
yes. I would say yes.
They're very similar. Those 2 defenses are very similar in a lot of regards in terms of performance and mindset and all of that. So they're very much that way.
Yeah, I would say so too. He says Texans defense ranked 1st in EPA per play, 5th in yards per play allowed. And I would add, he doesn't say this in here, Blair, but I would say that they've taken the parts of that defense that maybe were, weaknesses or Achilles heels last year, and they've addressed them. They went and got Reed Blankenship to play safety, and they drafted Caden McDonald in the draft. I think, and I know you'll point out that they still have some work to do on the depth. Like, if they really want to continue to pound teams like they did last year with their pass rush, they are right now probably deficient in those 20 or 25% of snaps that Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter aren't going to take.
Yeah. The edge rushing, when you rotate your defensive linemen through, you want to have more than just a couple of stud pass rushers on the edge. And it remains to be seen whether the guys that are currently on the roster are going to be those guys and how they'll do, or if they bring in somebody from the outside.
Bottom line, it might seem a bit like cheating to include a team that already won 12 games last season, but they've never gone farther than the divisional round. They've never finished higher than a 3 seed. If Stroud and the offense can up their game and the defense stays elite, the Texans could truly separate themselves from the typical AFC South fray and roll into the postseason with some real momentum. I do think that the Texans, if you look at the blueprint for the Seahawks last year, I do think the Texans are, if they can get the run game going, if the offensive line acquisitions they've made are what they envision them being, I think they can, and with David Montgomery, I think they can run with a really physical running style like they did with Kenneth Walker last year. And I think CJ certainly has a ceiling that's comparable to what Sam Darnold gave the Seahawks last year. And the defense is the least of the things I'm worried about. I think they belong number one on this list. If we're talking purely about getting to and winning a Super Bowl in a certain kind of way, I think that's the way for the Texans probably.
Yeah, I think the offense, we could talk about this as we have for a long, long time. I mean, that's the biggest leap is the offense in general, which includes CJ. Can they get up to they don't have to be the same caliber as the defense.
Yeah.
But can they be a functioning, at times impressive offense versus good defenses, and with everything else that comes with that. I mean, it's just that's the biggest leap by far.
Yeah,
it's like the offense wasn't anywhere near what you needed to be to win a Super Bowl. Last year it was going to be one of those. It would have been one of those rare exceptions of teams that were led to a Super Bowl victory by their defense and their defense alone.
Yep.
And those are exceedingly rare. There's only a few teams that have done that this century. To have a genuinely good offense, that's a big leap from last year.
The other 4 teams, for what it's worth, because I know some of you are wondering, to make the top 5, Vikings 2, Chargers 3, Bears 4, Bengals 5, which is interesting because their defense isn't anywhere near in the neighborhood. Like that'd be the opposite of Seahawking your way to a Super Bowl. They're going to have to lean on, I know they picked up Dexter Lawrence, but they're going to have to lean on Joe Burrow to throw for 5,000 yards and 50 touchdowns to win a Super Bowl. I don't know how they make that list, but whatever. TJ Hushmanzada, a regular guest on Emmanuel Acho's YouTube channel, The Speakeasy, actually talked about both these things we just talked about with the Texans. Here was TJ Hushmanzada, former receiver in the NFL. And he's someone that CJ's got a relationship with him, right, Seth?
Yeah, he talks about it in this clip, or at least he should.
Yep, Here he goes. This is TJ Hushmanzada on CJ Stroud.
And he's going to have to play now
Sorry, Ben. Sorry, yeah. He started off this talking about how he had a long conversation with CJ Stroud, but that he's going to keep that conversation quiet. And then he went into lambasting the offensive coordinator after he talked about how he had a long conversation.
Yeah, he's going to keep it quiet. This will be the most boring cut we're about to play of all time.
Well, so he's saying, I'm not going to talk about what I talked about with CJ, but I am going to bring up what I think's wrong with the offensive coordinator for the Texans. Yeah.
He's going to have to play now like a big dog because of the way that season ended. It was as if, if we had anybody else at quarterback, we would have won this game. And he knows that. He knows that. It's not like he's talking like, he knows that. And so I look forward to seeing how he's going to respond because the work, I see it. The angst in the voice, you can hear it when it's just like, because when you don't play well, it hurts you.
Yeah.
But you also know it hurts you because you letting other people down.
Mm-hmm.
Like when the locker room with you, you let them down. That bothers you when you're a true competitor and these dudes really get down with you like that. You know you let them down. And so I'm eager to see how this is going to turn out.
Okay.
All right, that was the wrong clip by me. That's my bad. I'm sorry. I'll get Ben the other clip.
I pulled that one.
Oh, you did? Okay, all right. I thought that maybe I've got my own clips.
Gotcha.
That part of it is CJ having accountability for it and everything is 100%. He also, CJ Hushmanzada went into all the different ways that Nick Caley let C.J. Stroud down in that game with his play calling.
I have not heard that one. I only saw this
one. It's kind of annoying because he doesn't acknowledge the weather factor or the fact that the Texans couldn't run the ball at all in that game. So he's saying, why isn't he getting these short passes, these easier passes, et cetera, et cetera? They had 25-plus short passing attempts in that game. CJ was missing on a lot of them.
Yeah.
He was throwing pick sixes on other ones.
He almost got Cade Stover a non-contact knee injury.
Well, and I'm not sticking up for Nick Haley and saying he couldn't have called a better game. It's that if you're inclined to make excuses for CJ or explanations for CJ, I'm 100% cool with that. I've done it myself. But those same things apply to the offensive coordinator, too. And in that game where there was no Nico Collins, where Dalton Schultz got injured, you're kind of limited in what your options are, especially when you're facing a wintry mix in ridiculous weather conditions, that any excuse you want to make for CJ, most of them also apply to Nick Haley.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go into the beginning of last season, I think we even forget this here locally, is that you go into the season, and I think that the Texans offense was going to be tight ends heavy, and you were going to have Joe Mixon at running back if you're going into training camp. And you end up in a situation where two of your top three tight ends are on IR to begin the year, and you didn't have three healthy tight ends or viable tight ends the entire season. And you also were making do with a rookie, undersized running back, and Nick freaking Chubb as your running backs.
Yeah.
You're kind of limited in what you can do. So if I'm going to make any excuse I would make for CJ, I'll also make for first-year offensive coordinator Nick Haley. They were hamstrung to a pretty big degree in what they could and could not do, including the personnel they had on the offensive line.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Someone's asking, what station is the Rockets game on tonight? It's on Prime. The game streams tonight.
Amazon?
So, Amazon Prime tonight, buddy. Yep. And then the Game 7 will not be – I don't know what network it's going to be on, but it will be on TV. It won't be streaming on Prime. If they make a Game 7.
One point that Goodell made in defending the current way that they do streaming and everything is that the two local teams, it's that game is always available on normal television.
Yeah.
Which I thought was a good point that he should have leaned into. He just if you have to pay extra if you want to watch people from outside your market.
Yep.
But in the NBA and in baseball, it's not that way, right? Or is it in the playoffs?
I don't know.
Can you watch it locally?
That's a good. I have Prime, so I didn't even look into it. I'm not
baseball. It's not that way.
Nope.
In the regular season,
it is not. It is not. All right. Take-A-Mania coming up top of the hour. We actually skipped Take-A-Mania last week because it was the day after the draft. So we've got a bunch of bad takes loaded up to try to take down Koa Kai, the Oregon quarterback coach, who thinks ice cream flavors are the way to scout quarterbacks. We'll play the audio for you at 9 o'clock, and we'll have other bad takes to try to take that one down. But coming up next, another lesson that if you're a professional athlete, keep your family members in check, man. Keep them in check. That is coming up next. But I just got a text this morning from my good friend, Chris Poulos, the
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So, Shiloh Sanders, the brother of Shedeur Sanders, one of Deion Sanders' sons, was making the rounds yesterday. Of course, earlier this week, one of the bigger stories in the NFL came from Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com. She's covered the Browns beat for a long, long time. She does a good job, at least in the eyes of me and thousands of others. In the eyes of Shiloh Sanders, she's horrible at what she does, apparently. Evidently.
I don't know if she does a good job or not. I just know that we see stuff from her that because she covers the Browns.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you really know she does a good job?
Well, people I talk to respect her a lot.
They do? Okay,
yeah,
there we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's I didn't come to debate Mary Kay Cabot's chops, but yeah.
Oh no, I'm just curious. Yeah, like I never know from one page. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. You know, I follow the Cleveland stuff pretty closely.
Yeah.
So she's got a good reputation up there. Put it that way.
Okay.
Yep. So Mary Kay Cabot did a report on what she was seeing at Browns camp with the quarterback situation. And she put out an article, and the tweet said this. The title of the article she put out, or the caption of the article she put out, how Deshaun Watson emerged from voluntary minicamp with an edge over Shedeur Sanders, sources say, and has the inside track to be named QB1. She retweets that and says, with my breaking news here with Deshaun Watson taking the lead over Shedeur Sanders in the Browns QB competition with the inside track to win it, I think they should declare him, Deshaun that is, QB1 ASAP and let the first-team offense start to cook. There's no time to waste. So there's a report from her, which is what she does, where she says, sources are telling me Deshaun has the inside track to be named QB1 right now. And then she gives her opinion saying, I think they should declare him QB1 ASAP to get the offense cooking. They've got these new pieces, whatever.
Yeah. So she does one part that's reporting, and then she does one part opinion.
On how quickly they should do this thing that she's reporting. Yeah. So Shiloh, not Shedeur himself, Shiloh Sanders starts off, this is Shedeur's brother, starts off by retweeting a quote from Mary Kay's story that opinion she had. I think they should declare Watson, and tells her to go make a sandwich. Go make a sandwich, Mary, is what Shiloh says.
Yeah.
Get in the kitchen.
Yeah,
make me a sandwich.
Yeah.
Get your bare feet out and go get pregnant. That's it's in that vein, I think, is how people were taking it. That it was misogynistic.
No, it's 100%. You don't say that to. I don't say that to anybody. Like maybe I would say that to an actual sandwich maker or something. Right. But in any other context, he's taking a shot at the fact that she's a female reporter.
He then did a video where I'll just go ahead and play it. This is Shiloh Sanders after posting that does a video directed right at Mary Kay Cabot.
What I've been waiting to say all day, bro, and this is to Mary Kay. If you're going to be a reporter and report facts. Whenever you have your opinion, and your opinion is always something hateful to Shedeur, then it makes it seem like it's something weird, like it's an agenda that you have going on. If it's reporting, it's reporting. You have facts, you have news, but when it comes to your opinion, you've been saying crazy things for the past, since he's been there. So it's like, just chill with that, because it don't make no sense, and it makes you look crazy like you don't know what you're talking about. And for all the women that actually take the time to go do their research and actually be real reporters and real journalists, then that's going to make them look bad, bro. Because you already know, as a woman in this field of reporting football and sports, like, it's hard. So don't make it hard on everybody just because you don't feel like it.
Okay, so
that's all I got to say about that.
He's sticking up for women is what he's doing. When he tells her to go make a sandwich, he's sticking up. He's the lone defender.
He's a white knight, Seth.
There's a chivalrous by him and telling her to go make a sandwich, apparently. I was, the thing about Shiloh there, though, too, is, like, all right, is it, like, she thinks that they should make Deshaun Watson the quarterback. How is that hateful? Like, where is like, how sensitive are you that this is what you interpret as hate?
Yeah.
And why are you making comments that your brother is going to have to ask questions about?
Right. Why are you talking?
Is this the best way to Shiloh? No, it's not.
Yeah. Why are you talking? That's my whole thing. Just stop talking.
Especially because you are the biggest counter argument to all the arguments that Shedeur is making about why he'd be good in the NFL.
Right.
So you say, look at what my dad did.
Yeah.
Look at what our family has done. They're like, but don't talk about Shiloh, because he doesn't really fit the bill. Like, nobody was making it. There was no groundswell of demand that Shiloh get drafted in the first round because look at what his father did. So you are the best counter argument to a lot of your brother's arguments.
Yep.
So you got to keep quiet, okay?
He's out there, right? Shiloh Deion Sanders is an American football safety. He played college football at blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I guess he's still out there as a free agent. I know he signed with Tampa last year, but I don't think he's stuck with Tampa. So Shiloh's just out there making videos to make his brother's life harder as the quarterback for the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing, dude. It's not a
that's the whole thing, though, too. It's like, okay, I'm going to stick up for women here and talk about how there are a lot of women reporters who work really hard. Like, okay, all right, are we going to just exclude all males from the lump of bad reporters?
Right.
Like, you don't have to boil it down to male, female to start including. There's lots of reporters out there that are really bad at their job, and then there's a bunch that are really good at their job.
Yeah, it's the guy who says go make a sandwich, then making a video 15 minutes later saying he's sticking up for all these women is just very ironic. And I think too, like, I don't know that Shiloh kind of understands what the environment is like right now as reporters. You're asked to do both things. You're asked to report on the ones, if you really want to pop as a reporter, if you really want to make, if you want to be the face of coverage of the NFL team in town, the stakes have been raised now where you can't just be, I'm reporting this bit of news. People do expect opinions from their reporters now. That's just that's life now in 2026. It's not just the journalism part.
But she separated the two.
She absolutely did.
She put out what she's reporting, and then she gave her opinion on what she's reporting.
And it wasn't some random opinion that she just shot out of nowhere. It was a follow-up to an actual report that she had sourced.
Yeah, it was a bad criticism by him. Even if you remove the sandwich comment from it, it's a bad criticism just in that it was logically incorrect. Now you might question the credibility of her sources or something like that, but like his journalistic his journalistic criticism of her, it didn't make any sense at all.
No, it made no sense. It's hateful or hurtful or whatever.
And even thinking that the opinion is hurtful.
Yeah.
Or hateful. Yeah, that's soft, man. It's a bad look for your generation.
Absolutely, and your family.
Yeah.
It's text message, people weighing in on the Base Power text line. Who sells these Sanders kids the shovels they use to dig themselves into these things? Yeah. Shedeur is another text. Shedeur is not only going to lose out to Deshaun, but I can't wait for the Browns to cut him or trade him. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Dylan Gabriel's there, too. My prediction before the draft was that Deshaun was going to be their week 1 starter at quarterback.
The thing that annoyed me the most about a lot of the Shedeur discussion, because I'm intrigued by Shedeur Sanders. I'd love to see him get an opportunity somewhere in a good spot.
And I thought he handled himself pretty well last year.
I think he did. But there was this groundswell of people that were convinced that the league didn't want him to succeed or something that just didn't pass any sniff test.
No.
Based on anything. Like, it really wasn't like all the arguments that people were coming up for why the league or the Browns, the team that drafted him, didn't want him to succeed. It didn't really make a whole lot of sense. And I have yet to find a conspiracy theory that, because it's not like Shedeur was such an atypical type of personality amongst quarterbacks or anything that they just didn't want that personality type or anything like that. It just, given the broad range of types of quarterbacks we have in the NFL right now, none of the conspiracy theories really created an image of, the league's afraid of a guy like this.
No.
Like, the league's afraid of a guy who's a creation of being in an offense where he has a high completion percentage.
Yeah.
Like, that's, we've seen that.
Yeah.
like that's just what's been happening for the last 20 years.
Well, the bottom line is Shedeur has a following that is marketable. When was the last time the NFL tried to suppress a marketable football player?
I would say, I think Tim Tebow was a guy that, because there was so much buzz about him, but his talent didn't match the buzz.
Yeah.
That teams, I'm not saying it was a conspiracy. I think there were a lot of teams that just flat out said, this is just way too much controversy and noise for a backup quarterback.
Totally agree with you. I'm going back to your point about the league. The people saying the league was trying to keep Shedeur down.
Right, yeah. So, right, exactly. Yeah, the league loves buzz.
Right.
I think with Tebow, there is that same dynamic where, and this is, again, though, this is why people can't accept that explanation, is because they're convinced that, in their mind, Tebow or Shedeur Sanders is the next perennial all-pro quarterback. So how could a team possibly be looking at him as a backup quarterback or a young developmental process? So they can't process that part of it when you say, teams really don't want a headache for a backup quarterback.
Right. He was statistically awful last year, Shedeur.
Yeah, he was better, though. I mean, it's hard to separate Browns quarterback play from the quarterback himself.
That's fair.
There was nothing about his rookie year that said, look at what he accomplished with that. People will show highlights just like they did with Tebow, but there wasn't anything about the performance that said, if he were just on a good offense, it would be a whole different scenario.
No. Take-a-mania. Bad takes, trying to take down the champ. We didn't do one last week, so we're loaded this week. We will have we'll replay the champ right now, and we'll see if anybody can take him down for the belt. We will do that coming up next.
The Rockets survived another elimination game against the Lakers. With no KD, the young core has stepped up big time in the team's 2 wins. Can they do it again back home in Houston for to Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, here we go. We took a 1-week hiatus from Take-A-Mania because the Friday after the draft is just too rich with content, so we got a lot.
Well, you got to give 3 years to see if those takes either make it or don't make it after
Yes.
the draft. The bad draft takes.
That's a good point. Yeah. We can't really use much from Thursday on Take-A-Mania. So here we are. The champ remains the same. We didn't strip the champ of his title. It is Koa Kai, who we like to call Cobra Kai.
Yeah.
He's the University of Oregon quarterbacks coach. And he's been the champ for a good few weeks now. It's coming up on probably like a month or so he's been the champ.
Yeah, and it's not even my favorite bad take ever. It's almost just because he represents the exact type of football coach that I despise.
This is one of the ones that a lot of times, and Seth is judge and jury on this, just to be clear.
Yeah.
So he's I just organize the talent. Seth is the booker. He decides who wins. This is one of the rare ones that is it is endured because it's such a bad take, as opposed to the you like to have a little bit of energy and sugar on your.
Yeah, I like to have somebody. Yeah, I like to have it also be entertaining. As well. But this is just really bad.
This is just bad. Here's the champ.
Like, I ask him a question like this all the time. Hey, do you like chocolate ice cream or vanilla ice cream? Okay, the minute a kid pauses.
Back up, Ben. Sorry, let me set this up better. He's talking about evaluating quarterbacks. He likes to sit quarterbacks down and ask them this question.
Like, I ask him a question like this all the time. Hey, do you like chocolate ice cream or vanilla ice cream? Okay, the minute a kid pauses, I don't really want that kid, right? Because you need to have some type of conviction, right, wrong, or indifferent. Okay, so whether you like chocolate or you like vanilla, I don't really care. But if you sit there and say, coach, I don't know. Is it melted? Is it not? What's the brand? So on and so forth. Like, what is this kid going to do on third down in front of 110,000? He's probably going to think about it more than he should. He's not going to have conviction, right? So it's, like I just said, long-winded, I understand, but it's the mental aspect is really what we're after.
Okay.
Yeah, every red-blooded American knows that by the time you're 18 years old, you damn well better have conviction about what your favorite flavor of ice cream is.
Yeah, you better,
It's like if the guy says, Coach, I'm lactose intolerant, don't need him. He's got no opinion on ice cream flavor. Have an opinion.
Yep.
What we really want is nobody who ever actually contemplates a question before giving it an answer in a non-football environment.
Yep,
yes.
that's what we want. So that's the champ right now. So let's see if he gets taken down by any of these. This is Alperen Şengün. This was early. This was from early in the series with the Lakers when the Rockets were down. I forget if they were down 2-0 or 3-0, but it was early in the series. Here was Şengün saying we're the, in a unique way of saying we're the better team in this series.
With them trapping and speeding up the game, that you're still getting the shots that you want, and they're just not going.
We still do. You know, we shot like 40 more shots than them. You know, we still shot it and we still go on the board. And I think we're still doing the right way. We're beating them in every stats except just making shots. So
we're beating them in every stat except for making shots.
For the whole points scored thing. I know what he's going for there, and I like that he's saying, no, the process is all right. We gotta make these shots.
Yeah.
I actually think that's a damn good take.
You do? Okay.
Yes,
well, we know it's okay. Cobra Kai is.
I wouldn't have said it out loud.
Yeah.
But I think it's a good take.
Yeah.
It's like, just got to make that ball go through that hoop up there.
Need to see the ball go through the hoop. Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right. So Şengün. I'm a little surprised just because you like to point out many times how points scored is really the thing that you should be judged by.
Yeah, no, but I guess when you go into kind of a shots on goal mentality, like in hockey, you know, it's all right. Sometimes you're the better team and you got a bunch of shots on goal and they just for whatever reason. So in basketball, the question is, all right, you took a bunch of shots. Are they good shots that you're taking?
Fair.
That's the part of it. And sometimes you're taking good shots and you're on a shooting slump.
Yep. This is Skip Bayless. We know Will Anderson Jr. got a new contract a week or two ago now. This was Skip Bayless explaining. We've played this one before.
We played this, but it jumps in right at the beginning of it. He's talking about other. So when we jump in with Bayless, he's talking about all of these other pass rushers that are just more exciting to watch than Will Anderson.
He doesn't turn on the TV looking to find Will Anderson. Yeah,
fly off the screen because they play with hair on fire. You know, they play frenetic, frantic, electric sort of edge rush football where you're just saying, God, Trey Hendrickson does that to me. Will Anderson is an anchor. He's solid against the run and the pass, where he's doing everything, and he is commanding a double. So Danielle Hunter is eating $40 million worth a year. He's eating from the other side. But Will Anderson has not been box office for me. I don't turn on the TV thinking, oh, I get to watch Will Anderson rush the passer today. Whereas with Max Crosby, I promise you, that's all I got. When I'm watching the Raiders, I can't wait to watch Max Crosby fly off the edge and bend.
Okay.
Yeah. So, okay, for multiple reasons, this is a horrible take. For one, of course, Max Crosby is the only thing you have to watch on the Raiders. Yeah. So somehow the Raiders being an awful football team is working against Will Anderson because the Texans already have other interesting people that might compete for your attention. Two, as far as flying off the edge, we just came off of a playoffs. So when he would have been watching Will Anderson, which Skip watches a lot of football. I can credit there. He's not like Bill Simmons, who claims to watch a bunch of football.
Does watch football.
Skip Bayless, Bayless watches a lot of football. He came off the edge in 2 straight playoff games and caused fumbles flying off the edge. And then the other part of it is that there are a lot of elements of Max Crosby's game that actually the combined run-pass, the run stopper, pass defender combo that's similar to Will Anderson. I feel like he's insulting Max Crosby for how good Max Crosby is actually against the run as well. He insulted so many people in so many different ways. And to start off by acting like, did he say play with your hair on fire?
Hair on fire, Seth. Hair on fire.
Like Will Anderson is the epitome of playing with your hair on fire.
Thank you. Yeah.
New champion.
Okay. Now, we've been doing Take-A-Mania, our Friday Bad Take segment, since early February of 2025. So we've been doing it for about 15 months now. A little factoid, because I keep the entire lineage of the championship at the bottom of our rundown. This is Skip Bayless's first time holding the strap.
He's in a different mode now. I think Shannon basically broke him.
Yeah.
Because it was so widely perceived that Skip Bayless was just disrespecting Shannon Sharp and disrespected his career as a football player.
Yep.
And it got really ugly there towards the end.
Big time ugly, man.
Now when you see Skip Bayless, it's him with 3 massive former ex-pro athletes sitting on couches, and Skip just giving the ultimate deference to all of them.
Yep.
So that's a part where I don't think he doesn't deliver as many hot takes as he used to.
No, and yet
and I don't
now,
think at least when I've seen him, he doesn't really debate them all that vigorously.
No. And yet, he's now our champion here on Take-A-Mania.
He's still got it.
He's still got and that's...
He ain't as bad as he once was, but he's as bad once as he ever was.
Dude, when older wrestlers win a championship, that's what the crowd chants at them. You still got it. That's what they'd be chanting right now.
He's in his Mickey Rourke, the wrestler stage right now.
Oh, yeah. Randy the Ram. Great movie, man. That's a good movie. Very depressing, but a good movie.
Oh, yeah, it didn't end well for Mickey Rourke. So.
No.
That's my point.
Yep. Draymond Green. Draymond has a podcast. Steve Kerr stepped aside as the coach of the Golden State Warriors in the last week or so. There's a big article apparently in the New Yorker or one of those magazines about Steve Kerr. So Draymond did a podcast episode earlier this week where he was talking about that article. He spent about the first 20 minutes of a 45-minute podcast talking about Steve Kerr. I will say this before we play the take, that by and large, Draymond was very, very thankful and complimentary and gracious towards Steve Kerr and what he meant to his career. And I think a lot of people who've watched Draymond Green play, look, Draymond was a second-round pick, so he's not somebody who came into the league with a ton of thought that he would become what he became, a multi-time All-Star, part of an NBA championship team. The flip side of that is he landed on a fantastic team to accentuate his strengths, defense, running the floor, having, he's a pretty good passer, things like that. This was Draymond's complaint about Steve Kerr and what he meant to his career.
As much as he's done for me in basketball, a part of me think he's hindered me in my career and what I could have become. But what he's also helped me become. Like, you got to take the good with the bad, man. When I think of who I was offensively as a player and who I became, I think a part of that is due to him. I don't hold that against him. I'm forever grateful that he still put me in a position to be successful and that I could become Draymond Green despite my offensive role on our team. when KD came from 2016 on, I have not had a play in our playbook, not a single play that we run for me in our playbook since 2016. You think that would hinder someone as an offensive player? Of course. So at times, I go home and I think about my career, and I'm happy as hell of what I've been able to build. But at times, sometimes I sit there and think, what could I really have been if I stayed true to my game and what I really was?
Draymond is acting like he came into the league as a 35-point-per-game scorer.
Yeah.
And that the Golden State Warriors turned him into this version of Draymond that he, quote, became.
Yeah.
Because when somebody says, Seth, when I first heard him say that, the way he said the thing about his offensive game is usually the way that somebody compliments their coach, like what I became as an offensive player. What he's saying is that he regressed as an offensive player as a Golden State Warrior.
He was never given a chance.
They never called plays for him.
He was never given a chance to really become what the ultimate, multi-tool player that he could be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't heard. Have we ever heard Dennis Rodman complain about how Phil Jackson didn't utilize him in the,
Not that I've seen.
triangle offense as well as they could have?
He's probably in a bondage rack somewhere, too busy to talk about it. But
This reminds me of this very depressing Mark Twain biography I'm reading, where when Mark Twain's wife died, his wife was really good at kind of keeping him in between the rails and just kind of encouraging not to write certain things because it wasn't really in his wheelhouse.
Right.
So he started off like at the end of his life, he wrote this long. He wrote a book about how William Shakespeare didn't actually write his plays. It was Francis Bacon, which there's a theory out there that's the case, but he wrote a horrible book about it. Like it was, if you're going to argue it, he wrote a horrible book about it. And he had all these projects that just weren't, his wife probably would have prevented him from. So that's where that is
Steve Kerr.
Mark Twain's wife is that's Steve Kerr for Draymond.
Right.
He knows exactly how to use Draymond best, and Draymond's got to quit whining about it and don't go try writing some conspiracy book.
He's getting killed for this right now. He's getting killed for that. That quote is 23 minutes about Steve Kerr. That's what people were dialed in on. Is it good enough to beat Skip Bayless saying he doesn't tune in to watch Will Anderson?
I'll give, I think he was trying to speak with nuance there, and without hearing the rest of it, I don't think he was trying to crush Steve Kerr. I think he was trying to give a nuanced opinion on all of it. So, and I do think he's overestimating probably his own abilities, but it's not worse than Skip.
Not worse than Skip, And I want to make that very clear. And I said it before we played the cut. Most of that time he was talking about Steve Kerr. He was gushing about what he meant, but that one was the one that got attention. All right, I want to skip down here to make sure we get this one in. The Magnificent Gladstone. The Magnificent Gladstone, in his press conference after the draft was over, the general manager of the Jacksonville Jaguars, who, if there's any consensus about this draft, forget about the consensus board about where players should be ranked.
Yeah.
If there is a consensus about this draft, it's that the Jacksonville Jaguars had the worst draft of any team in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
They're getting rated at the bottom of all of it, and it's because they strayed from the opinions of the masses on most of their picks.
Like they overdrafted just about every position.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. But Gladstone talks here about their plan for the draft coming in and just how flawlessly it got executed.
James, how do you compare what you got out of this draft to what you wanted to get out of it?
Oh, that's a great question. So I can say as a part of maybe the day before kickoff on Thursday, we ended up putting players in slots across all 11 picks. And can in fact say that we were able to nail 10 of those 11, and we only made 10 selections. So that was a pretty fun outcome, knowing that we were able to map it as cleanly as we were. I don't think that had anything to do with skill, but maybe a little more luck than that. But that was a pretty exciting piece.
Or it had to do with the fact, as many point out, that you are drafting guys largely 2 rounds ahead of where everybody else has these guys.
Yeah, it's a complete and total lack of humility there, other than what he does at the end. He says at the end, maybe that's just luck more than anything.
Yeah.
But, there's no place in his mind for the fact that, that maybe it's not. Maybe I'm not actually smarter than every other GM who's been at this a long time.
Yeah.
And maybe my evaluations were a little bit off. I will say, even though I was joking earlier on that we have to wait 3 years on draft hot takes, can you put a reminder in your calendar for a couple years from now?
Okay.
Because he is very much, every way that James Gladstone has operated through these first 2 drafts, it's like he knows he's the smartest guy in the room, in the league, and does not hesitate to talk as if they just do things so much more advanced and so much smarter than everybody else that this is just the way it is.
Do you think he's the GM of the Jags 2 years from now?
Well, they seem to take the people in Jacksonville were basically trying to put propositions up on the ballot to get rid of the previous GM for a decade.
Yeah,
and Shad Khan didn't do it.
Didn't do it. Yeah, he probably is.
I think he's still. I think he's still a GM in 2 years. Let's revisit it this time next year.
Okay, that'll be easy to do. Gladstone will be a topic, I'm sure.
Yeah, we'll still be talking about Gladstone.
Yep.
But no, he doesn't. He doesn't beat old Skippers.
No, I think. Skip will be our champ for this week. That's our champion.
Partly the reason he doesn't is just in case he ends up being correct.
Yeah.
If he does end up being the smartest guy in the, I mean, he's classically on that curve we talked about, where idiots and geniuses a lot of times start off on the same trajectory in terms of how people view them. A lot of geniuses in the past, people have said, this guy's an idiot, doesn't know what he's doing. It turns out he was brilliant. But it's the exact same thing they say about the 99% of the time it was an actual idiot.
Yep.
So we'll see.
Yep.
We'll find out.
We will find out for sure. All right, those are your that's Take-A-Mania. So we have a new champ this week. Boy, if someone had told me that Skip Bayless has not been the champion yet, I would have definitely had to go down and look that up. I'm like, that just doesn't feel. He's like on the Mount Rushmore of hot takers.
Yeah, but he's a eunuch now these days.
Yeah.
He's just there's nothing to him.
I just thought he would have cut through at some point to take the
sad shell of his former deplorable self.
Take the title. Yeah. I don't click on a lot of his stuff when it pops up on my timeline anymore. Probably for that reason. Maybe that's why he's just not as been cut through as much. Old Skippers. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here. All right, let's circle back. We'll circle back to the Texans in the next segment. We found the Houshmandzadeh audio that we were looking for, where Houshmandzadeh says, "I'm not going to say this, but here I go saying this." T.J. Houshmandzadeh, who's talked to C.J. Stroud about something with the offense that we will play, and we'll circle back to the Rockets before we get out here so we can talk about what this weekend may hold for us. What are we coming into on Monday after this series is over? We'll talk about all that here in the 9 o'clock hour. Stay there.
Kirk Holmes, third-generation family builder that builds custom dream homes and
Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll circle back to the Rockets in the final segment, get you set up for Game 6 tonight. We played a little TJ Houshmandzadeh before. He's part of Emmanuel Acho's crew there on the Speakeasy podcast or Speakeasy channel on YouTube. And he talks to CJ Stroud. So he's somebody that's relevant to our Texans universe here because he talks to our quarterback who is in the midst of a very pivotal and crucial offseason, Seth, old CJ. Big offseason for him.
Yeah, so Houshmandzadeh talked to CJ, and I just want to play this part of it because this was early in this segment where CJ Houshmandzadeh, you'll recall previous this year, has worked with Brandon Ayuk, but he also on this podcast said, team's got to think twice about signing Ayuk. So there's a lot going on there. CJ apparently had a conversation with TJ Houshmandzadeh, a heart-to-heart.
I believe that it's a learning lesson for CJ. Talked to him at length, man, long time, a couple weeks ago, just about this. And he gets it. He knows. There's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that nobody ever hears about and knows about. I'll leave those conversations private.
Okay. So there's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that nobody ever hears about or knows about. I'm going to keep those conversations private.
Yeah. Well, that's not very provocative.
Yeah. A couple minutes later. A couple minutes later, without directly tying it to anything CJ may or may not have said.
Okay.
A couple minutes later, here's TJ Houshmandzadeh's take on Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator.
For CJ, it's can him and his offensive coordinator mesh? That is going to be, for me, the biggest key I want to see in the preseason. Can they mesh? I don't think people really understand how much play calling matters in the National Football League. Calling the wrong play at the wrong time. Why are we running this play when we expect this defense and you know this play is not going to work against this defense? And so what they called analytics, we just called that scouting when we were playing, you know? And so that's what, you watch that playoff game, CJ he wasn't perfect that game. But as a coach, when you see that he's not having a good game, why am I steady dropping back throwing the ball? Yeah. We can't run no screens. We can't run a slant. We can't run some easy stuff. Why are we running dropbacks? Why? And you go, he just made bad decisions. Why are you calling these plays? And so can him, meaning the offensive coordinator, and CJ get on the same page?
Yeah. You can't talk to that guy anymore. Sorry, CJ.
Yeah,
you can't talk to TJ Houshmandzadeh.
CJ's done a great job of staying off of podcasts and everything, and now you have a heart-to-heart with TJ Houshmandzadeh, and he's in the same conversation talking about in the same conversation that he's having on this podcast. TJ Houshmandzadeh is having. He talks about how he had a heart-to-heart with you, and then 2 minutes later he's talking about how CJ and the offensive coordinator have to get on the same page. And I think there's validity to that, and without even saying that that's abnormal in anybody. Go back to Matt Ryan and Kyle Shanahan after their first year together in Atlanta. Remember, they got together and had a conversation in the offseason, and they were more on the same page in the second in the second season there, to the point where they went to a Super Bowl.
He won the MVP of the league that year.
Yeah. So I don't think that's necessarily abnormal or something crazy to say. I do think that Houshmandzadeh there and sticking up for CJ is taking CJ's worst performance of his career in a situation where the weather was extreme. It was really bad. But CJ also was on some of those short throws that Houshmandzadeh is wondering why are they not throwing. CJ was really bad with those throws. On the other things that you want to do, like run the football, they couldn't run the football. I agree that I wish they would develop their screen game more. Hopefully this year that's something that comes together. But to take that game and say, well, CJ's not to blame for this reason, that reason, the other reason, because he had all these adverse circumstances. Those same excuses that you can make for CJ, which are fair, you can also make for the coordinator, given that they didn't have Nico Collins, they didn't have Dalton Schultz after he got injured. The weather was extreme and severe. I don't like looking at that one game and acting like, oh yeah, that's where all of a sudden it was clear that the offensive coordinator and CJ weren't on the same page.
Yeah, well, and the elements were such an outlier in that game too. It's if you're using that as the basis of what you're saying there, you're right. Like it's a season-long thing. And those may very well have been TJ Houshmandzadeh's own opinions that he's giving right there, having observed. That's a possibility, but you know how it looks. You know the optics of it.
Talking about how you had a heart-to-heart with this guy, but I'm going to keep it private.
You threw him under the bus.
There's a lot of things that go on behind closed doors.
Yeah,
but I'm going to keep it private.
Yeah.
And then launch into a discussion about how the offensive coordinator is letting him down.
Right. You either keep it private or you don't talk about the fact that you talked to C.J. Stroud.
You don't invite people to connect the dots on that.
Yeah.
So I think, but it's very fair to have questions about Nick Caley, you know, and it's just that we're getting to the point now where it becomes, all right, at some point, are you going to keep firing offensive coordinators, or at some point is it that the quarterback isn't as good as you thought he was?
Yep.
And hopefully it's a non-conversation this year if they get on track. I think that the inability to run the ball is by far just the biggest thing that would show the best version of both Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Texans Jacob put up that stat, which I think is very, very significant, which is, you know, CJ, depending on which EPA you're using, was a top 11 or top 12 in expected points added per dropback last year, which is very rare that it happens when you've got one of the worst rushing offense EPAs in the league, especially for young quarterbacks. So, to not overly simplify it, just having a basically competent rushing attack and then seeing what you have with your quarterback, for me, that's enough of an excuse for these last couple years. And that pressure is very much on Nick Caserio, Nick Caley, Cole Popovich, the offensive linemen.
All the guys they signed. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, look, CJ he's running out. I was going to say he's running out of excuses. I don't think CJ generally makes excuses about how it's gone. He's accountable for his performance, things like that. But we are definitely running short on a runway here where we can, we can view other things as the problem as opposed to CJ being the problem.
Well, the other thing, and I saw it in a lot of the replies to this, I think where I saw the clip was on by Houston Stressen's at Texans comment.
Yeah.
I think what some people would say is, hey, man, when CJ was good, it was when we were taking shots downfield, et cetera, et cetera. And I think a couple things about that is, one, they still weren't a genuinely good offense as they were doing that. It was impressive, and it was explosive, and it was cool, but it wasn't necessarily a good, sustainable offense. But the second part of it is that I think some of that, the lack of explosivity last year, was actually a good thing because a lot of it was CJ doing the smarter thing on first down, especially when you have a lead and you've got a really good defense on the other side of the ball on your team, that your defense is really good. CJ did a better job of not trying to string plays out, not trying to extend plays. And that's a large reason for why the sack numbers went down.
Yep.
Sacks are a quarterback stat. There's plenty of really good quarterbacks playing behind horrible offensive lines that still don't take a bunch of sacks because they know when to get rid of the ball. I thought CJ improved by leaps and bounds in that regard last year. But you're not going to have as many deep shots when the quarterback is operating that way. But I'm cool with it because I thought that was part of the growth of CJ.
We haven't had any Vrabel and Rossini news in the last 24 hours. I think this is the first.
Yeah, we have. There was somebody shed some skepticism on the report that Diana Rossini had rescued that guy from his car accident.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
So the New York Post had originally reported that there was a car accident and Diana Rossini got on a car, on top of the car, and helped pull out the owner and his dog or something.
Yeah.
A different witness is now saying that no, she didn't do that. She held the dog's leash after they rescued the dog.
So she was there.
She was there.
She was there. Okay.
She was at the scene of the accident, but didn't heroically.
I've seen pictures of the aftermath. I've seen pictures of the accident.
Yeah.
Right, like the aftermath where the car is on its side and whatnot.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen Rossini in any of the pictures.
Right.
Have you?
No.
Yeah, I haven't either. Okay, yeah. So, but she was definitely there. All right.
She was there, but there's differing reports on just how involved she was in the rescue.
They made it
of the
sound
man
like
and
she
his
was
dog.
operating the jaws of life to peel the people out of there, you know?
Yeah. She probably tried to steal the dog. So another person's close acquaintance.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go spend some time. Hey, I made a playlist for your dog.
For the dog. The only thing that we haven't touched on yet with Vrabel and Rossini, I don't know if you saw this, but Seth, I know you've heard this because we played the audio on here, but Chris Sims got let go from Sunday Night Football. He revealed that, I think, on his Monday show with Florio.
Yeah.
That Chris Sims, who I actually liked on that show. I'm not wild about that studio show, but I thought Sims did a good job. They have him on Notre Dame coverage, too, and I think he does a good job on there. He does his studio show.
But Mike Tomlin pops a lot more than Sims.
Well, he does.
Chris Tomlin, I guess, is replacing
Dungy.
Tomlin's replacing Dungy.
Yeah. I still like. I look at what they're left with. I'm like, no, I'd rather have Sims than these people. But there were
Collinsworth's kids still on it.
No, he's gone. Yeah, he's gone.
Atrocious.
Yeah, but people are tying this to Sims getting let go by NBC. This was Florio talking to Sims about the Rossini situation a week or so ago, and Florio seemingly putting guardrails on Sims, trying to keep him from saying something that could get them in trouble.
Well, it's the biggest story in the NFL. I wouldn't. I'd shoot you straight. These are things that I've been texting with about my friend with my friends in the coaching world. Even their wives are involved in the conversation as well.
Stay on target. Stay on target.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Be careful. I'm trying to. You ever see Star Wars?
Yeah.
You ever see Star Wars?
Yeah.
As Luke is going down the I don't know. I'm not enough of a Star Wars nerd to know all the terms, but his wingman is telling him stay on target.
Right.
I'm just giving you. I don't look. There's a lot there, and there's only so much that is reported and known, and that's I'm just trying to help.
All right. In Star Wars, did they tell that they have the thing called "shut up" and just let the person talk? How about that? Tell me that and read that line back.
I'm just trying to help you.
Yeah. Okay. There are people somehow connecting that.
Yeah.
To Sims getting let go by Sunday Night Football.
Well, he
also
still has
an
his
NBC
job
property.
with NBC, though,
Right.
right? With Florio and everything.
With Florio.
You know what? I don't know if we ever settled on this. When I listened back to that a few times, I felt like Florio was trying to keep Sims in terms of being careful about, speculating versus reporting what's actually known, and or when Sims brought up that I'm texting with my buddies about this, like, hey, don't get one of your buddies in trouble. Remember back when you were talking about how Kyle Shanahan was going to draft Mac Jones? Everybody assumed because you were buddies. I didn't really dig into that. It was to protect, to stay safe from the corporate overlord.
Well, when Florio goes, there's a lot there.
Yeah,
That's kind of the tell for me that he was worried Sims was going to say something that might get their show in trouble.
Right.
So that was, but who knows? But there were people connecting the dots like, yep, it's because Sims either knows things about Rossini or he was going to be irresponsible. I don't think one has to do with
I'm not putting
the other.
that outside the realm of possibilities. I mean, the NFL's tried to squash this hardcore. And
maybe.
It was criminally underreported, especially once it got to the point where Vrabel was actually missing time at the facility. It's so you lose the ability to try to say, well, this is a personal matter and we don't report on these or anything. That's it was ridiculously undercovered by the major outlets who all happen to be partners with the NFL.
We know who one of the referees is going to be for tonight's Rockets game. Is this a good thing or a bad thing for the Houston Rockets? We'll dig into it coming up next. But first, I can tell you one good thing is if you snore like this guy right here, which is
610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Text message, base power text line. No KD, period. End of story. Now look at the difference. The reason I'm yelling is because this was all caps. So this person's yelling at me.
Oh my
so
gosh.
I'm just going to convey it. Yeah.
Sir, lower your voice.
Lower your voice, sir. The decibel level in here. So yeah, Kate, it's a really interesting wrinkle to this series, man. No Kevin Durant. And depending on what happens tonight and on Sunday, and if this thing keeps going, what ripple effect does that have on the offseason? Because I know for a lot of the hot takers and the debaters and things like that, and even me in the back of my mind is, okay, if they come back from down 3-0 in a playoff series with no Kevin Durant, then you've got to entertain both possibilities now. Durant still has value around the league. You've got to entertain both, which is really three things. Keep the young group together, but move Durant. Keep Durant, but trade some of the young pieces and go get Kawhi or Giannis or somebody like that, Donovan Mitchell, whoever. And then the other is run it back, which I think is still the chalk to me, which is bring everybody back. Add Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams to the mix, maybe make a couple tweaks to your depth, maybe use a draft pick, whatever, and then off you go.
And I think you got to have an offensive coordinator of some sort. I mean, it's just the limitations that they had in trying to put together some kind of an unconventional way to deal with the loss of Fred VanVleet. I mean, the conventional way would have been to trade for another point guard, but Rafael Stone didn't decide to do that.
No.
But in terms of just actually getting something going with this young core where you're going to have to operate a little bit differently and making it look anything more than just a bunch of iso ball, it looked like Joe Johnson was your offensive coordinator out there.
Yeah.
That they need a little bit.
They
need a little bit more elegance in the way they operate, with or without Kevin Durant or Fred VanVleet or whatever, offensively. So, could you read the text again? The all caps.
Oh yeah. No KD. Period. End of story. Now look at the difference.
Okay, so you're saying that they're better without KD. This is the issue I have with that. Is that for one, KD's been injured this entire series when he's even been out there, and he's been absent.
Yeah.
And
even the game he played, he was banged up.
Right. So for the first 3 games, was that like there was no KD in there? It's like is that why they've improved?
Right.
Because when they went from having no KD to having no KD, the other part of it I think is that let's remember this is not a formidable opponent you're facing by playoff standards.
No.
With the injuries that they had, they might as well have been the last seed. So judging this is like somehow, without KD, this is the team. No, they're barely beating a very much weakened Lakers team. What are the odds going to be on them beating OKC with or without KD?
Yeah.
Not good at all.
No, either way.
And I would agree with that. Yeah, a healthy KD would still be their best recipe. The one thing I'd like to see is defensively, they're kind of limited by KD not being able to do the same things he used to be able to do defensively.
Yeah.
It's not like he's a liability out there or anything.
He's still long.
By virtue of his length, he's always going to be something. But they can't switch as much. They can't do a lot of the really frenetic stuff defensively. That's a consideration, and just how you work around that better than perhaps they had been.
It's super intriguing, man. It is super intriguing tonight. The 5 young guys in the starting lineup going out there and trying to go make history is a really exciting. I've gone from wanting this series to just end 5-6 days ago to I'm stoked for tonight now. Like I can't wait.
I'm just trying to figure out how losing 2 games without KD. And then winning 2 games without KD somehow proves that not having KD is the difference in the answer.
Yeah, I don't know.
It doesn't quite work for me.
Yeah, I get maybe the sequencing of the whole thing, that they've gotten better as it's gone along without KD. Yeah, I don't know. I just know the guy's all capsing me on this thing.
They had some time to figure it out.
Yep.
Yeah. No, and I'm genuinely asking that. I would like to hear his explanation.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, give us
read his explanation.
And do it in all caps so that I see it and that it's you. You're all caps guy now, 101, all right? Scott Foster is the referee tonight, Seth, as several people have indicated on the text page and as confirmed by Clutch fans. Scott Foster is the referee tonight. Here's where I'm at on this. Rocket fans hate Scott Foster. I'm guessing Laker fans hate Scott Foster. I'm guessing every fan base hates Scott Foster. Why? Scott Foster's a terrible referee. He's not good at what he does.
You hope that he gets involved in some kind of gambling scam.
Yeah, let's get him the hell out of here. It would better explain how bad he is.
Right.
That he's involved. At least we'd have a logical...
people have done the math and they figured, no, we can't tie him to a gambling scandal. He's just that bad.
So the debate then, I guess, with fan bases is if Scott Foster is... If the league is being purposeful about assigning Scott Foster to this game, because that's conspiracy theory, he's one of those referees that you take and assign to a game when you want a certain outcome. Is Scott Foster more likely here to do something to make sure LeBron James moves to the next round, or to make sure that we get a Game 7 for Sunday and a little bit more theater out of this series? Because my guess is the league wants LeBron to keep going.
Oh,
if there's no KD, right? If the Rockets are a fun young team. The Rockets are a fun young team, like Peter Schrager would say. They're almost Schrager.
Incredibly young, right? But LeBron's going to be a draw. Just at the point where I don't know. Yeah, does the league?
If you were Adam Silver, and it's a business decision.
Yeah.
Would you want a Game 7 on Sunday involving LeBron and the Rockets, and then the possibility LeBron might not make the next round? Or would you just go ahead and cash your chips in tonight and say, let's just move LeBron on to the next round? Get at least 4 more games out of LeBron.
If I were Adam Silver, I'd be kind of tired of LeBron, and I'd want him out of there.
Okay.
So, yeah. Plus, the allure of a Game 7. Hey, if LeBron, you know what? Okay, if I were Adam Silver and I were somehow inclined to try to rig it somehow, I would want LeBron to prove that in a Game 7 at home that he still has, by all means, he should be the marquee guy, and that you make it to the next round, possibly with Doncic returning. Who knows?
That game will be big box. I think that game, I know that people debate about NBA ratings versus other leagues, blah, blah, blah. The ratings aren't that great, blah, blah, blah. That'll be fun box office on Sunday night.
Yeah.
If the Rockets, I think it'll be night. Some of it depends on who else wins tonight. What time will the games be on Sunday? I'm kind of hoping, Seth, we're existing in a world where the game starts at like 5:30 or 6, not 8:30.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see what happens. Some of that is some of that's dependent on what happens in the other games tonight. Detroit and Orlando play tonight. Harden's in a game tonight where he's trying to close out Toronto. So that's fun theater too. Lot of moving parts here.
Hey, I just went through during the break and watched all the short passes from the Texans-Patriots game.
Oh, okay.
Because TJ Houshmandzadeh was wondering, hey, why are they still dropping back? Why are they not giving him easy receptions, et cetera, et cetera? It's all very fair questions.
What'd you learn, Doctor?
Well, for one, I mean, just what we had already said is, like, they couldn't run the football. One of the reasons they had to keep passing was they couldn't run the football at all.
17 yards on 14 carries for Woody Marks. I can recite it chapter and verse. Yes.
Unless it was a Cade Stover tush push of some sort.
Yeah.
That was the only time you could expect them to get more than a couple of yards.
Right.
And really, honestly, for one, Houshmandzadeh had asked for more screens. I understand why they wouldn't try to lean into screens necessarily against the Patriots because of the way they call their plays, specifically because they were more blitz heavy, but they were very good at just kind of mixing them in here and there that you couldn't when they didn't blitz, they're the wrong team to call screens against. Yep. But that honestly, they ran 33 short passing plays in the game, and on a large chunk of them, CJ was just really inaccurate with the football. And I'll go back to the weather conditions. That's partly on CJ. It's on the weather conditions themselves, and it's on the inability of the team to run the ball at all that to judge Nick Caley's play calling on that one game alone, I have a really hard time doing it because it was without Nico Collins and then ultimately without Dalton Schultz, it's really hard to figure out anything that was going to work in that game offensively. And one of the most impressive things they did was a deep ball for that touchdown throw.
Yeah, that's true. Were you able to pull up all those short passes like super quick on the
pro.nfl.com.
Yeah. So you put in like
you can sort it
like
really
length of pass and stuff.
Yeah, I've told you this multiple times, and you refuse to.
No.
Now I'm getting annoyed.
No, I didn't know. I didn't know if you could sort it on length of pass. That detailed. Yeah. No, I knew about the whole thing.
No, I know you know about it, but I need you to get in there and see for yourself just how easy it is.
Why would I do that when you do it for me? It's just stupid. It's a poor use of my time.
No, it's, you'll enjoy it. You'll go down a rabbit hole.
Do I have that capability with NFL Plus?
Yeah, you
I do. Okay, I didn't know that because I know there's a special player one too. Isn't there a version that I thought there was, or do you just get it for free? I guess because you're a player.
You get it for free, but they really don't advertise it or push it all that much, and it's weird. But instead of going to NFL.com, you got to go to pro.nfl.com.
Gotcha. Okay.
One of my favorite things, mind you.
Well, this might play into the question of the day, actually, right now. As we welcome in Reggie Atatula and John Lopez. Ask me the question of the day, John.
What's something normal that you've never considered normal?
Never gone to pro.nfl.com and sorted passes on the length of the pass before.
You should. Very fun to do that type of stuff.
Yeah.
The next-gen stats in there are fun. In fact, on my birthday, when I went to a jazz lounge, I was telling T. Mill this is how I know I'm not normal. Because I'm listening to jazz, I'm sipping on a tequila soda, and I'm running through pro.nfl.com. I'm running through it on my phone. Because I'm a sick human being. You know
this. In the jazz club.
He's wild, man.
That's right.
Seth's like, can I host a show with that guy, please?
I don't know if that worked.
What's something normal you've never done before? You saw what happened yesterday, right?
Yeah, Jim Palmer.
Yeah.
First chicken wing of his life.
First chicken wing of his life.
Isn't that wild?
In 80.
Yes.
Boy, Jim Palmer. The ladies loved Jim Palmer back in the day.
He still looks great.
Does he look good? God.
Yes.
He had those underwear
Stays away
ads.
from the chicken wings.
Yes, that's right. That's not a good That's not good for chicken wings.
No.
Yeah. I'm sure if people stop eating chicken wings now.
There's no way Jim Palmer's 80.
That was a common response from a lot of people.
Dude, yeah, and he was on those. Boy,
he must moisturize.
He was on some Orioles staffs that would be the scourge of every debate show now, because they were winning like 25 games each because they're throwing a bunch of complete games every time out. That's
born
fun
in
times.
1945, which is the ultimate draft dodging maneuver. But that was
Jim Palmer draft dodger.
Got it right as the war was ending. Pretty clever there, Jim
Can
Palmer.
you thank the people that let you eat those chicken wings, please? Give you the freedom to eat those chicken wings.
I like the thought process that if he had been born a year earlier, they'd have sent him out to the front.
That's great.
It would have put him smack dab into getting drafted to Vietnam. So that wasn't a. Yeah.
I'm about to give my real answer to that question. I mean, I have never been to the parts of the NFL Plus corner of the universe that Seth's been to, but
that's also not normal.
I may set myself up for ridicule here because I don't know how normal this is, but I know a lot of guys who've gotten mani-pedis.
You've never gotten one?
I've never gotten a mani-pedi before in my life. It sounds like you have.
It's relatively normal, not a lot, like 3 or 4.
But we're saying never done it before. Like I'm not even saying like somebody.
Say the majority of American men have probably never gotten a mani-pedi.
You think a majority have never? Have you ever gotten one?
Yes.
Okay.
I think. I've never gotten a pedicure. Nobody's touching my damn toes.
No, I don't get that kind of. I don't know. It might feel kind of good, but anyways,
actually, the pedicure was better than the manicure.
Yeah. You get your feet rubbed. That's
I've got like 3 or 4.
My toes.
I've gotten like 3 or 4, but all of them are like. You get egged on. Come on, come with me.
Well, no,
you'll like it.
And Amy's been trying forever, and she's like, "I'll pay for it." Or I'm like, "No, I just don't want to go. It's just not. It doesn't
all
appeal
4
to me."
were like at her behest.
It doesn't appeal to me, and so I'm saying. So you're saying never done. I've never done that.
Yeah.
So that sounds like may have done at least a manicure once. You've done it a few times. Yeah. Reggie,
a pedicure. I have done. In fact, I did it. Was it last year? And I was the sucker. I took. Okay. I went with the gold package when I definitely.
Okay. What is Figgy in there? Figgy, what about you?
What happened?
Have you ever gotten a mani-pedi? Even?
Yes.
You have?
Yeah.
Okay, so the majority, I'm the only one in this room that's never gotten one. So am I the majority? I don't know. I mean, they're kind of pricey, so there's going to be plenty of people don't do it because it costs too much. But
we've got a great tool, 713-572-4610.
You know what? Let's talk to the people. Yes.
Let me say this, because I feel like this is one of those things that's way more common than people realize, and mostly it's because they just keep it to themselves when they do it. But I feel like at the very least, I don't know what percentage of students have cheated on a test, but I've never once in my life cheated on a test by like looking over somebody's shoulder or doing anything like that.
Not even like in middle school?
No, never ever.
That is a great answer.
What a Boy Scout.
That is a great answer. Yes.
But I think it's more based on fear of anything else. It's just, am I any more, morally upstanding? Probably not. I think I'm just more of a coward. Now I'm a little ashamed that I've never cheated.
Yeah. What's your problem, man?
Heck, I cheated off of Seth when we did the Wonderlic.
Are we just learning about this now?
No, I did not.
Yeah, that's funny.
No, I don't think we could on that one.
Yeah, you
we
were
all
on the
by
next
ourselves.
table. Yeah, you were on the next table.
The only time I ever cheated, I didn't cheat on regularly cheat. I've cheated on a test before. This is how I cheated. I've never looked. Put it this way: I've never looked on somebody else's paper before. In college, I had a marketing class that was in an amphitheater, held like 500 people, and you would grab, and so there were no desks. You were literally sitting in a theater, but they had these lap boards that you could grab off a shelf and just put it on your lap, and that's how you leaned on it and wrote your notes. Well, I never went to this class, and so I borrowed somebody's notes, and then I actually took one of the lap boards back to my dorm room.
Oh.
And I basically wrote a semester's worth of marketing onto the lap board.
That's next level cheating,
dude. And here's what
it's industriousness.
Here's what I found out. In rewriting all the notes, I ended up. I didn't really need it. I learned it. Yeah.
Go figure.
Yes. Now I still leaned on the lap board from time to time, for answers, but that's the closest. I'm not a look on somebody else's paper guy.
This is kind of in the.
It's too obvious.
This is kind of in the same realm as Manny Petty, because a lot of guys like, I don't sew, but how I like to do stuff with my hands, whether it's making something, cooking, whatever. Yeah. I've never sewn anything. I've tried.
I can see that. Sewing's very tedious.
The concept doesn't. How it works doesn't even.
We still had to take home economics when I was in junior high, so that was pretty cool. Actually, I'm glad I learned how to sew a little bit. And now it does. Clothes are so much cheaper these days. It's cheaper these days.
Yeah.
So you're not like sewing patches onto clothes anymore. So you've never sewn a single thing in your life?
I've tried multiple times. I can't. I don't understand how it works. Wait a minute.
I don't either.
I could tile a floor. I could float the floor.
But if you had a rip in your shirt, that thing's staying ripped.
I built an outdoor kitchen in my backyard, but I can't sew. I
can't thread the needle.
It's like, so you're saying that it goes through?
I'll tell you, I remember I read a book a long time ago by a woman who is she's one of the first female medical students at some school or whatever, back when there weren't a lot of women doctors. And when it got to and so she had to face a lot of people just scoffing at, but when it came to learning how to do stitches, it's like her mom had taught her how to sew and everything. Yeah. She was really good at sewing. But she's talking about these surgeons are acting like, they're giving you these secrets to the trade. And she comes up and she's like, my mom could step in and do this in a heartbeat. And they were just wowed by her ability to pick up stitching so quickly.
Yeah, and you know what's wild about that?
A woman, look at this, a woman sewing a body better than a man. Yeah.
I can tie every knot known to mankind, because of my fishing. But I can't sew.
I wish, that's something I wish I had done. I tell Brandy this once a year, I want to sit down and learn how to do all the Boy Scout knots and everything. Or just because even boating, John, if I ever go boating out with you, you're going to be humiliated by me. Because I get real nervous when I'm tying down the knot. I vaguely know how to do it, but it's going to take me 7 or 8 times before I get it right. And that's simple.
Yeah. Yep. A lot of Manny Petty weighing in on the text page here. Yeah.
Let me ask you guys this one.
Yep.
Have you ever sung karaoke?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I never have.
That's another good answer.
I could see that. I could see where you wouldn't sing karaoke. Or you'd have to be super drunk to do it, I would
Where is Seth going if he's selecting karaoke?
I'll bring him to Dino's Den over on Richmond sometime if he's in town. We'll get him singing,
I can't. Won't do it. It all goes back to when I was in 5th grade and my dad was trying to see if I had any musical ability because he was a very gifted musician. Before he got kicked out of high school, he had gotten a musical scholarship to college, and he became another type of person.
Is Seth?
He did a lot of the other stuff that musicians do.
I thought maybe he was trying to turn you into a child star to star in one of his movies he would produce.
No, so he had me sing along with this song, and I remember it was a Billy Joel song. I can't remember which one it was.
Oh,
he's like, well, let's see if you can sing. And I got about 3 or 4 bars into it, and he's like, no, that's enough.
You're good. You're good.
He went all Simon Cowell on his own kid. Oh, God. And ever since then, I've been petrified of singing in front of
You don't remember? I need to know which Billy Joel song the young Seth was asked to sing.
I'll go through his catalog later, and I'll try
Yeah.
to see which one I start crying at.
I don't
I'm
know if it's
picturing
one of,
My
like,
Life.
My Life is the first one that popped into my head. But boy, if they had him sing "Innocent Man," that would be amazing in a high-pitched fifth grade voice. A lot of mani-pedis on the text page, except for this one guy. Never had a mani-pedi. Real men don't have mani-pedis.
Yeah, you knew that was coming.
Got to have a real man. It's not that I haven't had one because it's a manliness thing.
Yeah.
I just don't want to. I just don't
You
want
want to talk about manliness? We were watching the other day. We were watching the. It was when they were showing the Correa highlights from a home run he had in Baltimore a few years ago, and they showed the dugout shot, and it was Jake Marisnick, celebrating with Carlos Correa.
Yeah.
And Brandy turned to me and she said, "Okay, if you had to choose between Jake Marisnick and Ryan Gosling, what's your choice?" Oh,
wow.
That was unfair. That was unfair.
How long did it take for you to break it down, the tail of the tape?
Gosling won out because I know for sure of his sense of humor.
Okay.
Whereas Marisnick, I'm sure he's a fun guy, but
Yeah.
I don't know if he's as legitimately funny as Ryan Gosling.
Yeah. It's good. So you can at
Randy
least
gets really jealous when I start gushing about those two guys.
Once you're done staring at him, you can have a fun conversation with him. All right. I don't know if I did this, and if I am, you're listening to KLTM, KLTFM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Gentlemen, have a great show. Seth, have a great weekend. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and an uptown girl to you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Definitely wasn't uptown girl.
River of Dreams, please. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Everybody have a great weekend out there. Go Rockets tonight. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they start now.
It's a Friday, baby,
Yes,
in the loop
it is.
here on Sports Radio 610. I would like to start the show by apologizing to Sean Pendergast because he asked me for statistics, something that he doesn't do frequently.
Let me see if I got the text.
And I did not find it.
Yeah.
It was a lot harder than I thought it would be to find.
I actually texted Adam Spillane.
Yes,
he would know.
Yes, Adam Spillane is a dude who is much better at finding stats than I am. I am always willing to say that.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I haven't been able. At some point during the show, if I find it, I will blurt it out randomly. And that statistic is: how do the Rockets play when Scott Foster is on the call or on the officiating crew? I guess is the lead, because that is the case for tonight's Game 6 must-win for the Rockets as they host the Los Angeles Lakers with an opportunity to do something that has only very rarely been done in the NBA, which is force a Game 7 after being down 3-0 in the series.
Yeah, and the only relevant stat that I saw, and this isn't the completeness of Scott Foster and the Rockets, but I did see in 2018 they were 0-3 with him as the ref. But that's just one.
Yeah, that's
one slice.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll see if I could find that, but that's one of the interesting portions about this game.
Adam,
we're
waiting on you.
And I think as people find a little bit more belief.
Not my money.
Hey, Adam, nice to hear from you. But as people find a little bit more belief in the possibility that the Rockets could do this, seeing Scott Foster makes people go, huh.
ChatGPT said that the Rockets are 1-0 with Scott Foster reffing this year, which sounds like
he would have called more than one game.
Yeah, more than one game. That's what I'm saying. So I think ChatGPT is not good at stats.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So, but at any rate, can I ask you guys something real quick?
Please.
If you were Adam Silver and you're putting Scott Foster in there for nefarious reasons to try to get the outcome you're looking for, what is the outcome that you're looking for if you're Adam Silver in this game tonight, if you're worried about the business side of it?
I think,
because you could argue,
yes,
let's get LeBron on to the next round and get at least 4 more games of LeBron. Because we
With
don't
the
know how much more
possibility of
LeBron
Luka being in there.
we're going to have. Or we want a Game 7 that'll be massive box office, and we might still get what we want with LeBron moving on. What would you guys do?
I think it's the Game 7. I think that you go for more big-time television, especially with the NBA now being in this place where regular season is damn near insignificant to a large part of your casual audience. I think that you want more of these memorable opportunities in the postseason to buoy your game. I think that's the way that I go.
I think it's Game 7 because of the promos. Could this be LeBron's final game? could this be the end of an era? So I'm going to go with Reggie on that one.
Must be a winner.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see what that looks like. Speaking of questions, which appreciation to Sean Pendergast for that question. Actually, I should do the whole thing. Get involved with the program, mind you. Base Power text line 713-572-4610. And appreciating folks, let's appreciate the Mo Cameron Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. But as we're talking about questions, how about some questions for this must-win Game 6? And funny enough, I feel like some of them will also translate for a must-win Game 7 should you get Game 6. But let's start with the Game 6. Let's stay with our feet are right now, right? And so with that being the case, John Lopez,
I got questions.
Okay.
I started asking myself a couple of questions. I said, you know what? This sounds like we should take it to the class. So we are. And we may not get to all of them because we want to dig in on these. We can do some more later.
Luckily, we have a whole show.
We have 4 freaking hours of this. So which Rocket can you count on the most tonight?
This is such a fun question because there's actually,
like you don't know what's going to happen, but you can count on this.
Yeah. And I think that this can mean different things to different people. There's something in me that wants to say Jabari Smith Jr. Because he's been pretty damn good for you. There's something in me that wants to say Amen Thompson. But I feel like those exist in different places. Like Amen is going to play dog defense.
Yeah.
But is Amen going to definitely be able to get downhill? Is he definitely going to be able to be a offensive playmaker, at least to the degree that we've allowed or we've seen Amen be a playmaker? I'll go with Jabari. I think that Jabari's ability to raise up, I think that his defensive effort has been really good. And I think that, what you saw last game maybe was like the high end of what he's capable of doing, but it feels like he's been more of that in this series than probably anybody else that I could point to. I would love for the answer to be Alperen Şengün. I just am not so sure about that.
I thought about it. Figure, what do you think?
I was going to say Şengün.
Okay.
I think I
with this offense?
Yeah, I feel like he could. I don't think he's gonna come up small in this game, man. I feel like he's kind of, he ain't had the greatest game of all time last game, but I feel like he's kind of in a groove a little bit where he's, finding his moments a little bit.
I want to say Şengün as well, but the reality is you can't count on another game like that. But I think the odds are higher without Kevin Durant and it running through him a little more.
Well, are we without Kevin Durant? Because he got upgraded
he's
from
doubtful.
He was out immediately after the game, and then yesterday in the afternoon we get an update. I think I saw from Will Guillory of the Athletic saying that he's been upgraded to, was it questionable?
Doubtful.
Or doubtful? Okay.
See, and the reason I'm still thinking he's out is because doubtful is doubtful, and that's not exactly an upgrade to questionable. In which case we would all be much more, excited about the prospect there. So I'm thinking he's out.
The upward movement does make you go, okay, that's interesting.
I'm going to say I'm in. I think, when you look at a team, you're like, who has that inner something that, was it Jaden McDaniels?
Shout out to Jaden McDaniels. That buddy said something, he was right. And I think that's probably where I get to Jabari Smith Jr.
Who's got that on this team? I think it's a man.
In a weird way, you've kind of seen it from a lot of different dudes, and I'm surprised that you did not bring up the dude who showed the level of that, the cojones, if you want to say that, last game, and Reed Shepard.
I think he's my second choice.
Reed Shepard is a dude who, especially from your perspective,
got a pair.
If you'll allow me to be John Lopez for a little bit, the offense looks better when he has the ball in his hands, and that's one of the things that you absolutely need, the ability to snake pick and rolls, the ability to move around, sometimes just getting straight downhill. He's probably the dude who's done that the best.
He is, and he's my second choice, but he is my answer on the next question for tonight.
Okay,
who needs to lead the scoring charge?
Oh,
Reed Shepard to me. If he can go off, that's the difference in the game. It's been the difference in the game multiple times. If he has, 26, 28, 5 of 8 from 3-point line, whatever it may be, I think they win. They win if Reed Shepard goes off. If he leads the scoring charge, they win.
I don't know if I say that if he leads the scoring charge. I don't think I want him to lead the scoring charge. Well, I would love.
What I'm saying is, if he does, they win.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
but I think that's probably.
And I think he's done it.
He has. I feel like that is. I view that as different, and maybe I'm making a distinction without an actual difference there. I feel like, hey, if Reed goes off, that's great because that means that he's knocking down shots, and then that means that their defense is having to run all over the floor to keep up with him. I viewed the question when you asked it as who is the absolute necessity that you need scoring buckets in order to win. And in a weird way, I don't know that Reed is the answer there. Oddly enough, I want to go Şengün here, but we just saw a game in which they played really well, and Şengün was more of a facilitator, and I actually think that's more important for him. Him being able to utilize his presence and ability to collapse the Lakers' defense to then find guys open. I think this comes back again to probably like Jabari. I think it's Jabari.
Really?
Yeah. Because I think he gives you corner shooting. He gives you some facsimile in some instances of what Kevin Durant does, where he's a tall dude that can elevate in some of those instances. And I think also he's going to be on the floor a lot compared to like Reed, who's going to be on the floor a good amount, but I don't know that he's getting to like 40 minutes. I do think that Jabari, if he has that consistency, he could get to like 40 minutes and be somewhat of a metronome. And then you get, piles in from other guys. It feels weird that I'm highlighting Jabari to this level because it does not feel like that's his stature on this team.
Yeah,
but it almost feels like that's the logical answer for me.
Which question you on?
Who needs to lead the team in scoring? Yeah.
I was thinking probably I'm leaning between Jabari and Reed Shepherd.
Yeah, I'm going Reed Shepherd.
I'm kind of leaning more towards Reed Shepherd. I think if he lead the team in scoring, man, there's no way they can lose this game.
All right, one more here. We have more questions that we'll get to over the course of the show. So I'll get to the big one. Do you want Kevin Durant to play?
Ooh.
It's a trick question.
It's weird because it feels like they found such a flow. Reed Shepherd talked about how the guys sent him texts after his game 3, turnover that ultimately was a part of their collapse at the end. And, you feel the vibe with this team and the way it shows up. I'm hard pressed to be like, it's Kevin Durant's absence, so to say, is the reason why that's come together. I think that you still would rather have a dude of his caliber at your disposal than not. And so, yes, I feel like I have to come to the conclusion that, yes, I would want Kevin Durant to play if possible.
I'm going to say no for now. No for now. In this series, the way they've been playing without him, and more specifically, the way the Lakers have been defending the Rockets when Durant's on the floor, the offense has fallen to pieces when the way they defend him and the way they make other guys do more stagnant things. They just make it harder on them. I hate to say it. I'm going to say no. Figgy?
Yeah, I'm going to say no as well.
Isn't that crazy?
It's really crazy. I think right now in this moment, if it was during the regular season, I wouldn't say this.
Right.
Right now in this moment, I think the Rockets found something, man. I think that's part of playoff basketball, man. When you find some type of pocket, some type of groove. And I think right now they got the Lakers they got them up against the ropes right now. So I would rather him heal.
They're grooving like this.
Yeah. And I'm not even saying, let's say they do beat the Lakers. I'm not saying, hey, never play Kevin Durant.
Yeah, next series could be different.
Yeah, but right now in this moment against the Lakers, I'd rather Kevin Durant heal a little bit.
I think that's an interesting conversation to have is, all right, the idea of, do you get more time with Kevin Durant off his feet if you can get this done and then have him come back more healthy for what could be, which is crazy hope mongering, I guess, in this moment.
Yeah.
What could be a really tough series against the Thunder if you can make this happen. The thing that I keep coming back to is, hey, they were knocking down shots. You had 2 made 3-pointers from Dorian Finney-Smith, who I think a lot of us had proverbially put out to pasture. You had 2 made 3-pointers from Amen Thompson in this game. You win by 6 points. I go, are those guaranteed to happen again, even if the ball is hopping around? I think I like the idea of having the instant offense of Kevin Durant, even if I don't lean into it in the same way. I would be hard-pressed to move away from that.
If you was to tell me they was going to play like how they been playing and just add Kevin Durant to the mix,
that's the problem.
I would be down with it. But are they going to go back to, here, Kevin, take us to the promised land?
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm nervous at that. I can't sit here and say they won't do that.
If you have Kevin Durant available and they do go away from what's working, I think that's the issue more than the Kevin Durant of it all, is it not?
Yeah, but Durant is on the floor and they go away from it.
Right now, I'm trying to force a game 7.
Yeah. I feel you. And I think that's where a lot of people's heads are in Houston. As the Rockets face off against the Los Angeles Lakers, 8:30 tonight, Prime Video. So you might want to figure out what your watching plans are with that, because it's going to be a big one. I mean, look, it might not be a bad day to just go out to the bar and hang out with the people, because watching Game 5 amongst the people was cool. I can only imagine what a maybe more hopeful Game 6 looks like. We'll circle back around to that. And, of course, B. Scott is joining us on a Friday, so we'll definitely get his expert opinion, as I'm sure he'll be out at Toyota Center for that as well. But coming up next, let's jump to the Texans real quick. Obviously, you have your draft class. Which of the newest Texans additions, draft class and actually free agency as well, will have the biggest immediate impact? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it next.
Ready? Aziz El-Shire. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Coming up next, what happened?
Nothing, man.
Continue.
Hey, man. AB conversation.
That's right.
And see your way out of it.
Okay, all right. You know what? I'm ready to be done with the show, and that means that coming up next.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Oh, yeah. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's John Lopez, the OG. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us as we have a fun Friday, a funky Friday here on this Friday, gearing up for a Rockets Game 6 must-win. In this program, you'll hear from Aziz Al-Shire, who's speaking to the assembled media at noon about, just a new 3-year contract.
Being rich.
That's right. That's the way that we'll put it.
Same-ish, different day.
Yeah.
What if he does get up there on the podium and he's just like, welcome to my TED Talk. This is how you get a whole bunch of money.
Y'all, I am rich.
Y'all don't even understand, man. I'm spending this money,
The man got his own money.
That's right.
No, Aziz is such a humble dude, and he's such a
he's still rich.
He's so pensive that I'm certain that he's going to give us a very interesting presser. So we'll tap in with that.
Is he gonna open it up with a prayer?
He might. Like, of the dudes on this team, and this is a prayerful bunch.
Yeah.
I think Aziz also seems to exist in a place where there's not really good language for this, so apologize if this is not the right way to say this. He's not going to push his belief upon you.
Yeah.
Like, it exists there if you want to talk to him about it. I don't think that he's the one who vocalizes that immediately up front.
That's why I asked.
Yeah.
That's a good question. Yeah, fair enough. We'll see. And if you're Ocho, maybe you bet on it. All right, coming up, not coming up next. We will talk in the 11 o'clock hour with B. Scott, our guy. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about some Rockets, all of that. But right now, didn't want to talk about this Texans team. We're kind of stabilizing, settling in on what this team looks like after the NFL draft that happened last weekend. And a fair question that I don't think we've gotten to just yet, so why not now?
Yeah.
Which of the newest additions will actually have the biggest immediate impact? Obviously, you can go draft, you can go free agency, but I think it's worth examining and thinking about how these guys fit in their roles, right? Nick Caserio always talks about how when they acquire talent, they do it with a very unique and intent idea of what the role is that these people will serve.
Yeah, and I think you can look at it short term and long term. I'm really focusing more on short term because window open. We've talked about it. This is a contending team. So of all the free agents, all the draft acquisitions, who's going to have the biggest immediate impact to you? For me, I think I gotta go with, at least in the draft.
Okay, let's separate them out. Draft and free agency. We're doing
at least in the draft. I'm gonna go short term and long term in the draft. I think short term it's a very obvious one. It's going to be Keelan Rutledge for me. The options, the things he can help you do on the interior line if he steps in, and I think he will. And we haven't even laid eyes on him on a practice field yet, but I think he will and can play center. Boy, that opens everything else underneath, man. I mean, inside.
I think there's a nice little asterisk there. But if that asterisk is if he can handle the starting center job in this offense, if that's there, 100%. Because it's the reason why I was so infatuated with Keelan Rutledge versus the other very nice center options, Sam Hecht, Slaughter, all those cats, right? Is the size and the physicality that he can help bring to a front where they clearly have incentivized or rather invested in the idea of being big and physical, right? You can look at all the four other positions that we have the presumable starters.
Yeah.
They're all big, physical dudes, and they say they want to run the football. The only spot where you go, I don't know about that, was center. And then you slide into Keelan Rutledge. Now you have five dudes that feel like they line up like a bulldozer. They're falling together like Voltron if Voltron was a snowplow. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's the way this goes. And now we're talking about a David Montgomery. We're talking about a Woody Marks that how many yards before contact are they getting before their capabilities?
Yes, that's big.
Break? You know what I mean?
That's huge.
That's where my brain goes.
Yeah.
And now we're talking about how many times do we talk about a second and medium, second and long for this team? What if you're starting to talk about second and 4 on a relatively consistent basis? That is something that's huge, and that's a way to absolutely demoralize an opposition. Is just, I'm going to run it through your face. Plus, that pairs really nicely with a defense that's gonna stop, be a stonewall.
I mean, you have 4 guys. Just look at the possibilities it can do on the inside. Wyatt Teller, we know. If Rutledge is there, Ingram's there. Evan Brown is a proven player. I think that's big. Now, long term. Maybe
are there any other? Because we were talking
in
about
the short term.
Yeah, because we're talking about this with the
Caden
Astros.
McDonald?
If
that would be the other option.
Oh yeah, actually, you know what?
That was actually my first one.
That's a great point. I don't know. I actually, because of the asterisk, I think the answer is Caden McDonald.
Yeah, not as big of an asterisk.
No, there's no asterisks.
Well, there always is for a draft pick. But yeah.
But I mean, that's
but we got to see if he get, is he going to get that starting center job or what they going to do with that?
Yeah.
But Caden McDonald,
he's going to be in the rotation. He's going to be in that rotation.
That's somebody that probably should have been a first round pick.
Yeah.
Right. And the thing about it as well is that he brings something entirely different than what you had. I think the last time you had it was kind of had it with Foley Fatukasi, right? And so the idea of having a big dude that can help stop that run, obviously Togiai has done a pretty solid job of that. I don't want to discredit what he has done.
Yeah.
It feels like Caden McDonald is a specialist at that. And so bringing that immediately to this team, so
you change your answer? Yes,
I'll change my answer to Caden McDonald because for some reason I did not acknowledge the big boy in the middle.
Well, so long term, and maybe this is a reach. I believe in that pixie dust that D'Amico Ryans and Matt Burke have, and that is Kamari Ramsey. I think 5th round pick is not a chump. It's a position that he can. It's a place where he can do multiple things. They've already have a track record of, quote unquote, converting a player like Jalen Petrie, who had a similar background in college. I think you can bring him in, and long term he can be a guy that can maybe fill that role, maybe fill a safety role. I think he's going to be integral in their plans.
That's interesting, and that's what I was going to ask: is that because of the specialized importance of the way that the big nickel happens in this defense?
Yeah.
Is there any other option that's even close in your mind
for the draft?
For the idea of
maybe Woodaz, 4th round linebacker. Long term,
because
Toto was a 5th rounder.
Yeah, because of the relative immediate need, or not immediate, but the soon coming need of a linebacker who steps in. It just feels like I'm not betting on it. And again, I recognize where my bias has worked against Wade Woodaz. Here is I wasn't even considering the idea of his opportunity or possibility of being a linebacker really and truly in your defense. I went, okay, special teams, put him in that bucket. Don't think about him too much. So
for now, yes,
there is a little bit of bias against him.
The other option is Marlon Klein.
That's the other option, and I just don't know what to do with that, especially because I need to stop talking about him within the context of like all the things that are wrong. I do want to give him a little bit of the credit. I love the athleticism that he can show, especially like being a vertical threat at tight end, because it feels like you just haven't had that even with Dalton Schultz. We talked about this late in the season where you go, all right, or no, we talked about this with the idea of the addition of Foster Moreau is does that free up Dalton Schultz to do more of these kind of corner route type things? I'd be interested to see what Marlon Klein does in those contexts of being a more vertical threat and what that does to a defense when they see big boy rumbling down the field, down the seam, or into a corner space. What that does for a defense, I'd love to see what that context.
Free agency, real quick. Immediate and long-term biggest impact.
I mean, the immediate impact feels pretty evident, I think.
Does it?
Well, do we consider this free agency because you traded for him, but David Montgomery?
Oh, yeah, I consider him, free agency, acquisition, veteran acquisition, let's put it that way. Yeah.
Well, because the offensive line ends up being a big one, right? You end up probably like Wyatt Teller having a guy who at guard you feel pretty confident about, but I guess how does that then change also with the possibility that whatever the competition is, if Keelan Rutledge takes that position, who is the other option in your mind?
Mine is Reed Blankenship.
Oh, well, yeah.
I mean, he's 27.
Yeah.
He's still young. I think he's the answer for short term and long term. I mean, he could think about this secondary, man.
Yeah.
Think about this secondary with Reed Blankenship, proven, good.
Yeah.
Young-ish. 27 is nothing as a safety.
Yeah, and we talked about when they acquired him is that when he does not have to be the best defensive back or the second best defensive back in your secondary, it's really, really good. It's really, really good, and that's exactly the role that he has. He plays with that physicality, smart player. That's a fair point. It feels like when you talk about the impact, if you can help what has already been a really good defense, that weighs more in your mind than the offense. But it feels like the other way should be the case when you talk about the possibility of David Montgomery in the red zone. I think that's the reason why I went there, right? The possibility of, can you take a team that has been woeful in the red zone and help them turn that into a more successful team? That changes this team entirely, right? How many times did we talk about 4, 6, 7 points being left on the field because they got into the red zone and they could not convert? He is a bowling ball that does that really well, specializes in that. I think that impact alone, talk less of having a dude that you can depend on just regularly, is going to mean the world to this team in this upcoming season.
Yeah.
All right. Very intrigued to see how this team continues to settle in for your Texans as we move through the offseason for them that has been rather eventful, but in a way that I don't know that I fully anticipated going through it. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day, which was actually inspired by something the Astros were in. During the course of the doubleheader yesterday, a couple of grand slams happened, and that triggered something for an Orioles broadcaster that he had never done in his life. So 713-572-4610, what's something normal, average, that you've simply never done in your life? We'll talk about it next.
The Rockets soon. at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I was going to shout out the Astros, but should that be a shout out?
Half a shout out.
It was such a weird day yesterday for the Astros, in which, you know, our guy Pete Lambert only goes, what was it? Was it 3 1/3?
3 and change.
And then you went to the pen, and honestly, I felt like they could have stayed with Lambert. And then when they went to the pen, it just kind of fell apart.
Mm-hmm.
You got dogged in the first game, and then you did the dogging in the second game with the lineup.
Almost identical.
That lineup was wild.
Yeah.
A lineup that I would not have anticipated.
Mm-hmm.
You would dog anybody out with, and yet. 11-5 win in the second game, 10-3 loss in the first game. And the first game is where we'll focus on here, because in the course of that game, a couple of grand slams given up.
More than one.
Yes, a couple. This happened more than once in this game. I mean, you were here.
I know. I saw.
You felt the emotions.
It was late in the show, and I said, "Look, another one." Look.
I just remember looking down, looking back up, like, damn.
What happened?
How did they score this many?
That's right. And it was a couple of grand slams that helped out to some degree. They only needed one, though, for this particular thing that we're talking about, as the question of the day is, what's something that you have never, something normal, something average, something pedestrian, one might say.
People do this.
That you just have never done, because Jim Palmer, former Orioles pitcher, in fact, and now
handsome
Orioles
man.
He is indeed. I say that. I say that objectively.
Exactly.
That is objective. In fact,
yes.
I defy you to tell me that he is not. No, but Jim Palmer, broadcaster for the Orioles, last year said something that was fascinating, and this is a little bit of audio from their broadcast booth. Listen to it.
You know, I've never had a wing, ever.
What do you mean you've never had a wing?
Never, ever had a wing. They hit another grand slam while I'm broadcasting. I will make sure I eat a chicken.
It's an even 400, and that number might go up. Deep left center field. Matthews charging back, makes the catch, and crashes into the fence. But did he have the ball?
Nope.
No, he lost it on the way down. Matthews couldn't squeeze it, and we need to get you a chicken wing. Well, that was then. And this is now. The Orioles have hit 2 grand slams in 3 innings.
Thanks for reminding me.
Anything you'd like to say? Any last words here? Rob's with us, too.
That Bryce Matthews should have caught that ball, and I cannot believe Jason Alexander. Why did you hang a slider? But here we go.
So you having your first
Actually,
wings?
these are pretty good.
Hey!
Look at that.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought wings are good?
Jim Palmer, all of 80 years old, had his first ever chicken wing yesterday.
Yeah.
Because, well, I mean, it would have happened at some point, but because Bryce Matthews couldn't squeeze a ball at the, and it wasn't the easiest grab, to be fair, at the wall, trying to rob a home run.
Had it,
but
though.
he should have had it.
Yeah.
I do love that he did. He also went to that place where he was like, well, I mean, if some people would have done their jobs,
I wouldn't be eating this wing.
which I don't understand. He sounded mad.
He's not a vegetarian.
He sounded mad about the prospect of eating a chicken wing.
He's eating chicken.
Yeah.
But he's never had a chicken
wing.
I don't
wonder
understand.
why.
I don't understand that at all.
I don't understand at all. Maybe it's the fried thing. I
feel like you could just bump into a chicken wing at one point,
at some point.
Especially a sports, being involved.
I'm sure he's been in meetings.
He's been at little get-togethers, events, all these other
press
things.
box.
Yes, and
I'm sure they got some chicken wings there
multiple times.
You mean to tell me Jim Palmer's never been to a sports bar?
Oh, yeah, exactly. Or an Orioles suite.
Or chicken wings.
He probably goes to the suite every game.
Or what about this, a chicken wing spot?
Yeah. Figure you're normal, right?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty normal.
You've eaten chicken wings?
Yeah.
What's something normal, like most people would consider just a normal thing that you've never done? 713-572-4610. What's on your list?
The one thing on my list, y'all might be shocked at it, and can y'all see I need to shave?
Yeah.
I never shaved before.
What?
I never shaved myself.
Okay, so if you go to the barber,
I never had shaving cream. I never used a razor. I just go to the barber shop and get it shaved. I never did that.
I'm shocked.
Are you really?
How? You're a grown ass man.
Yeah, I just go to the barber shop and they do it.
You've never shaved?
I never had a razor blade.
Shaved yourself?
Yeah, I never had a razor blade and tried to shave myself.
Gillette ain't never seen Figgy Figs money.
Nope.
That is going to be tough to beat. He's never shaved?
I never shaved by myself.
I can guarantee that the base power text line, 713-572-4610, will have slander raining down upon my head when I tell you my answer to this question.
These are much better than mine.
You want to know my answer to this question?
What's that?
At the big age of 34 years old, I have never once mowed a lawn.
Oh, that's just wrong.
See? See? You see? See what you just did there?
You've never mowed a lawn?
Not once.
How? No one can beat those.
Right? And the answer is I'm blaming my mom. I'm blaming my mama, whose birthday was earlier this week. So, it's just the give and take of things. But, yeah, no, when I was in that age,
I'm
right?
like legitimately shocked.
Living in a house and everything. She
had a yard.
She never wanted to buy a lawnmower.
So just someone else did.
So she just always
paid somebody to get it.
If there was a lawnmower at the house, I definitely would have did. But she never wanted to buy a lawnmower, so it was like she just paid someone to do it.
It's fun. That's how I grew up. That's how I grew up. My because we didn't have a garage or anything like that, so my parents didn't want to buy a lawnmower, so they paid somebody.
I was mowing lawns at 7.
I bet.
That's the only way I could make money.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
I would go up and down the street knocking on doors.
Have y'all ever shoveled a driveway of snow?
I have actually.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's how we used to make money. We used to go to every door. It was cold as hell. Hey, can we shovel your driveway?
Yeah.
And we'd be lucky if we get $10 to do it.
I'm working with 2 grown-ass men that have never shaved or mowed a lawn.
That's right. I've never felt the peace of just a little bit of yard work on a Saturday afternoon.
People are just texting like how?
I know,
like how?
I knew I had this.
Who can't sew?
I can't sew, but the thing is, what's frustrating about that is I've tried so many times, and I screw that sucker up every time. Whether it's a ham or a hole.
I sewed in middle school because I had that home ec class too, where I made my own pillow.
You made your own pillow?
Yeah, and that was one of our things we had to
assignments.
But the frustrating thing for me is I love working with my hands. You guys know that. I do all kinds of stuff.
That's what make it even funnier.
And then I sew, and I'm just like, oh.
Look, man, God said that everybody can't have everything. So they were going to make sure that you could not do a cross-stitch to save your life. That was how.
I can't do any of that stuff.
That was how that happened. Yes, Lopez is besides himself.
I am totally besides myself. These are 2, those are tough to beat.
The next time that the Astros hit a home run or
I'm going to mow a lawn.
A grand slam, I will mow some random listener's lawn.
Not a listener, mine. I got a yard for you.
713. Don't let them shame you. I never mowed a lawn until I bought my own house. Keep strong. Oh, yeah. And the thing about it is, again, I'm not opposed to it, just have never had the circumstance to do that.
Somebody said, yeah, you frail.
You want to find out? From the 832, never had the flu. Well, that's a good one, and I think that that's awesome. Now, if I'm going to start bragging, I've never broken a bone. Like we could do that, but I feel like it's more of the things that you've done.
Y'all's two are just. I've never had a chicken fried steak.
Oh yeah, you're winning.
Said,
you win.
You live in Texas?
Yeah. I feel like you trip and fall and eat some chicken fried steak in Texas, especially if did you go to school?
Exactly, yeah.
Because that's like once a week they got chicken fried steak on the menu. Are you a vegetarian? Like what's the explanation? There's a reason. There's got to be a reason here.
Yeah.
Right? Somebody said you haven't lived until the riding mower breaks down and you have to finish with the push mower. God forbid.
I actually just bought a push mower too.
Oh yeah, you got the manual joint, don't you?
That bad boy had my shoulder sore.
They're fun about to be ripped.
But push mowers are fun, like for small yards.
Yeah.
Real sharp blades. They cut it great. Yeah. I know everything you need to know about mowing lawns.
I bet you do. All right. So I threw up the never mowed a lawn. Does this beat my answer? Or actually, I think chicken fried steak is the lead in the clubhouse.
Yeah, I was going to say, who's the leader in the clubhouse? Right
never eating chicken fried steak as a Texan. But how about this one from the 713? Easy answer. Never had McDonald's.
Wow.
That feels
how old
impossible.
That is almost impossible. Even as a kid, your parents, they're in a hurry. I'll just get you a Happy Meal, that kind of thing.
That feels damn near impossible in America, especially like fast food conversation. What do you do on road trips? Because on the road trip, obviously, there's a lot of places that you could stop in certain circumstances. Shout out to Buc-ee's or various different places. You get to certain areas of the world and you're just like,
it's nothing but McDonald's.
Yes.
I ain't seen nothing to eat for umpteen miles, and there's a McDonald's, and I just need a coffee, or I just need to grab some fries real quick.
I don't know if this stat is still true or not, because McDonald's, who knows? But I remember, like, it must have been in the 90s. I read that in every major U.S. city, you cannot go more than 5 minutes without seeing the arches on any of their highways.
Wow.
You could not drive more than 5 minutes without seeing the arches in every major U.S. city.
Okay, so they said, clarification, parents from Argentina grew up eating, I don't know what that, okay, I'm not reading this correctly, but they're like, oh, that fast food was viewed as inferior. Okay, I see that.
Still, you want to be a rebel?
Yeah, that's amazing.
I'm going to go get me some McDonald's.
See what it's hitting for.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, and then let's see. Sean, until I got married, I had never had pork. Huh, okay. Is that a religious situation, or y'all wasn't about pigs in your house for some reason?
Seth had a good one. Karaoke. He's never done karaoke.
I think there's a lot of people who've never done karaoke.
Yeah, but you would think
people
you'd
are
get
scared.
drunk enough at least once or twice.
Nah.
Yeah, let me sing with you.
Seth the big man who don't do what he don't want to do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's not
I
gonna happen.
I never did karaoke at a bar. Well, I had like a little house party, and we all did some type of karaoke, something like that. I never went to a karaoke spot.
We do that at Christmas every year. Everybody starts singing karaoke.
All right, so but here's the thing. Now we bring it back to what originally brought us here to the question of the day, Jim Palmer. Is it weirder to have never had a chicken fried steak in Texas, or to have never had a chicken wing in 80 years of life?
I think chicken wing.
I think chicken wing still wins.
Yeah.
It's got to be.
I think it's.
Yeah.
I cannot. And just as a
by accident,
as a meat-eating red-blooded American, to have never had a chicken wing.
That's like
crazy.
an easy. I mean, if you're a chicken person, that's like an easy food to run across.
And so,
and you could just eat one. I ain't sitting there saying you got to eat chicken wings all day long, but a wing.
Yes, just a wing.
All right, never ate crawfish. Okay.
I was like that till I moved down here.
That's a little more understandable.
Yeah, I know what it was.
Never wore a tie. Cuts both ways, because I'm like, that means you probably ain't never go to jail. Went to jail, which is awesome. But that also probably means you haven't been to a wedding, or at least you were underdressed. But yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, I never been. I know that this is kind of wild, but just where I come from, I've never been arrested before, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah,
and I hope you never will.
I'm on the right path so far.
Supply yourself, man.
So here's the thing, right? I feel like, the Astros put up a really bad performance in that first game, but they were just doing a red-blooded American a solid and forcing Jim Palmer to recognize the era of his 80-plus years on this earth.
100%.
I think that's all they were doing.
Never had a Red Bull, someone said.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah, energy drinks.
I think a lot of people are
It
like
took me a long time to try Jack in the Box. I had never had Jack in the Box ever until probably like a year or two ago.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And experience?
Yeah, I never went back.
That's what it'd been hilarious if you were like, actually, that's my new
They
stuff.
did have a really good spicy popcorn chicken, which was good, but they took it off the menu.
Interesting.
Man.
That's the first thing I think of when I think of Jack in the Box is spicy popcorn chicken. All right.
What y'all think about when y'all go there? They got a lot of stuff.
They do. It's the tacos for me, honestly.
Those tacos was awful.
Yeah, but they used to be $1, so that's the reason why. All right, that's a little question of the day here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. But coming up next, let's go around the NFL, where I've got an NFL coach talking about his pre-draft process. Is it brilliant or idiotic? We'll talk about that with a little B. Scott next.
Payne and Pendergast.
My big
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Buddy, a lot of things just happened just now, and I am not the broadcaster who just walks past that and ignores it, so we'll talk about it, because I think Figgy just ran a
4.2.
Yeah, he just ran, I think it was like a 4.640.
He wasn't even trying.
Yeah. Oh, is that microphone not working again? All right. So a lot of things happening right now.
It's good now.
It's
good now.
Mic happening because B. Scott in the studio with us. It was a little bit difficult to make this happen today in a weird way.
Hey, if Biggie was going about, I would say about 50-60% speed and was still making it happen.
We need to get Figgy.
We gotta get Figgy some water or something.
Hey, I can tell you for a fact, we ran probably 40 feet. I don't feel like neither one of us have probably run that long that far in a long time.
The crazy part about it, we got like 2 different ways that we can't use.
Yeah.
So I'm like, where?
Oh, you had to run the long way.
Exactly. The non-running way would have been just fine. Figgy could have skipped over there. And crawled over there.
I attempted to go over there, but I forgot that part closed. So I went to the other door. I'm like, I don't see him. So I'm like, oh, he all the way on the long ass hallway we got now.
And if we being real, we probably could have used those doors because we've been using them. Like they got signs over there say the construction, stay out of the area. But I still been walking through that area. I'm like, man, I'm not gonna break nothing. I know how to walk through construction.
Exactly.
But now they got the yellow tape over there, and so you know not to mess with it, right? So now we're going around.
Anyways, that's B. Scott. He's in the studio. We navigated whatever we had to navigate. We have him for the hour, which is probably incredible timing considering the Rockets play tonight. But we got to start by going around the NFL here. And let's begin with this. Can you give me this audio here, Fig? I realize that you just did all that running, and I'm immediately putting you to work. That's probably not the nicest thing in the world. However, you're a super producer, and I believe that you're capable of doing it. But Kyle Shanahan, well-regarded coach in the National Football League, coach of the San Francisco 49ers, he was talking about his draft process, and I'll ask you, fine gentlemen, I'll put this up to you. Is this brilliant or is this idiotic?
I pick up that tape for the first time in February. I don't usually know who the Heisman is or anything like that at that time. I've just been 100% NFL ball, and it's hard to catch up with all those guys, so you got to depend on a lot of other people. One way we do it here is, we give all the position coaches, a responsibility to make highlight tapes on everybody, and I tell them, they got to watch a lot of game tape to make those highlight tapes, and then I study their highlight tapes so I can study 200 people, and I always tell them if I don't like their highlight tape, then I'm not going to watch anything after. So those guys got to put a lot of work into their highlight tape, because if they can't impress you with that, I always say, what's the point of watching more? Which I would love to watch more, but that's the way you can get it done in a 2-month time frame. And when you do get it done, I definitely don't want to look at any more college ball until next February. NFL is a little bit more fun for me to watch, a little bit more what I'm used to, and it pertains to what we do.
Man, so
my man said, look, the way I train. First of all, he's lying when he says I don't know anything about the Heisman or who wins. Like, come on, let's be for real. You're not living under a rock. I sell that part. But what I'm really hearing here, guys, is all that scouting stuff is beneath me. I don't know who y'all think I am, but I'm Kyle damn Shanahan. I'm coaching the San Francisco 49ers. We're trying to win the Super Bowl. I ain't got time to be watching the tight end from Cincinnati or the linebacker from Virginia Tech. Like, that's for, and he didn't say this, he said it kindly, but that's for my minions. Go handle my light work, is what I'm hearing Kyle Shanahan say there.
I actually don't mind it.
Okay.
I mean, he's kind of right.
I actually don't mind it. With everything that he is doing, and you have these resources that are, deep and abundant. Bring me the best. Bring me the best stuff, and then I'll start. Now, I don't know about the February stuff. Nick Caserio said yesterday he's already started looking at guys for next year.
Different jobs, though, right?
Different jobs.
And different, I think, different guys.
Yeah, different jobs.
Because I think Nick Caserio's very much into the draft, very much into college football, unlike Kyle Shanahan.
But do this kind of explain the whole Trey Lance thing? It's just some of the poor
all the highlights, none of the lowlights.
Yeah. Do that kind of explain it a little bit?
But you see what I'm saying? Like, he's the head coach, and there's obviously a lot on his plate. He's got 30 people that do this almost year-round, full-time?
Yeah.
Bring me 200.
You know what I also heard? don't blame me for a bad draft pick. Kind of to Figgy's point. Just explain the Trey Lance or anybody else. If he gets here and he's not good when he got here, it ain't my fault because I was too busy coaching the team.
Yeah, I did appreciate though that the process for him is if you can't distill it down to just the good stuff and make me interested, we don't need to talk about old boy further. You know what I mean? Like, give me just the highlights, and if I see something, now let's dig in. Are there more weaknesses? Is this consistent? But I did hear a little bit of what you had, which is
there's definitely
hey, man,
some of that.
Yeah, look, man, I'm in here. I'm not just the head coach. I'm really the offense coordinator, and I'm very hands-on. I ain't got time to do everything around here.
But see,
I think that's true.
But also when it comes to the highlight tape, more to your point, Reg, I'm like, man, now you're forcing or if you're the prospect, you need that assistant coach or that position coach to be a good editor.
Yeah.
Like, please get a good sense for what my highlights actually are, or get the highest of my highlights and not the mid ones.
But my thing about it is if you're the position coach, you're like, damn, I really want a linebacker. You're going to make sure, no, I need you to see him. I need you to understand what we got here.
That speaks to my question. Do you really I wouldn't want to see just highlights.
Well, I think he said that's the starting point before we go in and dig deep. I hope I imagine, because if you're just going off of highlights, that does explain with Trey Lance.
Diego Pavia would be number 1 overall.
Yeah.
You know? So
But also that, like, perhaps the highlights, there are some players.
You're as good as your best golf shot.
Yeah, and in some positions, maybe your highlights don't, like, the perception of it is like you're as good as your best golf shot, but at the same time, maybe the highlights don't do justice for how much you're doing for a team from start to finish, from start of the game to the end of the game.
Yeah, I heard that, and I was like, that's very interesting, but that's apparently how Kyle Shanahan kicks it. The people in his orbit, heap praise upon him. So I'm interested if this is part of the reason why he is quote-unquote genius, or if this is he is genius in spite of this. But I don't know. I thought that was interesting. We continue, though, around the NFL to something that is a lot less about genius and more about slight, as we take you to Cleveland, where
ignorance.
Okay, ignorance is the word that you choose to use here. Okay, I like it. Mary Kay Cabot works for the Cleveland Plain dealer, covering the Cleveland Browns, a well-regarded media member and beat writer.
Been around for a long time.
1988, I looked it up.
Wow.
She's been on the beat since 1988.
She is one of the main ones who has brought us this story about the quarterback competition that's happening in Cleveland, or ostensibly at least that, and the ways in which it seems like Deshaun Watson might be having an edge in this. Brother of Shedeur Sanders, Shiloh Sanders, did not seem to take kindly to this, recording a video with a message from one Mary Kay Cabot.
What I've been waiting to say all day, bro, and this is to Mary Kay. If you're going to be a reporter and report facts. Whenever you have your opinion, and your opinion is always something hateful to Shedeur, then it makes it seem like it's something weird, like it's an agenda that you have going on. If it's reporting, it's reporting. You have facts, you have news, but when it comes to your opinion, you've been saying crazy things for the past, since he's been there. So it's like, just chill with that, because it don't make no sense, and it makes you look crazy, like you don't know what you're talking about. And for all the women that actually take the time to go do their research and actually be real reporters and real journalists, then that's gonna make them look bad, bro. Because you already know, as a woman in this field of reporting football and sports, like, it's hard. So don't make it hard on everybody just because you don't feel like it. That's all I got to say about that.
Yeah, and it's ignorant, and it's misogynistic.
He should have said a lot less.
He should have kept his mouth shut.
That tweet was a little bit harsh, too.
Well, the tweet was, go make a sandwich.
She need to go make a sandwich.
I could tell that he was trying to soft walk some of that back by being like, hey, you don't want to make it hard for all these hard working women out here.
Well, here's the problem with that.
As if he cares about.
Here's the problem with that. She did report. The only opinion was they should make a decision and run with it so the first team offense can cook. But the reporting was solid. Sources told me.
Well, I think she did lean towards, her opinion also is that they should declare Watson the starter. And honestly, I think there's logic in that as an argument as well.
Yeah, she's right.
But the reporting was Deshaun Watson has emerged from voluntary minicamp with an edge over Shedeur Sanders, sources say, and has the inside track to be QB1. That is not opinion. That is what somebody told her, either in the organization or near the organization. Then she said, yeah, I think they should declare him QB1 ASAP and let the first team offense start to cook. Well, that's just like, if this is the case, then they should declare him.
Yeah.
Sure.
You know, if
she
this
do a
is
lot
the
of
case,
radio hits and stuff too. So she often.
But it's not like out of clear blue. My opinion is Shedeur Sanders should be the quarterback. No, if this happened and this is the reporting I've gotten, I mean, she's did it the right way.
Yeah, but I would even go a step further and say to hell with the right way. She's allowed to her opinion.
30 whatever years.
Well, I mean, Joe Blow, XXX72754 on Twitter is entitled to the literally.
This is true.
Like this is where we are. Like the First Amendment protects this, and social media has now empowered this. But we are all entitled to our opinions, whether they're valid or not.
Yeah.
And so he doesn't get to check her on her reporting or her opinion. One of the things that I hate the most is when you've been doing something so long and then somebody that was born 12 years after you started doing what you was doing gonna lecture you on how to do your job.
Yeah.
You
My
said
bad, John.
Mary Kay but also like in this case though, Mary Kay Cabot, like you said, been reporting since 1988. And then Shiloh Sanders gonna come out here and say, if you gonna be a reporter and lecture her on how to do her job as she was doing literally 12 years before he touched Earth.
She covered Bernie Kosar.
Get out of here, dog.
And what did she do that was crazy?
Nothing. That's why I really wanted to lay this out. Like,
did she have a personal attack?
No, and that's the thing is, this is the thing that really is upsetting in the modern era of just everything waves hands wildly. Is if you say something that isn't outrightly positive towards the person that is viewed as disrespecting, there was no sign of disrespect in there. The idea is if you do not believe that Shedeur Sanders is the greatest thing to touch Earth, you are disrespecting him, and that's absurd.
Yeah,
man. Whether whether she loves Shedeur or hates Shedeur, who do you think has a much more personal connection to this storyline?
Exactly.
Mary Kay Cabot, who like you said, covered Bernie Kosar, or Shiloh Sanders, who is his actual real life brother and grew up with him.
And
so who's more biased here?
Exactly, 100%.
Come on now.
It's silly. And then when you add tweet in print for everyone to see, go make a sandwich.
Why you say sandwich?
Because I like saying sandwich.
I also like saying sandwich, to be honest.
But
well, he just thought she was not, she didn't have enough glucose in her blood sugar, and so she needed to.
But see, that's one of those things, Reggie. That's kind of all you need to hear.
Yeah, no,
that's kind of all you need to hear.
It's more insightful than anything.
Yeah.
Anything that Mary Kay reported and any other thing that he said.
Exactly.
Don't make a sandwich comment.
Thank you for that, by the way.
Is more insightful and tells you more than you need to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that
Why
was
would you say that?
Why would you say that? Deeply embarrassing, and it's always one of the uncomfortable things in sports when you have a person like a Shedeur Sanders that has people around them like a Shiloh Sanders, right? You could also bring this to basketball where, and I have a lot of respect for this dynamic here, so don't come for me, but like Tari Eason and his mama, just any of those instances where you go, hey, someone is out here speaking for you, and at times it's not a good look. You kind of look at the player and you go, can you talk to them?
Yeah.
And I do wonder, like, how does Shedeur go talk to them?
Yeah, no, I very direct.
He's not even doing anything.
He's not even in the league.
Even say anything.
He's not even in the league.
But this the thing is, it all still reflects upon you because that's your people.
That's what. Yeah.
And that's a big part of the issue. Is like they're all kind of like this, like just to like to talk a little bit too much. For I think more. Some of it is for their good, right? Deion Sanders built a brand off of being boisterous and all of that, but they seem to do it to their own detriment to some degree in this case. And I would be upset if I'm Deion Sanders and I raised these boys and I'm like, man, my son is out here telling a woman who's old enough to be his mama to go make a sandwich.
Yeah. That is actually a great point because Deion's like, this is a awful reflection on Deion Sanders. And I don't say this in like the general way of, hey man, come get your son. Is Deion Sanders, and I do believe that he really does believe this deep inside of him. He is in the college level because he likes trying to, mold young men, right? Yeah. I think that he exists in that place. When he says that, I think he believes that, or I believe that he means that.
I do.
And yo kin, right? Your progeny is the one of your former players that is out here openly disrespecting women in a way that you would frequently, speak down on if he was sitting in your team lecture room.
Yeah.
That is a really, really awful look.
And by the way, she covered Deion.
Yeah.
She covered
been
Deion.
around for a minute. Before I was born.
Yeah.
I do wonder if like the idea of a perceived slight goes. I don't know what her coverage of him was or if there was anything like that. But we all know those times where you're like, man, this person just don't like me, even if whether or not they do. I do wonder if like Dion held some level of perceived slight where that woman didn't like me, and of course you don't not gonna like my son.
Yeah, but all of that is cool until you get to the misogyny and like we can have plenty of personal animus, we can have disagreement, we can go back and forth.
Yes,
but like if it was the other way around and Mary Kay is actually saying, let's say, racist things, overtly racist things about Shador or Shiloh or Dion, right? The whole world would be coming for it.
And as you said, it is certainly within his right to say, you know what, kind of what you're saying, Reggie. That woman has always held a grudge against my dad and this family. I don't respect her or something. But to attack the reporting, and that actual story, and then her follow up on it. That's just inaccurate.
But this ain't even the first reporter they kind of went after. They went after Tony Grossi.
Yeah.
And they said the same thing, felt like it was personal and you don't like me and all that stuff. And they just giving opinions.
Yeah.
They ain't saying nothing personal.
Never mind the fact that Deshaun Watson, even with one leg, is probably much better than what we saw from Shador.
I mean, if we're just talking pure talent, right? Actually, the ability to apply that talent is something we'll figure out. But yeah, man, the actual pure talent of this, we understand. We've seen
really
that.
Controversial.
No, it's really and truly
not that part of it.
And the crazy thing is, he probably still have a chance to play because I don't know if Deshaun Watson gonna be good enough where he start all the games. He might play this year.
No offense, Vicky, it's Cleveland.
I know that's what I'm saying.
They all got a chance.
Yeah, so I don't know why they up in arms in freaking April over this.
A couple more things before we go here around the NFL. First and foremost, veteran defensive tackle Calais Campbell. Yes, that one. With the Ravens, once again, a one-year deal. I think Calais Campbell will play until the end of time.
Speaking of Mary Kay Cabot being around a long time.
Say, should Mary Kay Cabot just barely been around longer than Calais Campbell, apparently, because
Mary Kay says who?
I feel like
we go way back.
Hey, look, I have a child in high school. I feel like Calais Campbell was playing when I was in high school.
All right, we're doing this. Go around the room. How many years or NFL seasons do you believe Calais Campbell has played?
I'm going to say 15.
I'm gonna say 14.
Yeah, I'm gonna put him in the league at I'm thinking about the tight end. Let's put him in the league at 09.
Calais Campbell, 18 football seasons and going on 19.
What year was he drafted? What year was
that? He was drafted in 2008.
Okay, 08. Yes, I was just a year off. So I was just out of high school.
Yeah,
barely.
Dang.
When this guy first started playing.
He's one of those guys. You're right.
6.5 sacks last year, Mike. 6.5 sacks last year.
Man, what was you doing 18 years ago?
Me?
Yeah, you.
I think I was sitting right here.
Yeah, I bet you were. I think that you were too. But yeah, shout out to one of the dudes who
I probably
also,
ripped him. That horrible pick.
One of those
no future.
While also being a giant human being, a very, very good football player. Also one of the nicest dudes in the league by all accounts. So you can only imagine.
Easy to root for.
Yeah, for sure. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We got B. Scott in tow. There's a big must-win Rockets game coming up tonight. I can only imagine that B. Scott's thoughts are about basketball, so let's do that next.
Coach D'Amico seems pretty excited about how the new Texans draft class will fit into the squad. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
This is what you're waiting for. Rockets must-win basketball game, and B. Scott on the radio to talk about it. What's your thoughts, man?
Everyone who has ever exercised some level of patience in Jabari Smith Jr. and Reed Sheppard, it paid off for you the other night. It paid off for you the other night in Jabari Smith Jr. being your leading scorer and the best player on the court, on a court that did include LeBron James and Austin Reeves for that matter, like his first game back, and Jabari Smith Jr. ended up being the best player out there. And it paid off in Reed Sheppard, who had to fight through a not so great performance, and he's had a not so great series. Not just the turnover that we'll all remember in Game 3, but his overall shooting in this series has been subpar, to be nice about it, and trash if we want to be honest. Like, it's just been bad.
Yeah.
And for him to come up in that moment, and the funny part about the visual for everybody was watching LeBron, who is so much larger than him, almost like run over him like a child, like coming down the court, and then Reed Sheppard saying, all right, you know what, I'm going to get the ball, and I'm going to pull up for this jumper, right, for this mid-range jumper, and then I'm going to go back on the other end, and I'm going to steal the ball from LeBron James and then go down and dunk it. This is something that y'all have already reviewed, but I want to just stress the patience that was required to allow them to kind of work through some of their issues. I'm not excusing what we saw in Game 3. I'm not saying that it was okay. Obviously, if they win that game, this could be a closeout opportunity for them tonight, right? Like those are the margins. That's how important it is. But there was always something there, and I said at the beginning of the season, a big part of the season, aside from the obvious, aside from Kevin Durant and Alperen Sengun, it was going to be these two guys that they selected with the number 3 overall pick, their highest selected draft picks left with Jalen Green out, Jabari Smith Jr. and Reed Sheppard, even as role players, those being guys that would have to excel in their roles, especially with Fred VanVleet out and you just needing all hands on deck. And this was before Steven Adams got hurt, right? Yeah. But just needing all hands on deck anyway. And now that's amplified even more in the playoffs with Kevin Durant out. You were absolutely going to need as close to a number 3 overall pick type of star performance as you could get from either one of those guys or some combination of both. And you got it from Jabari Smith Jr. throughout the game. I think on both ends of the floor, it's worth pointing out, like, I think he's been fantastic. He's been inconsistent throughout his career. Yeah. But in this series has been fantastic from end to end. And then Reed Sheppard fighting through some adversity and actually making big plays for you at the end.
What a great thing to say, which leads me to the question that I asked Reggie and Figgy and our listeners in the first segment. We've been asking questions for tonight's game and hopefully this weekend's games. Yeah. And this was one that you didn't get it. We're going to continue to ask some over the course of the show, but you got to answer this one then. Who needs to lead the scoring charge?
Who needs to lead the scoring charge?
Who needs to lead the scoring charge?
Yeah, so with no Kevin Durant, that's an interesting thing because, like, it literally, there's not a perfect candidate. Right. So it's not like it necessarily needs to be one person.
Someone will lead them in scoring unless they're 3 weights high or something.
I mean, the person that I pointed out was Jabari Smith Jr., and he's a perfect candidate. Reed Sheppard on a given night can definitely be that guy.
That's my answer.
I think the more important thing for the Rockets is that Alperen Sengun and Reed Sheppard are where it starts, right? Whether it's the shin hub, as we've called it throughout the year, or it's some kind of action two-man game between the two of them, a pick and roll or a dribble handoff or whatever it is between those two guys, like centering everything around them and then playing off of that because it's going to create opportunities for others. This is something that people have talked about. I know I have, even when Kevin Durant was available to them. Kevin Durant is their best option to score because he's Kevin Durant. We understand it. But outside of just give the ball to an all-time great, their best offense is some kind of two-man action between Alperen Sengun, Reed Sheppard, getting Amen Thompson off the ball and making him either free to roam the baseline or to cut, depending on how high the action is being run with or where the action exactly is starting between Reed Sheppard and Alperen Sengun, giving him a chance to locate either in the middle of the floor or somewhere along the baseline.
So your answer is?
So my answer is Alperen Sengun and Reed Sheppard as the center of your offense, and everything goes. No. I mean, look, you don't have a team where I wish they had a player. I'll tell you this. I wish they had a player where it was such a clear answer. Yeah. I wish maybe Jabari Smith Jr. had turned into that. Mm-hmm. I wish Reed Sheppard had turned into that. I wish maybe even Tari Eason had nobody has turned into that. So if I were to give you an answer, I would just be giving you an answer for the sake of it. It was Jabari Smith the last game. It could be him again. It could be Reed Sheppard the next game. But I think the point really is everything needs to start with these two guys, and then it goes from there.
Yeah, and I think that some of it is the reason why I feel you on it needs to be a part of that. They need to be a part of it is I wonder if Alperen Sengun is your leading scorer, what that looks like. Because I think that talking about him being a hub, the big development for me was the idea of him being better at passing out of these doubles, passing off of his attacks, passing off of his post-ups, because that is what created the knockdown threes, and that, I think, was the big difference in this game. Them being able to shoot passably in a game made it so that they could really run up the score, whereas they will have big 4 or 5 minutes, moments of not scoring if they're not knocking down shots like that coming off of drives and kicks.
That actually helped me come up with the answer to your question, Lopez. Mm-hmm. It is Jabari Smith Jr. Like flat out, because he gets the most, especially given the situation now, he gets the most combination now of wide open shots and sort of the free. Everybody seems to have a green light, unfortunately. But he's got both. He's got wide open shots that are being set up, not specifically for him, but to just go out to the open man who's at the wing or at the corner, and that's usually him. And then he's also the guy that they're allowing to pump fake, take a couple dribbles, and hit that mid-range shot. So we've seen a lot more mid-range game from Jabari than I think we've ever seen in his career. And, of course, he is required to hit a certain amount of open threes. So I would just say it's Jabari Smith, even though I don't think either team, given how they're constructed now, Austin Reeves, you can make the case, but he's coming off of an injury. I don't think either team has a clear-cut, this needs to be our leading scorer tonight. Like they just don't have that.
And that's why I worded it the way I did. Has to. In other words, to win this game, has to be. You got to get something out of. He's got to be a big-time scorer. Jabari's a great answer. I think Figgy and I went with Reed Sheppard. There's an argument to be made for Sengun. But in terms of not just being the hub, but being a big problem.
I think the bigger thing I would put on Alperen Sengun is continue. You need to be able to be the facilitator or the pseudo facilitator that you were. You need to be efficient. I think that's the biggest thing. He doesn't need to be. I don't need to see 25 from him. But if he scores 15, 16, 18, it needs to be an efficient 15, 16, 18.
And also, like, the math game. I know a lot of people get, especially old school basketball fans, get tired of hearing folks talk about the math game, but it's just real. I feel like the answer, and I hear what you're saying, Lopez, that there's a case for Sengun, but to me, the answer has got to be either the other two that we mentioned.
Right, no, I landed there myself.
But it's also because they shoot threes. And one of the biggest differences, perhaps the big difference for the Rockets, is that they either don't shoot enough threes or in a lot of cases just don't make enough threes. And in this game, they shot something like
they shot 40 of them.
They shot 40 of them, which was 13 more than what the Lakers shot, and they made more than double. And so there was the difference in the game right there. And so who is the guy that's actually able to give you the most from three? So those candidates are going to be, in some order, Reed Sheppard, Jabari Smith Jr., and probably Tari Eason.
But you know what's funny is I think that because playoff series seem to work like this, guys will have what I like to call podium games.
Yeah.
And you've had the Jabari podium game. I think you could argue you've had the Reed Sheppard podium game. Is it time for like the Tari Eason podium game?
Nah, man. I would push back on that. I think the whole series has been a Tari Eason podium game. The entire series, the way that he's guarded, maybe not the first couple of games they were so bad, or the team as a whole. But you know what? Even then, I feel like Tari Eason's defense is going to be one of the more underrated parts of this series, especially if they're able to make history. Everybody's going to focus on how they came back down from 0-3 and Reed Sheppard stealing the ball from LeBron James and all of these, and the collapse of Game 3. Like, some of these flashpoints are going to be the focus of the series, especially really no matter who wins or loses. But I think Tari Eason's defense on LeBron James specifically, and since they've been winning games and since they've been playing well, Tari on LeBron, Jabari Smith on Marcus Smart, and then Amen Thompson on Luke Kennard, it has been a defensive masterclass by these guys.
And I think that I agree with you on the defense, and I try to be the champion of, hey, let's look at that side of the ball as well, because it doesn't end up always being our focus. The thing I ask, though, is how much of the Game 5 LeBron James playing above the break instead of playing in the paint do you feel was the Rockets dictating or the Lakers not, going away from something that works. Because that's one thing I'm very much afraid of is LeBron reasserting himself in the post, which is something that they did really well early on in the series. If they go, hey, let's dig back to what was working and we get there, how good do you feel about that and Tari Eason in those places?
Yeah, to answer the question, I think it's a little bit of both because the Rockets, and you're seeing a lot of this throughout the playoffs, as a strategy is like packing the paint with players who, or against players who like to attack the paint, whether that be through post-ups or just driving, just making the paint. The Lakers have done this to the Rockets to some degree, making the paint a muddy mess, a place that you don't want to be, especially if you don't necessarily have premier shot blocking. But I think it's a little bit of both. The Lakers have also done a little bit of going away from it, a little lack of focus, all of the things that they were getting credit for earlier in the series when they went up, all the veteran experience and leadership and stuff that was showing up earlier has kind of faded away. Yeah. And it looks like the Rockets who have met the moment. I can't tell you how surprised I was to see them show the level of poise that they did in this game that, to be clear, I picked them to lose. I was sure that they were going to lose.
I think all three of us did.
Yeah, I was sure they were going to lose Game 5. Yeah. And I'll be damned if they did not show up like a legitimate veteran team that had been there before.
And they validated the words of Jabari Smith Jr., who was speaking about his own feelings, not necessarily about what was absolute, but they seemed to prove it right. They looked like the better team in that game. Probably the game before that. Honestly, I think Game 3, where they just coughed it up at the end, that's more good games than there are bad games. They're going to need another one if they want to push the series.
They were a fairly overwhelming favorite to win the series when it started. Now, a lot of things have changed since the series started, but for a 4-5 matchup and then to be the 5 in the 4-5, we understand all of the nuances that go along with this series and the health part of it. But they were favored at one point to win this series. We can't forget about that. And I think that's kind of even myself have lost sight of that in terms of like trying to pick the next game or project the future of the series. It's like, man, I saw them collapse with 30 seconds left in the 6-point lead. Man, them boys ain't ready. Yeah, but you know what? They're a lot younger and they're probably more talented if Reeves is going to be rusty and LeBron is in fact 41 years old.
Yeah. All right, that's a little bit of B. Scott's thoughts here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We'll continue to get some of those as he rocks with us for one more segment in which we'll get into what's popping, where I feel like even if the Rockets aren't able to get it done tonight, it won't look as bad as what happened last night for the Atlanta Hawks. We'll talk about that and more next.
In the Loop. the biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's start with what's popping here tonight. B. Scott still in tow with us here on a Friday. By the way, actually, what's popping is it's the first of the month, baby. Go get that rent paid, get that mortgage paid. Go ahead and get that in. And I say that
it's May.
I say that not for all of y'all. I say it for me personally. That was for Reginald Atatula because he has not paid his rent yet, and he needs to make sure to do that.
I need to do that. I need to check around the house though, make sure everybody see who else wants to contribute. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna round up the troops. Everybody check your piggy banks. It's the first of the month. We got rent. We got lights.
Yes. He coming around like Uncle Sam.
Yeah, it's time.
What can you do for your household?
I got the Ari Lennox concert tomorrow night.
That's coming out the same check.
Man,
I always hate that. Like at least at the first of the month, if the check that you have that corresponds with that is just first of the month stuff, bills, cool. It's like I also have another large purchase with the first of the month check. That one hurts.
Yeah, this is just gonna be the money for this is just gonna be like date night stuff though, because my girl. She's got a thing for concerts, so she puts all of those on the credit card, and we pay them eventually.
We get to
it, but we're here for a good time, man. We're here for the experience.
I wonder if that's not where we are getting with Astros baseball for Astros fans, where it's just like, hey man, I get to it, right? It's not appointment. If I get, because you had a doubleheader yesterday.
A good point.
And
I feel like that's exactly it, Rich.
Yeah, it's just like, hey, I'll get to it. If I happen to have a little time and I'm just fiending for some baseball generally, we'll tap in and see what the boys are doing. But if you did what we did, where we were appointment television at 11:35, we need to see what's happening with the 2 grand slams in game 1.
Yep.
3 and a third innings of baseball for Peter Lambert before you have to go to the pen and it kind of falls apart. You got a missed home run robbery. You got some defensive shenanigans. Then you get what is I could not have imagined. First and foremost was a lineup in which Carlos Correa, after playing in the early game, Jose Altuve after playing in the early game. There was someone else. A few of those guys that played in the early game sat down in the second game, and you go, hey man. You guys are at that point 11-20, sitting dudes.
You do want to win,
in the
right?
Second, like, what are we doing here? Except my bad, Joe Espada, because Bryce Matthews leading off, and Isaac Paredes hitting, and what's my guy's name? Harris.
Nick.
No, it's Dustin Harris, 26-year-old who you picked up off the waiver wire, batting 5th. They score 11 runs and beat the Orioles in the final game of a 3-game set. You still lose the series, but at least they got one in there, and I just don't understand this team at all.
Yeah, well, there isn't really, I think, a lot to understand, man. I can put it pretty plainly and make it pretty simple. They're not very good.
Dude,
they're not.
It's so
not a
funny
very good baseball team.
Because I was looking after the game. I was looking at their schedule because I've been saying it a couple of times. You know, the Dodgers and Reds are coming up, and those are 2 good teams. We know the Dodgers are great. I'm like, well, at least they got the Red Sox coming. You know, these next 3, and I went, oh wait. Red Sox have a better record.
Yeah, no, you are now, and this is unfamiliar, not completely unfamiliar, but it's been a while since Astros fans have been in this type of territory, at least a decade or more.
Yeah.
Whereas now you're that team.
Yeah.
Whereas you were looking at, at least the so-and-sos are coming.
They got the Red Sox. They're 11-19.
No.
Oh, wait, you're 11-20.
Now it's the other team's fans looking at the Astros.
Red Sox
on
like,
the schedule.
Astros coming to town. God bless.
Thank goodness.
Man, we're not really pitching well. We're not really hitting the ball well. But you know what? We got the Astros this week. We're going to get right. These are going to be our get-right games. We're going to get right back on track, and we're going to be on the winning side of things.
It's nuts.
That is how people view this team. And I can't say I blame them. It's going to be real interesting to see how the season progresses. And I think we talked about this last week, but when you've got a general manager and a manager who are on lame duck contract situations or in lame duck contract situations
100%.
And the team is losing, are these the guys that you want in charge of whatever it is that you're talking about doing going forward when it doesn't seem like you want them to be in charge even next year? That's a fascinating thing. This series specifically, like the most impressive things about this Orioles series was the 2 grand slams from the other team and then their legendary broadcaster, 80 years old, eating I don't know if y'all saw this.
Oh, yes.
That's our question of the day.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Jim Palmer, that's right. That was the question. Eating a chicken wing for the first, I could not imagine living on this earth and going 80 years.
Without a chicken wing.
That would ruin my belief in deities. If I had gone 80 years and then I taste the chicken wing and I go, what did I do with my life?
I thought the funniest part was when he ate it, he goes, That's pretty good.
It's like, what do you think?
No kidding.
Yeah.
It's $1 billion industry. You thought we was just all messing around?
He's like, man, I spent 79 plus years not eating and not enjoying this delectable delight.
No, you wouldn't believe in deities because if ain't nobody introduced you to chicken wings, they sure ain't introduced you to God.
So, 3-game set starts tonight versus the Boston Red Sox in Boston, a 12-19 Boston Red Sox team that, still has a better record than you.
It hit me like a ton of break. I was like, oh, crap, they're better.
But they are coming in on a 2-game losing streak while you have won a game. Mike Burrows should be on the bump for the Astros, 6:10 p.m. Some other things that are popping. We mentioned this. The Rockets, Game 6 tonight on their home floor at the Toyota Center. Did you see the tweet that the Rockets put out where it was why not us?
Yeah.
Right?
And it looked like they might got new shirts.
Yeah. That's where I was going.
Yeah.
The shirts, they have the Dunkshirnaut on them, right?
Yeah, so I wasn't tripping on that.
Mm-hmm. So it's a red shirt, but it comes with like a yellow outline of the Dunkshirnaut. And I'm like, I know that they can't do new jerseys, but is this something that they're going to try and embrace, is bring that Dunkshirnaut, but then also bring it back to the ketchup and mustard joints? Because I can go with that.
You know what I think it is? I think it's the T-shirts they're going to give away, put on the seats.
Yeah, no, they're on the seats.
No, I'm saying, but I think that's
it's just going to stay there.
It's just going to be that.
Yeah. But I mean, look, you walk around Toyota Center, and there is so much gear, like of all varieties.
Yes.
So not just of what you're seeing, sort of their traditional wear, and then whatever their alternates, the Dunkshirnaut, for example, their alternates for this year. But they got the stuff from the previous years, the stuff from the 30 years from last year. They got some of the H-Town Blue stuff. Like, you are not short of. Obviously, they're not wearing it on the court, the Rockets themselves.
Sure.
But man, when you go to that arena, you wonder why them seats ain't full. Because there's people all around buying stuff.
Yeah.
They got all kind of stuff.
That's not the only reason, but
well, yeah. I mean, the few people that are there in the concourse buying Dunkshirnaut jerseys.
You walked me right to my thing, right? Because obviously early on in the series, once you got to Houston, you were already in a place where the team had looked bad, right, on the road against. So maybe you could say the way that people showed up might not be representative of what is tonight, where you have a team that is reestablishing hope and has looked like the best team. One, does the city of Houston respond in the way that they show up? And two, do you get the good look on television of everybody wearing their shirts? I'm not going to say like Oklahoma City, but you get what I'm feeling. You know what I'm laying down.
Yeah, well, the look on television, I guess you can, I've been at these Rockets games, so I'm not exactly sure what it looks like on television, but I would assume that you just see red.
Is everybody going to wear their shirts is my point.
Well, because either somebody's wearing the shirt or the seat is empty and the red shirt is still sitting there. And so it's just all red anyway. But my point, to your point, was going to be more so of, I just hate how it's got to be that bandwagon kind of feel. It's like, oh, we're up, we're showing up. We're down, we're down. Oh, we're up again, and we're showing up. As opposed to, like, when I was watching, this wasn't the most recent game, but a couple of games ago, the game would have had to have been in Cleveland, but they showed Toronto's crowd.
Oh, yeah.
And this is another 4-5, right? Another 4, the exact same series, your Eastern Conference counterpart. Toronto, they've got their fans either at the arena, wherever they're at, they are there together in tens of thousands in droves with their lights, with their phones on their lights on their phones or lit up watches or whatever it is, and they're all together and into it. I'm like, man, Rockets fans ain't like, we probably got our own little separate watch parties throughout, but I don't know if you're getting this together. We don't even look like that in the arena.
Well, that's where I was going. I mean,
they like the fans that was like the Jurassic Park or whatever they call it out there.
Yeah, it was dope.
Well, my thing is they couldn't fill the crowd. It looked bad when you were playing the Warriors in the conference finals and you had James Harden. They still couldn't. The first quarter still looked bad. So I don't have high hopes for that. But hopefully the crowd will be numerous, abundant very soon after that.
Can I tell y'all this?
No.
So the game that they won to survive, game 4, right? So game 4 at Toyota Center, they won pretty comfortably, right? As y'all remember? Cats was leaving to beat the traffic.
Yeah.
Like Rockets fans, I was like, yo, I understand because Toyota, the downtown traffic is bad enough, and now they're doing all that work over there to George R. Brown with their expansion and everything. Like it's a kind of a nightmare to navigate downtown these days. I get wanting to get ahead of traffic, but the team was about to win the game to keep his season alive.
Yeah.
The most important, literally by definition, the most important game of the season.
Must win.
And Bruss was like, all right, we won, we gone.
Yeah.
I'm like, you're not going to stay to, like, do the
it's
lift
crazy,
off
man.
thing
It's
and
nuts.
all of the antics after the game and stuff?
We've talked about the lift off.
Not a big fan of the lift off
I don't
thing.
think
But
it hits
But I'm just saying, though. Like,
no, I get it.
I like,
Celebrate.
A lot of the
Just
stuff is
jump
corny.
around.
But we got to be here once we're here, dog.
Right.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Nah, for sure.
Anything but the wave, I guess.
You went to those games when Harden was facing the war,
I was there.
and you know, I mean.
Yeah, no, you're right. I'm not going to argue with you.
Yeah.
I'm not going to argue with the truth, Lopez.
Okay, Shador. I mean, Shiloh.
Yeah, man, I'm good.
Now, the thing that I will say is no matter how this looks, I think them losing tonight will not be worse than the 2 eliminations that happened yesterday.
No way.
One of them was one of my favorite series that I think is setting up what I think will be my favorite series of these playoffs. The Minnesota Timberwolves was the late game. They get a victory in Game 6 versus the Nuggets and eliminate the Denver Nuggets, a team that has what I think a lot of people regard as the best player in the world, who looked awful all series long because Rudy Gobert was on his ass.
Yes, Rudy Gobert won that matchup.
Yeah.
And I think that Jokic had some individually great moments in this game, but like it was Rudy Gobert winning the matchup. It was the Timberwolves doing a good job of getting under his skin. Even in this game, I was shocked to see Jokic lose his cool and then kind of reel it back in at the last minute. But that was a tenuous situation there where he could have been ejected in an elimination game where they're literally out there fighting for their lives.
Yeah.
The other team doesn't have its best player, doesn't even have his starting backcourt, and you, the best player in the world, is about to get ejected on some foolishness, on some foolishness after the play. So, like, I was shocked by that. But how about the fact that going into this season, a lot of the thought was behind OKC, the best teams in the West were Denver and Houston, and here Denver is getting knocked out by a lower seed in the first round, and here Houston is fighting for its life again, still on the brink of elimination, even though they're looking pretty good. Yeah. Still on the brink of elimination. Both teams could be out in the first round.
A reminder that as much as we talk about the NBA being predictable, actually isn't all that predictable.
Not as predictable as I thought.
Well, how'd the Hawks do? That was a predictably very tough game, wasn't
it? The Hawks scored 15 points in the first quarter and ended up losing by, what's my math here, 51 points?
That is beyond prediction or comprehension.
I looked up and they were down 60.
My favorite part of this is, well, there's 2 favorite parts of this. The score at halftime was 83-36. And then they brought out Young Jock to play half at that time. Them people had to be sick, right? Like, what you mean it's going down? We know, we see it. It's ugly.
It's going down too fast, actually. It's going
down the drain.
Yeah, it's going all the way down.
And then my single favorite thing, Roger Sherman, fantastic, just journalist. He acknowledged that there was a point in time where the Knicks were leading 60-19 in this game. If you remember the games, the movie rather, Space Jam, the original one, where Michael Jordan faces off against the Monstars, and the Monstars are whooping the Toon Squad's ass. At one point, there's an image of the scoreboard, and it starts rolling over as the Monstars are beating them, and the score keeps rolling up. And then at one point, the joke is the scoreboard shows getting kind of out of hand, isn't it? The score at that point is 60-19.
Which is to say the Hawks beat the Hawks because they were cartoonishly bad.
Unbelievable.
So no matter how it goes tonight, there's no way that you get Monstarred or you end up with the best player in the world getting beat.
Yeah.
Well, the latter certainly not, but I'm hoping they don't get Monstarred.
They will not get Monstarred.
They will not.
Yeah, they play too good a defense to get Monstarred.
If they get Monstarred.
But I thought the Hawks, they got some good defenders over there too, man.
Well, we talked before the series. Thought it'd be pretty. Well, it was. It wasn't.
I literally said, and I was right on one side. And couldn't have been more wrong in the Hawks case. But I thought both 3-6 matchups, East and West, were ripe for upset.
Yeah,
they got it in the West. In the East, like I said, beyond prediction or comprehension.
Yeah. Just don't get Monstarred, please.
Please don't get Monstarred.
By the way, that 2-7 matchup in the East going to Game 7.
Yep.
That is true. Orlando and Detroit. There's a lot of really good basketball.
No, I'll talk about Boston and Philly.
Sorry, Boston. Philly's really showed up well.
Yeah.
We don't have time to talk about all this. We really should, though.
Yeah, no, I wish we did. I wish we did because to the point, Orlando's got a chance to be the 8 seed that unseats the 1 seed.
Yes.
And like y'all are talking about, the 2-7 is going 7 games. So a lot of fun at the top/bottom of the bracket over there with the Eastern Conference.
A place where you can get great hoop talk and all sorts of other talk. The B-Block podcast. Make sure to check out our guy, Brandon Scott, who joins us for an hour every Friday here in the Loop. Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you.
All right, let's keep it rocking here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We're coming up next. You want to hear from a dude who just got a whole bunch of money?
You darn right I
Aziz Al-Shaair talking to the assembled media. You'll hear it next on Sports Radio.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Man, what the hell are the Rockets doing?
Semantics.
So the Rockets,
they're messing with our minds.
After the Rockets have an incredible game 5 in LA, they end up ruling out Kevin Durant pretty soon thereafter for Game 6. Like, it was literally the night of, right? Kevin Durant ruled out for Game 6. Then yesterday, all of a sudden, we get upgraded to doubtful. He's been downgraded back out to out.
Just downgraded moments ago, back to out.
What are we doing here?
I told you guys, I mean, doubtful is not.
It got to be a mind game.
They were like, hey, JJ, he might play.
Yeah.
You think he's going to play?
Nobody believed it.
He's not going to play.
Nobody believed it.
The Lakers ain't doing that with Luka.
Yeah, right. Is Luka going to play? Nah, he's not going to play.
They've been quiet.
He's not going to play. We are waiting to hear from Azeez Al-Shaair, the middle linebacker for Houston Texans. Actually, not waiting no more. Azeez taking the podium at NRG Stadium to talk about his new 3-year, $53 million extension.
What's up? Man. First, I just want to thank God, man. It's truly truly grateful. There's a verse in the Quran where it says that with hardship comes ease, not before or after, but almost simultaneous. And I think my entire life, everything that I've endured up until this point has been a true testament of that. You know, just the back and forth between going through different trials, different adversities, but in the same midst of that, being grateful for the things that I have and continuing to push forward and seeing the blessings that God has blessed me with. And to sit here, you know, like I really, it feels surreal. It really does feel surreal, everything that I went through to be at this point. You know, I want to just thank everybody in the entire organization, top to bottom, you know, the McNairs, Nick, D'Amico, you know, just, I wanted to be here. I didn't want to be anywhere else. I couldn't see myself going anywhere else. And that's just probably the hardest part, even thinking of the thought of not being here. So to still, you know, be able to do that and continue my career on and continue the special things that we're building here, just truly grateful to you all. I'm grateful to my agent, Jason Shedd, just taking a chance on me back when I was coming out of college with a torn ACL and, you know, not pretty, not the hottest linebacker you want to get. And, you know, he took a chance on me, and we've worked together now going on 8 years, and, you know, 4 different contracts later, you know, I see you like family as well, and just grateful to you. Grateful to all my teammates, all my coaches that have poured into me, not only here, but back to San Francisco, Tennessee, talk about college when I went to Florida Atlantic, even high school, you know, where I first started playing football. Because all of those things, you know, so many people that you meet along your journey, along your life that bring you to where you are. So I know I wouldn't be able to do justice to probably over half of the people, you know, because I can't say every single name of the people that helped me, but truly just grateful to every single last one of the men, women throughout my life that have poured into me, even if it was just a conversation. And just helping me get to this point as well. And then just my family, you know, my brothers and sisters, my nieces and nephews, my grandparents, they're my support system. And they love me regardless of how many tackles I make or, you know, what I do. And, you know, I wouldn't be able to be here without them. And the last person I want to thank, I saved for last because I don't know if I'm going to cry or not, and I don't want to cry. It's my mother. Man. I wouldn't be the man that I am if it wasn't for you. Everything that I am is because of you. And to be a single mother of one child is tough. 2 children, that's tough. 3, 4, 5, so we talk about 8 children. And I think the hardest thing as a kid, when you grow up and you think, man, my parents, did they really try their hardest? Did they try their best? And regardless of how hard you may or may not have tried, whatever that looks like, it doesn't matter. Because I think the biggest thing is you showed up. Regardless of the outcome of the circumstances that we were in, you believed in me to play football before I believed in myself. And I'm no one. I'm nothing if I don't have you, and if I didn't have you through all those years getting me to this point. Every conversation we had, even to this day, I have to talk to you when anything is going on in my life. You're my best friend. You mean the world to me. And I can't repay you enough for the things you've done for me. Just truly, 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 truly grateful for you. And I love you. So.
Good question. Aziz, congratulations and your accomplishments in this latest contract. think about when you got here and you arrived, what was sort of the stamp that you hope to put on this organization, on the football team, the locker room, and the community, what you've done on and off the field, follow-up?
Honestly, for me, I just remember I wanted to just be myself, be authentically me. Obviously, as a football player on the field, try to show, just the abilities that I have, being able to be a tone setter, get guys organized, lined up, communication, all those different things. And then obviously, off the field, just connecting with the guys, understanding that the relationships that you build, it makes you push a lot harder when you are doing it, for your brothers. And, grateful for some of the guys, man, some of the coaches showing up today, man. Appreciate you guys. But, truthfully, I just wanted to be authentically myself, and I just always felt like if I got the opportunity to, be at a place and show everybody who I was, then things would go well for the team and for myself. So I'm grateful for that.
Rusty, you always had the perspective and offered that those less fortunate and some of the things. When you first, or you're in Tampa and your family's going through those tough times, were you still to dream of things like this, days like this sort of thing, like maybe looking ahead or things like this?
Yes. When I was growing up in Tampa and when I first, started playing football, I begged my mother to let me play. I begged her to let me play, and she didn't want me to play. She didn't want to see me get hurt. And, I just remember telling her, I promise you, we were staying in a motel at the time, and I'm telling her, I promise you, if you let me play football, I'll make it to the NFL, I'll take care of our family one day. And, man, I had no clue. I had no clue if I was ever actually going to be able to do it or not. I never saw it done. I didn't think stuff like that happened to people like me, in my life, in my situation. So to sit here, years later, to be actually living that out is absolutely amazing. It's literally, all praise to Allah. It's nothing but God's mercy and God's grace that I'm even here and able to say that.
Aziz, when you found out that you got extended, where were you and what do you recall being your immediate reaction at that point?
When I found out that everything was done, I was actually here because we started the off-season program, and I was just getting into work. I was on the phone with my agent. He's like, "We're done," and I was it's just kind of surreal just hearing it. But I was probably 5 minutes late to the meeting. So my coach Billy Davis, he gets on us for never shouting him out. So I'm actually going to shout him out today. I appreciate Billy, man. Billy is my guy. But I get in the meeting and he's like, "Oh man, what you coming in here late for?" Okay, that's what happened. He's just giving me a hard time, and I'm just cheesing the whole time. I'm not even listening to half the stuff he's saying. I'm just I'm just smiling. I'm just couldn't stop smiling. And it was surreal. I tried to call my mom. She was asleep. So, at the time I got to talk to everybody and everything, it didn't feel real, truthfully, until literally today, I would say, because every day I'm just nah, I got to make sure I stay in the house. I got to make sure I don't go under no bridge. Somebody gonna kill me. Something gonna happen. There's no way. There's no way it's real. So I did sign it, so it is official. So if something happens to me now, take care of my mama for me. But no, that's where I was at.
Aziz, last year you really emphasized coverage, and we saw the improvement from camp to the end. What's next for you as a player? Is there anything that you personally emphasize, or from a team perspective, any goals like that?
I think just as a team goal and team perspective, as good as we were able to be, and all throughout the first 2 weeks of our meetings defensively, when we've been meeting as a group, and even when we first had our first team meeting, it's we're going to hit the ground running, and we're trying to elevate all the success we had, and we still ended up right where we were over the last 2 years. So I think the thing that we're all trying to accomplish is to win a Super Bowl. And for me personally, I think it's just being consistent, in everything that I'm doing. Coach Davis, the biggest thing he talks about is just consistent, clean plays, clean eyes, clean feet. And when we're going over all these stuff for the first 2 weeks, we're going over explosives, we're going over red zone and just the different third down, stuff like that, different situational ball. And as Coach Burke is going through that stuff, a lot of it is all us, and things that we could have did better, our technique, that literally could change the game and could change how last season went. But you can't do anything about that. So it's really just motivation for this year to really just dial in even more and lean in on our training and lean in on the technique.
Aziz, I'm not trying to get you emotional, but you spoke about your mother and everything that she instilled in you and your journey to get to where you are now. How much of that have you used throughout your NFL career, especially coming here and being around those young guys like Henry, like Jamal, like Jake, to be able to instill that into them, but not only just your linebacker group, but to the rest of your teammates as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's been huge. I think just the lessons that you learn throughout your life, you carry with you. And for me, this has just happened to be my profession of football. So whether I'm actively playing and I, incorporate how I teach and how I interact with guys based on, the things I experienced and I endured and what I've also, been taught just as I'm growing up, or, off the field and just building those connections and those relationships, or the relationships that I have in the community as well. I think, the one thing that I also love, just for me being Muslim is what you learn is that in Islam, there's no person, all you guys in this building right now, nobody's better than the next person in here. I'm no better than anybody else because of how much money I'm getting, because of what career I have, vice versa. But the only thing that you're judged on is the intention in your heart. And I think that's what I try to do is just be really be really insightful, be really detailed on how I'm interacting with people and be authentic. I think that's the biggest thing is because at the end of the day, we're all human. And all this stuff that I'm doing, it's going to be 10 years from now, somebody else wearing the jersey that I was wearing. Before me, it was D'Amico up here. Before him, it was somebody else. So it's what you understand is that stuff comes and goes. But the way that you interact with people, human beings, I think that is what lasts. And so when you build those connections like that, the team can go as far as you want it to go.
And can you elaborate a little bit more on the relationship that you have with the McNairs? I know that when you went through some things here adversity-wise, how much they were able to just bring you in like you were one of their own sons, and to be able to, how much of that was going through your mind as you was extending here?
Man, that's honestly a huge part of really everything for me. This family has been, I've told them countless times, like my own family, especially, I come from a really big family. So being out here in Texas, I really enjoy it, but it's different. So my first year, especially, you're not around, I'm not really around any people other than the players on the team and stuff like that. But when I went through everything that I went through with the suspension and everything like that, I think, one thing that I leaned in more than anything was the conversations that I had with them. And, I always tell them, you didn't have to put yourself in front of, a speeding bullet, for me. I feel like just the way that they had my back and every chance that they had to speak on my behalf, speak to my character, and every time they saw me just pouring into me, trying to make sure I was doing well. I think the one thing that Cal told me that he told me his father told him was you can never go wrong doing what's right. And that's just something that I think I'll probably just keep with me for the rest of my life because it's just that little phrase to me just is yeah, you can't go wrong when you're doing what's right, doing the right thing. And there was countless conversations that I had with them that just kind of reassured me just as a person because obviously there's a business side to this and then there's a personal side. And I think, like I said about me with my teammates, it's very much the same with them. They easily, as ownership, been places where you don't see the owner unless it's the game day, and it's you better have won that game or they're going to be looking at you crazy. And I feel like it's you see them, throughout the building, they're a part of the team. You feel the family atmosphere, all the way from the top, all the way to the bottom with the janitors here. They know everybody, and they interact with everybody, and it's really special. So I'm just grateful that I'm here and I have the relationship that I have with them. Calhoun, their son, is, that's I tell him he's my nephew. So first time I actually met him, he was just one of the water boys during OTAs, around the same time, I want to say, or training camp it might have been my first year here. And at the time, I didn't know who he was, but I just saw him trying to give us water, and I just started giving him a hard time. And from then, he's been like a little nephew to me now. So truly just grateful.
Aziz, congratulations.
Thank you.
You talk about all the things that you've been through, and you've shared that with us since you've been in Houston. If you just go back to season before last, that time you talked about how you thought about whether or not you should still even do this. Can you just talk about, how quickly really the whole narrative changed, and then juxtapose that to where you are today? Can you give some perspective around that?
Mm-hmm. So I think when I reflect back to that time, like I said, it was a really challenging time in my life. Just trying to navigate through how I could be in a situation where people are attacking me, like as a man, my character, for something that I did on the football field that literally happens in like a split second. People get into car accidents, and it's like, you're at fault. Ah, man, it happened so fast. Like, you don't even, that's what football is. Like, it's literally split-second decisions. And so, to think I worked, my butt off for 7 years up until that point, 6 years up until that point, to get myself even in that position, to be here, to be a Texan and to be, the leader of a defense. And so when all that stuff went down, and to see like the way people were talking about me as a person and as a player, it hurt, because I just felt like, man, everything just kind of came crumbling down, and it wasn't a reflection of who I see myself as or who I try to be. And I think just to see truthfully how broken I was, because I was truly just broken. Like, my heart was broken. My mother could tell you, everybody who's here can tell you, that I interacted with, I was in an extremely, extremely low, dark place. And I think it's crazy because some of the people that I leaned in on the most were just people I had to work with every single day, the trainers and the staff, just to get back. I think the conversations that I had on a daily basis with people just like pouring into me, I needed it way more than they know. A lot of the people in this building, poured into me, and their job description might have been, strength coach, or it might have been, athletic trainer, or, rehab guy. And it's like, I was dealing with an injury, I was dealing with all the off the field stuff and the stuff with the Trevor Lawrence stuff, and, just a suspension and all of it, and people just pretty much going for my character. And I really leaned in on all these other people who did more than their job required them to do, to try to make sure I was in a good place mentally. And so just grateful.
Aziz, like you were just talking about, it hasn't always been smooth here, but when you think back to when you first signed here to reunite with D'Amico, I imagine you thought things would go well. Did you imagine they would go as well as they have for both you personally and for the team for where they are?
I would say no and yes. I did imagine that things would go well. I also imagined that they would be better in the sense, like, I was really hoping that we could have won a Super Bowl by now, after 2 years of being here. Like, I think the expectation is obviously as high as you want it to go. So in that regard, I would say yes, I did expect them to go well, but I still have, a lot of goals and a lot of high expectations for this team and for myself as well.
There you go. That's a subsection of Aziz Al-Shaair talking to the assembled media. I mean, again, it's one of those things that you have an opportunity to talk to him like we did at training camp. You see him at all. This is the salt of the earth. This is an incredible dude that you have. You see it, right? This is why the Texans handle their draft the way that they do.
Yeah.
You want dudes like that. It's no wonder when you hear him talk the defense particularly is so cohesive when he's at the helm.
Well, I was mentioning to you guys as we were listening, if you're looking for like a big topic, a big angle, a big story that has to do with what we see on the field, that's not what this was. But what this was is a big part of sports, a big part of what we look to when we watch sports, and that's inspiration. He's an inspiring guy, and I don't know how anyone could listen to that and not feel really, really good about their team, the guy that's leading their defense, and ownership on down with this club.
Yeah, I mean, look, you say that there's not as much of this that translates to the field, but I think there's smaller things that you see in his character, especially with the way that this team ties character to football, where you go, okay, I do see how that ties. And so, again, salute to Aziz Al-Shaair and his 3-year extension. And you hear it, right? Not the first guy who said that they were working out when they found out that their next contract was done. That's exactly the type of Texan that you want to see, I imagine, on your football team. But there you go. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we give you an abbreviated version of our lunchtime confessions on Sports Radio 610.
The Rockets. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I have to confess, I can't help myself. I just cannot help myself.
In what way in particular this time?
The sky's blue.
There's a lot of places in which you can't help yourself.
Grass is green.
About 10 minutes before the show began today, I put about $150 worth of bets on the Kentucky Derby.
Goodness gracious, man.
I can't help myself. And I don't have a gambling problem.
That's what
I say. Word. You can stop whenever you want, huh?
I could stop whenever I want. I gamble, like, you guys know this.
Just a couple times here and there.
Like maybe twice a month I'll place a wager. It's the Kentucky Derby, man. Certain events just like beg. You know, they just beg for what it becomes a better event when you watch it with a little something on it. You know, you start to really cheer for, in my case, Dan and Bourbon. I'm really cheering for you. Golden Tempo, really cheering for you. The Puma and Potente. Any of those four horses come in, or any combination of those horses come in, and beer's on me, man. But yeah.
Did you know anything about these horses, or did you just
I dug in last night for about a good hour and a half. So yes, I do now. I do now. But yeah, a little exacta, a little trifecta, a couple of across the board bets. So Dan and Bourbon and Golden Tempo, we're pulling for you. Are we pulling for them?
I think I might fade them.
That's what you bet? That's what you bet for?
Dan and Bourbon, Golden Tempo, Potente, and the Puma.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
I will find out about it later.
Dinner on you.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
No, I said beers.
Oh, dinner. Hey, we don't drink beers.
Yeah.
That's right.
We eat dinners.
All right, we'll figure
These
something
are my confessions.
I know that I am a native Houstonian. You know that as well.
Mm-hmm.
I rock with my Houston Rockets. I don't tend to be this guy, but I try and lean into where I think the larger fan base is, where, I get it.
Yeah.
We don't rock with certain people, or at least, we don't do too much, right?
Yeah,
No need to glaze. However, I love everything about Victor Wembanyama, man. Every time I hear something about
everybody
this dude,
says that.
it's so hard.
Yeah.
It's so hard to be like, he cool or whatever, right? I think that's how we're supposed to handle this, right? Like, he's good and whatever, but whatever.
Yeah.
Victor Wembanyama, during, I think this was Wednesday, was asked about from a French outlet about how some fans or folks have mocked him for years. And he responded by saying, that's a tough question. I think first and foremost, it's a fear of judgment, right? And he said, this feeling that you have to act a certain way, social codes. Personally, I refuse to carry the burden of having to hide my emotions. And I was like, good God, that's bars.
Refuse to carry the burden of hiding my emotions.
Right? I was like, that is.
Like,
on top of him being a dude who's like, yeah, no, y'all can't bully me, right? Like, I'll show my emotions if I want to, and you be damned.
Yeah.
On top of that, there is that he's really cold at basketball. There is that he's restoring the feeling on dudes not wanting to be overly chummy around the league and feeling like, nah, we competing, right? He, on top of that, has enough ego, right? Like I know he hung out with the Monks that one time, but I always will go back to the quote that he had on leading up to the draft, where people were like, what do you think about Scoot Henderson being talked about as thinking he's the number one pick? He's like, yeah, he would be if I wasn't in the draft. And I was just like, this dude, everything about this dude is so damn cold, and I can't help but like him.
You're not alone. It's everywhere.
Yeah,
it's everywhere.
Yeah, the one thing I don't like about him is that that lottery night where he kind of, you could tell he was excited when the Rockets didn't get the number one overall.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's the one I was just like, oh man, but that still don't stop no show, man.
No, it doesn't. No.
These are my confessions.
Man, I got to confess, I told y'all earlier this morning before the show, that my power went out last night. And it was some light rain. It wasn't no heavy rain or anything. I'm just like, oh, man, I was sitting there playing Madden.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden,
yeah.
So I'm sitting there in the dark. I'm like, well, it's time to go to bed now. Ain't nothing to do.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking this because of the storm and all this stuff. And my confession is, man, I need to investigate what's going on because this is like the third time. So I checked my Ring app, and you know, people always share information in there, and they said the reason the power went out is somebody ran into the light pole again.
And that's happened multiple times.
Yeah, that's like the third time that happened.
Where's this light pole? Is it in the middle of the street?
I have no idea where it's at, man. But everything around our neighborhood, Clinton Park, dark because of that.
Like the third time someone's hit a light pole.
Yes, I'm like, man, or some type of power pole.
Not the same person.
No, not. Hopefully, it's not the same person, or their license need to be gone.
Yeah,
but not, man. I'm sick of that, man. I almost shedded a tear a little bit, thinking that I'm like, man, yeah, the weather coming in and power going up. At that point, I'm like, yo, what are y'all doing, man? Do we need to put a barricade around this pole or something?
Yes.
Or whatever it is?
If it's going to knock out the power for it, we need to do something.
It is such an inconvenient for your power to go out, man.
Put a neon sign or something, man.
Go ahead and put a bollard right in front of it.
Yeah,
one of those.
We need to put some cement around this or something, man, so it tear your car up and not the pole.
Yeah.
I'm sick of this, man. I might have to invest. Speaking of the, what's the name of the text line?
The base power text line?
Yeah.
Oh, you got to go talk to base power?
I'm going to see who account that is, man. See if they could hook a brother up, man.
Yeah. I don't know if that'll help a light pole going down.
I mean, at least I have a backup battery or something.
Well, this is true.
Oh, you about to get a generator or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, you should get a generator. Yeah.
Yeah, the ones.
Now, you just borrow yours.
I'll be using it.
No, I want something that could kick in, man. I'm sick of this being out of power for hours, and you know, I could thank God it wasn't no good game on.
Oh, old man Fig strikes again.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, do you want to sit in the dark? I don't think nobody want to sit in the dark.
No.
But I'm sick of this, man. Power should not be going out this often.
Yeah, and it wasn't the weather.
It was not weather related.
And the weather's nasty.
By the way, it's looking real bad.
Nasty.
Hey, the power might be out now. I wouldn't be surprised.
It's gonna ruin my. It's got to clear up by tonight. I didn't tell you guys.
What you got going?
It's a big moon night.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I thought it was going to be something serious.
Who told you that? Your wife?
Yeah. We got all the
moon water out.
We got all the bottles out. We're going to fill them with water. It's the Beltrain flower moon.
The whom?
You sound excited about this,
I
man.
just do what I'm told. It's the Beltrain flower moon.
That's not a real thing.
Tonight, yeah, it's full moon, and it's supposed to be.
What does Beltrain flower mean?
I don't know.
Yeah, why are you saying this like this is a thing I'm supposed to know?
Yeah.
The water, if you drink it, for those who don't know, we get these big mason jars, fill them with water, set them outside under the full moon overnight, and it's supposed to promote the moon vibes, the moon rays, whatever, on certain moons, about 3 or 4 times a year.
There's only one.
Then you drink, then you drink the water. It gives you more energy. In this case, I did look it up. It's supposed to promote emotional clarity and inner peace.
So you could be like Victor Wembanyama.
If only.
All of a sudden, he wake up tomorrow. He's a 7'5" French man.
Yeah. See, I am kind of like Victor Wembanyama. I'm not afraid of you guys judging me. How did he put it?
I got to get this right again. Refuse to carry the burden of having to hide my emotions.
With the Beltrain flower moon.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you will not burden yourself with that because I'm going to make fun of you anyway.
Yeah, I hope you have a good time antiquing tomorrow.
That's right.
I'm not antiquing
lavendering.
All right, those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, a little bit of audio came out this week from T.J. Houshmandzadeh, former NFL pro and apparently confidant of C.J. Stroud. How does this hit you? Because I know that the afternoon show yesterday didn't like it very much, and a lot of Texans fans are talking about it. We'll talk about that next.
Payne and Pendergast.
My biggest takeaway from this
Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Friday is going well. Ours has been pretty damn good to this point. Obviously, it should be fun in the evening as well. I wonder how fun you'll actually feel with the Astros game when they face off against the Red Sox 6-10. But I think it'll definitely be fun. 8:30 hits, and Prime Video should be on your TV if you're not at Toyota Center to see if the Rockets can keep this thing going and push themselves closer to history after going down 3-0 against the Lakers. Game 6 tonight with the opportunity to stave off elimination but to push it to an all-decisive Game 7. All of those things in our in the near future, and we have those in our minds. But as you're dealing with that this week, we hear from TJ Houshmandzadeh. And I know you're going, what does that former wide receiver for the Cincinnati Bengals have to do with anything that we're doing here in the great city of Houston? Well, I'll tell you, dear listeners, TJ Houshmandzadeh, a Cali dude, apparently a confidant of quarterback of the Texans, CJ Stroud.
Yeah, very close.
And he mentioned that on his appearance on the Speakeasy, right, which is Emmanuel Acho's podcast platform. And he went further to, first and foremost, it is worth noting, he was talking about this relationship on air. He was like, hey, CJ Stroud, vent to me a lot or whatever. I don't know if that's the exact word, but basically he made
confided, whatever.
Yeah, it made it clear that they talk a lot. And then the next thing that comes out of his mouth after that statement, almost implying directly that this is tied to CJ Stroud and the conversations they've had, is this conversation about what he believes is necessary for the Texans, especially as it relates to play calling.
And he's going to have to play now like a big dog because of the way that season ended. It was as if, if we had anybody else at quarterback, we would have won this game. And he knows that. He knows that. It's not like he's talking like, he knows that. And so I look forward to seeing how he's going to respond.
Well, because I think this is the other one. Can you give me the TJ Houshmandzadeh talking about the importance of play calling for you? You see it in there? You got it?
It's only 2 cuts. It's the other one is on the defense.
All right, give me 1 second. Let me make sure I get this for you. But yeah, he's talking about obviously the relationship with CJ Stroud and Nick Caley. At least that's something that pops up there, that shows up there, and it becomes very interesting because that is, I think, in my estimation, one of the big conversations that's still to be answered from the Texans. Is Nick Caley prepared for this?
Well, we'll get the audio because it is absolutely worth listening to. But just before we do, just so you know. Number one, you mentioned that TJ Houshmandzadeh and CJ Stroud are very close. He's one of CJ's true confidants. But the gist of the
well, here's the audio.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
For CJ, it's can him and his offensive coordinator mesh? That is going to be, for me, the biggest key. I want to see in the preseason. Can they mesh? I don't think people really understand how much play calling matters in the National Football League.
Yeah.
Calling the wrong play at the wrong time. Why are we running this play when we expect this defense and this play is not going to work against this defense? And so what they called analytics, we just called that scouting when we were playing, And so that's what, you watch that playoff game, CJ he wasn't perfect that game. But as a coach, when you see that he's not having a good game, why am I steady dropping back throwing the ball? Yeah. We can't run no screens. We can't run a slant. We can't run some easy stuff. Why are we running dropbacks? Why? And you go, he just made bad decisions. Why are you calling these plays? And so can meaning the offensive coordinator, and CJ get on the same page?
All right, so I want to make sure that we understand what's going on here because to me this was about as jaw-dropping, a commentary on the relationship between Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud as we've heard, period. And simply because a lot of people might get into the muck of, the play calling and they did score a touchdown on a long pass and maybe because they didn't have they didn't have Dalton Schultz.
Dalton Schultz gets hurt in that game.
They couldn't run the ball. Let's not get bogged down with the actual what he said about the play calling.
Okay, because I do think that is worth noting.
It is worth noting, and we just noted it.
Okay.
To me, the story here is, can he, to CJ, he said that to CJ, the question is, can he mesh with Nick Caley? And that's when I went, okay, I want to hear more. And then he talked about play calling. A lot of people don't understand how hard the play calling is. Forget that particular game. Because
I don't think that game is probably a good one to use.
Right. This is about what we've speculated on and what we've talked about. Can they get along? Is he the right guy to call the right plays? He even talked about that. Calling the right plays against a particular defense. Dude, this is, you don't want to be too, I guess,
alarmist.
Well, no, not fair, too unfair.
Yeah.
To the situation, because we weren't privy to the conversation. But this is about as close as we have gotten to. Yeah, it's about Nick Caley and calling the right plays for C.J. Stroud, and I was like, okay, that's what we've wondered, and that's
what C.J. is really thinking,
and what C.J.'s really thinking exactly.
This the closest. Now it could be totally different, but
right.
This is probably the closest real answer we got.
I got to tell you, Reggie. I was like, let me hear what he has to say. I know he knows C.J. And I was just expecting to kind of scroll through, and then I stopped and went, wow.
No, this is a bombshell, if for no other reason than this could be, if this was specifically CJ's words, which, look, TJ Houshmandzadeh did a lot to tie this to CJ, which is probably not the best, it's not the best look for your quarterback here, right? It sounds like there's a level of complaining going on the outside, which is not good for a team that feels like they're trying to situate themselves for an opportunity to run to the Super Bowl, right?
Right.
On top of that, displeasure with the way that the offense is one of the things we've talked about a whole bunch, right? And it feels like you're not going to go, actually not even feels like, any endeavor in which all parties involved are not pulling in the same direction is not going to be as fruitful of an endeavor as it should be. Point blank, period. And this is, at the very least, smoke to that degree of mentally they are not fully pulling in the same direction.
Thank you. Yes. That's exactly what I got out of that. And it's wild.
And that's without me going into trying to delineate who's right and who's wrong on this. But just this as some level of signpost that, we're not all synergistic here. We're not all pointing in the same direction and pulling in the same direction, which really sucks after a draft in which it feels like, hey, we're starting to settle on what we want as a team, which is we want to be tough and physical, and we also have this roster to where we think that we can run the football. We think that we can, support this in the way that we want to build a team that can go and win a Super Bowl. And then fairly soon thereafter, we're getting TJ Houshmandzadeh basically alluding to the idea that your quarterback and your offensive play caller, the two most important guys when it comes to putting offense together for a team, seemingly have something that is not allowing them to be on the same page. Can they mesh? From a dude who seems to be close to one of these parties is not a question that should be asked.
No, it should not be, and it's not. It's not a matter of, have they equipped C.J. Stroud? We know C.J. Stroud is equipped much better today than he was at the end of the season in terms of the offensive line, which I'm sure fed into some of his frustration. The running game,
that's not the complaint that's happening.
That's where I'm going. He's better equipped to do the things that the Texans want him to do. But what we're saying, what we're hearing right here is, they want him to do that. I don't know how comfortable he is with that guy calling the plays.
And in a vacuum, I'm not sure how comfortable I am with that guy calling the plays. That was something that we were trying to get a feel for as this whole thing went along. It ended up being suitable, I guess, but now you're going to have maybe a better foundation to see what he has. The thing that I cannot shake, though, is the idea that C.J. Stroud, and look, we all have our complaining about our work from one way or another, and we might talk to our friends. The idea that, one, this gets out, and two, if this is a big enough issue to you and you have not spoken it, not that we know specifically, but I feel like you need to go in there. If this actually is an issue, which I'm reading it as C.J. Stroud has some level of question as to how that communication needs to happen in-house, right? Unless he doesn't feel like he has enough juice to make that happen, communication needs to happen in that building for that to be the case. Like, this can't be something that gets litigated through TJ Houshmandzadeh because you're not going to get it done, right? Maybe you go and you talk to whoever, whether it's D'Amico, whether it's Nick Caley himself, whatever. Take it to Nick. Hell, take it to Cal McNair, right? Not the healthiest thing in the world, but if you don't do it that way, there's a much smaller likelihood that this gets fixed if we're just stewing with this as opposed to talking directly out. That's not to say that it absolutely gets fixed. That's not to say that everything gets in line. But this can't be the way this goes.
And I also would like to know when this conversation, this venting, so to speak, as we're interpreting it, or some sort of level of venting, when it took place. Because we've seen some very good signs of C.J. Stroud reaching out to every draft pick. And I get it. Maybe that doesn't mean a whole lot, but it's nice. Of the buy-in, so to speak, is what we talked about. Maybe if this was 2 months ago, things have changed.
Maybe so.
And there is more of a buy-in right now. But you're right. It does need to be voiced. I'm sure it has to some degree over the course of last season. There were clear frustrations. We saw it on the field. We saw it in C.J. Stroud's body language and facial expressions. That was a frustration, and you kind of put all these pieces together. You're like, maybe he's just looking to the sideline saying, man, what are you doing to me?
What are the chances that T.J. Houshmandzadeh just spoke out of school?
I think very low. I think very low.
All right, and now I'll take this to the other extreme. And again, I'm asking a question. Please don't jump me. What are the chances that he was put up to this?
Now
you get what I'm saying? Like, there's one possibility that, hey, this was told to him in confidence, and he got a little bit talkative in front of everybody in a way that he shouldn't have. Right? That's the conversation. That's the first question. The second question
kind of the athlete's first type of deal, too.
Right?
Yeah.
What is the possibility that CJ was like, hey?
Yeah.
We are now playing through the media in
chess.
Whispers in chess. Yeah. Yes. What is the possibility of that?
I will say it's going to get, I think that's a big possibility. And I think it's going to get worse if he don't play as good.
I don't think it's a zero. That's for dang sure.
Yeah.
I don't like that at all.
Wait till you start getting the Ryan Clarks of the world to start breaking C.J. Stroud down.
I mean, he flat out said to C.J., not like I think that it's about the offensive coordinator and the play calling. He said to CJ, it's a question of if the offensive coordinator and the quarterback can mesh. That's not a little thing. That is not a little thing when you are in, this big of a season and you're still seemingly wondering if you have the right guy calling the plays.
This is going to be fascinating the way that this goes. And honestly, I think that this could shed somewhat of a different light on the Gerard Johnson parting of ways, I guess is the way that I'll say it, because we know Gerard Johnson very, very familiar with C.J. Stroud, and I don't just mean like he knows him, right? They have a good working relationship, right? And I imagine he was an advocate for C.J. Stroud. We can go back to Case Keenum and the ways in which he was a C.J. Stroud advocate. How does he feel about the way that this is set up, and how much does that say about the organization, the way that they go, hey, we are supporting Nick Haley with Jared Saplinski, his guy, now being the quarterback coach, and we're supporting his vision of this. Is it possible that that's like taking sides in whatever this thing might be that I can't really even quantify?
I actually do think that they are convinced with what they want to do. We've seen it in their actions and their words, most of their words anyway, that they want to run the particular style of offense. Nick Haley is here because of that particular style of offense. He has those connections. Now, I'll just take them at their word also that they're saying they wanted another voice that can maybe relay that, that because Gerard has had West Coast background and maybe he, somewhat sympathetic to what CJ's quote unquote complaints might be. Maybe he should be able to run some other things, have some other play calls, et cetera. But I think the Texans are saying, no, this is what we're going to do, and we need the buy-in.
We doing this regardless of whatever quarterback going to be back.
And so they needed another voice who could really emphasize this style of offense.
But does that inherently set up a possibility of animosity? Is that like just the landscape of this setup? Yes. And so I will ask. I like this asking this question or using this framework. This T.J. Houshmandzadeh going on the speakeasy and basically saying it's a matter of whether they can get on the same page and mesh. Something, nothing, or everything.
Oh, it's easily something, and I'm kind of leaning everything. Because if that's the case and it continues, well, everything is. You have to look at this team, everything about this team, differently. Offensively, in terms of play calling, including Nick Haley. We're sitting here saying he's got there's this difference of opinion on play calling. Hell, maybe CJ's right. Maybe he's right.
We'll have to return to this. I'm certain at some point in the near future. Something that easily could have just slipped past everybody, but T.J. Houshmandzadeh might have started a little bit of fire here. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Friday. Coming up next, Game 6. Rockets, Lakers tonight. More questions as to what you absolutely need to see or about this game just in general as we gear up for the Rockets trying to stave off elimination once more. We'll talk about it next.
Coach D'Amico seems... Here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Yeah, that I knew, and obviously I know the fellas of the Drive talked about it yesterday. It's one of those things that's kind of been circulating, especially over the last 24 hours. The TJ Houshmandzadeh on the Speakeasy and him specifically talking about the need for, or the question on whether C.J. Stroud and Nick Caley as his play caller can mesh. That is kind of wild to see. But here on the text line, and on the Base Power text line, somebody goes, and where did I done lost? Oh, yeah, that the excuse for Caley is that it was his first year. Relax. And I would love for that to be the case, but there have been, as a counterfactual, a number of play callers. Not to say that every first-time play caller, but there's been quite a few first-time play callers that have not just come up and looked passable, but have excelled in that opportunity. Not to just use a singular example, but I mean, Clint Kubiak was a first-time play caller last year, and you saw the effect and the impact of that. Right?
No, you know, this is one that we're going to have to mark. We're going to have to mark this thing because there's all the speculating, all the opinions that we've had on, them meshing or them, the play calling or comfort level and all that has all been, kind of us and watching the game and hearing things. This was about as close to, he's feeling that as we've heard.
And here, I mean, there's a possibility. There's a distinct possibility in this world that we get into and through the season and they do mesh and everything looks great. And the offense not only runs the football, but when they pass the ball, they do it exquisitely. And C.J. Stroud looks like the quarterback that you once believed him to be to some degree. And then you sign him, you give him his extension.
And everybody's happy,
right? But also, you open the door, and not that you open the door, but you open the door more widely that there's possibilities that one of these guys is here next year, or anything else in between there. So that interesting to see, and thank you for nothing, TJ Houshmandzadeh. I used to love TJ Houshmandzadeh, man. Like, if for no other reason than his name really fun.
Oh yeah,
his name is really fun to say.
He had a good run too, man.
He was really good.
He had a really good run. Yeah,
no, for sure.
I'm gonna thank him. I mean, I think if nothing else, it sort of highlights. All right, we've all talked about it, and there's maybe a little more, substance there. It has to work. There's got to be a buy-in.
It's been front and center a number of times that C.J. Stroud has to be a better version of himself for this Texas team to go where they want to go. They're knocking out damn near all the other.
They're checking a lot of boxes.
They're checking all the boxes. Is a great way of saying it.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Rockets, Lakers tonight, 8:30 at Toyota Center. Prime Video is where you get it if you do not have a ticket. Or if you will not have a ticket, because I imagine the people are still selling them right now. I imagine it might cost a little bit more as the Rockets have been playing some pretty damn good basketball over the last couple of games. What are some of the questions, or how do we answer some of these questions that you need going into a must-win game?
We've got questions for you regarding tonight's game. Let's start with this one. Who needs to play out of their skull for the Rockets tonight? In other words, you might expect a certain number of things from Şengün, a certain number of things from Jabbar.
The dude who has to play above?
Who needs to play out of their skull tonight?
Oh, playing above his weight class. I mean, the thought that I had was Alperin, but that feels like
there is a baseline there that you can kind of expect. No, it could be your answer.
I would like to say Alperin.
Yeah, if he goes way out there.
Again, it's not just, hey, be physical, be aggressive. It's getting rebounds. It's being defensively apt, because I know we don't always talk about the defensive side of the football, or basketball rather. One of the changes that they've made that has helped them be a significantly better version of the Rockets when they're on the court versus this Lakers is they decided, hey, we're switching everything. And Clint Capella didn't get minutes in the last game. Jayshawn Tate didn't get minutes in the last game. And those are the two pseudo bigs that they've played in the stead of Alperen Şengün. If it ain't Alperen Şengün, it's wings and guards. And so Alperen Şengün is out there switching on to guards, switching on to LeBron James, where sometimes they're hunting him, and he has to be able to stay in front of LeBron James, D him up well, while still doing the other things, still getting rebounds, still fighting with DeAndre Ayton and Jackson Hayes and such. And also, when he gets the basketball, being efficient and also, making sure to set up his other teammates. That's a lot of ands that we're throwing up there. Yeah. I think that you need to be able to not just hit most of those, but hit all of those to keep going the way that you want to.
Yeah, that's a good answer. Figure, do you have anybody you're thinking of? Like, if this dude plays out of his mind, out of his skull, then good things are going to happen.
I guess I got to go back to Reed Shepherd, to be honest, man. I think if he balls out, like I'm talking hitting threes.
He's capable of 30+.
Yeah, I'm hitting threes, getting the steals, and just making the right shots and all that stuff. Just being, I guess, that guy that you got to put somebody on at that point. I think they do. I think they do come out on top.
Those are both good answers. I'm going to say Tari.
That's what I was about to ask.
I'm going to say Tari.
That's a good answer.
Yeah, get the points and the defense, and because that was a big factor in the last game.
And I feel like if Tari Easton's having a really good game, like a notable game, which I think B. Scott made a great point. He's probably just had the best series of any of these guys. It's just in more quieter ways, more foundational ways that other people build upon. If it's, we notice that Tari Easton is doing it, it's because he's getting steals.
He's getting
He's getting, notable blocks and then turning defense into offense. And those are the types of things that will absolutely help you win this. And then that's also him knocking down threes, right? If he ends up being...
To me, that's it.
He adds 2 or 3 three-pointers on top of all of the other stuff, probably 3. Yeah. You go, oh, man, Tari Easton is really cooking today, and that means a win, I think.
Another question for you, and this is the million-dollar question for me. We went back and forth with you and B. Scott on this a lot. If the Rockets lose, is the season a success?
Oh, boy. No. Not yet. I mean, they've done a good job of bringing this thing back around, but remember where we've been. The expectations were higher for them. I know that they started this series in a bad way, and they got themselves into a hole, especially because they could not finish out Game 3. The emotions that have swung back the other way have been kind of good here. But, I think one more game of this team playing the way that they did helps you find some level of success, because
even if they lose Game 7?
Yes, because I think we're starting to figure out, in pressure situations, which again, last year you saw them a 7-game series, but it felt like you were still not learning what you wanted to about the core.
Yeah.
Feels like you have great opportunity to learn about the core, and you've seen Reed Shepherd step up in this moment. I thought that was quite a signature moment that he had last game. You've seen Jabari Smith Jr. be a little bit closer to some of the things that you hope that he could be. Tari Easton, obviously, in the ways that we're just talking about, and he actually ends up into a really interesting circumstance this offseason. But yes, you get closer to do we have more answers on some of these young core players? Not the ultimate success that you were hoping, but I think that those are places that you can check all the successes. I wonder, though, how do you feel about saying a success if you see that in Game 5, Game 4,
I hear where you're coming from.
And
that's fair.
Kind of Game 3
No,
as
that's
opposed
fair.
to we saw it in 3 games plus 1 where they accidentally just couldn't finish it all.
Yeah, Figgy, if the Rockets lose, is the season a success?
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no, because they were here last year. They were here last year with Jalen Green, however you feel about him. And I know Kevin Durant got hurt and all that stuff, but I think our expectation for when we got Kevin Durant was making a run.
Yeah.
And I don't want to say it's too much saying championship or bust, but it was damn near close to it.
It was close to it.
Yeah, so I think this would be a disappointment.
I'm with both you guys. What's the one thing that cannot happen?
Turnovers. Rockets turnovers cannot happen. You can't give the Lakers opportunities to have free run-out scores as well in this. It's the way that they've won games is by, as much as, hey, they knocked down shots in Game 5. It is the fact that they have absolutely turned off the water over there for the Lakers. And if you're giving them easy buckets, it felt like you absolutely blew the Lakers out. And yes, there was a 11-1 run that tightened it back up in Game 5. But that's a 6-point win. Some turnovers and making that more viable for the Lakers there, I think that can easily be the difference of what we're talking about here. You can't afford to continually give the Lakers opportunities to get juice in this game.
What's the one thing that cannot happen?
I agree with Reggie, man.
Turnovers, I do too. I think that's going to be big.
I can't think of nothing else. I think turnovers, man, they can't leave the door open for LeBron James, 41-year-old LeBron James, to take this game.
I have 2 more questions for you that are big for tonight. Who's the one player on the Lakers not named LeBron that cannot go off?
What's funny is I would want to say Austin Reeves, because I think Austin Reeves will get more minutes. And even in the 34 that he had in last game, relatively limited, he still scored 22. I think the answer is actually one of Luke Kennard or Marcus Smart, and I will go with Marcus Smart. No, one of those guys. Because the Rockets have done a good job at going at Luke Kennard, forcing him to defend, and really taking away his legs. The Marcus Smart thing has been huge, right? When he was good, it was really problematic for the Rockets. When he started kind of waning, it's looked a lot better. I don't want to say that he is the ultimate bellwether, but he's somewhere in there. And so ultimately, I think what this points to is if those stars are doing something everybody else ain't eating, that's fine.
Yeah.
When these other guys, the others of this, start knocking down shots and making this difficult, you aren't able to kind of focus your defense. And then it's like what's it? Trying to put your finger in one leak and then having another. I wasn't going to say that, but then leaks start popping up elsewhere.
Yeah.
I think that's how it's situated if you let the likes of Marcus Smart go off.
Yeah, I mean, y'all might laugh at this one, but can we keep Luke Kennard in check?
No, I'm not laughing. I mean, he was the difference maker early.
We do not need him looking like Steph Curry out there, man.
Yeah.
Like, nah, keep him to 1 point. The amount of points he had last game, and he barely got that one.
Yeah, look, I'm not laughing at that, but that's not my answer. My answer is you can't ignore the obvious. Austin Reeves, simply being back, another a game under his belt now. Keep in mind, he didn't have a great shooting night. He scored 22 points, but he got 12 of those at the free throw line.
Yeah,
he was 4 of 16.
Yeah, that's a good point.
If he starts, knocking down those shots, what it can do for LeBron, what it can do for Luke Kennard, what it can do for other people, I think is gonna be very detrimental to the Rockets. Here's the $1 million one. My last question for you regarding tonight: do you trust Ime Udoka?
I still don't have a great answer here. They've done some, and when I say I think when you say Ime Udoka, it's him as an individual, but I think it's also as a staff, and they've done some good things that we have to give them credit for, especially if we're going to hit them as hard as we have down the stretch of the season and into the playoffs.
That's why I asked the question.
They've done some good things in making some adjustments that ultimately have been productive, switching everything defensively, allowing really bringing up like I mentioned, Luke Kennard into defensive circumstances, which obviously has taken his legs so he can't knock down shots, but it's also helped Amen Thompson be a little bit more effective on offense, off the dribble. The trust of it, though, I start wondering, hey, if you end up in this clutch moment where do we need to draw something up? Are we taking timeouts in the right circumstances? Like, if this becomes one of those moments where you need to deftly work your way through this as the coach, the answer is probably no. But I think that he's imbued this team with enough confidence right in this moment, at least. There's questions about whether some of the things that he did in the regular season, if he had done them differently, they could have had more of this confidence earlier. But right now, they have enough confidence where I trust him to work the way with his team right now within the context of the way that he wants this team to work.
Figgy, do you trust Ime?
Honestly, this might sound crazy, but I think I kind of do, man. I don't think he's going to spit the bit like he did the first, or at least, I ain't going to say the first 2 games, but at least game 3. I think he's kind of found the groove a little bit. That don't mean I still don't trust the offense like that, but I don't think I'm going into this game not trusting him.
The arrow is pointing up for me because
that's a great way to say it.
There's been a revelation that you can see with what he's done without Kevin Durant, with what they've done offensively, especially on the defense, really hasn't
made adjustments,
and the defense really hasn't taken any significant dip. My only hesitation is I still am not sure he can't help himself. He just can't help himself sometimes in terms of some funky combination on the floor that he thinks is going to be a good set for that particular run of minutes that ends up biting them, and it has in this series. But I'm going to say I'm actually going to go with Figgy on this one just because of the arrow pointing up. I'm going to say yes.
Yeah, and he made the adjustment of changing his rotation to, hey, the Jayshawn Tate isn't working, we're not playing him, right? The Clint Capella isn't working, we're not playing him. The question that pops up for me though is the JJ Redick chess move that I was expecting in last game that didn't come. Is this the game where you show up and you see,
that's a big question.
There's something that you need to answer for. I've constantly been looking for that as the boogeyman. Maybe that doesn't. And a great text comes in on the Base Power text line from the 832. Ayton can't go off. That means the defense isn't hitting on nothing and going to the rim easy. And that's actually a good point. I would also supplement that with if DeAndre Ayton is out here getting all these boards, giving them second chance points, and obviously not allowing the Rockets to close out defensive possessions, that could be a really big problem. So, very intrigued to see what happens here. You want to call it? Do you feel comfortable in calling this one?
Sure, man. Hey, let's call our shot. I think the Rockets take it. I think that the Rockets take it, and I think we're going to get to Game 7.
I know. I feel like I'm being a little wishy-washy, but maybe not, because I was in the place earlier on while they were looking bad, saying I still think that they can play at the better version of themselves. So I will say that the Rockets take it, and we will see a Game 7 on Sunday.
Yeah, I'm rolling with the Rockets too. The hot hand.
Oh no! What did we do? We all said they're going to win, and so
it was a good run.
Yeah. All right.
Actually, it wasn't.
You jinxed it.
Yeah.
It's Lopez's fault. It's who
of course it is.
That's right. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I look at the clock, and it's about the time where we hand things over to Figgy for the mixtape.
Yeah. So this mixtape is going to be all about embarrassment. You got a 13-year-old kid who was embarrassed in front of everyone, and a famous TV show character was embarrassed 31 years ago this week.
All right, let's talk about a little embarrassment next.
In the Loop.
I think this is a Mary Poppins.
Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. A story of embarrassment. Have you guys ever been, I guess, in a state of embarrassment where your mom tried to stop it and try to defend you, and now you're even more embarrassed because family is involved and all this other stuff, and you just got your hands over your face?
I'm sure I have. I can't think of anything specific, but probably multiple times.
Yeah, I've hidden that deep in my memory bank so that I do not dig it back up and re-experience it.
Yeah. So I think the story I'm about to say, this is kind of the same thing a little bit, where I feel so bad for this 13-year-old kid out of Sunnyside.
Oh, right here.
Yeah, it was here. This is local. And I know, look, the situation is bad, and you got a lot of people weighing in on the situation on social media. But this story came from Sunnyside, where a 13-year-old boy had to go to the bathroom. So he decided to go to the gas station. But the gas station clerk or whoever run the gas station refused to let him go to the bathroom. So here is KPRC2 Gage with this whole story, and it's a bad situation, but I know this kid got to be feeling so embarrassed.
Embarrassed, humiliated. That's what a 13-year-old boy is feeling right now after he came here to this fuel depot in the Sunnyside neighborhood of Houston after school. He needed to use the restroom. Not just needed, it was an emergency. But the guy working in there allegedly said no. And the kid had no other choice but to come around here and use the bathroom outside. And here's the worst part of this entire story. The clerk working in there recorded on the security cameras, and then on top of that, made posters, putting them on the front of the store, and then shared the video with this kid's classmates. Yes, disgusting, gross. Those aren't my words. That's Grandma's words. Take a listen.
Feel bad, and to see my grandson sad every day like that, I feel real bad for him. I started crying when I seen that video and looked at him in his eyes.
On Wednesday, community activists Candace Matthews and Quan Alex showing up here, effectively pretty much shutting down the store, demanding to speak with the owner of the store. It was about 45 minutes or so that they were here. They want answers. They don't understand why somebody would do this, especially to a young boy.
Appalling, shocking, disgraceful. This man should be indicted.
Yep.
He sexually exploited one of our children, made fun of him, and set the kid up to be exploited. When he told that young boy, you cannot use the restroom. That poor child came into a brand new store with brand new restrooms. He told him you can't use the restroom, then took the recording, told him to go around the back and take a poop, recorded the kid taking the poop. Then when the kids got out of school, from Addicts Middle School right here, he was showing them the video laughing. Then he took a picture, a still picture, and put it on the front door of this baby naked, making fun of his genitalia.
But then another thing that was shown on the video, this child had to wipe his rear
on the grass.
That is inhumane if you ever want to see it.
Now, you might be wondering, this is a teenager, he's exposed, he's vulnerable, it's inappropriate. All of those are correct. The Houston Police Department is investigating this whole ordeal. I reached out to HPD. They haven't gotten back to me with an answer yet as to what crimes potentially, if any at all, somebody could be facing. Because at the end of the day, this is a teenager that's unclothed from the waist down.
Man. Yeah, not only, I mean, that's embarrassment alone. Now you got the news involved with this. Now you got people weighing in. Now you got my grandma talking about this. I feel so bad for that kid to the point, and I usually don't, I'm not really the boycott this person. But I will boycott that gas station, man. That was ridiculous for you to do that.
I think you're right on all accounts, but I think the worst thing is that person showed it to his classmates.
Yeah.
Show it to anybody. Like
no, but that's gonna go with you your entire. Yeah. You need to move districts.
You got it. You got to go to another school at that point.
Yeah,
man.
that's the thing. That that's awful. That's horrible.
No, this is heinous. The word that came to mind for me was this. This is heinous. The first thing is maybe some people might quibble on the, hey man, no sir, our bathrooms are for customers only. That maybe you could. The idea of hey, he going about back, you recording it. That is heinous behavior. Oh boy, like. Again,
you
calling for people
out,
to get
man.
fired and everything, that is a fireable offense. And talk less of that. That's something where you're going to end up with some kind of record. Like, I just can't imagine.
I hope so.
I cannot imagine how you walk away from this, having done this, taking illicit photos of somebody and spreading those, regardless of whether it's people you know. But I get where y'all are coming from, which is, I do wonder how the babies of now would handle this. Because, look, I like saying, kids are not good people. We just haven't socialized them yet, right? If we're just going to be completely honest. It does feel like the kids of now are trying to be a little bit more like emotionally intelligent.
Yeah,
and I do wonder,
are
they going to be emotionally intelligent to realize, hey man, this is kind of messed up? Or are they going to be kids and make fun of him because that's going to really suck?
I mean, probably a mixed bag. But I just think just the idea, much less actually doing it, of literally showing his classmates that. And still pictures and everything. You're right. I mean, it's bad about grandma being involved now and the news being involved now and all that.
It's just embarrassment all over the place.
But I think most people like us who watch the news account are more sympathetic and more angry and more pointing our, frustrations and anger to the store and that clerk. The kids, though, man, that's gonna be rough.
That's rough, man. I will. Hey, if he decided to go back to that school with his chest up and just head up and just I don't care, I had to go type deal. Then salute to him, man. Salute to him. And I wish I had the brother name, but I hate I had to play this like that to kind of add on to the spreading the news like this. But that was ridiculous from that gas station.
Ridiculous.
To do that. Yeah. So salute to that young man. Keep your head up.
Yeah.
More embarrassment on the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. So 31 years ago this week, this episode aired on TV, and I think you guys are pretty familiar with this one.
Get your new plates.
Oh, yeah, I got my new plates. But they mixed them up. Somebody got mine, and I got their vanity plates.
What did they say?
Ass man.
Ass man?
Yeah, ass man, Jerry. I'm Cosmo Kramer, the ass man.
Who would order a license plate that says ass man? Maybe they're Wilt Chamberlains. It doesn't have to be someone who gets a lot of women. It could be just some guy with a big ass.
Yeah, or it could be a proctologist.
Proctologist? Oh, come on. No doctor would put that on his car.
Have you ever met a proctologist?
He broke there. I just realized that Michael Richards broke there.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, that was a Seinfeld episode about Kramer going to get his license plate.
Yep.
And he was stuck with the one that said ass man on there.
1 in a million shot, Doc.
Yeah. So that actually came out 31 years ago. That premiered 31 years ago today. And I bring that up because somebody actually thought about getting a plate like this in real life. And I guess they referenced that episode, but they looked into different state laws to see if they can, if they could actually get those plates in those laws. And so that license plate, specifically ass man, is banned in most states because it's a little too vulgar.
Sure.
So 31 states wouldn't allow that.
I would have guessed higher than 31.
I want to know the others.
Yeah, 31 wouldn't allow it at all. Another 11 states would probably prohibit it.
Okay.
But it's not 100%.
So 42 of the 50, states were probably not getting this.
All right, give them to us. Give them to us.
So
should we guess?
Nah, you ain't got it. No. But another 5 states might allow it. It's not forbidden, but you have to ask the DMV to see if you could get it. So those states are Montana,
sure,
New Mexico, Oklahoma,
of course,
West Virginia, and Connecticut.
Okay.
Connecticut is one of these things not like the other.
Yeah.
Because I feel like, some of these other states, like it's not a lot of people, maybe. Okay, maybe.
Now, it is 2 states that do allow it.
All right.
So these 2 states are South Dakota and Maine. And then there's finally 1 state that does allow it. and it was available at that time, and that was Vermont.
Was it taken?
No, it was available.
It was
available. It's still available.
It was available.
So if you want to register a car in Vermont, you could get the
Man, Jerry.
Yeah. So one person online joked and said the Vermont DMV will probably be crashing in a few minutes.
Yeah.
And so apparently, I guess it was, because one commenter on the post said that suddenly it was showing up that it was taken.
Oh, yeah.
In Vermont.
Why not?
And this was 3 days
because
after.
I don't want ass man on my car. What do you mean? Why not?
So maybe somebody did go and get ass man.
That'd be great, because everybody would know. Okay, there's a Seinfeld fan. Yeah.
Buddy, you think Seinfeld is that ubiquitous now?
No, but I mean that scene has been obviously celebrated for decades.
You're doing a Klay Thompson right now. You're doing a Klay Thompson, and I say that to say because Klay Thompson and Meg Thee Stallion broke up, we're finding out. Oh, there's a lot more people that don't actually follow sports that are like, who Klay Thompson? I only know him because he was dating Meg Thee Stallion. You're doing everybody knows the Seinfeld, and buddy, I can tell you.
No. I've said it multiple times.
People are not going to. They're just going to be like, that says ass man. They're not going to know the reference.
Yeah, of course everybody.
Still funny.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. Hell, this is my first time hearing that, seeing that episode, but I think a lot of people that's going to get those plates or tried to get those plates are Seinfeld fans. I don't think they was just getting it because they was literally an ass man.
Right.
All right, but what about the Corolla behind you when you driving around and they see you get out? All right, imagine going on a date.
They're laughing. It's funny. It's clearly
you
not.
You go on the first date with a baddie, and you pull up with the ass man car.
Then you got a story. You got an icebreaker.
No, somebody like me, if I didn't see this episode, I would have been like, okay, I see you, dog. I would have never thought it was a Seinfeld reference.
Yeah.
But I know some old school people probably be like, oh, yeah, that's hilarious.
It's an icebreaker either way. It's funny either way.
Yeah. So, 31 years ago this week, that episode premiered. Got to give a shout out to 5-time NBA All-Star and Houston Rockets legend John Wall.
Legend.
He is the president. Hey, that was a legendary year.
It was
that time, man.
It was.
I thought I was going to see him and James Harden play together. But he will be the new president of basketball operations at Howard University. So he will be returning to Washington, D.C. So salute to him.
I did find it because he also is doing TV. Is
NBA Prime?
Prime. Yeah, he's doing. I wonder like how intense this secondary job is, like the capability of working both of them at the same time. Because we've seen a lot more of these kind of pseudo celebrity, forays into college sports management. Yeah. And I obviously there's not really a way for me to tap into it, but I'm very curious as to how successful these things are, because clearly you're getting these people because of the name in part, and what that could bring in, I imagine, for investments and donations and such.
Stuff, yeah.
But I do wonder, like, is it actually doing the thing that people want right now?
Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, I feel like that it can't go too wrong for Howard.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think it's worth the risk, not even a risk, because it's just worth the effort there.
Yeah, that's somebody that's, I guess it's fair to say, a legend in D.C.
Oh, now that for sure.
Point. Yeah. So I think it's good him to. I wonder if he's moving back there. And I'm kind of being nosy because I was trying, because I know he's staying in Miami right now. So I'm kind of wondering if he's gonna stay there. And this is all a personal reason. Yeah. Because his kids is my little cousin.
Oh, you did say that. Yeah.
So I'm wondering. I'm like, they moving. My cousin moving in D.C.
Yeah, you got a place to stay.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
But shout out to him, and shout out to DeLon Lillard and Denise Middleton of Fox 26. So they were doing the newscast. They kicked it over to my guy Ruben Dominguez, who was at El Tempio.
Oh. All right, well, El Tempio's new location is open in time for Cinco de Mayo celebrations.
Ruben Dominguez is live at Post Houston to give us a taste. It's El Tiempo.
El Tiempo. That's what I'm like. Wait, I said it correctly earlier. My Spanish is a little off today. I said it correctly in the T's. Leave me alone. El Tiempo.
You guys are having too much fun.
Struggling with that.
That's weird.
I just had to remix it earlier. That's all.
No, she didn't. She was just trying to cover herself. She had no clue.
Woo-wee.
She had no clue.
She had already gotten some of those El Tempio margaritas is what happened.
El Tempio.
Man, shout out to him. Shout out to DeLon. He be acting the fool on there.
Uh-huh.
He always acting the fool on there. And that was one of them. He was just like, hey.
Tempio.
El Tempio.
I'm going to start calling it that. El Tempio.
You should.
Let me go to El Tempio.
El Tempio.
Maybe if I get like 2 margaritas.
Yeah.
That's that. You definitely going to be.
El Tempio is pretty awesome, man.
That's how they can tell to cut you off is when you start calling it El Tempio instead of El Tiempo.
Yeah.
There you go. Another fantastic edition of the mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, 1:20 p.m. every weekday, mind you, is when you can catch it. And, of course, if you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy, hit them up on social media at The Figgy Fig. All right, appreciate you rocking with us on this Friday. One more segment for us to go here before we hand things off to the fellas of the drive. And, we got to we have to draft the weekend, which a big weekend. I have a feeling that one person will be going after the Kentucky Derby and everybody else will not. But we'll draft the weekend.
I got money on the line.
I bet you do. Oh, yeah, you definitely said that you did. All right, and we'll talk about that next. But coming up here soon.
today at basepowercompany.com/610.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I hope your Friday's been going well. I know it's, I was about to say overcast. It's more than overcast. It's been rainy out in these Houston streets, but hopefully we've been able to keep you company. And, of course, looking forward to the fellas of the drive hopping in here in a little bit and taking over, taking the baton, taking you into your weekend. And we're about to draft that here in a moment. And I imagine one of the higher seeds, one of the blue chips of this particular weekend draft is tonight's Game 6. Lakers, Rockets, and I got a question to ask you two gentlemen before we get into drafting here.
Okay.
Do we got a gatekeep here?
How so?
Kendrick Perkins, the pride of Beaumont,
yes,
Texas.
The answer is yes.
The pride of Beaumont, Texas. He had harsh words for the Rockets earlier on.
I hadn't noticed.
Yeah. Just like he's had harsh words for the Texans. It got us to the point where we're like, hey, man, how much do you like Houston? Well, yesterday after the Rockets got a victory, there was a lot of conversations about are the Lakers in trouble or whatever. This was Kendrick Perkins's response to that question.
They are in trouble. As a matter of fact, the Rockets are going to win this series.
Ooh.
Everything right now, the Rockets.
Wow.
Yes.
History.
Yes, making history. And I'm sorry because Braun is going to be on the wrong side of it. But right now in this series, it favors the Rockets.
All of a sudden, you back over here now, huh?
Well,
I noticed your tone has changed.
Where you been,
Are we just going to let this happen?
Welcome. So you mean this dumb team?
Yeah.
Come down from 3-0.
Yeah. The dumbest team.
The dumbest team in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Coming down from 3-0.
Mm-hmm. Can I be honest? Mm-hmm. I don't respect this. Because
I can see that.
I don't look, the Rockets have played a lot better in this series, and I think we've talked about this at length. Do they play better to the extent where it justifies the amount of swing that he had in this series?
No, they haven't played. We haven't. We're here.
Yeah.
We're fans.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm a little hesitant.
Of course.
For this game tonight. I
was calling them all sorts of cheats.
You asked earlier, call your shot, and I paused. I was like,
I almost said Lakers.
Yeah.
Like I'm not that damn confident.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was like, hey, I heard that, and I was like, that's funny.
Mm-hmm.
I could have swore that was the same person.
Which way is the wind blowing?
Yeah, I didn't realize that's how it goes, but apparently that's how it goes. All right, but yes, that is one of the picks that I imagine that we have, and if it's worth anything, ESPN's analytics have the Rockets as a 64% chance to win this game tonight and push a Game 7. I imagine that that's going to be a first pick to actually, and I did not plan this, as we draft the weekend, I think I got the number one overall
You got the
pick.
number one pick. What a coinky-dink.
It's crazy how that happens, ain't it?
What a coincidence. We don't keep track of these, of course. But
it is wild how that happens.
Quite the coincidence.
It's like the pinballs in the NBA, man.
This is wild.
David Stern with the first pick here.
Look, man, we went to the machine, we drew out a whole bunch of numbers, and lo and behold, the Reggies.
How did the Mavericks get the number one overall pick out to trade Luke?
Amazing how that happens, and I will take Game 6, Rockets, Lakers tonight. Toyota Center, it better be jumping. I am very intrigued to see if JJ Redick has another wrinkle, another chess move.
That's big.
And I just please, Alper Şengün, keep passing out of that double. And I think
soft ass tall guy.
You think all right, so this is actually a funny thing because LeBron.
If it goes to a Game 7, that will be a sign.
They've been getting. I don't want to say directly into LeBron's head, but he's been vocal in a way that doesn't feel like it's been happening recently.
No, I think we just finally got a glimpse, and I said this in my confession yesterday. It's just cool to get a glimpse of the real guy, not the one that puts up a front a little bit. I think he does a lot of that. A lot of the big stars do a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, but it feels different.
We just finally heard it.
Maybe that's the case. It feels like there's the Jabari Smith Jr. I don't talk about that. Talk to the young boys about that. Yeah. It feels like LeBron.
Well, there is that.
There's a little bit more press here than I had fully anticipated into this, but hopefully they can keep that going with a win tonight.
Yeah. Who's next?
You.
Me?
Yeah.
All right, everybody, listen up. Huddle up.
Okay.
Everybody huddle up.
Coach Lopez here.
Yeah. This is big now. I need everybody's good vibes. Everybody pulling in the same direction. No rogues. No one-offs. The 4 horses in my exacta and trifecta boxes are the Puma, Potente, Dannon Bourbon, and Golden Tempo. I'm going to go across the board with Dannon Bourbon and across the board, which means win, place, and show, with Golden Tempo. I'm not saying I have some money on this, but I got some money on this.
How much of Kentucky Derby do you anticipate watching?
All of it. All 2 minutes.
Oh, the actual race.
No, I'll watch probably about a good hour and a half.
Okay.
Not get in there too early and watch all the crazy
You don't want to see Tom Brady.
But you got to see My Old Kentucky Home when they sing that. You got to see, when.
Is that a thing they do?
Yeah, they sing it every year for 152 years.
Okay.
My Old Kentucky Home. You got to see the Twin Spires. You got to be able to see, when they Riders Up. It's sweet, man. It is one of the great things in sports, and I got $150 on this sucker tomorrow. You're missing out if you don't get in on the Kentucky Derby.
I guess I'm missing out.
Yeah.
Fig, what you got?
Yeah, so I'm gonna go for Saturday's game. I'm in NBA mode now at this point. I want to see the 76ers and the Celtics. That's a game 7.
Okay,
Did not think they will be in the game 7.
No, that's a good one, and that series has been really interesting. With obviously the Celtics, there's been moments where they've looked like a real like championship contender. And then there's been moments where you go, okay, definitely not as I don't know. Well, they're definitely better than we anticipated them being this season coming in. When Jason Tatum, you didn't know if he'd play this year, but they're not a given by any means in this, and it's kind of awesome that the Tyrese Maxey led 76ers are able to take them to this place. Yeah, and anytime you get a game 7, you got to appreciate that.
Yeah, right? No, that's a good pick right there.
Mind you, just to let you know that I'm still going to be a sicko, even on the road and everything. Give me Sunday at 4 p.m. Give me Connecticut Sun, New York
get
Liberty.
Out of here. You're lying. You're just leaning into the bit.
Hey, let's
now.
go to the toss.
Yeah, you're just leaning into
let's
the bit.
Let's go to the crosstalk presented by D&M.
Ain't nobody going to be watching that. Ain't nobody going to be watching that.
Would you have gone with me if I said Dynamo versus the Colorado?
I would have bought that.
Because it's a regular season game as opposed to a preseason game?
Yeah, I would have bought that.
All right. Sometimes the bit works, sometimes we appreciate D&M Auto Leasing for an opportunity to crosstalk with the fellas and mind you, that you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Clint, Ron, they are the fellas on the drive. I see Team Millie's back, thankfully, feeling better. I was fascinated to listen to you guys break down TJ Houshmandzadeh on the Speak Easy podcast. I thought that you guys were pretty spot on about how wild it was to hear someone basically almost speaking on behalf of C.J. Stroud in a way that feels like it's going to be really incendiary, or has the possibility at the very least of being really incendiary with this Texas team this year.
You guys been around this a long time. John, really a long time because of his age. But
it's up there.
that one, TJ seems, and he spoke it a little measured. That's one you got to know that you can roll out with, right? Like that's one where that's just not an off the cuff, because you know he's not an idiot. Immediately you're pitting like
coordinator and quarterback. And he all but said he told me, because he said to CJ, it's about the play calling and the quarterback meshing. Now that could be interpreted, in my opinion, to CJ, but he all but said CJ told me it's about us meshing.
I mean, let off with, but he let off with like, hey, we've had some. Couple weeks ago, some real. He sat down for a long time,
and he said like 4 times, long time.
Questions, conversations that I won't completely bring to the air.
Yeah.
Now let me bring this one.
Right, which makes me wonder what were the ones that you kept in the tuck.
When you immediately say that, boss, that means
you had a long, in-depth. Yeah,
what you're saying has to be kind of.
It's from CJ.
Well, even if it ain't, it's got like you talk to CJ, you get his thoughts. Your conversation and what you're saying has to kind of come from that.
Yeah.
Like you got insider information. Like it has to come from that.
Yes.
Yeah, those aren't like two completely unrelated things. So this is going to be a wild thing to continue to watch. Not like we weren't already watching that space, but this has a little bit of I don't know, fuel to the fire is the right way of saying it, but yeah.
That was the most legitimate, I guess, interpretation, not even interpretation, the most legitimate messaging of what we've all been speculating about.
Yeah.
It was legitimate, really close with this guy, had a long conversation, and to him, it's about the quarterback and the offensive coordinator meshing. That's a lot. That's big.
Sound like David Morgan want to say, "Hey man, let's not get out here."
Big.
Man. It wasn't just you that was a fool trying to get this money.
You in on the Derby?
Oh, I love the.
I've
been twice.
I've been once. Yeah,
I was hammered. I didn't remember. I was in the infield. I was blasted.
I feel like the Derby is foregoing. I can't. It just doesn't make sense as a TV product.
Always my birthday weekend. I went with some real pros. Remember I told you at the time we all taped those vodka and whiskey to our legs.
Oh yeah.
In the infield, it was over. I didn't even remember.
That's a wrap.
The race was over. I didn't even know. Blasted.
Speaking of, have you been in the kitchen at all? Have you seen some of the selections in the kitchen right now?
I see some chasers in there.
Yeah.
I figured that might be some of you appreciate.
You might see some in my bag.
Is there chasers or are you talking about mixers?
Mixers, chasers, whatever.
What's the is there little airplanes in there, some little airplanes?
Yeah, little airplanes.
Yes, sir.
Of what? Vodka, gin?
Vodka and gin.
I think he got the only gin that was over there.
Damn right I did.
Oh,
you like gin?
I like both.
I hate gin.
I like vodka and gin.
Man,
they're cold because of my little ice pack.
Got a little Tito's,
right
man.
now.
What you need, those are good. You can slide those down in your golf bag, man. And
Hendrix signed the good one.
where do you think those came from?
I don't know, and I don't care.
Yeah, I didn't want to ask no
questions. I don't know where they came from, but I know where they're going.
Exactly.
This weekend, hello.
So you guys, obviously on the air during the doubleheader where the Astros give up a couple of grand slams. I don't think you guys realize what that triggered because Jim Palmer, one of the analysts on the Orioles broadcast last year, made a note that he had never in his earthly life had a chicken wing, consumed a chicken wing. And so he said the next time the Orioles hit a grand slam that he'll have one. Yesterday was the day. So at 80 years old, he had his first chicken wing. And I have a feeling. I heard that, Ron, you take umbrage with some of this?
Yeah, I just don't believe that.
I do.
I don't believe in 80 years you have not run into a chicken wing. Maybe you're young.
No, he's run into him.
I just don't believe he's not great.
In suites, at parties, get-togethers.
I just don't believe him. I don't believe him. Who and why? Why would you avoid?
The best part, he goes, man, that's good. No kidding.
Why? Who is actively avoiding chicken wings?
I don't
understand it.
I'm certain he's had chicken breast.
He said he's eaten chicken, but grilled and all that. I guess maybe it's the fried stuff. I don't know.
I don't believe it either. Look, I mean, that may be the single most food item that is in your face everywhere you go.
That's right. Every game.
I mean,
correct.
But every time you look at the TV, there's some kind of buffalo wing commercial, whether it's the restaurant or it don't matter where you go. It's all over the place.
You went to a grill. You've gone to grills and barbecues your whole life, Jim. 80 years, I believe you've been to some.
Yeah.
You just bypass the chicken wing every time.
Every time.
What are you, the streak? What did it just become a streak after 20 years? I just don't believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fascinating. Fascinating to see all of that come together, but that did lead us to ask about what's the normal thing that you just never did. And I wanted to at least throw mine out.
Did y'all have any?
His is incredible.
I do, because I know that a lot of people see a 34-year-old man and like, there's no way you haven't done this, but I've never mowed a lawn once in my lifetime.
You look bougie. I can.
Figgy said he's never shaved.
Yeah, Figgy said he has never shaved himself.
Really?
He's always gone to the barber to do it if you've ever needed it, but he's never shaved.
He has never shaved.
Never shaved.
He shaved. He just hadn't shaved himself.
He's never shaved himself.
Boy, that's
crazy.
That's crazy. He does got a little baby face. You're not mowing a yard. You shouldn't admit that as a grown ass man. You ought to go right now, knock on somebody's yard and say, "Man, it looks like your yard needs to be knocked down a little bit. Let me get this for you."
Well, look, I don't know he should do that.
I think he should. I mean, you got to hope and pray it goes
crazy.
Hey, we'll send Figgy the video.
Like right now. Like if we gave Reggie a push lawnmower and a gas can.
Yeah.
You think he know how to get that thing started?
You think I can? Yeah. I got you.
I mean,
hopefully it doesn't sound like a chainsaw.
You think he know the primer? He probably just
push that little button. Push that little button.
The primer and everything.
Yeah.
I know a little bit of something. Come on,
I don't think you do. I think Reggie be sitting there like.
I think it's a bit. I think Fig needs to get that $1 camera out. There you go. I think Fig needs to get that $100 camera out.
He'll pull down the power?
No, he won't have it down.
Trying to figure out why it ain't yanking. Trying to figure out why it ain't starting. I'm yanking the hell out this thing. Well, you got to hold that lever down right there, boss.
Hey, put no gas in it.
I thought that was the overdrive or the auto drive. No, that's the underneath.
Underneath.
Y'all saying a lot of words right now, and
there's got to be some sort of a handyman, something that's probably obvious that I have not hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone on the text line, because we heard that Seth hasn't done karaoke. What was Sean's again? Sean, hasn't done a pedicure before.
Yeah.
And so somebody suggested we do a day of firsts, where everybody on the station does something for the first time.
That they've never done before.
That's just average. Everybody's done.
Yeah.
I don't know, boys.
Yeah,
I feel like your assignment is during the show, figure out your thing, and then we'll bring it together as a station. We'll all get some first start.
Something basic something normal that you've never done.
I don't know. I'm a pretty normal old boy.
I had to reach for mine. Was I've never.
What was it?
I can't sew. I love doing
that's
things.
not normal.
I love doing.
I mean, hell, ain't nobody. Have any of y'all ever sewn?
And
I think I put a
not
button
even
on
a
once.
button.
I don't think pedicure is.
Well, it's becoming more normalized.
I know, but I wouldn't think that's a damn. That's not like I ain't never.
No, that's what I had to reach. Because I like to do, I like to do all that stuff with my hands, and I've tried to sew buttons on, hem a pant or something.
All right, so everybody needs to figure this out, and then we'll have our day of first at some point, I'm sure. But with that, we'll finish off our week, and we'll leave you in the more than capable hands of the best damn afternoon drive show in all of Houston, Texas, The Drive. All right, so once more, appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for the crosstalk.
Let's go down in Bourbon.
You win this Kentucky. I hope you win. I really do, because I'm looking forward to my drink.
You say you got 150 on it, huh?
He sure does. He's buying drinks for everybody if he wins. But for right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live, and T Mill is back in the building. Go ahead and give him a round of applause out there. T Mill is back.
Millie back.
He's still. I think he's still injured. Be honest with you. I think he's about 75%. That he's going to give. He's going to give you everything he's got. He's going to give us everything he's got on a Friday. And he came in and played a little hurt. That's what we like to see from Tyler Milner. Colin was fine. What did Colin say? What did Colin say yesterday? Colin said, what did he say? Call a booty? Is that
that's weird.
Tyler Clint said, what video games you play? He said, Call of Duty. Clint said, did you say Call of Booty? I said, no.
Sounds more fun.
Trying to make him a little uncomfortable.
I said, now, Clint, you know good and hell well Colin ain't never even said booty. Not in reference to that. Yeah, he may have said it.
We got to get to the bottom of this. His mom and dad must be big listeners, and there must be something. There's something because he gets really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I mean, I just said Call of Booty, and he was like, he wanted to be. Hey, let me clarify. That is not what I said.
I said not at all.
If I say that, it'll be whatever. I was like, well, damn, I didn't mean to offend you, Big C.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, but Big C's out today, but T Mill is back.
I got to know what's going on here, man.
Yeah, it's weird. T Mill's back in the building. Those of you on
it's weird.
It is on the base power text line 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Do your thing and roll with us. Someone text in. Ron's never ridden a bike. Now I've ridden a bike. First off, if you listen to this show for years, there was video evidence of me on a bike. And even prior to that, I had been on a bike. I just hadn't really been on a bike very successfully. Ran into a couple of parked cars, and that was the end of it for me.
Yeah, it didn't. I mean, it's probably smart on your behalf. I mean,
if
you didn't need it to get to work or school or anything, hell, wasn't no need in the risk.
Yeah, except for that one time, all Big Ten wide receiver Brandon Lloyd picked me up with my bike and put it in his truck and dropped me off at home after my first 2-day practice. Outside of that, that was it. All right, we got a Game 6 tonight.
Yeah, we do.
We got a Game 6 tonight, and the Rockets, they have a chance to continue to extend their chances at history. No team. They are 159-0. Teams that have gone up 3 games to none in the NBA playoffs. They have won all 159 times, and the Rockets have a chance to break that and make history. It will start with another win tonight. They won Game 4. They've won Game 5 on the road, and now they get the Lakers at home later on tonight, 8:30 at Toyota. First off, how are we feeling about it? You felt really good about Game 5. I think not only have I've seen a lot of people feel like the Rockets are going to blow them out. Like they feel really, really strong that we will have a Game 7 in LA. How are you feeling about today?
I feel really good about it. I feel really good about it. I feel like the Rockets are on to something. I don't necessarily like the approach that we heard from Jabari as kind of what was the messaging was we just got to be ourselves. We got to be ourselves. Well, I don't typically like that because I'm not real sure this season what the hell that means. But what we've seen after those conversations and after those comments is you've seen that gritty, physical, get in your jersey with you type of defense. You've seen a group that can get out and run. You've seen a group that there's a lot more movement and the both player and ball movement, and you've seen a result of where they haven't just won games. There's been times obviously when LA's made it interesting, but they have been pretty comfortable in the majority of the minutes of the last handful of games that they've played in. So I feel good about this one. I think the Rockets' ability to overwhelm the Lakers with what I just said, I think is real. Like I don't think the guys that are on the floor, with the exception, obviously LeBron knows what he's dealing with. Obviously Reeves has got a little something, but I think that they have, in order for the Lakers to win, they've got to, all five guys have to contribute, and I think there's 3 or 4 on the floor at a time that the Rockets make uncomfortable. They make them uncomfortable. They get under their skin, and that's exactly what you want to do when you take that approach to basketball. I think I like them tonight. I like the Rockets.
If they continue to play defensively like they have played, we'll see. I expect Reeves to probably be more comfortable and play better. He missed some shots, but I don't think Luke Kennard is about to all of a sudden break out again.
Yeah.
I think they have got Luke Kennard. Marcus Smart, we'll see, but they've done a really good job of shutting a lot of the other guys around down in the last 2 games. And if they can continue to do that and just not let Reeves and LeBron go off, but if they continue to play defense the way they've been playing the last couple of games, I think they have an excellent shot to win. And it feels like we are going to a Game 7. It feels like they'll take care of business here, and we'll get to a Game 7 tonight. So big one tonight as the Rockets look to move forward. I just would say this, what it feels like when I watch this team, Clint, because looking at the text line, looking at social, the way that people have talked about this team, down the stretch, not only was it disappointing to see them lose some of the games to play the way they were playing, it just felt like that Rockets team just wasn't just enjoyable. Not even just enjoyable to watch. They almost just like, man, this ain't even a fun hang, man. It's just like I'm watching this is my team, but I'm not enjoying it. They've lost KD, and it does feel like the last several games, they've, at least for fans, it seems like, and I know they've won, but at least for fans, it seems like it's been more enjoyable, even though it's less offense. It seems like they've been more enjoyable, and it feels like people are more into the Rockets right now than they have been since the second half of the season started. It just gets that feel.
I agree wholeheartedly with you. It's a rough watch with Durant. I mean, it was a rough watch. Yeah. It was a rough watch to watch them come across half court, turn their back to the goal, set a couple of picks for Durant to come around and get the ball, and then he would hold it at the top, wait for the double team. It was a hard watch for me. And I mean, you sit there and it's like, yes, my squad, man. Been watching them since I was a kid. Oh, you get Durant. Okay, now you got one of the best players of all time on the floor. You turn the TV on and you're like, yeah, this is a recipe for something big, right? And then all of a sudden you watch that and you watch it multiple times. And then a month later they're still struggling with that double team, and it's still the same approach of just deaden the ball at the top of the key and try to get it to Durant. That was a hard watch. And now these guys, there ain't no telling who's going to be the guy at any given moment. And I've not liked the ISO ball with whoever has the ball in their hands at that point in time. But I mean, the Şengün,
when he goes ISO and it's him and they clear out, that is a tough watch.
Well, yeah, I guess where I was going with it is more the Amen Thompson, the Okogis, the Tari East, like those late cutters and late movers when somebody else is trying to ISO in the lane, it's hitting. It's a semblance of some kind of offense that seems to be working, and this group moves enough, right? and no, they're not double teamed defensively. Nobody's double teaming anybody, so there's more space, and it just, man, it makes for a better watch. It makes for Amen Thompson to do what he does. I mean, you can actually watch the game and be in awe of his athletic ability instead of watching him put his head down and try to dribble past somebody and get to the rack. You literally, I mean, watch the guy just extreme athletic ability, and it jumps off the screen, and it's that way with several guys. So yeah, I mean, this is a much more fun watch. It was a buzzkill. What you're talking about, it was a buzzkill. It was hard to watch. It just seemed they were
so predictable, and it was just almost hard to root for, and it was just. It seemed like they were doing so many stupid things. Someone texted in here on the Base Power text line. I'm excited to see if they can actually do it without Durant. Like I think there has been something with watching these young dudes grow up and attack this thing, and seeing Jabari Smith kind of change. And you kind of hinted towards it yesterday. Jabari Smith is almost slipped into like an alpha type role the way that he has acted here lately, and Reed Shepherd coming in and making big plays, and Amen Thompson just being as steady and as consistent in his stats every single game. It has been fun watching, because there's one thing we can say, and we've watched over since Game 3, is nobody will confuse them jokers for playing hard. They are laying it all out. Every one of them. I'm not just saying KD doesn't do it, but they are laying it all out, and that can be enduring to watch, even though there can be a clunker. But they won with 99 points in the last game. But I think people are enjoying watching that.
Hell yeah, it's fun to watch. It's especially, I mean, look, in a blue collar place like this, where that physicality, and I mean, there's nothing that's more well respected, well received on the floor from a fan when you're watching than to have that. And the reality of it is, guys, is like, to me, it's nothing slowing them down. KD gets on the floor, and now guys around KD have to think. They have to know where they're going to be and how they're going to defeat this double team and get out of the way of Durant, and how we're going to get him the ball and who's going to set the pick. And like this is guys are just running. Guys are moving the ball. There's nothing slowing them down. And to me, and this isn't disrespectful. I think it's less thinking. I think it's less thinking and more just playing fast. And we saw them,
which is weird, because the presence of KD should make everything easier around them because of how much attention he draws.
You would think. But he slows the game down and deadens the ball, and then those guys got to make sure they're in the right place so that their defender can't double Durant, and then they got these plays that they're going to run for Durant. They all got to know, and if Durant gets double teamed, you got to be at a certain spot on the floor to be his outlet pass. And now all of a sudden you're thinking, and it's one possession, and you're like, holy, what the hell happened? And we're late in the shot clock, and all of a sudden Tari Easton's throwing up a shot because he panics. So to me, it's just a difference of there is nobody on that floor slowing that thing down. It is a free-flowing offense, and these cats know how to free flow, and there's nobody stopping them.
Yeah.
No, not literally stopping. I'm talking about nobody on their side of the floor in their uniform that's slowing that thought process down.
Yeah, there was a point there where it felt like there was almost like, God, man, it's hard to even just enjoy them. It's hard to enjoy them, not just to the losing, just watch them. It's hard to enjoy them. And now it feels like, hell yeah, man, these are our guys. Look at these young dudes.
Ron.
These young dudes rolling through.
Ron, it was hard. And I know a lot of Houston doesn't share this sentiment, but it was hard for me to watch the ISO years of James Harden, and James Harden was one of the best to ever do it.
Yeah,
I mean, James Harden would step back and knock one down from anywhere, anytime, and I didn't like it. Now I've got to watch this ISO game with Durant getting double teamed all the damn time, and so it's hard, man. That was a hard watch. I agree with you. That's a great point. This is a lot more fun, and even more importantly, it gives them a better chance of winning a game.
Yep, really want to see these guys. I feel like the fan base really wants to see these guys play well because they enjoy him. All right, coming up, Aziz Al-Shire signed a new deal. We heard from him today. And not only did we hear from him today, it got us to thinking about the deal he signed. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Rockets invite. you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Mahomes to throw, four-man rush. Mahomes unloads downfield and tipped and intercepted. Azeez Al-Shire has it off the deflection. Another pick, third of the game for Houston. Wow! Kelsey could not hang on. Azeez got it. Hot potato pick, and the Texans have the ball in Chiefs territory again.
There it is, Mark Vandermeer. And to be honest with you, that was one of the major improvements of Azeez Al-Shire right there. The previous year in the playoffs, that same guy that he was in coverage against, Kelsey, just kind of lit him up and kind of exposed him at that time as being somebody who struggles in coverage in the middle of the field. That was probably one of the biggest things he improved on last year that helped him become a Pro Bowler. And I think helped him get this contract.
Couldn't have come at a better time based on exactly what you just said. I mean, there was multiple plays in that Kansas City game the previous year where they were without a doubt, anybody watching that knows the game, they were attacking the middle of the field. They were singling out the middle linebacker and attacking his ass time and time again in critical situations. And Pat Mahomes and obviously Travis Kelce, one of the best 1-2, probably the best quarterback tight end combo we've seen. They lit him up, and then to turn around and a year later go get a pick in a similar situation against the same duo, couldn't have been a better timing and more proof that hey he had worked on his craft and kind of taken the next step. And so yeah, Ron, I'm with you. I think the if you're talking about Azeez the player, man, there is a lot there to love, and since he's been a Texan, you know, there was one glaring deficiency, if you will, and it looks like he and several guys, it's kind of what they do here, but it seems like, at least for a year, boy, he went out there and honed his craft, and there's stories out there. Sean Pendergast tells one of being at training camp and had an interview with him after practice. And after a training camp day, he's out there 30 minutes later catching balls on the jugs machine because he had tipped a couple of balls and not got interceptions the previous year. And then he comes out this year, and it's clear the work was paying off. And so that's the kind of guy you got, man. And it's good to have him, around for a few more years in a Texans uniform. That's for sure.
Here was Azeez as he spoke to the media today, talking about his extension and remaining in Houston.
It feels surreal. It really does feel surreal. Everything that I went through to be at this point. I want to just thank everybody in the entire organization, top to bottom. The McNairs, Nick, D'Amico. I wanted to be here. I didn't want to be anywhere else. I couldn't see myself going anywhere else, and that's just probably the hardest part, even thinking of the thought of not being here. So to still, be able to do that and continue my career on and continue the special things that we're building here, just truly grateful to you all.
All right, that's Azeez Al-Shire speaking to the media earlier today as he signs a new deal. And a little bit more on that, Clint, as we know he is at $18 million a year, which puts him third behind Fred Warner and Roquan Smith in terms of interior linebackers. But he got a 3-year, $54 million contract extension, and Clinty gets $34.25 fully guaranteed in new money and $45.75 in total guarantees. That's the more of the breakdown of the contract. And you can jump in here, Base Power text line 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, as we discuss this. I think everyone kind of saw, all right, they locked him up. That's their guy. And I think it was more of a nobody's really surprised. But, Clint, it's a look, and it's just like, is everybody good with the contract? Clint, I mean, most people look at the linebacker spot as an important position, but not one of the premium positions. That's not one of the ones where people are talking about corner and pass rusher and quarterback and left tackle and now wide receiver playmaker has jumped into that. That's not usually the spot there that people put middle linebacker in. He's now the third highest paid interior linebacker in football. He'll be 29 August 4th. And there are other young guys that feel like are extremely important to this team and even on that same side of the ball that are coming up, like Kamari Lassiter, like Bullock. That is that's a good amount of money for a guy who's going to be 29 at the start of next season. And we talked about it 2 years ago. That was an issue with his speed and coverage. I don't know. You can look at this and be like, this is something that most teams don't do. And I know he's unique to it, but this is something that most teams don't do at that age and that price when they have other young guys to take care of.
Well, the off-ball linebacker, particularly the off-ball middle linebacker, is on the defensive side of the ball is treated a lot like the running back position on the offensive side of the football. Typically, they're underpaid and underappreciated, and so not this case, obviously. So they for multiple reasons, this is very similar to my thoughts on Will Anderson is yes, the play is great, and if the play weren't there, you wouldn't even entertain paying the guy that kind of money. But I think what makes the check easy to write is how important he is in different facets of the game instead of just running and tackling and hitting. And there's so much more to his game, and he makes everybody around him better. But to your point is, how many guys can you afford to pay knowing that you've got a couple of other guys coming down the pike that you just refuse to part ways with? And it's at some point, as we've said before, at some point on the defensive side of the football, it's going to catch up with them. I don't think they give a rip on the offensive side of the ball, to be completely honest with you. I think on the defensive side of the ball, it's going to catch up with them, and they're going to have to part ways with somebody that they really, really like.
They got Nico Collins. They better start giving a rip about.
Well, you got a handful of them
Maybe
over there.
7.
You got a handful of you got a couple of them. So. We'll see how that pans out. I think you mentioned 7. You mentioned C.J. Stroud. To me, that's where my mind goes is if you're going to pay your quarterback $60 million a year, that doesn't impact Derek Stingley Jr.'s money. That doesn't impact Will Anderson's money, where it's the supporting cast that you've then got to do more with less. You've got to have young talents. You got to figure out how to do it with aging veterans that don't make as much money and command as much money. So when I see these contracts being doled out, $18 million a year here, I don't know what Kamari's going to get, but it's going to be a nice payday. You mentioned
25 to 30 if you got
him. So I mean, you're in that 50 range. You're in that 50 range. You're in that high 40 to 50 range already. And Kalen Bullock, how much he going to get? Now you're in that 60 range. And that's fine if you don't have to pay your signal caller on the offensive side $60 million. So you can keep doing kind of these middle of the pack pieces. And pay those guys good money to keep them. But at some point, you got to make a decision on that. I go directly to the quarterback. I don't go, Aziz, man, is that going to get on Kalen Bullock? Is that going to get on Kamari? I go directly to the more of these kind of deals I see, Ron, the less likely I think it is that they got $60 million a year pocketed for a quarterback.
Yeah, and all of it. Yeah, I mean, all of it. I mean, if you're giving $18 million to the middle linebacker, like they gave Roquan Smith that at 26 years old, coming off of an all-pro, almost defensive player of the year award. I would oppose this to you because there's somebody on the text line I want to address. Are you certain, like, in 2 years he's going to be better than Henry To'oTo'o? Like, on the field. I'm not talking about the
no, not stuff. On field, no.
On field. Like, on field. The will part is, I know Will's going to be good on the field. Yeah. And Will has all that other stuff.
Well, the only reason I've told Henry To'oTo'o this to his face. I think Henry, when you watch the Texans defense, now there's several guys obviously in this
and
category.
He's 25, by the way.
But I think when you watch the Texans play, I think there's 3 guys that jump off the tape. Right? You can't watch a game without them, right? I think you got Will Anderson. There's 4. I'm sorry. You got Will Anderson. You got Danielle Hunter, you got Kamari Lassiter, And I think the fourth one that jumps off the screen, just watching the game, is Henry To'oTo'o.
I'd like to throw Bullock in there.
Yeah, Bullock, Aziz, all these guys are. I mean, you can throw Petrie in there. Yeah. Petrie makes play, but I'm talking about when you turn it on, guys. I don't give a damn what week you turn it on. I don't care if they've got 2 interceptions or they are going to, like Kamari Lassiter. Kamari may jump off the screen in coverage, may jump off the screen with an interception. He may jump off the screen with a sack. He may jump off the screen crashing a screen and getting some kind of crazy tackle. Like, to me, those are the 4 guys that when I watch that most of the time jump off the screen more than anybody else. And the one that you wouldn't think would fit, in my opinion, is Henry To'oTo'o. I watch the Texans, and that dude jumps off the damn screen every game. So at some moment in the game, he makes a play, and you're like, damn, where'd that come from? Now, that may be because he plays on the edge a little bit more than he plays in the middle because Aziz is in the middle and all that traffic. But when it's all said and done, to answer your question, I'm not sure physically that Aziz is going to be as good or better a player than Henry To'oTo'o is going to be in 3 years. Again, I believe that the other stuff, the intangible stuff, is ultimately what he's getting paid for, not necessarily – being better than Henry in 2 or 3 years.
All right, I want to address something on the text line about this.
Oh hell!
Because I think it's a good thing, and I think it's a real thing, but I wonder if it is overhyped or over thought of as a need for this team in 2026. We'll discuss that, and I feel so bad that I just don't ever believe this guy. But I think he just showed me another space of why it is hard for me to believe he's genuine. We'll discuss that coming up next.
If you need a fresh coat of paint at home or at the office, I'm telling
for kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Long-time listener with us most every day, old Bill M. said, speaking of Azeez Al-Shaair, he sets the tone. They can fill in behind him. And I think he is a tone setter, Clint. And I think, as you talked about it, his intangibles, I think it's a big reason why he is here and he got the contract he got. And right now, as he's coming off a Pro Bowl season, he can still play ball. But I do think the intangibles is a big deal, and he is a tone setter and one of the, if not the number one leaders on the team. I would just say this team this year moving forward, I do feel like they have enough tone setters. Like I feel like there are tone setters, especially on that defense, that they could still survive without him as a tone setter when you look at Will Anderson and Lassiter and Jalen Petrie. I mean, I think they've got dudes over there to where, like, this isn't like on the offensive end where, I mean, you're still trying to maybe find your tone setter. I think that's important for him, but I do think it's a bit overblown because I think they got a lot of guys that can step right in that set the tone on that defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, look, D'Amico's done a good job of finding those quote unquote tone setters. So I agree they've got multiple guys, but I don't want to in any way, shape, or form minimize what Azeez Al-Shaair is. I mean, I think he is elite even over there at NRG Stadium. I think he is elite in the tone setter world. I think he plays a position where he's a much more effective tone setter, however you want to define that. You know, I think the one part that we cannot overlook or ever minimize with Azeez Al-Shaair is, I mean, when you are like literally the backbone to getting these guys lined up and getting whatever scheme is dialed up, getting that communicated. When you can't, when the coach doesn't have, the offense plays with tempo and the coach doesn't have time, do you have a guy at the linebacker position that you just have to check into whatever defense you were in last play and let the offense have the advantage? Or do you have a guy out there that has the ability to call an audible and adjust in the middle of a drive without ever hearing from the coach at the blink of an eye? Do you have that guy? I think Azeez Al-Shaair is that guy. So yes, they have done, and I think that's why most guys. I think that's why most of this defense, Ron, is so receptive to guys like Azeez Al-Shaair and Will Anderson. Is that they've got guys in there that are either tone setters or they respond well to guys that are tone setters. You know, I think you've got a lot of guys on that defense that if you surrounded them with the wrong people, they would be viewed as quote-unquote coaches' pets or guys that are out of pocket, always calling other people out. You know, guys that are leading for show. I think you surround them with the right people. When Azeez Al-Shaair says, hey, man, this ain't it, start the drill over, or, hey, we got to go out here today and have a much better practice than we did yesterday. Yesterday was bull crap, right? People don't go, oh, well, who the hell are you talking to, blah, blah, blah. They go, no, you're right. Let's get out there and get it done. So I think that's what he's getting paid for. And I think you've got to the thing about being that kind of guy, right? I think there's two guys on the team, three if you want to count Kamari Lassiter on the defensive side of the ball, that are extreme, right? I think Will Anderson, I think Azeez Al-Shaair, and I think Kamari Lassiter are extreme. And if you're going to be extreme in how you approach something, it better be authentic. Right, and I think all of those guys are authentic, and so they get away with how they approach it, or what they say, or the intensity that they play with, or the degree that they hold people accountable. It's authentic, it's real, they live it, and they've got the right mix over there to respond. And Azeez, I think, is probably the tip of that spear.
Yeah, I don't want to minimize him. I'm just saying, in this time, if it is, boy, he is a tone setter and leader. I just think they have a lot of those guys that you can look over and say, all right, Will Anderson is very equipped to take whatever that role is and add more to his. Lassiter is very equipped to do that. Hell, Toa is equipped to be. So I think that they have guys over there. They just you're gonna give somebody 18 a year, they got to be able to play too, like play up to the standard and the level of paying an interior linebacker that type of money, because obviously you got to make decisions other places, and that's the big thing. All right, Clint, Clint and Tyler, you guys have heard me with Fernando Mendoza as the Raiders. They start their rookie camp
today.
Yeah, number 15 came running out with that smile like he's on his way to some sort of a political convention. He's even doing it in his. He
does got future politician written all over him, doesn't he?
He did that. He kept doing that in the
draft.
What
does that mean?
Just when he was talking with himself. When he was talking,
that was
he was using his platform. He kept doing it. Well, he sat and met with the Raiders. Kind of their media, did his little media pool, and it was James Jones, the former receiver, and a couple of other people sitting there, and they started talking to him about, leadership, coming in at the quarterback spot, and what it's like and entails to be a leader. And again, man, I feel bad. I try so bad, Clint, to want to just to listen to this guy and take him at his face, but I just feel like he is scripting everything. And I don't know rookies that talk like this. This is too polished. I know you didn't talk like this when you were a rookie. You talk like this when you're 47, but you talk like this is too polished. Listen to him break down the leadership points of the quarterback.
Although I've came off as very humble and pretty fuzzy and warm, at the end of my Indiana career, when you have that equity, you're able to be like number 4 and number 12. And if you ask my teammates, that's stuff that I was. I wasn't always a nice guy. I was an a-hole sometimes because I wanted everyone to do their 111th, everyone to do their job, hold everyone to a high standard. However, coming to a new organization, starting from the bottom of the totem pole, I believe that leadership is earned, not given. And there's so many amazing leaders on this team. And I think, especially as a quarterback, the 2 things you need to be a leader is, number 1, you got to play well. Play well, I was respecting. That's number 4 and number 12, both Hall of Famers. You got to play well. You got to do your job before you can hold other people accountable. Yeah. And number 2, you got to create equity. You got to create equity, whether it's work ethic, whether it's caring about your teammates, and connecting them on a personal level, and then just being one of the guys.
There it is.
When you have that equity, when you have that player equity, and then also have that performance equity, that is when you take that corner, and then you could have that advanced leadership techniques of holding people accountable. Because they know not only do you do your job, you do go above and beyond. And that was something I was able to experience at the end of my career at Indiana. However, now I'm starting from the bottom of the totem pole, and there's so many great leaders, offense, defense, special teams, coaches, owners that I can learn from. So right now, I'm just trying to be a sponge and build that equity. Try to perform in my job and try to connect with my.
There's just no way this guy's real, Tyler. There's just no way. You got to be kidding me, Clint.
Hey, look, 2 things. 2 things. One, it better be authentic. There better not be any cracks. It's got to be.
However, how many times did he give us a however?
There better not be any cracks. And he hit on one part that is just an absolute must for him. He's got to play well from jump.
Yeah.
He's got to play well from jump. I mean, look, unless there is some kind of – unless Clint Kubiak and what's the center they signed, big boy out of Baltimore, what was his name? The center that they signed. Tyler Lindenbaum. Unless those 2 guys, the head coach, the OC, the center, unless those guys have round tabled this thing, Ron, and said, look, we got a fella here that's a little quirky. It's probably going to take a little while for this offense to come along, and I need y'all to really, really support this dude, and not that CJ needed it, but kind of the way D'Amico handled CJ. He's always right there in his pocket. He was letting everybody know the head coach got his back. There better be some semblance of that around this cat, or he better play lights out from the beginning, or it that could be a little bit of a problem. Because that is rehearsed right there now.
Come on, is it just that is too polished.
Yeah.
That is way too. He is. I mean, I don't need Tom just started talking like that.
Yeah.
I bet you if we talk Peyton wouldn't sound that easy to rehearse.
Yeah.
Like you came in right in, it's just like there. I mean, I just don't know how guys aren't like sitting there and just like, come on, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, it's the only thing that's going to trump that, because I agree with you. There's something a little different that doesn't typically play in an NFL locker room. But if he plays well, he'll be Kirk Cousins on that first plane coming home from that home game with them gold chains all over his neck with no shirt on.
No, I'm not saying I'm not saying what he said wasn't like kind of right.
Yeah, no, it's good stuff.
But it was just like, come on, man.
Sound like a coach been looking in the mirror waiting for his first head coach job. Finally got it and finna tell him.
Yeah, coach or something, man.
Yeah.
Somebody just said he's not an actual kid, guys. I guess. I'm mad.
Or he is a kid that's role playing, right? I mean that's the key, and I'm not knocking the guy. I mean, again, if that is naturally, authentically him, then it'll be all right. If that is authentically him, if he's not in there studying a script and trying to say everything to coach, like if he changes his talking points to whatever Clint Kubiak's talking points are in his first team meeting, if he goes from what's the coach's name at Indiana again?
No, Cignetti.
Cignetti. If he goes from Cignetti's talking points to Clint Kubiak's talking points overnight like that, the locker room gonna see right through that, Chief. I mean, that's if it's authentically him and he plays good ball, ain't none of it gonna matter.
Yeah, no.
Them some ifs though. There ain't no doubt about it.
There is. All right, big night tonight here in Houston. Game 6 is upon us.
Y'all want to get some tickets and go?
I think maybe a little too late on that one.
Oh, no, man.
It feels like
Tyler, you get some tickets, Bo?
If I thought you were serious, I'd say yes.
Game 6 tonight. Do you people really believe that the Rockets are at a better chance to win without Durant? And not only do they have a chance to make history, they got a chance to do more than make history. They got a chance to just slam the door shut on one of the greatest sports narratives ever. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
Coach D'Amico seems pretty excited about how the new Texans draft class will fit into the squad.
They're all our type of guys. They're football first guys.
WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. It is Game 6 day here in Houston. The Rockets, they are trying to, for the third straight game, stave off elimination. They were down 0-3. This series is now 3-2 as the Lakers, they made them have to get on a 3.5-hour flight into Houston to play a Game 6. And we'll see what happens tonight here as the Rockets are looking to make history here. I would also say this, Clint. I think there are a lot of people, I think they've been playing really good ball. And I can understand the reasons why that some people would look at this in this manner. They are not a better basketball team without Kevin Durant. And really, and we talked about it a little bit earlier in the show, like KD, his presence and the way teams feel forced to play him should be creating easy shots every time down there. And obviously not just creating easy shots, but also he's a walking bucket. He is a special player that can score and can go off all the time. And sometimes in playoff basketball, and we've seen it throughout the playoffs this year and previous years, sometimes, man, you just need a dude that can go make a play and can go make a shot. And there's nobody, damn near anybody, better than Kevin Durant at doing that. It was good that it worked out late where Reed Shepherd was able to knock down a huge shot and they were able to do some things late. I don't like the way they play offense. They make it a lot harder. It should be easier with KD, but overall, to me, I think they're winning, but I do not think they are a better team without Kevin Durant.
I think they're a different team without Kevin Durant, and I think that it is a better matchup with what the Lakers are bringing to the table without Kevin Durant.
You think so?
I do. I think when you look at how Kevin slows things down, I think that plays into the favor of the Lakers in a 7-game series. I think when you know that KD's everything's going to stop and they're going to get KD the ball, I think you can really lock in on their main plan of attack offensively. I think the fact that is what they do offensively, I think then, as I said earlier, it makes the younger guys think instead of just react and play fast, which is their forte, I would say. Now, I'm not saying that against a more complete basketball team that was completely healthy that this would even be a conversation. But I don't know that in this particular matchup with no Luka, with Reeves, there was a couple of times he went down grimacing. I know he played last game, but he went down grimacing. So that physicality part of it, the running, obviously, really the younger game, faster, up-paced game, the defense, more physical defense, I think wears on LeBron. So I do. That's one thing. One thing I was going to bring up later in the show, Ron, is we talked a lot about hopefully you get to Game 7, can you get KD back? Hell, even beyond that, I don't want to put the cart too far before the horse, but if you win a series, when do you get KD back kind of deal? My hope is that if and when you do get KD back, that he blends more into the system instead of they go back to what they were doing with him.
And maybe that is something that they would do. Obviously, you're going to get him and Şengün touches. Those are your two offensive threats.
Yeah.
I get that. And maybe that is something that they go away from doing and develop an offense. Like, really, like, it's it's insane that the coaching staff can't figure out a way to incorporate all of them together. But it's just like it's almost to me like saying earlier in the series, well, man, maybe they don't need Reeves. Yeah. Maybe Luke Kennard is and Marcus Smart are going to be, no, hold on. Like it eventually will come to where you got at the end of games Josh Okogie on the floor and not Kevin Durant, right? And so I just, they are playing better and playing harder, and there's maybe an onus on Durant playing, coming in on a defensive thing, and I think for the most part, especially late in games, Kevin Durant plays defensively. But eventually, him being out there on the floor, they are a better basketball team.
Well, I think it's more of an offensive play than it's a defensive play. I mean, Kevin Durant is who he is, whether it's end of game or critical moments or regardless. Defensively, you're not going to get more or ask more of Kevin Durant. I think it's on the offensive end of the floor. I think it's, again, I mean, do you get down there and a good chunk of the time, everybody is got one job, and that is to figure out how to get KD the ball out at the top of the key. Like that happens way too often and slows this team down and takes this team out of what they've had success doing over the last handful of games. It's clearly, there's no arguing that. It is a change in offensive philosophy and approach to offensive basketball. And my hope is that if KD does get back, right? First of all, I just want the Rockets to win and get to Game 7 and see if this even matters. But my hope is that KD is obviously sharp enough. I hope KD's watching this going, okay, now if my skill set jumps into this system and I don't cause a traffic jam, I don't cause too much of a change in what these guys are doing, we are a significantly better basketball team because, to your point, if the ball ends up in KD's hands and he's at the elbow, really anywhere, but if he's at the elbow, I mean, it's a knockdown. I mean, it's done. It's game over.
You can go get.
But the key is, in order to get that shot, is it everybody stop what they're doing, turn your back to the basket, hand the ball to Durant, and then let's everybody back up and spread out or is it keep doing what you're doing? And when KD gets it, maybe we'll move the ball a little bit more and keep it rolling a little bit. We're not going to take some of the, like Reed Sheppard ain't going to take no logo threes. We can back up on that. And KD's going to get his buckets within the system, relatively speaking. I know it sounds crazy, but that would be my hope for a KD return if and when it does happen. Is that he's watched them go, hey, man, we're a better basketball team when we're moving. We are making LA work significantly more difficult when we're moving and we're not stopping the ball and letting them catch their breath on the defensive end of the floor. So I hope that's the case. We'll see if we get to that point where it even matters.
Text line coming in and saying, Ron, how can you look at these last two games and think that they're better off with KD? Well, first off, he's Kevin Durant. Your best offensive player and a guy that attracts so much attention. And again, they have played really, really well. To me, it's really stood out a lot more on the defensive side of the ball. But my thing is I think we know that J.J. Redick and that staff's a pretty good staff. I would assume, Clint, especially if the Lakers are taking this game serious, there is a part of me that makes that maybe they're thinking, all right, man, let's rest this thing up and just get this thing for Game 7 so we don't wear ourselves out. I would think they're going to try to end this thing here. But I would imagine, Clint, they've sat and watched this group without Kevin Durant the last couple of years. Because you're right. I think the best defensive performance from the Lakers was in Game 2, the game that Kevin played, where that double-team action just absolutely befuddled the Rockets like it has for the last 2 months. And they did something. And now they've been playing pretty much more straight up. I would imagine there's a wrinkle tonight. I imagine there's some kind of wrinkle from the Lakers, and I don't know if they're going to go more zone, which they've done a lot before. I don't know. I would imagine they're going to do something else to counter what they've been watching this group without Durant do over the last 3 games. And then I wonder what does the Rockets group and the staff adjust to that.
Yeah, I just
and it's easier to do that with Kevin Durant on the floor.
Yeah, well, hopefully, this goes back to, another football analogy, right, is the whole reason offensively you play with tempo in football is because it limits what the defense can do.
Yeah.
Right? So if offensively you have no Kevin Durant, get that. But if offensively the Rockets are playing aggressive, they're on the attack, they're playing with tempo, and they're running and gunning and moving, then it limits what the Lakers can throw at them. It limits the Lakers' ability to try to execute whatever their plan is to throw at them to counter it. So that's the hope, is that it is a lot easier. It sounds crazy, I know, because it's Kevin Durant. But it is significantly easier to defend the Rockets if you know that KD's going to get everybody. Nobody's even going to even look at the bucket until that ball goes through KD, and KD's going to catch it, 30 foot away, 35 foot away from the bucket. And all right, now we can double team or we can zone, whatever we want to do, we can do it. It's a lot easier to have multiple defenses. It's a lot easier to execute, to pull the trigger on those double teams and those blitzes. It's a lot easier to do that when you're a stagnant offense and when everybody knows that the ball is going to go through one certain player. So if we tilt our coverage that way or if we tilt our defense that way, we limit what they can do. This Rockets team without KD, schematically, obviously not manpower, but schematically they're more difficult to defend. And when they're playing basketball that way, as I said, there's a lot less thinking. So they're literally playing faster. We talk about it a lot in football, man, is you want to take a young court like a CJ Stroud, for instance, and if you want to simplify what he's looking at, if you want to simplify what he has at his fingertips offensively, play with tempo. Play with tempo. You're going to limit him to two coverages. You're going to know what they're in. They're going to be on their heels. They're not going to have as much time to communicate. They're not going to have much time to disguise coverages and disguise blitzes. And so you simplify the game. I think that's now I'm oversimplifying the point here, but that ultimately is I think what the Rockets have done to the Lakers is they have forced them to limit what they do defensively because they're playing with so much tempo. And on the defensive end of the floor, because they're playing with so much upfront, aggressive, in-your-face types of moves, it changes the game for them.
Yeah, text line coming through. I'll tell you this much, Show. I ain't missing those dumbass, unprovoked turnovers by Durant. You got to factor that in. Well, listen, I think there's a lot more than Kevin Durant than to do with those turnovers. I'm not letting him off the hook. He had 9 turnovers in the one game he played in this series. All right, now you got to factor that in. I would also factor in the 77 games that he played all season in which he was clearly this team's best player, leading scorer, was an all-star, and helped this team win 52 games with his play as being the number one reason on the floor of why they reached that, right? It's not like they've just sucked all season offensively. And, yeah, I'm telling you, your point, the turnovers are a thing. But to the point that Clint has been making about what they look like now, you can make an adjustment. I mean, Kevin Durant, one of the great things about Kevin Durant is not a guy that needs the ball in his hand. Kevin Durant would just come off screens at Golden State all the time.
Yeah, I can say bingo.
He
played in the most. I mean, the offense that used more motion, more ball movement, people movement than he, and was MVP of the finals.
He played with Russell Westbrook, right? You know you didn't have the ball in your hand. He can and won an MVP doing that. So he can fit right into the roles of whoever they had out there running it the same way. Now, obviously, you're going to try to get the ball to him, but it's not just it's not even the way that they do get the ball to him, which forces double teams. That means you should get a wide open shot somewhere. That means you should get a wide open shot somewhere. So and they've looked at it. And I'm not saying they've been successful with it, but there is some thoughts of you can change the way.
Yeah. That's the hope. Right?
Him and maybe your thought is, well, Udoka and this staff ain't gonna do it, so that's why it's.
Well, I think it is blatantly obvious at this point in time, right? I mean, you are take the opponent out of the mix. You are a significantly better basketball team when you're playing a style that doesn't allow the blitz, which you struggled with, right? That is just fact, right? You are a significantly better basketball team I don't know what your conversations are schematically. I don't know what your whiteboard conversations are in the locker room. But whatever you're doing, you are a significantly better basketball team as it pertains to being matched up to the Lakers. I don't know. I'm not saying you can go beat. The Oklahoma City Thunder, but as it pertains to being matched up to the Lakers, what you're doing right now is it is blatantly obvious that if we, and hopefully this is a conversation that matters. I mean, hopefully we get to Game 7 and KD's back, but there is no way. It's never been more obvious than, hey, KD, man, we got to plug you into what exactly we're doing right now, and you got to do what these guys are doing. It doesn't settle back to what KD, because KD's in the game. This is how no. KD needs to fit what the Rockets are doing in this particular series because it's working against the Lakers when the other stuff was not working.
I will just say this, and I started off my point earlier with it's like sometimes and many times in the playoffs you just you need a dude. You need a dude that can go out and make plays. And I'm telling you right now, J.J. Redick and LeBron and Reeves and the rest of them, hey, they tipped their cap to Reed Shepherd. Hey, man, big dog, you made a big shot. I'll tell you right now, if they play 6 or 7 games, it's probably going to come down tight at the end of these games. One of them, at the one of these games, and the Lakers are thrilled that Kevin Durant is not on the floor for that. And hey, man, if Reed Shepherd or Jabari Smith beats us, or Amen Thompson beats us, if Amen Thompson's going to keep hitting corner threes, and he hadn't won all series, they're going to tip their cap. But they are nervous and scared to death if Kevin Durant's out there, because either he gets the ball and there's nothing you can do about it because there's no one that can block his shot or mess with his shot. You just got to hope he misses it, or you put yourself in a position with a double team to create something open. So at the end of games, I think that the Lakers or any other team's good with Reed, Jabari, like one of those guys getting the ball. No disrespect to those guys, because Reed Shepherd, he knocked it down. They take their chances with that than to have somebody else off the floor. So, listen, they played really, really well. I just there's been a full season of evidence of how important he is. All right, listen, this with the Astros, there needs to be something that I'm waiting throughout the day. This is getting ridiculous. There needs to be something that has to happen with Brian Abreu. Something that has to happen with Brian Abreu, because they can't let him go another 5 days without pitching and just have him taking up a roster spot. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, there's something that's got to happen for you if you're looking at selling your home. If you're even thinking about it, you need to look into Orchard, y'all. It's a no-brainer. You can check them out at orchard.com. We're talking about local –
$100. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, Tyler, I feel like an a-hole now.
Why is that?
Well, my oldest son, Trey's, AAU basketball, a little baseball. He complains. He's complained sometimes about his knee, and he'll sometimes just go down in a heap. And I do believe he is planning up a little bit. Like, I feel like my son has watched enough guys tear ACLs or something and watch the reactions, because he can mimic the reactions but he has not torn his ACL like he's putting on. But he has talked about his knee time to time. You can see sometimes he runs, it bothers him more than others. Cordo took him on in to get it checked out. And you know me, over the years, I'm just like, man, get up, stop. Just run it off. Stop, man. Run full speed, man. All right, just come on, man. Oh, you need a wrap? Right, worse than that. I went on to the doctor today, and they said he's got Osgood.
Osgood-Schlatter, huh?
Schlatter syndrome.
Yep. Had a few friends who had that growing up.
Common in boys this age because of their growing muscles. Put strain on the knees.
So he got like that big bump like in the center of his knee?
Sometimes. I haven't really felt it.
Yep. I know all about the old
I've checked it up a little bit.
The doctor just confirmed it, and he shows still having a hard time coming to it.
I feel bad. I do. Yeah. Like, man, you ain't hurt. Stop. There's nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with you. Can you bend it back and forth? Does this hurt? Come on, man. Out here. I'm sorry, son. Guess we'll have to do some stretching, strengthen the thigh muscles. We're saying, and get him in some air squats. Get him in some wall squats.
Wall sits.
Ooh. I'll do it with him. Sort of.
Boy, that ain't no fun. Right? That ain't no fun. You gonna get down there? You ain't gonna be able to get up, bub.
Well, I know you had to switch from 60 to 30.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, don't go above 30. Don't make the mistake I made. I mean, 30 is max. I'd encourage you to go. I'd encourage you to start with 20s and work up.
He was able to. He made Lowe's day that day.
Hey, shoot! I thought I can go a minute. I can do anything for a minute. Hell, ain't nothing but a minute. Not them.
Did she knock it down? She knock it down.
No, she knocked it down to 30. She if I give her an inch, okay. if I give her any inkling that hey,
but did she do the 60?
Oh yeah. No, she never did a 60. No,
never.
I mean, none of us never did a 60. I got down there with intentions of doing 60, and when I hit 20, I was burning like a son of a gun. I said, I'm out. I said, we're doing 30s today. So yeah, no, we didn't do. She's pretty strong in her lower half though, so she does squats and all. She's pretty strong in her lower half.
She said you had to top out.
I like them a little thicker. You know what I mean?
Text line said they had it. It's awful.
Thicker than a Snicker. What?
They said it's awful. Someone in the text line.
Osgood?
Yeah.
Yeah. I ain't never had it.
The way Tyler described it.
I had some pain on that knot in the front of my knee a couple times, and they thought, I got that excuse thrown at me. I must be with Osgood-Schlatter. You'll be all right. Yeah. That's how Linda. That's how Astro Granny handled Osgood-Schlatter. Man, all you youngsters get
just
it, man. You'll be all right, man. You'll be all right.
Put some ice on it.
Yeah, get home, put a little ice on it. We'll get you Epsom bath, and you'll be all right.
Somebody said he grew about 5 inches after having it. Where at?
That is a good point. That means he's finna shoot up.
Yeah, right.
As I said,
come on, man. With the exception of Nicholas, who if I wasn't there and if he didn't look exactly like me, yes, I'd wonder.
You'd wonder if you'd be checking them Amazon guys, wouldn't you? That's right. I got to do that for my oldest. I'm like, hey, where's the blue-eyed, blonde-haired kid around here delivering packages? They're snuck off of my old lady.
We knew right from the jump. We got second basemen. We got running backs. We got
DBs.
DBs, running backs. Not just DBs. We got slot corners.
he had that mapped out before they ever took their first step.
I saw how serious that was getting. I said, well, hell, we got married. I said, look, no.
Hey, y'all might get the next Aziz Al-Shaair, baby.
Nah, I don't know if we got any.
You got 6 foot?
Nick is odd. Nick. None of us understand it. Nick has been 99 percentile in everything since he was born, and has not slowed up. And he is a giant amongst anybody else on this team.
That's the thing with Nick,
it's
man. That's the thing with Nick, though. Like you can already tell. We don't know when he's going to stop growing, but you can already tell he's going to have an advantage through high school.
Oh, he's got it right now.
I mean, until he like the most when sports are definitely still fun. Right? I mean, obviously where he's at now, up through junior high, probably up to 9th grade. Like when if you're better than everybody, you can have a whole hell of a lot of fun, right? Before everybody catches up. You know Nick is going to have a huge advantage. I don't know if he's going to top out, when it's going to stop. Hopefully he just keeps rolling. But God, he is going to have so much fun in junior high. How old is he now?
Nick just turned 6.
So he ain't even he's just getting into elementary, ain't he? What grade's he in? First?
Kindergarten.
Oh hell, he's going elementary and junior high.
He's pretty much played up in everything. Now he's not. He's playing in his kids' pitch, and we got complained about his age, wondering his age in baseball.
Right.
Last weekend.
Got to check his birth certificate.
There was a parent from the other team because he is thick, like he's thick in the ass all the way down, but he's not fat either. And
I knew when I saw Nick the first time, that head was big as mine. I said, "Yep, Nick's fit to be a big dude." There ain't that big old head on that there crawfish.
We play for he plays football for the Stallions, flag football. Shout out to the Siena Stallions and James Ahedabu is his coach, the former Texan, and we were having it was the last day, and it's 5 and 6 year olds on that. 6-year-olds move on to freshmen, but you got to play 2 years of a flag, and everybody just assumed that Nick was 6, and James is coaching next year, and he's like, all right, he's just trying to put together this team. I was like, well, we'll be here. He was like, what do you mean? I said, Nick's 5. He said, Nick's 5? He said, I got Nick. Nick's 5. I said, oh, yeah. I said, man, he don't turn 6 for 6 or 7 months. And he was like, oh, man, yeah, because he's just huge.
Is he a little pigeon-toed, bow-legged a little bit, too?
A little bit.
Hey, man, yeah, I'm going to tell you, I started asking you that the other day. There's only, like, when you get to like athletes that are pigeon-toed or bow-legged, there's some of the. I mean, they are cold-blooded. Kyle Crawford. Kyle Crawford's one of the best. He didn't play football crazy. He should have, but he was one of the best basketball players around in Baytown area.
Yeah.
I mean, my man was. He was so bow-legged. It was like, that don't hurt.
I'm gonna have to
go get it.
I'm gonna have to look up to see the best stretches. Now I've got to overdo it now. Since I just sent him out there every time.
I mean, just schedule one of these stretch joints around here, man. Let me like you and Courtney, like y'all have time, like y'all ain't got enough time to run by one more appointment during the week, man.
yeah, no.
Y'all got plenty of time, man.
Softball tournament and AAU basketball over the weekend. Sure do. Playoffs are getting started. No, yeah. Sorry, son. Once again, check that out.
You're right, too. Boy, you're a real POS.
Yeah, I am. I don't feel great about that. I don't. All right. Well, we busted there. We'll get to Brian Abreu coming up.
Do we have to?
Yeah. We have to. They have to do something. I mean, this is ridiculous, man. He's pitched twice since August 17th, and nothing about it says pitch him again. And I can't blame Joe. You see him out there yesterday? How excited he got out of there with giving up 2 hits, a run, 2 walks, loading the bases. He got out of that inning. How excited he was. Good Lord have mercy. We'll get into Brian Abreu coming up next.
Ready? 2222. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I'm going to check, the Chandler Romes, the Brian. It's not McFadden. What is Brian's last name?
McTaggart.
I'm going to check these. Brian McFadden, is that a running back? I just come up with. Anyway, I'm going to check these guys because we there has to be something done with Brian Abreu. Hell, it's getting so bad. Hell, it's getting so bad I forgot about Brian Pena, and now I've really honed in on Brian Abreu.
Changed his name.
It's so bad. It's so bad. It's now. I got it now. Don't worry, I got it now. I won't make that mistake. But they have got to do something with Brian Abreu. He is, and we talked about it. He finally got his first action, and since April 15th, Clint, it is now today, May 1st. Since April 15th, he's been on the mound 3 times. He's a reliever. And he's going, and there, it ain't a back-to-back, man. He is going like every 5-6 days. He's a reliever, and if you watched him, there is no way right now you could be comfortable to put him in any kind of leverage situation. And they have not, right? They put him in. What was the score yesterday for you? It was 11 to 4.
11-4, 11-3, 11-4, something like that.
Yeah.
No, it was 11-3 because you gave up one. Remember?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're right. So something he added to the run total and could have really added. It could have really fallen apart, which it felt like it was. But I think Chandler Rome. We were seeing it while we were here watching it, and Chandler Rome actually put it out and talked about his 4 four-seam fastballs that he threw. His first 3 were 90 miles an hour, 91 miles an hour, and 90 miles an hour. Now, by the end of the inning, after he got, 15, 16, 17 pitches out.
I saw 17, so it's got to be that's got to be the floor.
I'll be honest with you, Clint, I don't know how it was just 17. He walked 2 batters.
It felt like 40.
He gave up 2 hits, and he struck out the other 3. So that feels like more than 17 pitches. But whatever it was, he did get it up. I saw a 95 and a 96 late. But this is a guy that was up in the upper 90s. He was much more 97 to 99 or 100, not 90 to 92, and building towards it. And you could just see it. You said it yesterday. I don't know. That right there would state to me that maybe there is something physically or mechanic-wise that's going on. But what you said yesterday, there is definitely something mentally upstairs going on with him. And from a standpoint of he is the yips, I don't know what it is. Something's going on where clearly he needs some time off to think about some things and maybe work on some things. But, Clint, it can't be up here because bullpen sessions ain't enough. He ain't going to pitch every other, 4 or 5 days. Yeah. You can't hold a roster spot with a bullpen that gets used every single night. They've got to do something with this.
Yeah, I think he needs a couple of weeks in the minors, whether that's in Sugar Land or Corpus. I don't care. Hell, you can rotate back and forth for all I care. I don't even know if that's legal, but I guess you can. Only because, you look, I don't have a problem with them trying the whole, all right, man, take you 5 or 6 days. We're going to give you 5 or 6 days, and we're going to do it twice. We're going to have you the outing. It's going to struggle, and we're going to do it again. You're going to struggle. And the reality of it is you've tried that route, right? I'm a big, hey, man, send them to the Gulf Coast, Florida Gulf Coast League since I figured out what that was or heard what that was. I'm a big send them away, and that's where they go. And give him a week, give him 2 weeks. Well, they somehow accomplished that with never taking him off the roster here in Houston, and that clearly didn't work. So I just think it's blatantly obvious, to your point, they got to do something, and I think you've got to go down and throw his damn – unless there's an injury. If there's an injury, announce it, boom, put him on the shelf for 11, 15, 12, 60, however long you got to do it, put him on the shelf. But I agree with you that there's – like if he's not injured, then he's got to go somewhere where he can take the mound confidently and just say, I'm going to let it all hang out until he finds his groove and gets his control back and gets his vibe back, his swagger back, his confidence back. He's got to pitch. Sitting in the bullpen in the big leagues, watching other guys, even though they're struggling as well, watching other guys do what you're supposed to be doing, that's not it. So they got to do something. I agree.
It's just throwing bullpen sessions that aren't game intensity doesn't help either, right? And yeah, like you said, man, he's got to figure something out in game leverage time, and he's not doing that, and it hurts. This is a bullpen that damn it, they're going to get used, right? Like Lance pitched great yesterday. Lance pitched it. For Lance, that was strong. But he went 6. He went 6. Peter Lambert, I would press the button on Peter Lambert's 4 1/3. That's 4 1/3. You got to feel those. Hunter Brown's not in the rotation right now, right? Mike Burrows is going tonight. I don't believe Mike's going to go 7. That's just not what we've been seeing. So you've got a bullpen that's got to be used, and you have you are essentially playing with 25 guys, because you got one dude out here that if the game is within 3 runs, you can't use him. You can't. And Clint Tyler, you can't blame Joe Espada. Like, I can't blame him for not going out and using him.
No, hell no.
No, hell.
Right now, the human side of you has to be at a spot where you're like, man, I'm going to ruin this guy.
Yeah.
If you keep sending him out there and he's doing what he does yesterday.
You're right. How many times did he go to his belt and deep breath?
It ain't the peacock grab of the belt either. It is a nervous twitch is what it looks like. So, yeah, look, I just think if you watch him, his mannerisms, obviously the result, pitch to pitch, how the Astros have used him sparingly over the last, 18 days, 17, 18 days, whatever it is now. Everything says that there's some drastic measure has to be taken for him to hopefully get back to who he was previously. And that long stint in the bullpen, literally in the bullpen of sitting on the bench, that's clearly not it.
I see a text line coming through. Maybe you just let him go and maybe he's done.
He's too good for that.
Yeah.
And you got too much of a need for that. You need his ass. You need a mediocre. If you could just get mediocre Abreu, you'd take it right now, as bad as your bullpen is.
God, you ain't lying. That's how bad it is. The bullpen is bad, but it's so bad, and he's so bad that he is unable to be used in this bad bullpen. Hey,
he's the odd man out in this group. Wow.
Oh, Kirk, he's gonna give up something.
Yeah.
But not enough where he's in the Brian Abreu.
They'll go to Jason Alexander out of the pen again before they go to Abreu.
Yes. And you understand it. No, I don't think you can give up. You can't give up on him. He's like you said, he's too good to do that. I think you need him, and that's why, to me, I think, like you said, Clint, you got to start to act now. You got to start to act and give yourself and him a chance to maybe get to being Brian Abreu again. And that you can bring him back into the season where he is usable.
Yeah.
How long we gonna sit up? It's May 1st now. How long we gonna sit up? They made the decision against that when he blew the game against the Cardinals on April 17th. They made the decision that they are not going to put him in any high leverage situations anymore. And since then, he's come into 12 2-ball games, 11-4 3-ball games. That's what they're looking for. I think they got to act now. In some way, there's got to be some sort of an injury that they can put him on, and then let him sit, like you said, for a little bit, and then let's do some rehab stuff. There just has to.
I hope for him it's not an injury, but if it is, you got to sit him. But I'd go if he's not hurt, go throw your arm off down there in Sugar Land. Let's see. I want 4 appearances in about 6 days. Let's see what you can do.
I wonder what kind of options he has to be sent down. That's why I said. If it's an injury, he most definitely can sit for a little bit and have rehab starts. I don't know how many. He's been up for a minute. I don't know how many options he has to where he can't, where he has the ability to go down to AAA without them having to release him. But yeah, man, this Brian Abreu thing, like Clint said yesterday. I don't know if you were watching it, Tyler. It was sad. It wasn't you like Clint said. You got beyond being pissed at him. It was just.
I felt sorry for him.
I was like, I was sitting there saying, God, please call a strike. Just throw a strike. I was begging with the umpire, just give him that one. Don't you tap your head. Don't you tap your head, hitter. That is outside, but don't you tap your head. He needs this more than you do.
That's off the black. Don't tap your head, please.
Don't you tap it. All right, as we talked about tonight, the Rockets, they get going Game 6 against the Lakers as they are trying to force a Game 7. Last night, Clint, the Nuggets somehow were in the position of trying to force a Game 7 themselves, even though the Minnesota Timberwolves were without their starting backcourt for at least the last 2 games. White Dante had that situation. You know that Achilles situation where you go down and there's not a soul behind you, but you're looking for him.
Looking for who kicked you.
Yep, nobody kicked you. Their fans are way back there. He went down. He's missed the last 2 games, and then their best player, All-NBA level player Anthony Edwards, he's missed the last 2.5 games. He played 17 minutes in Game 4 and missed 5 and 6. And Nikola Jokic, who has been the best player in the sport since COVID, 3-time MVP in that time frame, won a championship. He's got almost all his guys, except for Aaron Gordon. Aaron Gordon was in and out of the lineup, but he had Jamal Murray. And they lost this series, didn't even get to 7. They lost in the first round to a Minnesota team that was the 6th seed. They were the higher seed. That was the 6th seed, Clint, without Edwards, without Dante. That is for players that are of his ilk. And he's one of the all-time greats already with what he's done. Boy, they get crushed.
Yeah.
They get crushed for something like this. And I wonder if he will, but this is almost unbelievable that they were able to win this series with the advantage they had in the players.
Oh, I mean, look, shoot, Kendrick Perkins is already going off on him as if he's not a 3-time MVP and a champion. I mean,
it's the real thing. People had put him past hell with other. They put him past guys like Hakeem already.
Yeah.
Shaq already.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they were talking about top 5 centers, I think is a conversation that I overheard. But either way it goes, it's clearly he did not. Now, look, I didn't watch the series. I didn't watch the series and follow it closely, but all the highlights you see, clearly Minnesota went in there and they were going to talk trash and they were going to be super physical. And the refs obviously allowed it to happen. I mean, in that instance, typically in the offensive world we live in today, they want highlight reels, they want pints, they want explosive plays, and so you're not going to let them play like that. Well, clearly they let them play like that, and that is advantage Rudy Gobert, versus anybody if he's able to play that brand. And so I'll say this: the clips that I saw, Jamal Murray didn't help him much in Game 6. No Gordon.
Not at all.
Murray was awful. He was obviously going against one of the best defenders in the game. And so, it was an ugly exit. That ain't early and ugly. And that's not what you expect from a guy like Jokic, that's for sure.
Like the level that he has played, he should be treated the way that LeBron has been treated for something like this, the way that Steph has been treated for something like this, the way that Kevin Durant has been treated for something like this, the way that Luka was treated for something like the first round. No Edwards.
Yeah.
Right. That ain't it. I do, before we get to you, want to send a shout out. Our guy Chris said his wife and him are high school sweethearts for 16 years. He's 35, she's 38. Would you please give him and Tara, wife, happy anniversary. Shout out to them. Tara, Chris, happy anniversary. Tara, you know the duty tonight. Let's make it happen now. It's a Friday night. Chris going to take you out. Chris, you better take her ass out. Chris going to take her out. Got something playing real nice. Go ahead and have a good night. Terry, you know the assignment.
16 years at 35. That's means
nice, right?
That means That means 19 years old, but I tied it up, huh? High school sweethearts, maybe?
There you go, man.
Well done, man. Yeah, congratulations, man. That's I'm going to assume since you're texting stuff like that in, she's probably your best friend, man. So job well done. You guys have a great weekend when your anniversary falls on a Friday, man. Extend that thing through Sunday and have you a time, man. Congrats, well done.
They probably got kids that are old enough to watch themselves.
Yeah. That's a good point, man.
Chris and Tara seem like they got started early.
Y'all have a good time now. Text in, let us know what's on the agenda, plan-wise. I don't need to know what Ron and what Tyler's doing with that music in there. I
don't know. Listen, if you want to give us those, we wouldn't mind. We'd like to give those details. What are you thinking there? Are you thinking there maybe we could workshop some things in there together?
Yes.
What you got coming up?
Oh, man. Are you back? Ime Udoka, are you back? I was out on Ime Udoka a couple days ago, man. Had the 2 straight wins by the Rockets. Got you back on board with the head coach over in the Toyota Center. I'll tell you where I stand next right here on Sports Radio 610.
The Rockets survived another elimination.
Hawaii.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich? Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Still ain't picked up them ostrich yet. They're purchased at a partner's house. Still hadn't picked them up. Nor have I taken Andre Ware's advice and got my gators or my python stretched. So I'm really slipping here. People give me the out, and I just I procrastinate as usual. Today's Dirty's Daily is powered by. Did y'all see this? Powered by Bot Auto. I don't know how comfortable I am with this. Did you guys see this? You did not see this. The first driverless big rig, 18-wheeler, made a delivery, completed the task. Houston to Dallas yesterday, 230-plus miles. No driver in the vehicle. Big truck, big rig, driving up 45 to Dallas and delivering some goods. That's a future we're staring at, baby, is big rigs, delivery trucks not having drivers. You comfortable with that? You good with that?
Like them big JB Hunts?
Yeah, them big boys, yeah.
I don't know about that, man.
I mean, when I
got to pull over on no sleep stations.
Hey, when I saw that, 24/7. The hardest thing for trucking companies is the driver dynamic, right? Because obviously you gotta pass all the tests, you gotta keep everything up to speed. CDL, you gotta take care of everything. You gotta stay on the up and up, and then also obviously guys trying to drive over the logs. When can you drive? When can you not drive? Obviously, then you get the uppers involved, and it goes from Red Bulls to the illegal stuff, and then you got major problems with drivers on the street that are either tired or high. You get just major problems there. It's a big deal. For trucking companies, we used to insure some trucking companies, and so I dealt with them a lot. It's a big, big problem to get drivers and keep drivers. And boy, all of a sudden, we've got big rigs that are rolling up and down the street, driverless, 24 hours. Man, you talking about changing the game. To all my truck drivers out there, we greatly appreciate you driving. I hope for your sake that the Bot Auto does not take off and you keep your gig and keep rocking and rolling, but. Boy, you got to think, man. If you ain't got no driver, and you lose all the risk of the tired driver, the inebriated driver, illegal logs. Boy, you eliminate all that. Hey, that bot set that thing on 70 over in that right lane and just ride. Come on, man. That's when I heard that, I saw it on social media. I said, wait a minute, I got to check this out. Is this real? She damn sure was.
Yeah, wait for that bot. Somebody get close to that bot.
Well, yeah. Wait till see how quick it'll slam on its brakes. I tell you, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, driving that damn Tesla around, the braking. They said the braking system is one of the big. The driver was the big money saver on these trucks, but no braking system. Obviously has a braking system, but no brakes. So I guess that's a major expense on those things. So anyway, that's the future we're staring at, y'all. It's out there, man. Look it up. All right, big night, big weekend coming up here in Houston. Astros, Red Sox. Boy, I'm just dreading the day that Astros games on the schedule aren't newsworthy anymore. But right now, Astros, Red Sox game 1 tonight. The Red Sox are 12-19, last in the AL East. I believe they've cleaned house up there in Boston. Is that them or the Mets?
The Mets refused to do it.
Right.
They just said they haven't. But the
Red Sox fired Okora, didn't they?
Yep.
And several others.
And the Phillies fired their coach and then tried to hire him.
Yeah, and he denied it, right? Yeah. Well, they are not only are they 12-19, which is better than the Astros. That'll put it in perspective. But they're last in the AL East, and they have cleaned house. This is one of those series, Ron, where if the Astros can't fare well, and I know they've had some injuries, I get it, but if you go up there and you mess around and get swept by a Red Sox team that's 12-19 and they've done cleaned house, and can't believe Boston is real excited about the rest of the season. So I got to believe this is a weekend when the Stros can do work. We got Burrows versus Bennett tonight, 6:10. Is that right? 6:10 a.m. I think. So first pitch,
PM.
Yeah, did I say AM?
Yeah, 6:10 p.m.
I missed my AM. I missed my AM call this morning.
But you can listen to us on Sports Radio 6:10 a.m.
Yeah, you can. That's right. Good call. Good call. Azeez Al-Shaair, he spoke to the media today after signing that big extension with the Texans. We'll talk about that the rest of the show. We got T. Mills, best bets. T. Mills, he was hot before he got sick. He was hotter than a firecracker now. T. Mill, we got some coming up later on?
Yes, NBA playoff picks tonight.
Of course. Stupid question, Clint. Rockets.
Come on.
Rockets Game 6, Rockets-Lakers Game 6 tonight right here at Toyota Center, so we got plenty to talk about. And that's where I want to start right now with the Rockets. Ron, I don't remember if it may have been the day you weren't here, with me and B. Scott. I quit Ime Udoka. Were you here when I did that?
No, but it felt like you had done it. You just maybe hadn't verbalized it.
Well, I'm – and this is crazy because I am one that I asked D'Amico Ryans, and I know fans hear it, and I know they push back on me. I want a little bit more transparency out of situations from D'Amico Ryans, and so I typically am one that I greatly appreciate the transparency of essentially calling players out of, hey, these guys just ain't doing X, Y, and Z. I hate the whole, well, it's about mechanics and techniques and execution, right? So I typically appreciate the coach that's a little bit more transparent. That display of to me, just lack of leadership, not taking accountability after Game 3 with Ime Udoka was disgusting, and I was out. After that, I was
out. He put it on them players, didn't he?
Yeah, but at no point, and I don't want him to walk up there and go, "Hey, it's me first." The typical coaches, it's on me. It's my responsibility. It's on me. Like, I'm not asking for all that. But boy, to just say, I don't know if the moment was too big or lights were too, whatever the hell he said, like that just pushed me. That coupled with the body language on the sideline or on court side during a game, especially when things aren't going well, that really, really, really turned me off. And then the press conference, the presser, just did me in. But a win tonight, Ron. A win tonight can bring me back around on Udoka.
Just in Game 6 to 4-7?
Just Game 6. If you do, because that puts you in that puts him in the category that only 5 teams have ever done in history. There's only been 5 teams that have come back from a 3-0 deficit to force a Game 7.
And you thought it was over after they lost the first
2? I thought it was going to be over in 4. And I didn't think it was going. I thought it was going to be one of the most embarrassing moments in the NBA. But a win tonight, forcing Game 7, that'll bring me back to Ime Udoka. And here's why, Ron. It's why I'm so absolute with it, right? I mean, what we're seeing is not just a team that kind of turned the corner and they're doing what they were doing. They're just making a few less mistakes. And KD, maybe some superstar like KD is out there giving them 40 and some crazy effort and some crazy performance, and it's really on the shoulders of one guy, right? That's not what we're watching. We're watching a team that when they needed it the most. Now, I don't know if it's going to work, but when they needed it the most, they're going back to their roots. They're going back to what got them there. They're going back as the young players. They're going back to what they know as success in the NBA, which is that identity of and that is big to me. When I watch the Rockets, I don't have to like it or don't have to agree with it, but I want to. What is your identity? Who are you going to be? How are you going to win games? And it's clear right now these young Rockets are going to turn up the pressure defensively. They're going to get in the jersey of the opponent. They're not gonna be bullied. In fact, they're more than likely going to take the physicality to the opponent. They're going to run. They're going to run the legs off of an older team. They're gonna dictate more than they're dictated to, which was not going on earlier in the series. But I watch them, Ron, and specifically on the defensive end of the floor, that identity of just being gritty, being dirty. If you knock them down, stand over them and let them know that it's this is your floor kind of deal. That's the Rockets that we're watching, and that identity alone, having that approach, has done a lot for me. If it happens tonight in the Toyota Center on this major stage, yeah, I can get back in with Udoka, I believe.
Back in on Udoka, meaning what? like back in on Udoka?
Oh, I was good. I was good with cleaning house two days ago.
Oh, you were ready for him to move on at the end of what you thought would be a 4-game.
Yeah, I mean, I went from the casual fan that watched every now and then during the regular season to wanting to coach fired. That's hard to do, but what I watched put me there. This is one I'm not typically one to call for somebody's job. This is one where we got problems now. We got some things we got to fix. There may be still some heads that roll. Somebody's got to answer for what we've watched and kind of how this whole thing went down. But if you get back to the identity that you had last year when you were overachieving and you do it in this moment, and that's yes, the guys are out there playing, but just like when the guys weren't playing and the guys looked like they were confused and frustrated and overwhelmed. When they're not, when they're playing together with an identity and as a team, I got to give the coach credit. I was hammering his ass when there was young players that did stupid stuff and young players that the lights are too bright and the stage is too big and the moment's too big, right? That's on the coach. Well, when we turn the corner and those same young players change their whole approach to basketball and start playing as one on defense, and it's a gritty defense, and that's their identity, I got to give the coach some love, man. So if he can do that to the tune of getting back in a series and forcing a Game 7, when in reality, you can say the approach they've taken right now, really they should have won one more. They should be up 3-2.
Trying to close it out.
Trying to close it out. So yeah, man, just showing that identity. If I'm going to rip the coach when it's not there, I got to give him love when it is. And damn it, it's been there the last couple of games.
Well, listen, I would not say that I've changed my stance on him. I am glad to see him and his staff make some adjustments. They've clearly made some adjustments early, and they're playing better defense, right? There's been an adjustment on Kennard. They got a hit out on him, as Kendrick Perkins said earlier today. He's got 8 points in the last 2 games after averaging 27 in the first 2. And I think a big adjustment that they have made is instead of going after offensive rebounds like they generally do, they were 21-3 in game 1 in offensive rebounds. They've decided to make a concerted effort to stop the transition game of the Lakers and make them play half court, which I think has been a big part of why the Lakers have been under 100 points the last 2 games, and something you can really look at as a real adjustment. My thing is, I know he's a program builder and can establish a culture and an identity. I still can't get off of, hey, bro, you can't figure out how to run an offense with a great player.
Yep.
That part is still like we know these guys are playing hard or good, and you can tell a lot of these guys are this type of guys. You're not winning a championship like this. Like what's going on with, we got Alfred Şengün, we've got a shooter in Reed Shepherd, we've got a big, good-sized shooter in Jabari Smith, you got a can do almost everything but shoot type of player that's an athlete like a Min Thompson, and we can't seem to form an offense.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Look, like I said, he's still got to answer for a lot of stuff. Yeah. He and others definitely have to answer for a lot. I should probably phrase it like this: I'm off the get rid of Ime Udoka train. If they go out there and win tonight, and if they go out there and win tonight with the same approach that they've had, and these young cats can show that same identity, and it works again, that's a good point. I'm off of the clean house, get Ime Udoka out of there. Now, again, to your point, he's still got to answer. I mean, there's still got to be some adjustments made because, boy, it's tough to explain what we've watched when Durant's on the floor with this basketball team down the stretch.
Would you say you've watched 5 games of the series, or 5 games of the series? It would almost feel like the offense felt like it was running better the games without Durant, especially down the stretch. It
ain't no feel. I think it's blatantly obvious. That's why I said I don't know how. I don't think it's ever been more obvious that if Kevin Durant gets healthy, that you got to plug him into the system. You don't change the system because he's back. It's night and day.
Yeah, we couldn't solve a double team, man. Like, we got to figure that out.
But Ron, it's not just that. And I mean, you watch it in a different lens than I do, I guess. Maybe a little more closely, maybe a little more often. I mean, there is a lot of confusion when Durant's on the floor. Tari Eason looks like he is in no man's land. I mean, these guys, they look around at each other like, hey, who's going to come screen? Oh, you're not? Okay, well, let me check the other side of the court and see if somebody's – when Durant's out there and it becomes this slow down, this different game, there is a significantly more confusion on the floor. I mean, am I crazy to see that?
Yeah.
No, I mean, like when he's not on the floor, it's not the cleanest offense. I'm not saying they're out there executing what Golden State's doing.
The spacing's never great. It's not.
Yeah, but they're not looking around at each other like who's going where. Not nearly as much. I mean, I don't know. To me, it seems like there's a lot less thinking, a lot more just running and moving, and then when KD's not in there. So we'll see. If it happens again tonight, I got to get off. I got to get off Ime Udoka's back and let him do his deal. But if not, I'm gonna jump on that back. Stay smooth on that back.
Stay on it, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that could have got you in trouble there.
Yeah, it could have. I did.
Get right on that back. Huh? Jump on it, baby. Right there.
Yeah, all four, arms and legs.
Coming up. Lineup is out. We'll get you the lineup and see if it. Yesterday, the lineup came out and Clint was just pissed off about it, and then they scored 10 runs in the first 4 innings. So we'll see what Clint thinks about the lineup tonight. And as you're talking about the Rockets game 6 tonight, they have a chance not only to make history, to be the first team to come back down 0-3. They got a chance to do even more. We'll explain what that means coming.
It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I know we got T-Mill's best bets coming up a little bit later on. Could you imagine if you were out there and you felt real good about the Hawks last night?
I bet that young jock halftime performance was thriving.
Hell, that's all they had, man.
It is.
Hey, I don't know. I wonder if they hit the over in that game with the strength of the Knicks. I wonder if they hit the over that. That's ridiculous. I've never seen anything like that in my life.
Oh my God!
What did it end? 140-89, I think it was.
I mean,
that had to be the over, right?
That is
140 to 89. I mean, what's that? 229?
Well, I got. Yeah, what did that thing end up? I need a box score. 140 to 89. I mean, they had to have. There's no way they didn't hit the over with the strength of. That was. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. 40 to 15 out of the first quarter.
What was it at halftime? That's the record that was set.
What is that? 83 to 36? Good God. 35? Jesus.
48-point lead to halftime.
Come on,
up 48 at half.
Come on, man.
Whew.
Come on, man. What do we? Hey, you said who was that performed at the half, Tyler?
Young jock.
Oh God, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that the first time. God, that was one week to really put it together.
That's kind of. I imagine that's kind of like my old Hall of Fame deal when Notre Dame came to town. Boy, Notre Dame scored their 42nd point before halftime, and everybody was leaving.
Hey, when you grabbing them keys? Like if you're in Atlanta,
halftime.
Yeah,
you would have waited before you would have gotten the second half.
Probably midway through the second quarter as it kept getting worse. Yeah, I'm out.
I mean this is Game 6 tickets that you didn't pay for in Atlanta. You're out. You're not getting to the half. You're probably right.
Oh, I'd be T. We wouldn't leave. I guarantee there's one of them old number 7 bars in that place. we went and leaned on that wall for a while, man.
No doubt. I got to get through the Young Jock concert.
You know what it reminded me of?
Young Jock, then old number 7, man.
You know what that reminded me of immediately here in Houston was that playoff game where the Texans in the wild card round,
Chiefs.
Yes, they were down huge at the half, being shut out, and they will out Lil Jon because at that time that was the big song. That was the big song for J.J. Watt, Turn Down for Watt or whatever.
Yeah.
And he comes out for halftime, and the crowd was just
but
what do we do?
If I remember that game, it wasn't close. I don't know what the half was. I'm grabbing my keys because this is where the hell I'd have been. I'd have been like, hey, man, come on, man. We got to go. But if I remember that, there was still a way that you could say, all right, man, maybe we come out, get a couple of scores here, we can get this thing.
They weren't getting hammered quite as bad.
The final was like 30.
That was a halftime record last
night. The final was like 30 to something. But I remember your old Razorback Nile Davis just opening kickoff to the house in that game.
I do remember that one.
But
that was the first Texans game I ever went to.
Was it really?
Yes.
That was the first time the Chiefs had won a playoff game in 25 years.
That opening kickoff was Debbie Downer.
But this here, 40 to 15. What the hell am I supposed to do after the quarter? Like right there, you're in the stands. This is over.
Yeah, we're going to old number 7.
Like this thing's done. It's over. And then they come out and probably put another 20-0 run to start the quarter off. Like, what are you supposed to do with this?
What's the name of that arena in Atlanta?
I think State Farm. I think it's a State Farm arena.
I thought it was Magic City.
Magic City Arena. Let them get their hands on them naming rights. I mean, because I don't know what Quinn Snyder says in the locker room. Hey, guys, man, great season, man. Let's start getting this stuff packed up right now. Let's get an early start on it. get this thing packed up right now.
I'm sure they vomited in the stands.
If I was Quinn Snyder, I would stay seated in my seat out there on the court until they came back. Y'all go ahead and y'all bring y'all asses back in here and do what y'all want to do. I mean, that was 140-89.
That's pitiful.
You talk about calling the dogs off. They called the dogs off, and they probably could have scored 170. They could have looked like an all-star game. Jesus, that was wild to me. I can't believe that. But if you had the Knicks yesterday, you felt good yesterday. Felt good about that real early in that thing. All right.
They got Zach Brown, the music group, Zach Brown. Mm-hmm. Zach Brown Social Club, Taste of the South.
That's where you're going right there?
That big bar, big colorful bar right there in Atlanta, partnered up. Look at that bar right there. That's what I'd have been leaned on.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'd have been leaned on right there.
Been in there leaning there watching the Sixers and the Celtics. Hey, man, the Braves on tonight? Put the Braves on.
Yeah, man, there's many. Back in my Dallas days, them Mavericks wasn't worth the damn for a little while. Boy, I'd give me some good seats. Had old Razorback in the ticket. I'll give me some good seats. Boy, they'd go to sucking. Old number 7 bar, boy. I'd hold that wall up for a good hour.
I'd imagine a person like a fighting Tyler Milner, if they had gotten really good seats there, and you had to be in the range of Spike Lee, like all of that together could cause you to punch him. Like
Which is why I would leave.
Could cause you to throw a punch. Because I was seeing him on the sideline, and he's front row. He was doing finger rolls. I mean,
to get them eyes on himself.
You could not tell he was all underneath people's skin.
No question.
If you're a hardcore Hawks fan and it's getting done to you like this, like woo! I bet you some of them. I bet Baby T.I. was over there and say, you know what? I might just do it. I've done some time.
Meet him at his car.
I might just do it.
You know what I wondered on every time, because that's Stephon Marbury they keep showing, isn't it, on the sideline too?
Oh, the Knicks, yeah, Knicks.
How do you think he's living?
Pretty good.
He looks clean as hell.
Oh, man, he sold all them shoes.
That's it.
But he played in Japan or China and made all that money over there, and he sold them shoes.
Yeah, man. Steph is always cleaner than the whistle boy on that sideline.
He is, boy. Man, that's a tough one. All right, lineups coming out. I did want to say this. Lineups coming out. Correa is back in the lineup at short. Alvarez is the DH. Paredes at third. Walker, Altuve back in the lineup. Wow, Altuve drops behind Walker, batting fifth. Interesting. Diaz, Tyler's favorite catcher, is in there catching Smith, Matthews, and Harris. I thought Daniel Johnson Jr. might get another role last night, but he.
I'd like to see Daniel in there over Harris. I'll be honest with you. I'd like to see DJ in there.
Yeah,
ain't no way he goes by Daniel. I'd like to see Daniel Johnson Jr. in there instead of Harris.
Well, he tries.
I'd like to see them wheels on the base pads. I'd like to see that.
He tries to go by Daniel, but none of his family will call him that. He's DJ for the rest of his life with them. So that's the lineup coming up. I do want to throw this out. The Rockets, as we've talked about it, they've got a chance to make history. 159 teams have started 3-0 and have prevailed every single time in the NBA playoffs. But the other thing they have a chance to do, Clint, Tyler, is if they pull this off, that little GOAT conversation that has taken over, I mean, this would be a major hit. This may be a knockout blow. If LeBron, even at 41 years old, who is clearly still his team's best player, got out to a 3-0 lead, and Kevin Durant has only played one game in the series, and you lose to this young team that doesn't have a ton of experience. I think they said that was the youngest starting lineup to win a playoff game in that last game in Game 5. If LeBron loses this and becomes the first team that has a team come back 0-3, that's going to be like Dallas when he just disappeared. That will take a hit. We were talking about Durant's hit to his legacy earlier. That would be a switch.
What a turn that would be, Ron. I haven't even thought about it until you brought that up a little earlier. I hadn't even thought about that. I mean, it's all been about, and even to walking in today, it's all about Durant. I mean, to me, it's been all about Durant. And then when you put that turn on the what if the Rockets are able to pull off what nobody's ever pulled off, and they do it without Durant versus LeBron, because the excuses for LeBron go out the window when you add in there that Durant's played one game.
Nobody's going to care that he's 41.
Yeah, absolutely. Agreed.
Because you got to 3-0.
Yeah.
You got to 3-0.
Sitting at 3-0, all you needed was one, and they took 4 from you?
4 straight.
With no Durant?
No Durant. And you had home court.
Yeah, it'll be ugly.
Yep. So that is the other – and I know many of you love to run them down. I saw some people text in, I just want them to do this so bad so LeBron loses. This would be this would be the Jordan, Stephen A, and them putting their feet up, crossing their legs, saying, "All right, I bet you." I know Mike would have done that. I know Mike was 6-0 in finals. He damn sure wouldn't let nobody come back and win 4 straight against him. So I don't care if he was 50, is what people would say. So there's a lot that that the Rockets could cause in this thing tonight. So Game 6 tonight. If they can get to Game 7, boy, and if they get to Game 7, there's a ton of pressure on the Lakers at that point. The Rockets, obviously, they can get eliminated, but nobody thought they would come back and win 3. They'd be playing with house money. So again, 159-0. That is what the record is for teams who have gone up 3-0, and we'll see if the Rockets can jump in on that. Coming up, as Clint said earlier in the 4 o'clock hour, Aziz Al-Shire just got the new deal. He spoke with the media, but there is a question. What do you think about the deal? Or is everyone thrilled and happy about paying a soon-to-be 29-year-old inside linebacker $18 million a year? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Coach D'Amico seems pretty excited about how the Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive here on a Friday, big day. Astros, they're taking on the Red Sox, and then obviously the game of the night here in Houston. Everybody's paying attention to 8:30 tonight at Toyota. The Rockets will try to continue their season versus the Los Angeles Lakers. Someone texted in and said, if they can do that to LeBron, that would make him want to come back and play again next year. He's going to come back and play next year. I will guarantee you that LeBron James is not going to play his final game and then just announce his retirement. I think we've seen him too much. If you watch the WWE, John Cena announced his retirement. He announced his retirement, said he is going to be on his retirement tour, and he went for a year and went all the way around everywhere for a year before he retired. Brock Lesnar just retired at WrestleMania out of nowhere, and nobody knew it. I can assure you that LeBron is far more on the John Cena train of things.
Oh, yeah.
We're not going to get – we're not – Tim Duncan, he may just retire out of nowhere. Tim may have just not come back to a preseason game and just retired. Who knows? That ain't LeBron. LeBron is rolling there. Somebody else texted and said this will be worse than Dallas. Dallas had dirt. I don't know, man. LeBron was in his absolute prime, and he had Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade, and it was so bad. Like this one. I mean, if they lose this series the way that the last couple of games have been played, they've just been outmatched right now. They were not outmatched against Dallas. Dallas had Dirk and Jason Terry, and I'm the biggest LeBron fan. That is the one I have no explanation for. I don't know why he stood in the corner repeatedly. I don't know why he just did that. Mm-hmm. But this one, he's 41 years old, and they're rolling. But he's going to get crushed. He's going to get crushed right up there with that. All right, before we let you hear and discuss what Aziz Al-Shire had to say, I'm wondering, guys, how we feel about him in that olive Kango hat, that old olive green Kango hat. How we feel about it?
I appreciate the visual. When you first said it, I said, I don't know what this. I don't know. I don't know about it, Aziz. I'm not sure. But when I saw it match the suit,
yep, it did. With the suit.
I mean, he does have a kind of a bigger, rounder face. So it's a good look. It squeezes the top of that head a little bit. I like it. I'm there for it. I like the coordination. I like the tying it in with the suit.
Just don't see that. You just don't see that.
Don't see it much.
That broke out a lot.
You got to be old school. Got to be old school to
That's
to
an
pull
old
that
soul,
off.
man.
Yeah, I mean, I liked it, man. I thought it was slick.
I might want to pull one out.
I like those kind of moves when you can pull it off.
The time that because you said this yesterday, Tyler, you weren't here, but he said he wants to start doing what he thinks Brian Presley should do, and that's wear a cowboy hat during the show. And I'm not going to do that.
I think Presley should put his hat on. Have you seen him on the Astros studio shows?
Because he does.
I've been watching him a lot after the games. Actually,
I think he should throw the cowboy hat on
because he does have the blazer, and then he definitely is wearing boots. So he's almost there.
But well, that's him. When you I've seen him in a couple of now they wear country music concerts, but he wears that cowboy hat now. He does it right. It's a good look for him. I think you ought to rock it on set.
Well, you said you're going to do it. If you wear that, I'll break out a Kango hat backwards.
Okay. I got to get me a good cowboy. I want to get me a good cowboy hat. Not just some costume hat. I got to get me a good cowboy hat.
I mean, hey man, he planned that outfit.
Oh, it's lit. Well, hell yeah, he did. He
planned
that. You kidding me? $18 million a year?
Yeah. That's what you think he did. He went out and said, I'm getting me an olive green suit, and I'm getting a Kango to match it.
By the way, what are we does everybody get a press conference if they sign a big deal? This is fourth contract.
Yeah. I mean, this is big. This is a big one, and it's Aziz. How much they love him. They want to. I'm going to break him out. Give him a press conference.
Yeah. Did Nico?
Did
Nico get one?
I think so.
I understood Will. It was Will's first one. It was his big one. Yeah, and he's the best player on the damn team.
And the record breaker.
Did Stingley get one? I think that's what I was
Stingley
asking.
did.
I was asking Tyler earlier. I think Stingley did.
He only said 37 words in it.
Right. He just didn't say much. Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder, what is the cap? Because I don't remember Jalen Petrie having one when he got his deal. That doesn't mean anything to it, but I don't remember Titus having them when they re-signed Titus. I don't know.
No, they're reserved for defensive players.
Offensive guys.
Yeah, offensive guys.
Nico,
you ain't getting no pressure.
Yeah, you good. Maybe. Yeah, Dalton just signed his extension.
Dalton did the $12 million, wasn't it? You know, $12 million is under the cap. No, it's under. You ain't get. It's definitely got to be more than 12.
You got to be more.
He did not get one. That's why I thought this. When he said it was his fourth contract, I thought that's weird to have a press conference to your fourth contract.
This is a big one, though.
Yeah, it's a big dude now, and he has arrived. This is the best he's played. I get it. I love the story. It's a tremendous listen. I just wonder where they're going to stop the press conferences.
I want to be honest about this Aziz thing. I think Aziz has obviously been a perfect fit of exactly what D'Amico wants. And I would say as much, outside of the play, more of his intangibles and everything that he means. I mean, they have him like he's basically almost Ray Lewis in the sense of the quarterback doesn't seem like he is the unquestioned leader. It seems like it is the linebacker in Aziz, like it was with Ray. He seems to be the unquestioned leader, and I think D'Amico really spent last year saying that, talking about how he's the voice, he is the guy on this team. So he is a huge piece to this team. They did make him the third highest paid inside linebacker at $18 million per. He got 45 plus total guarantees, which is a big number for a non-premium position. When you have big money tied into premium position on one end, big money tied into a premium position on the other end, big money tied into premium position on the corner, potential big money tied in on the other corner spot. You've got pretty good money at the safety. You got another safety in Bullock you're potentially going to look at. Also, you got Nico, who, we were talking about it. Silly that people are calling around about Nico, but they're calling around because they all know Nico needs a new contract. And somebody's got to hook him up. So and that's a premium position. There's money there. Usually when you start talking about, and then we hadn't got to the big spot, right? The quarterback spot. Yep. Usually you start talking about all of those areas. As I've said to you, the cap isn't real, but usually you don't shove $18 million into a non-premium spot like that, especially on a player that is going to be 29 in August, that is a good football player coming off his Pro Bowl year, but you do wonder what it looks like at ages 29, 30, and 31 if he plays out the contract. I specifically really look at the next 2 years. And you have a young linebacker who has been getting better and better and better at 25 years old that you're probably going to have to lose now because you're keeping him. I understand all of that other stuff, but there is some thoughts of how this contract, along with the others that they got to do, is that going to affect others? And what's he going to look like physically on the field this year and next year as he is reaching 29 and 30 in this contract to pay that type of money to?
I think, Ron, when we start talking about money and contracts like this, look, I think the Texans are going to pay defensively. I'm talking. I think they're going to pay their big money guys. Obviously, Kamari's up next. Stingley's already got his. Will's already got his. I'd be shocked if Petrie's already got his. I do think they're going to run into a problem with Danielle Hunter at some point with age and money. But I don't think $18 million per with to Azeez Al-Shaair, although it's rich for that off-ball inside linebacker. It's rich. I don't think it impacts anybody other than one. I shouldn't say that. It doesn't impact. Like, my mind goes to one spot, and that's at quarterback. Because these guys are going to pay the Derek Stingley, Kamari, or let's say Derek Stingley and Will Anderson. Like those guys are going to get theirs. When you pay your quarterback $60 million a year, can you still afford a $12 million tight end? Can you still afford an $18 million inside linebacker? Can you still afford to pay that second corner $20 to $30 million a year, whatever it's going to be?
Because you're right. Because if you're not paying a quarterback $55 to $60 million, that's a different conversation.
Oh.
Like if he was on a rookie deal, like he has been, you get I get that.
Absolutely.
I get that. Yeah,
absolutely.
That's when you go do it.
That's it. That's the one to me of like, boy, if they were rat holing money to pay a $50 to $60 million a year quarterback, because you look at this contract extension, 3 more years, that's 4 years with Aziz, isn't it? Because he's got 1 year left on his deal.
Yeah.
That's 4 years. That is well inside Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud's second contract.
And probably with at least he's probably got to play at least 3 of them before you can really get out of it.
Yeah,
right? The way.
Yeah, I mean, so you're talking about an Aziz contract that's going to stretch into the Will Anderson contract, which means it would stretch into CJ's if he gets one. You're talking about Kamari and Bullock that would stretch into it. You're talking. I don't even know how many years Petrie's got left on his deal, but it's got to be up in the middle of it.
Yeah.
So I mean, you're just Brian. I just immediately go to, all right, you can pay 3 Aziz Al-Shairs, or you can pay your quarterback. You know what I mean? Like that. That's ultimately what this thing boils down to. If you're trying to couch $50 to $60 million a year for a quarterback, to your point, I think it'd be hard to pay $18 million for a middle linebacker. Yeah, even as good as Aziz is, as important as Aziz is. That would be that'd be a hard decision to make.
Because to me, maybe it's not 60, but if you get to a point like the texter says here, after this season, the Texans organization will have 0 questions about CJ. He's either gone or he gets a contract. Well, if he gets a contract, I'm saying, like I look at it, Brock Purdy makes $53 million, Trevor Lawrence to Josh Allen make 55, the highest is 60. I mean, we're thinking in that, even in that range. Like you're going to have to make a decision, and I think guys like Kamari Lassiter really like step into that. If you're paying $18 million per to the middle linebacker, and understanding what's coming with your other corner and what's coming. And by the way, you got the highest paid non-quarterback in the history of the sport looming when those years kick in. Now you got to make decisions about that, Nico, all of that when you do that. So like I understand the importance of Aziz Al-Shaier, but that's a big chunk to a non-premium position of a player that you wonder if he will be in his prime. As you said, over the next couple of years, he'll be 30. He'll be 30 at the start, not this season, but next season. He'll be 29 in August. So, just an interesting decision. But he's their guy, and they were going to get their guy done. That'd become hell or high water. That's what they were going to do. Mm-hmm. All right, coming up, we'll get you ready for the 2 big games tonight. The Rockets, they've got Game 6. In Houston, we'll tell you about that. The Astros, they're traveling to Boston, and to take on the Red Sox. We'll get you ready for that, and then, oh boy, this might annoy everybody Sunday every week if this happens. I know Tyler'd be out on it. This may annoy everybody on Sundays if this happens. We'll discuss that coming up next.
In the Loop.
I think this is a Mary Poppins draft. Practically perfect in every way. They checked all the boxes. They got what they needed. They helped special teams, which I know, is not going to necessarily steal a lot of headlines, but big time. They got upside. I wish I could tell you I didn't like I didn't like some things in this draft. I liked everything about it.
It's Reggie Atatula and John Lopez. Local. West Point Lincoln at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully,
already?
It is. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty Show T Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is Game 6, baby. Big one tonight. Game 6. The Houston Rockets, they have a chance to force a Game 7. Only 4 teams have done that. Only 4 teams that have started out down 3-0. They would be the 5th. Only 4 teams thus far have done it, I believe. Only 4 teams have done it, and the Rockets would be the 5th to be down 3-0 and force a Game 7. 159 teams have started up 3-0, and all 159 have survived and moved on. So the Rockets are trying to break history tonight. And, again, no Kevin Durant. There was no suspense with that whatsoever. That was made clear early in this thing yesterday. Or even held the night of Game 5.
They didn't even let us think about it.
No, not at all. We could have had breaking news and everything, and bam, no Kevin Durant. But Austin Reeves will play again, and the Rockets have it here in Houston, and it seems like a lot of people are looking at the Rockets to potentially force this game 6. What is the line here? The Rockets only a 3.5-point favorite at home. We've seen them have bigger lines than that. 3.5-point favorite at home. You felt really good about Game 5, Clint. How do you feel about Game 6?
I feel really good about Game 6. When you watch kind of how they've gone, I don't think it's a fluke. Getting back in this series was not based on one superstar player having a crazy good night. In that same vein, them playing well against this Lakers team is not dependent on one superstar player or one player of any ilk having just a ridiculous night. It's a group effort of playing great on the defensive end of the floor, mucking the game up. Playing with the same grit and physicality and sense of urgency, determination that we saw this team exceed expectations with last year. It's taking advantage of the fact that you're younger and got more juice than the Lakers do as they're built right now. And so I think just collectively as a group, it's pretty convincing that the Rockets are the better basketball team in this series. Now, are they good enough to overcome a 3-0 deficit, that hole they dug? I don't know about that. But I think it's fair to say that collectively as a team, when they're playing to the identity that they're playing right now, which starts on the defensive end of the floor, I think it's convincing because it's happened twice in this series, but really it's happened more times than that, for being honest, in this series. They just didn't get away with a win. But we saw this exact group exceed expectations and play at or above a ceiling last year with this same identity. So I feel pretty good. And, hey, you're at home, man. You're at the Toyota Center. And so, yeah, I feel really good about this Rockets team getting to Game 7.
Yeah, and I think most do. And the way they played the last 3, to be honest, as we talked about, the last 3 games, they have controlled the games.
Yeah.
They have controlled the games. And as we said yesterday, this is probably – I don't know all the other 159 series that started 3-0, but if you look at this series and the teams on each side and everything that goes into it, the Rockets, you can see probably better than most of those other series, them having you could see the path. You can see the path because – I know Jabari Smith said it, but you can see a space of like, yeah, they're the better team. They're younger. They're more athletic. They probably have more answers, more top-end players even without Kevin Durant. And this is a team that's older with guys obviously like LeBron, but Marcus Smart is not young. And Ayton and them are getting up there to where travel and stuff like that. Rest can be a big part of it. So we'll see. It's still a tall task. It's still a tall task to beat a team 4 straight times in the playoffs, and they see you every day. For me, as I said earlier, I think a big thing to watch is J.J. Redick and their staff. They've been a really good coaching staff even the last 2 years. But in particular this year, to make up for some of the defensive issues they've had, they clearly have walked into the series with a particular game plan to use against Kevin Durant. Now, Kevin Durant's only played 1 of the 5 games thus far. I would imagine now they've had a little time to see what the Rockets are doing without KD. I bet there's a wrinkle tonight. I bet you there's something that the Lakers do differently defensively to try to mess with this rhythm that the Rockets have been, because they've changed the way they've played offense. And then, to me, it'll be what does Udoka and his squad do to counter that?
Yeah, look, I just hope that the way that the Rockets have had success offensively, outside of Durant, obviously, where there's a lot of movement, there's a lot more movement. The ball's moving. I think when you approach offensive basketball that way, I think Amen Thompson falls into a much more comfortable spot, kind of how he operates around Şengün and how they work together. We'll see if Reed Shepherd can get hot and knock some shots down. I think Jabari Smith he's kind of graduated into a guy that's not just a stand in a corner and knock down jumpers. He's been a little bit more aggressive in getting to the rock and getting to the rack. And so I think I say all that to say I think the style that the Rockets are playing offensively, albeit it is what it is. You got a bunch of youngsters, a couple of them aren't great shooters, and it's not necessarily a system that you look at and you're just in awe over. I do believe that their ability to play fast, the ability to move the ball, the ability to move without the ball with this particular group, I think it's going to be hard to blitz these guys. I think it's going to be hard to catch them off guard and change the game up. It's not like slowing the game down is going to help you. It's already a sub-100 game anyway. Nobody touched 100 last game. So I think the best defense for whatever the Lakers throw out there at them, whatever change-up they throw at them, is the fact that just keep doing what you're doing, because it's hard for them to blitz you, for lack of better terms, when you're playing offensive basketball the way that you are right now.
We'll see. I bet we see some zone tonight from the Lakers, something to maybe change things up tonight. But Game 6, we'll continue to get you ready for that before we get out of here. Game 6 tonight, we'll see if the Rockets to take this thing back to L.A. for Game 7.
5 o'clock fire.
The Astros are in Boston tonight, and we'll get you ready for that. But some off-the-field notes real quick. The latest here, and this is in the last 45 minutes, courtesy of Brian McTaggart. Imai will throw his next bullpen Tuesday or Wednesday in Corpus. Joe Espada FaceTimed with him yesterday to see how he was doing, and so this will be at AAA Sugarland is where it will be. But he will throw next. If we remember his last time out, he was in Corpus and he threw 2 innings, 59 pitches, and gave up, I think, 5 or 6 runs.
Yeah,
so
60 pitches, 6 outs. Boy, it's a tough go. What? I mean, is it a bullpen or a start? Is it
right here? It says a bullpen.
Okay.
Tuesday or Wednesday, but it will be in Sugarland. Is when this will happen.
You live down that direction. The mound's a little softer down there.
A little bit.
Okay.
But I don't know about the bullpen now. We talked about this the other day. This is starting to get
tad bit hairy.
It's early, a little hairy. We went from, and as I'm reading this here, we went from going to Corpus and starting a AA game, and now we're doing a bullpen.
Mm-hmm. A little bullpen working.
He's pitching the game in Sugarland.
So
either Tuesday or Wednesday.
So he's pitching the game. Okay, because it was weird. I was going to say because
weird wording, but yeah, he's pitching in the game in Sugarland Tuesday or Wednesday.
Yeah. Okay. Is that all right? So that is replaced. All right, because it does say he'll throw his next bullpen Tuesday or Wednesday. So he is pitching. Good. All right. So they moved him up to Sugarland.
Makes you feel a little better about it.
It does. I was going to say. we're pitching Double-A game, and then we're dropping to the bullpen in Sugar Land. So we will pitch in the game in Sugar Land. So we'll see what that looks like. Hopefully, for the Astros' sake, and the $18 million they're giving him this year, and the $18 million that he can go ahead and opt in over the next 3 years, that they can get him going. But that's one to continue to watch. It feels like he's a ways away before he actually he gets on the mound. By the way, we're waiting on this. Todd Callis yesterday just went ahead and claimed it. The other day claimed Yordan Alvarez to be the AL Player of the Month. And we'll see. He should. I mean, 356, 12 homers, 27 RBIs. He leads in damn near every category: OPS, total bases, WAR, whatever. He is slugging. He is a maniac right now, and it is crazy the way he is playing. That they are struggling like this. They tell you about this when they talk about pitching, because he is certainly playing in a manner that he could carry a lineup. But you just can't carry a lineup to 10 runs every night.
Yeah, man.
You need pitching, but still, man, he is reminding everybody how good he is, and it was just the injuries.
Boy, they're making it. The pitching's making it really difficult to get Yordan Alvarez to the plate with the game on the line. You know, you'd like to see Yordan in the 8th, Yordan in the 9th, 1-run game, 2-run game, 3-1 maybe, and then just get somebody on base. And now the pressure is on the pitcher at that point in time. But man, when it's 11-3 or 10-4, it's hard to.
It's got to be in the first inning.
Yeah, it's.
Get him up there. Hell, to be honest with you, they've been down 3-0 in the first.
Yeah, it's but man, what a year he's got going. Along not quite. You know, if Yordan Alvarez wasn't this ridiculously good, Christian Walker would be getting a lot of hype in Houston too with the year he's having. So those two guys, boy, it'd be a shame to waste the years that they're having at the plate.
Yeah. And speaking of that, today they'll take on the Red Sox. Mike Burrows will get the ball. We'll see what happens with him. See if he can lower that ERA that's nearly at 7. That's what it was for Lance. Lance got out of there with a quality start, lowered his ERA. See if Mike can do it too. The lineup with him, Clint, a lot of the big guns are back in it. Correa at short. Alvarez, who we just talked about, is the DH. Paredes at third. Walker moves up in front of Altuve in the lineup. Walker batting 4th. Altuve batting 5th. Diaz up batting 6th behind Altuve in the catcher spot. Cam Smith behind him in right field. And Matthews in center with Harris in left field. So that is the lineup tonight, is to see if they can get something going. As we said, they got to start making some moves here. They got to start to make some moves here quick. Man.
Them damn Yankees, they won 10-2 in their last 12 games or something. That's a major league best. I think I just saw the Astros need one of them runs.
Yep. No,
we need one of them runs in a big way right now, boys. So let's get it started tonight. I mean, look, hell of an opportunity to get it started. I mean, the Red Sox are an absolute mess.
Yeah, they're one of the only teams here that you look at and say, well, they ain't looking too hot either. Because the Astros still sit with the worst record in the American League, but just by half a game. They can change that tonight if they get a dub against the Red Sox. So that's coming up here in probably less than an hour or so. So stay tuned for that. Astros, see if they can get a dub. Get it started nice this weekend in Fenway.
5 o'clock fire.
I am not surprised by this at all, but I wonder how this goes over. Russell Wilson, news coming out. Russell Wilson is in deep talks to go into television, with the CBS NFL Today being the favorite. Others have been trying to reach out to bring him on too. He is contemplating ending his playing career, The Athletic has learned. Are you surprised that he is a hot commodity, that multiple networks are bidding and trying to get Russell Wilson to be a part of their telecast, to be a part of their networks?
I'm not surprised. I mean, you got a Super Bowl, you're a good-looking dude, speaks well. Former quarterback, obviously.
Not going to scare you at all.
Yeah, no, I'm not surprised at all. I'll be honest with you, he doesn't do much for me.
You would hate him.
I mean, but here's the deal: is the unfortunate part of the report that you just read was that Russ Wilson ultimately is in conversations to replace Matt Ryan. Right? And to me, and this is complete perception because I know Russ has got a Super Bowl, but to me, Russ has to approach this thing more like Dan Orlovsky or Chase Daniels, or like kind of one of those that'll do all these different things to build the resume and build the momentum, instead of approaching it like some of these quarterbacks have the luxury to of just, hey, I'm going to show up a few times a year and get paid $20 million to do it. Like
he's got to dive into it.
Yeah, I think he's got to not reinvent himself, but I think the majority of the country, while I think they respect his career, I think they view him as just a super corny dude. I don't think that's going to play on the set if you just pop up there once a week throughout the football season on Sunday afternoons. I just don't know that Russell Wilson wins that game.
And those mornings, so that maybe a little difficult. It's not as easy for him to do it because they don't have as much time as like Dan does on ESPN.
Well, it's just a total different commitment, right? I mean, Dan ran down his schedule the other day. I mean, he's watching every NFL game by Tuesday night or Wednesday morning early, and by the Monday show, he's already watched 8 games, the most important 8 or the most it's a different level of commitment when Chase Daniels is out here breaking down coverages and then breaking down all the quarterbacks and then doing hits on all these different shows and showing his personality and showing what he brings to the table. I just don't know that Russ has I don't know that he has the star power, but I don't think he has the personality and the cachet to be just a big timer out of the gate.
See, I think he has the star power, especially with his wife connected with him.
She's part of the deal. That changes his calculus.
I think people know him even more because of that relationship and how long they've been in the media together. And like you said, this is A-Rod has worked really well with the right guys around him. He's worked really well. I have told you about my feelings about Russ. I don't know that Russ is inauthentic like I think A-Rod is. I think A-Rod is maybe being the older version of a Fernando Mendoza. I think A-Rod is rehearsing every bit of this thing at times, and I don't know how much he's shooting me straight. I just think he is naturally corny, but I think the perception is he is very A-Rod-ish. I think the perception is that there's something that isn't genuine about him. That, to me, is the part that he's got to try to clean up. Now, A-Rod has found a way to do it, right? And you put him with Poppy and you put him with Derek Jeter, and it makes sense. He's been able to survive it. But that's the thing that they're going to try to find out. But as you said, man, this is a Super Bowl quarterback that's got like 10 Pro Bowls, that's been in the face and has been in the face from an entertainment perspective and sports perspective. He's a hot commodity. But by the way, also you think it was time for him to hang it up? By the way,
yes, yeah. And if you're going to go to the media, are you going to work or are you going to make an appearance? That's the thing.
But I mean, do you think he?
Yes, it was time for him to hang it up. Yes, absolutely. He's done. Cooked. I mean, he's done too much, been too good to be floating around the league for 5 years as a backup quarterback, as an emergency guy. He's done. If he would have had some kind of resurgence and created some staying power when he was in Pittsburgh, was it Pittsburgh last?
It was Pittsburgh, and then he went to the Giants and started like the first couple of games there. Remember, he put up 40 or whatever. Yeah. We found out how bad that Cowboys defense was.
Yeah. No, I mean the Pittsburgh thing to me would have been, if you're going to make that comeback, it happens then, and we're all good. I think he's too good to end his career floating around from backup to backup.
Spot. Yeah. All right, that is 5 o'clock fire coming up. T Mill's best bets. So we got a shot here. Shot to have a big week. His last 2 days, 7 of 8 on T Mill's best bet. So he's rolling. And we got to talk about a situation that is something that believes the Astros need to go ahead and take care of. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Ready? Aziz El. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, here we go. T. Mill's best bets had himself a pretty good week. 9 of 12 thus far. 9 of 12. See if he can take this thing home with a big, and he's going to go weekend of bets here as he tries to close this thing out. And we predicted correctly. See if we can finish it. Once he made the bet on Yainer Diaz, it's been damn near smooth sailing since. 4 for 4.
You did call that.
And I'll be honest with you. We talked about it yesterday. That was not an easy 4 for 4 there. That was a
ballsy 4 for 4.
There was a couple of ballsy ones in there, including the Lakers and the Rockets one. That was a ballsy one in there. That Raptors over on the Raptors and the Cavs was a ballsy one, considering they played a 93-89 game the game before, but you damn near had that at halftime. That was a 75-68 halftime or something like they knew they were going to get to that 217. So big Wednesday of bets, but that's coming up here in just a bit. Your chance to win a little cash, as he is hot right now. When he's hot, you might want to stay with him. All right, Clint. The Astros are going to take on the Red Sox here in a minute. I know one person who will not participate in the game tonight is Bijani Abreu.
You don't think so?
Not a chance.
Oh, let him jump out to about a 6-run lead.
I don't think 6 is enough.
You don't think 6 is enough? Oh, yeah, it is, man. Boston, it's a perfect series for him to get right.
I think they're at 8 with him. 8 or more. We need 2 grand slams to get us right here. That's what we need. A six run game coming in. Clint, that's him. That's him doing what he did yesterday, which was allow a run and load the bases.
Would have got a little dicey, wouldn't it?
2 outs. he got a little something. But I would assume with him throwing the amount of pitches he threw yesterday, and being that he's on an every 5th or 6th day thus far of when he gets into games, I get the feels that he isn't going to go tonight. And to me, it's he threw 27 pitches yesterday is what he did. 17 were strikes. He threw 27 pitches yesterday. So I don't think he's going to get in tonight. But Clint, I think we need to start hearing something soon. This is there's a lot of odd things that has happened with this team. Some things, the injury stuff, you can't control yourself of. Some of the things you can control, some of the decisions, roster stuff. But right here, I don't even know. Have they even expressed? I don't think I've even read anything in which they've expressed what the game plan is with Bijani Abreu. Because Bijani Abreu, who, what would you say, clearly your second most important reliever if everyone's healthy. Mm-hmm. And now Josh Hader's out, your most important reliever. And he's been awful, and he has not deserved to pitch in high leverage situations. But since April 15th, he's pitched 3 times. 3 times, and they're all spaced out. And with the exception of the April 17th game against the Cardinals, all of the other ones have been in games that are out of reach either way, that they felt comfortable putting him in. By the way, 3 innings, 4 hits, 4 earned, 1 homer, 3 walks, 4 Ks in those 3 appearances. But other than that, he has been sitting. And this is a bullpen that gets used in a major way because their starters, especially without Hunter Brown and company, aren't going long in the games. And so they have to use their bullpen, and essentially they're just playing with one guy short. And so he's not getting better. We saw that outing yesterday. It's not getting better. They don't trust him to pitch in any leverage games, and they shouldn't. And now yesterday when he pitched, he's throwing in the low 90s. And this is a guy who is 97s and up. And if you're not going to pitch him, and if he doesn't look right, you're not going to trust him, then why is he just taking up a roster spot and you're not doing anything to try to see if you can jumpstart this thing? I just find it very strange how they're handling this situation.
Well, I think it's a strange situation. I mean, I think you're talking about a guy that was one of the top. I mean, you look at, you mentioned it. I mean, outside of Hader, he's your biggest reliever. Outside of Hunter Brown and Josh Hader, he's probably the more accomplished, at least guy that you would have some confidence in performing this year at a high level. And so, I mean, this is a very, very important piece, a huge piece to the Astros and what the expectations were when the season started. And so, I mean, how do you handle that? I mean, I think that there's probably what we've watched over the last 15, 20 days or whatever, where he's been used sparingly and struggled when he was used. That may have been an attempt to put some time between his outings and give him some time to get his mind right and throw some bullpens or whatever it may be. To your point, they've exhausted that at this point. So what is the next step? And I don't know how the next step isn't for him to go and just consistently get outings versus live hitters to try to figure this thing out, because it's clearly in his head. To your point, the first three four-seam fastballs being 90, 91, and 90, clearly he's aiming it. There's either an injury or he's trying to aim it and he's taking something off of it. It's not the Brian Abreu that we've been accustomed to watching.
It's hard to think he just got washed that fast.
Yeah. I mean, without an injury, yeah. So I don't know. It's less. I mean, it's just an overall strange situation. I think how they've handled it to date could be chalked up to, hey, it's an effort to get his mind right and give him a chance to clear his head. Okay, that didn't work. Now, what's the next step, right? So over the next couple of days, what's the next step for Abreu? I'll be honest, I don't know the mechanisms of Major League Baseball to know what even the options are for him in a sense of going somewhere and getting quote unquote rehab starts or rehab outings. I'm sorry, I don't know what that looks like, but whatever it is, I am anxious to see what the Astros do with him, because he's clearly not right.
Yeah, what they say, what he might have, dead arm.
Dead arm.
I mean, you can grab that dead arm.
Well, I mean, I know there's something out there because the other Abreu did it.
Yeah, you can grab.
I mean, he disappeared in the FGL, didn't he?
Yeah, you can grab that dead arm. We can do something here, but just again, to the points you're making, they're just not getting better because he's not pitching enough in situations or against even just major league, but hitters, bullpens. That's got to be a completely different feeling than in-game action.
Well, there's got to be, obviously not Astro Major League Baseball level high leverage, but there's got to be something on the there's something at stake. And so I don't know how a guy like that's as great as he is, that's in this kind of funk. I don't know any other way or any better way than for him to get out, than to go down there, work through some things, and at some point dominate the competition to where you get back to the shape you were before. That's the only thing that I could see. It's either going to happen somewhere else or it's going to happen here if they stick with him long enough. And so, again, I don't know what the options are, but
amount of pressure that cat's got to be putting on himself every time he walks out.
See it in his face.
When he walks out every 5 days now. All right, here we go. All right. I got to pitch good here.
The minute something goes wrong.
Oh, God, they're going to send me to down. They're going to send me to Fayetteville. They're going to send me to North Carolina.
Yeah, he's up on Arkansas.
I didn't say Arkansas. That's Fayetteville, North Carolina. That's below Corpus. All right, coming up, head to at T-Mill Real Deal to find T-Mill's best bets. Great week, 9 of 12 thus far. What you got tonight?
NBA plays once again, just like last Friday. Going into the weekend, a little bit of action as well for Saturday. Start with that one. They say it's two of the greatest words in all of sports. Game 7 for the 76ers and Celtics in Boston. I'm on the over tomorrow in Boston, over 205.5.
It's at 205?
205, yeah. Pretty low numbers.
They went 199 last game.
Yes. I think they remedy that and maybe even have that one done before too far into the fourth quarter. Over 205.5 for the 76ers and Celtics. Second bet today, Raptors plus 5.5 tonight against the Cavs. This is game 1 of that series, Raptors plus 5.5. And then your third and final best bet, is a player prop within this Rockets game tonight, Game 6 at Toyota Center. I got Şengün combined points, rebounds, and assists over 36.5.
Really?
That is combined points, rebounds, and assists over 36.5.
Big night. Need a big night. Need some pints.
Yep. Şengün needs to be big if they want to force a Game 7, so go with that one and put some money in your pocket.
What was he last game? 14, 12, and something. I mean, it fills the stat sheet, but we'll see. Yeah, that 76ers Celtics, I mean, it's just always, what are the Celtics going to do from three? Every one of these games that they're losing, they suck big time.
What are they going to do with Tatum's other calf?
Well,
that's the question.
Is he going to go? Yeah. This is fun. We'll check it out. So at T-Mill Real Deal, where you can find T-Mill's best bets going into the weekend. 9 of 12 this week. See if he can end on a good note. All right, coming up as we continue here, just tell me this. Rockets Game 6 tonight. Are you finding yourself enjoying watching this team the last few games more than you have all season? And not just because they're winning, but just watching them. Do you feel better about what you're watching? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I don't know if I caught that part of that, Tyler. Man, God be right there with Clint's ass. I was just sitting there thinking about when he ran out of gas the other day, and how did you have a phone number for a tractor company right there?
Was Tyler here?
Yeah, he was here. That joker just happened to pull up to a side to an area where a billboard sign out of nowhere had a tractor.
No, it was King Ranch. It was a grass farm.
So well, they gotta have one.
Grass and turf.
Oh, that's
turf
good.
and grass, whatever you call it. It was good people, man. Oh, Mandy and Wyatt, good people.
Yeah, Mandy and Wyatt. That's
right.
right.
In Hempstead, I believe.
Yeah, that was. I'm just like, out of all places for it to stop, man, I ain't never stopped by no signs, man. I ran out of gas. I didn't just stop.
I was sitting there trying to get me a plan together. We go on record service. We're gonna walk to the gas station. I looked around. I said, "Damn, that number, big old phone number right there, bigger than I'll get out." And I said, I wonder if that number connects me to that house with all those shops behind it, with all those tractors. There's got to be gas up here.
Got to be.
And I said, "No, I ain't gonna mess with them people." And then I said, "Oh, what the hell? I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. Kind of like if you ever are, and you need an injury lawyer. Well, Career Injury Lawyers is who you need to call.
There you go.
But I did King Ranch turf and grass.
King Ranch took you out. Wow. I mean, the luck of it.
I mean, what were the odds of Mandy being such a sweet gal?
Well, I guess to say you weren't that lucky the last time you were in. Where were you at? Magnolia?
Oh, Magnolia. That was a rough one.
You weren't so lucky there.
That was rough.
Yeah, you weren't.
I mean, that was rough because I was in that damn Tesla, and I thought I'd found a charger 2 different times and was further out in the country than I was when I realized I was low. And then it was one of those of like, all right, now I'm up against, because we got a show to do. This is before the show. I was way out there at Our Vision Homes. I'm thinking, damn, am I going to be able to make it to the show? I mean, so there was a lot going on. That was nerve wracking. Yeah, that was. I didn't really know where I was. I don't know those streets up there as well as I do some of the other ones.
Oh Lord, that is.
Yeah, I wasn't living. I wasn't living so right then.
That one, man. Yeah, you went through it all, boy. All right, coming up behind us on this Friday, Texans All Access. You know it, the fellas Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They got you covered. As always, they'll be there from 6 to 7, and then the boys got it tonight. Area 45. It gets a little wild on a Friday, guys. It really does. It gets a little wild on a Friday. It gets a little wild on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday over there, too, on Area 45. But really on a Friday, it really gets a little wild. So they will take things over after Texans All Access. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, they got you handled, and they'll be dueling. They'll be dueling, right? They'll have you and be discussing and keep you updated with the Astros tonight as they get going here in a bit, and with the big Game 6 at Toyota Center coming up a little bit later on. So stay tuned, live and local right here.
I'm going Azeez Al-Shaair, man. Sign that big contract. The hat don't match the uni like I thought it did.
Oh, it's a different ivory?
It's green.
I did. That lighting made it look like it did.
I don't know which ones. I don't like it. I don't like if you're just now tuning in. Azeez Al-Shaair went with the Kango.
Yeah, Kango. Yeah, it looked like an
Kango
olive.
hat. And I thought at first glance it was the same color as the tan jacket, the suit, but it's not. It's a green. It's got a green tint to it, Ron. I don't know if I can get down with that. I don't know if I can get down with that.
Yeah. Still like the balls to go for the Kango.
Yeah. I mean, still.
Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, do your thing. All right. Wow. All right, Azeez. Well, hell, he doesn't care. He got money. And he got that.
He got the bread. He can.
That man.
$18 million to cover up the hat not matching the suit.
Started at Florida Atlantic, baby. Still made this work, baby. Fourth contract, made it happen. All right. By the way, guys, let's make sure let's get there on time here. 8:30.
Rockets game tonight.
8:30.
Get
make
your
this.
S&C.
Let's make go ahead and make this thing the building alive and loud and ready to roll. I'm sure they'll have T-shirts draped over the seats. Get yourselves alive and ready to roll right off the bat. Don't have any empty seats cleared right behind the benches, and you can see it. Make sure this is a thing.
Are we doing T-shirts?
I'm certain it is. They always have T-shirts.
They're already on the seats.
What are they? White?
They're the Dunksternaut logo, but they got it in the ketchup and mustard colors.
Ooh, what are they wearing tonight then? Wonder what jersey colors they're wearing. Wonder is it a telltale sign? Joel said it's raining. People may be late.
Yeah, it's a late tip. It's 7 o'clock maybe. You got to excuse. It's a late tip, man.
Come on.
Yeah, that's why the crowd will be late.
I mean, weather shouldn't matter here, man. Yeah, see that hat's on the TV. That hat's green.
Half of them being little Woodrows is why there's going to be a late tip over there. That big one's really nice.
That big what? Little Woodrows?
Yeah, Tyler took me there. I really felt bad about that night. Family was out of town. Tyler took me there to Little Woodrows, and I was struck. It was the new one that just got built.
Right. Moved across the street from the old one. There was a little one we used to do shows from.
I was struggling that day, and I didn't want to admit it to say anything. I was. What we now know was clearly my gallbladder issues, but I was in there fighting it, man. I remember standing, and I was elbows on the table, and I just told Tyler, "All right, man, I think I'm gonna shut it down." I know Tyler was thinking, "What? There's nobody at the house." It's like 9:45. I was like, "Man, I am fighting it." I knew I was an hour away from having to be into the fetal position and just try to find a spot that this thing will go away. I think I had popped plenty of pills by that time, but I bet people they're gonna be out there. But get out there on time.
That damn Texans O-line, they can't get away. They can't win for losing, boy. Azeez Al-Shaair signs a contract, and all of a sudden ESPN talks about how this offensive line was last in run block win rate and 30th in pass block win rate last year. They catch a stray. Azeez gets paid. Hey, the defense leader gets paid. The offensive line gets drive by.
And the worst part about it is, like, Cole Popovich always got a raise.
Oh, hey, Cole Popovich. I mean, you people around here talking about Cole Popovich like I mean, he's the best thing since sliced bread. That O-line was 30th in run win block rate, or what was it called?
I think you're right.
Run block win rate, and last in pass block win rate. And Cole Popovich, you think he they don't. It wouldn't surprise me they didn't give him a raise. Give him a bump.
But honestly, by our eyes, it felt like it was night and day.
No, it was a little bit better. But it is.
You look at it, man, and then you can do it. Last and 30th. Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, God, dog. I don't even know exactly what. I don't even know exactly what. Again, that's an advanced stat that
Hey, CJ, go have at it.
I mean, look at that outfit.
Yeah, that's PK. That's why Lindsey. That's what Lindsey Vonn fell in love with. All right. Are you enjoying this? Like the last several games, 3 games, I would say. It feels like the Rockets have been more enjoyable to not just watch, but just to kind of root for and kind of feel good about. Like I think now a lot of people are starting to fall in love with these young kids and starting to really enjoy watching these young kids. Not necessarily the play. Maybe for some of you the play is something you're enjoying more, but they are playing. You can tell they're all leaving it out. They're playing their hearts out. They just become more. They've become more enjoyable here lately. That was one of the things down the stretch, man. In your mind, all you just looked at was terrible turnovers. It looked like some of the guys didn't like each other, and you knew you were going to get annoyed when Şengün complained and did things with his arms. It just wasn't a fun watch. Even though it was the team you wanted to win, it feels like the city and fans are really into this team now here lately.
Yeah, no, it wasn't a fun watch. It was a hard watch. It was a difficult watch. Even though you're a Rockets fan and you got the one of the best offensive players to ever play the game, and it was still a difficult watch with what they were doing. There's no doubt about it. And all you gotta do is watch a game and you'll figure it out. It's not rocket science. I mean, this group is is young. They're full of juice. They've gotten back to the identity that the 2025 Rockets had, which is just that grit, the physicality, the just being significantly better on the defensive end of the floor. A lot of movement, a lot of ball movement. I mean, still not like some kind of cutting-edge offense, obviously, but